My name is Changxia. I stared at the small, pitiful excuse for a home in front of me. A dugout, style tent no more than 50 or 60 square meters. It was held together by shabby animal skins tied with vines onto tree branches. Calling it simple was an understatement. I couldn't help but feel speechless as my mouth twitched. This place would be my home now. My entire life would be spent here. I put down my basket, placing my belongings beside it without rushing. The tribe member who had escorted me here was already gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I glanced back at Shenrong. He stood pale and unsteady, looking like he might collapse at any moment. I could tell he was weak. Stay outside. I'll go in and clean up, I told him. He smiled faintly. No, let me help. This animal den hasn't been used in a long time. Apart from the bugs, I should check if the roof is rotted. Although the tribe had inspected it, who knew if there were smaller problems? He insisted, wanting to help since he was a male of our beast tribe and naturally stronger. After thinking it over, I agreed. All right. I collected some wormwood earlier. I'll burn it to drive out the bugs, and then you can check the roof. A sharp, choking smell soon filled the air, and the sound of insects scurrying reached our ears. Step back. Shenrong pulled me back several paces as insects swarmed out of the den, clearly disturbed by the smoke. We waited until the last of the bugs left and the wormwood burned out before pulling aside the animal hide door to let the place air out. I threw out the garbage, all the while keeping an eye on Shenrong as he inspected the roof. My mind wandered to a few days ago, to a life that had suddenly flipped upside down. I was fighting off high-level zombies for survival, and the next moment, I woke up here, transformed into a female named Xia, in a world of beast tribes. In this world, adulthood meant living independently. Our tribe had brought us to the Normandy market, a huge gathering spot in the twilight forest where different races met to find mates. But I had no desire to get married. Yet, in this dangerous land, the only way to gain acceptance was to do just that. Without a tribe's protection, survival was nearly impossible. My only goal now was to live. At the market, I stood out as weak and small. As a chinchilla beast woman, a race not known for fighting, I was rejected by many. Here, appearances didn't matter as much as strength and species. Feeling dejected, I chose to sit quietly in a corner. Honestly, those towering males didn't appeal to me anyway. They were huge, ugly, and looked like they ate too much. Compared to these giants, I felt tiny, almost like I'd stumbled into a land of giants. The beasts around me were massive, each standing at least 2 meters tall, while I was barely 1.7 meters. Growing up in the Halua tribe, I'd always been sickly and frail. They said I'd been found at the edge of the forest by the tribe's shaman and brought to the tribe since I had no family. The tribe raised me with care, but my body never grew strong. Now, hungry and tired, my stomach growled. The food here was mostly roasted meat and stews, both barely edible to me, even after years of surviving an apocalypse. Yet, I had to endure. At this market, I had to find a decent male, if not for love, then just for survival. Otherwise, I'd never hear the end of it from the tribe. Just as I thought today might be another waste, I spotted someone unusual. A thin, tall male walked along the market's edge. He was over 2 meters, with messy hair, pale skin, and a weak, unsteady gait. He looked sickly, maybe even dying. Strength didn't matter to me. I wasn't completely helpless, after all. But most importantly, he was handsome, easily the most good-looking male I had ever seen. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. Hey, male, do you want to get married? When Shenrong returned to the eastern land, he seemed a bit out of it, and then I intercepted him. He looked down at me. I barely reached his chest, with my small, pale figure and thin face, but I had lively eyes. I'm Changxia, from the Halua tribe. What's your name? Are you married? Would you like to marry me? I'll take care of you, food and shelter included. He looked stunned, silent, like he was in shock. I waved my hand in front of him and asked, What? Don't you want to? After a moment, he laughed, asking if all female beast folk were as direct as me. I shrugged it off, telling him I was serious. I even tapped his thin frame, saying, Look, you don't look well. I bet no other female would want you. But don't worry, I can take care of you. So will you come back to the Halua tribe with me? Shinrong looked at me, smiling more now. He said, I eat a lot. Are you sure you can handle it? I dug into my basket and pulled out a couple of fish balls I'd made from a fish I'd secretly caught. Here, try this. He looked at them, then at me, curious. After he tasted one, he introduced himself as Shunrong from the Fierce Wolf tribe. After that, we went straight to see the Halua tribe leader, Jin, to announce I'd found my partner. Though he was a bit skeptical, he finally agreed. Once the market gathering ended, Shunrong came back with me to the Halua tribe. They gave us a place, an abandoned beast den, to live in. It was a simple dugout in the mountainside, next to a lake. I liked that. It meant easy access to water for growing food, and the lake had plenty of fish. The den was rough, needing a lot of repairs, but it would do for now. As we worked, I told Shunrong about my dream of building a proper home, not like the tribe's usual dugouts. His encouragement made me feel more at ease about bringing him here. With Shunrong's help, we fixed up the den, cleaned it out, and even made a little cooking area with a stone stove inside. I prepared a meal using some fresh fish, chopping and pounding it by hand into fish balls. As I cooked, Shunrong watched curiously, surprised at how different my way of cooking was from the beast folks' usual simple roasting. Soon, I served him fishball soup with vegetables. He looked surprised, saying, "This tastes amazing." I felt a warmth spread through me as we ate together. Despite the challenges ahead, choosing him as my partner felt like the right decision, especially if it meant sharing good meals and a comforting presence. The soup I made was all right, but not exactly great. The fishball and wild vegetable soup was fresh, but it still had a fishy taste because I didn't have ginger or cooking wine to mask it. While I sipped the soup, Shunrong praised it like it was the best meal he'd ever had. It was surprising how happy he looked, but I still thought it could be better once I found more seasonings. I offered to make him more food, suggesting we could have boiled river shrimp and steamed crab. We were both starving after working all morning, so Shunrong eagerly agreed, finishing 3 bowls of soup and still wanting more. Our simple wooden bowls and the few clay pots we had were precious, given to me by the tribe. Clay pots were fragile and expensive to replace, and I wasn't rich. The tribe's pottery kiln, managed by the older members, allowed us to trade for new pots using items like animal skins and bones. After cooking the river shrimp and steaming the crab, we ate together. The shrimp was tender and sweet, even without condiments like vinegar or soy sauce. As we shared the meal, I thought about how much better it would taste with more ingredients. Shunrong didn't seem to mind, and he was getting used to my strange ideas and chatter. Full and satisfied, we rested briefly. In the afternoon, Shunrong decided to collect vines to make new fish traps, while I worked on clearing the area around our beast den. I wanted to grow vegetables and eventually build my dream, an underground kiln house, safer and warmer than our current shelter. Using a sharp stone tied to a stick, I dug up weeds and imagined a thriving vegetable garden and a proper home. My body was weak, but I knew I had to work hard to stay strong and survive. Shunrong came back with piles of vines, and we discussed plans to use them for baskets and other necessities. Despite the physical strain, the work made me happy. Shunrong scolded me for overexerting myself, but I just laughed it off. I was used to doing things my way and insisted that it was good exercise for me. I shared my plans for the garden and the future kiln house with Shunrong, showing him how I wanted to use the land around us. He listened, a bit confused, but interested in the new way of life I imagined. He offered to help, and we agreed to start working together, splitting tasks and taking care of each other. By sunset, we had already made progress, weaving fish traps and organizing our supplies. Shunrong even tried making soft vine baskets, and I considered the idea of crafting vine shoes to make our lives a bit easier. Together, we faced the hard work ahead, but with smiles and a shared determination. I was busy weaving a new pair of vine shoes when Shunrong asked if there was anything he could do. It was getting late, nearly sunset, and he mentioned going to set the fish traps we'd made earlier. I told him to dig a small pit by the lake, thinking it'd be useful to keep any extra fish and shrimp alive for later. He caught on quickly, understanding that it was all part of my plan to help the tribe during the harsh winter months. I felt a sense of pride. If we could preserve enough food, our people wouldn't have to struggle as much when the beasts grew more aggressive in the cold season. It was my way of giving back to the tribe that had raised me. Shunrong went off to set the traps, and I focused on finishing the vine shoes. After a few adjustments, I finally made a pair that fit me well, and then I started working on a second pair for Shunrong. After all, I promised him food and shelter, and even though things were rough now, I wanted to make sure I kept my word. As I was tidying up, I heard a familiar voice. It was Nanfeng, the tribe leader's daughter and my childhood friend. She stormed in, scolding me for getting married without telling her. Nanfeng was strong, unlike me, and she'd always protected me. I couldn't help but laugh sheepishly, knowing she'd be even angrier if she knew I got married mostly to escape the tribe's constant nagging. Shinrong stepped in, gently stopping Nanfeng from hitting me too hard, which surprised her. I introduced them, and we all relaxed, talking about Nanfeng's recent hunting trip. She left in a hurry to bring back some meat for us, leaving me and Shunrong surprised at her sudden energy. As Shunrong and I prepared dinner, I realized how well we worked together. I told him about the vine shoes I made for him, hoping they'd fit. He smiled, and it warmed my heart. We were building something together, something real. Then, he offered me something precious. His miracle necklace, a keepsake from his late mother. His words touched me deeply. He said he had nothing else valuable to give me and wanted me to have it as his chosen partner. I held the necklace, feeling the warmth from his skin, and realized that, despite everything, I had found someone I could trust and rely on. Nanfeng barged into our beast den, carrying half a wild boar and tossing the massive chunk of meat into a woven basket in the corner. She mentioned that it should be enough food for a few days, but I knew she was thinking of our tribe's usual appetite. With just me and Shunrong eating, it would last at least 2 weeks. I didn't argue, just silently planned to show her how mixing meat with wild vegetables could stretch our supplies. As I tucked away the precious miracle necklace Shunrong had given me, his mood seemed to lighten. Nanfeng sniffed the air and asked if I was cooking meat. I explained I was boiling it with herbs and that Shunrong was preparing fish balls. Her confusion was obvious, but she helped with the fire, curious about the new dishes. She also noticed my new vine shoes. I proudly explained how much more practical they were than the usual leather shoes, perfect for foraging and hunting. Her approval made me happy, so I started talking about making straw shoes for winter. As the smell of the cooking filled the air, I showed Nanfeng how to make the fish balls. I needed her to teach the tribe since Shunrong and I had bigger plans, like building a kiln before winter. Nanfeng was shocked but quickly realized how much of a game changer this could be for the tribe, especially during the harsh cold seasons. Dinner was simple but satisfying. We shared bowls of fishball and wild vegetable soup, savoring every bite. Nanfeng was amazed, finally understanding why I never liked the tribe's usual bland food. She even vowed to trade the recipe for supplies we desperately needed, like pottery and tools. Sitting around the fire, eating together, I felt a sense of accomplishment. It wasn't just about the food. It was about finally giving back to the tribe that raised me and creating a better life, one small step at a time. The long summer is poor. However, this does not mean that the Halua tribe is poor. In terms of wealth, the Halua tribe is second to none in the Dusk Forest. Of course, this wealth means that the tribe will not starve or freeze, and the people can eat enough, not anything else. You just mentioned Jianyao. What's going on? Nanfeng asked. She was busy eating just now and didn't ask. Now that she was full and had some free time, she couldn't help asking more questions. While eating the stewed meat and fish balls, Changsha began to pour the river shrimp into the clay pot to blanch them. Seeing Changsha's patient actions, Nanfeng felt that she could eat 3 more bowls. I want to build my own animal den, different from the current ones. I call it a kiln. As for the location, I will choose a location on the west hillside and build a kiln against the hillside. Changsha said happily without stopping. He stirred with a wooden spoon. The river shrimps in the pot soon turned golden in the boiling water, and a faint fresh fragrance with a little fishy smell came to his nose. Nanfeng stared at the river shrimps in the pot while listening to Changsha's explanation. If you need help, just tell me. Nanfeng opened her mouth to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words of resistance. After all, Changxia's expression made it impossible for her to say no. Yeah, Changxia nodded. She was very happy with Nanfeng's support. Right now, the river prawns are cooked in the clay pot. Changxia fished out the river shrimp, picked up the washed fruit, squeezed it hard, and dripped a little juice into the bowl. This yellow-skinned wild fruit tasted sour, and the tribe called it sour fruit. Few people ate it. Changxia hoarded a lot of it. She usually didn't eat it directly, but used it as a seasoning. At noon, I was very hungry. I didn't expect that at night Nanfeng would put half a piece of meat into the backpack. She just saw it when she was cleaning up. Changxia, what are you doing with the sour fruit? Nanfeng curled his lips and looked at the sour fruit in Changxia's hand with disdain. No one in the tribe except Changxia would collect these sour fruits. No one would pick them even if they were extremely hungry, except for some young cubs in the tribe who would pick them by mistake. Squeeze the juice for seasoning. Dip it in the river shrimp when you eat it. It will taste better. Changxia took a river shrimp, pinched off the head and removed the shell, then dipped the snow-white shrimp meat in a little sour juice. Suddenly, a unique fresh taste mixed with a little sourness exploded directly on the taste buds. The amazing taste even surprised Changxia. How? Shenrong asked lightly. Changxia gave a thumbs up and praised. Delicious. Really? Nanfeng finished the remaining soup in the bowl and imitated Changxia in peeling shrimps, hesitating and not daring to dip them into the sour juice. He turned sideways and looked at Shenrong. Shenrong said nothing and dipped the shrimp into a little sour juice. Alas! He exclaimed softly, looking at the sour juice in the bowl in surprise. Sour fruit, a very sour fruit in the dusk forest, rarely eaten by beastmen. Today, Changxia once again opened his eyes. This river shrimp tastes even better than at noon. Shenrong lowered his head and stared at the sour juice in the bowl. He could not imagine that the sour juice, combined with the river shrimp, would turn into such a wonderful delicacy. Seeing this, the south wind no longer hesitated. Peel the river shrimp and dip them into the sour juice with chopsticks. Huh, it really doesn't seem to be sore? Nanfeng's beautiful eyes were wide open, full of shock and confusion. Pick more sour fruits this year and store them, Changxia said. In addition to the sour juice that can be used to make dipping sauce, the pulp of sour fruits is also delicious when pickled and dried. Sweet and sour, soft and sticky. When you eat it, you can taste the sourness of lemon and the light fruity sweetness of hawthorn/green plum. At the same time, it can also be used as tangerine peel for cooking. Like ginkgo, it has a wide range of uses. Okay, Nanfeng agreed, rarely mentioning Changxia. Nanfeng ate so much at this meal that he was completely full. Sitting down, watching Shenrong clean up the dishes, Changxia took the thin rattan, measured the size of Nanfeng's feet, and skillfully wove rattan shoes for Nanfeng. Changxia, when are you planning to build the kiln? Nanfeng asked. She brought half a piece of meat, which was enough for Changxia and the other two to eat for 10 days. Even if they didn't go out to gather and hunt, they wouldn't go hungry. Changxia shook his head slightly and explained, I want to build the kiln before the cold season comes. Tomorrow I will go out to the salt lake to get salt and pick some ginkgo nuts. In the afternoon, I will start preparing the things needed to build the kiln. As she spoke, she tilted her head and looked towards Nanfeng. Jin kiln is different from beast den. However, some materials are necessary, such as wood, stone, and resin for bonding, which all need to be prepared in advance. Some beast tribes start preparing to build their nests 3 to 5 years in advance. There are wood and stone near the tribe, but resin for bonding is rare. It comes from a special tree called the oil tree. When the bark of the oil tree is cut, sticky yellowish sap will flow out. After the sap dries, it will become a building material similar to cement. The beastmen call it resin. This resin will melt when heated. After melting, it turns into a cement-like adhesive and is used to build animal dens. Changxia, building a nest requires wood, stone, and resin, and these have not been prepared in advance. What do you plan to use to build the nest? Nanfeng covered his twitching mouth and looked at Changxia helplessly. Is this kid daydreaming? I can prepare the wood and stone, but the resin is more troublesome. Can we exchange some with the tribe? Shenrong interrupted Nanfeng's muttering. It was not difficult to prepare the wood and stone, but the resin was difficult. Changxia was slightly embarrassed. She seemed to have really forgotten all these things. Nanfeng raised his hand and pointed at Changxia, saying, "Use my wood and stones first." Whose wood and stones for building the nest are freshly cut. As for the resin, I'll ask the tribe for you. The fish balls can be exchanged. Originally, I was planning to use the fishball recipe to help you exchange some pottery and bone tools. No matter how dissatisfied she has watched the child grow up. It's rare that Changxia has the ambition to make progress, and Nanfeng is reluctant to hit him. Nanfeng has been an adult for many years. The tribe leader Jin often urged her to get married, but Nanfeng never found a male she liked, so she just put it off. However, wood and stones are needed to build the nest. Nanfeng started preparing when he became an adult, and this time he will give it to Changxia to use first. Nanfeng, that's what you're going to use to build your nest. Changxia shook his head, wanting to refuse. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you still want to build a nest? Besides, I haven't met a suitable male yet, so there's no rush to build a nest. At most, I would be scolded while living in my father's house. Changxia, let's build a nest first with the wood and stones prepared by Nanfeng. I'll help prepare a new one for her later," Shunrong said. Nanfeng was satisfied with Shunrong's straightforwardness and asked Changxia about his next plan. She stood up and prepared to leave. Changxia sent the man away, bowed, and asked Shunrong to cut the half of the meat that Nanfeng had brought into the house into pieces. The weather was getting warmer, and the meat couldn't be kept for long, as it would spoil easily. "Changxia, are you still hungry?" Shunrong asked hesitantly while cutting meat. Changxia glared at him, washed the clay pot, and placed it on the stove, intending to boil the meat into oil. "The weather is warm, so you can't make bacon. Smoking takes time and will go bad if not stored properly." So, she thought of deep-fried meat. Fried meat is simple to make and easy to store. In an era when materials were simple like the tribes, fried meat was the most suitable storage method at this time. Cut the meat into palm-sized pieces and boil in oil in a clay pot. Wait until the meat is fried to a golden color. Wait until the oil cools down. Then pour the oil and meat together into a clay pot and refrigerate. This not only prevents the meat from rotting, but also facilitates storage. Also, the fried meat tastes great. Soft and waxy, with a burnt aroma. Just add some wild vegetables and stir-fry. It's very delicious. "There's too much meat in this half-fan. We can't finish it. I plan to fry it into fried meat and put it in a clay pot without worrying about spoilage," Changxia explained, taking Shunrong's cut meat and selecting a few pieces. Put a piece of fat meat into the earthenware pot and start boiling the oil. When the oil comes out, add other pieces of meat into it. Soon, a greedy meat aroma will quickly permeate the entire animal den. This moment, Shunrong was extremely glad that Nanfeng was gone. The next day, early morning, Shunrong opened his sleepy eyes and got up tiredly. After washing up, he walked towards the lake, intending to collect the fish basket first. Last night, the beast's den was filled with the aroma of fried meat. Shunrong even dreamed of the smell of fried meat. He tossed and turned, and didn't sleep well all night. Next to him, Changxia was sleeping comfortably. There was even a small snoring sound. Several times, Shunrong wanted to get up and eat 2 more pieces of fried meat. Unfortunately, he ate too much at night and his stomach could no longer eat. "Shunrong?" Changxia shouted when he heard the noise. Shunrong paused and said softly, "I'm going to the lake to collect the fish baskets. It's still early, so you can sleep a little longer." Before leaving, he wrapped the minced meat outside the beast's den with leaves. These minced meats were specially reserved to be put into the fish baskets to lure fish. After hearing Shunrong say that he was going to collect the fish basket, Changxia rolled around on the floor covered with rattan curtains. She rolled to the wall and fell asleep again. This rattan curtain was woven by Shunrong before. It was left to dry in the sun for half an afternoon and is now half dry. The ground of the den was inlaid with a floor, so it was not cold to sleep on it in the spring. However, in the long summer, it was too humid. So they simply spread a half-dried rattan curtain on the floor and put a piece of animal skin on it to make a floor bed. Most beastmen sleep on the ground, without much particularity. Changxia was not used to it. The ground was damp and hard. Every time she woke up, she felt sore and uncomfortable all over. Unfortunately, she didn't have many animal skins. The roof of the den needs to be repaired. If it is not repaired, when the rainy season comes, it will be heavy rain outside and light rain inside the den. It is true that we are too poor. No matter how much we calculate, there are not enough things. I took a nap and waited for Changxia to open his eyes. She smelled an enticing aroma, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and looked towards the door, only to see Shenrong coming back from the lake after collecting the fish baskets. He had also prepared breakfast and was grilling meat. The fragrance that Changxia smelled suddenly came from the barbecue in Shenrong's hands. Shenrong, I can't tell. Changxia bent his legs, didn't rush to get up, and opened his mouth to tease Shenrong. This tastes much better than the tribe's barbecue. Shenrong smiled, squeezed some sour juice and sprinkled it on the barbecue, and said, I have wandered to many places, and barbecue is the only skill I can show off. Where have you been? Changxia asked excitedly. She was interested in talking about this, trapped in the well of the Hulua tribe. Changxia yearned for the outside world. The last time she went to the Normandy Grand Fair for a blind date, she was in a hurry. Except for the few days she stayed in the Normandy plain, most of the time was spent on the road. She didn't even have time to look twice at the weeds on the roadside. Changxia had managed to get well, so how could he not look forward to seeing the outside world? Which places do you want to know? Shenrong asked with a smile, and this tone made Changxia gasp. Changxia tilted his head and thought about it. Forget it. Tell me about the Dusk Forest. As things stand now, it is difficult for her to understand the Dusk Forest. As for the wider world, she will talk about it later. The Dusk Forest is located in the center of the East Continent. This forest is the habitat of the Beast tribe. To the east is the Qinghai Plateau, which belongs to the Bird tribe. To the south is the East China Sea, where the Fish tribe lives. The Hulua tribe is located in the eastern part of the Dusk Forest and has a harmonious relationship with the Bird tribe. The Hulua tribe is inhabited by the Leopard tribe. To the north are the Lion tribe and the Wolf tribe. To the west live the Snake tribe, the Fox tribe, and the Rabbit tribe. The south is the largest and most complex. Changxia is from the Chinchilla tribe, but lives in the Hulua tribe. Shenrong didn't ask, guessing it must be an accident or some other reason. Listening to Shenrong's description of the division of the Beast tribes in the Dusk Forest, Changxia's eyes were full of excitement. Nanfeng had said before that the Dusk Forest was very large, but she had no intuitive understanding. This moment, Changxia was truly shocked. The Hulua tribe, the only tribe she knew about, had a territory that covered an entire province. The Dusk Forest, as the concentrated living place of the beastmen, was self-evidently large. The Dusk Forest is already so vast. Then, how vast is this continent? I get so excited just thinking about the long summer. You know so much about the Dusk Forest. Have you ever lived here? Changxia looked at Shenrong curiously and at the same time got up to wash up. Shenrong's barbecue was ready. On the stove, the stewed meat was bubbling and emitting an enticing aroma. It's obvious. Shenrong is really good at hands-on work. However, seeing Changxia did it once, he was able to copy it perfectly. Again, Changxia was grateful that he had brought Shenrong back to the tribe at the Normandy Grand Fair. I was born in Dusk Forest, Shenrong said. Hearing this, Changxia raised his eyebrows. Born in the Dusk Forest and wandered to many places. Suddenly, Changxia looked at Shenrong with more pity. Seeing this, Shenrong shook his head and smiled. Don't think too much. I have not been abandoned by the tribe and my people. There are some things I can't tell you now. Can I talk about it later when I have time? He is now half a waste, and all the glory will disappear. If possible, he just wants to continue living as Changxia's partner for the rest of his life. Okay, talk about it if you want. Changxia waved his hand without forcing him. Chewing the willow branches, he washed his face with warm water. Sitting by the stove, he took the broth prepared by Shenrong and picked up the barbecue, satisfied with the amazing taste of the barbecue. From now on, the barbecue work will be left to Shenrong. It was obviously just an ordinary barbecue, but Shenrong made Changxia taste the flavor of barbecue. This is definitely a genius. Barbecue, so delicious. Chang Xia was amazed. Shenrong was very happy and said, I like it. Eat more. Let's go to the salt lake to get salt today. What do you want to use to pack the salt? The salt lake is close to the holy mountain of Kana and is the territory of the witch. Apart from collecting salt, the beastmen rarely appear in the area around the holy mountain of Kana. Empty the backpack. We're going to bring back more salt this time. We'll need salt to pickle meat and vegetables in the future. In addition to salt, I also want to pick more ginkgo nuts. Chang Xia calculated silently. The family used a lot of salt, and it was consumed quickly. She didn't want to go to the salt lake to get salt every now and then. Every time you go, bring back more. Ginkgo, what are you picking ginkgo for? Shenrong asked in surprise. Ginkgo nuts are dried, ground into powder, and then boiled into fruit powder paste. It can be used to feed cubs who have no milk to drink. Of course, beast cubs will eat some fruit powder paste before they are 6 years old. They don't have any cubs at home, so isn't it a bit inappropriate to pick ginkgo nuts? When asking, Shenrong looked at Chang Xia's belly carefully. Chang Xia's mouth twitched, and he glared at Shenrong and explained, What are you looking at? I picked the ginkgo nuts because I was planning to make the fruit powder into noodles or rice noodles. She had secretly wanted to study it before. Unfortunately, Nanfeng was watching me too closely at that time. Ginkgo, a plant unique to the dusk forest, can be harvested all year round. What are noodles and rice vermicelli? Shenrong was slightly embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Chang Xia shook his head slightly and said, Noodles and rice vermicelli are both food. Once we collect enough ginkgo nuts, dry them, and grind them, I will know whether the fruit powder can be made into noodles or rice vermicelli. Chang Xia tilted his head and licked the corner of his mouth. The aftertaste of fruit powder paste is more like rice paste. She thinks fruit powder is more likely to be made into rice powder. Rice noodles, Chang Xia couldn't help but slurp them. Kiln rice noodles, snail rice noodles, changda rice noodles, fried rice noodles. Okay, no more thinking about it. Otherwise my saliva would have dried up. Take both backpacks and 2 baskets. After the meal, Chang Xia quickly cleared out the backpacks and baskets from the beast's den and put them aside, ready to be tied together and tied to Shenrong later. The salt lake is located near the sacred mountain of Kana, which is quite close to the tribe. However, the beastmen can travel quickly after transforming into beasts. It would take half an hour to reach the holy mountain of Kana, and leaving time for collecting salt, so the morning would be enough for them to collect salt and pick ginkgo nuts. In front of the door, Shenrong responded by transforming into a beast. Then I saw a giant wolf 3 meters tall. Its whole body was silver white, with a tuft of golden hair growing between its eyebrows, which echoed the golden wolf eyes. Look, very handsome. It's so beautiful, Chang Xia exclaimed. She had seen the beast bodies of Nanfeng and her tribesmen, and now she was lost in thought as she looked at Shenrong's beast body, her eyes full of amazement. Chang Xia concluded that even the beast body of the tribe leader was not as sturdy and handsome as Shenrong. Shenrong's gilded eyes flashed with joy. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Chang Xia's praise. This is the normal beast form. Once it enters battle and activates the totem of the Fighting Wolf clan, the silver-white beast body will be stained with golden stripes. However, unless it is a life and death battle, the orcs rarely activate bloodline totems to fight. Shenrong bent his knees to make it easier for Chang Xia to tie up the backpack and basket. Then, he used the wolf's tail to roll up Chang Xia and put the man on the beast and secured him there. Shenrong, let's go to the holy mountain of Kana to get salt, Chang Xia said loudly. The beasts of the beast tribe only carry their own mates and cubs. Unless they encounter special circumstances, they will not easily carry others. The tribe wanted Chang Xia to get married, even if they couldn't go out hunting. With a partner, Chang Xia can at least participate in picking and collecting in the wild. This way you don't have to worry about starving to death. In the early morning, light mist shrouds the mountains and rivers. Shenrong identified the direction and ran towards the Kana Holy Mountain Salt Lake. At the same time, Nanfeng of the Halua tribe found her father, Jin, the patriarch of the Halua tribe. I told Jin about the fish balls. He also told Jin about Chang Xia's plan to build a kiln. Fish balls, are they really as delicious as you say? Jin said in a deep voice. He did not rush to ask about the construction of the kiln. Nanfeng proposed to lend the wood and stone to Changxia, and he had no objection to exchanging resin with the tribe. He did not refuse, nor did he nod. He opened his mouth and asked directly about Yuan. Nanfeng couldn't help licking his lips with a look of aftertaste and replied, "It's delicious. There is no fishy smell at all. It's very tender and chewy. It's fresh and smooth in the mouth. In addition to fish, the river shrimp made by Changxia is also delicious. Oh, and the stewed meat is also particularly sweet and tender." If I hadn't been amazed by the taste of the fish balls and river shrimps, what Nanfeng missed most was definitely the pot of stewed meat. The simple stew exudes a fatal attraction in Changxia's hands. Nanfeng quickly controlled his emotions and stopped thinking about it. After all, his saliva was almost dry. "Can you cook?" Jen felt a little hungry and thought the barbecue in his hand tasted tasteless. Nanfeng used too many words to describe the fish balls, river shrimps, and stewed meat made by Changxia. Even if Jin didn't eat it, he seemed to smell the fragrance of the food. Nanfeng froze for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "Father, you know my barbecue skills. Do you think I can make such complicated fish balls? But Mom should be able to do it." Nanfeng Amyukin's barbecue is very famous in the tribe. Even stewed meat is highly praised by the tribesmen. Of course, this does not include Changxia. Go to Baihe River and catch a few of the blue carp that Changxia mentioned. I'll let your mother try to do it later. If it works, I'll help Changxia exchange resin with the tribesmen. Jin glanced at Nanfeng. His cub was good in every way except for its stubbornness. "How many years have you become an adult?" Jin was very worried because she couldn't find a male to mate with. "I have scolded and said that." But Nanfeng didn't want to listen, so he could only drag it on. Compared with Nanfeng, Jin suddenly felt that Changxia was good in every way. Being weak is no big deal. Even if you find a sick partner, you are married after all. We don't know what the future will be like, but for now, we have had a good time in the long summer. Okay, leave the fishing to me, Nanfeng said very efficiently. It was rare that Jin didn't mutter to himself. Nanfeng picked up the backpack and walked straight out of his own beast's den and headed towards Baihe. Right now, it was already daybreak. Wisps of incense smoke floated above the tribe. The flavors of various foods mixed together to start a fresh day. On the other side, Chenrong brought Changxia to the salt lake of Kana Holy Mountain. When they saw it, they saw a vast expanse of white, and a strong salty smell came to their faces. There are no birds, flowers, or plants in the salt lake area. Occasionally, there are a few crooked trees growing here and there, looking withered and half dead. This is the salt lake. Changxia looked at the salt lake in front of her in shock. It was no exaggeration to say it was a lake. She looked up and could not see the edge of the salt lake. No wonder Nanfeng once said that the salt lake was a gift from the beast god to the beast tribe. This natural salt lake is enough for the orcs to eat for thousands of years. You've never come to the salt lake to get salt? Shenrong was slightly surprised and asked in astonishment. Changxia glared at Shenrong and slid off his beast. I was so sick before that the tribe leader and Nanfeng didn't even dare to let me go out of the tribe. Do you think I can come to the salt lake to get salt? Thinking of her, she was once a very powerful person. Who would have thought that when I woke up one morning, I couldn't even take a few steps out of the beast's den? In the final analysis, it was all because of her weak body. She had used all her powerful abilities in her previous life to nourish her body, which had been languishing and half dead. But I survived in the end. After reaching adulthood, the body has stabilized. With more practice, hunting and fishing will be no problem in the future. My fault. Shenrong apologized immediately and asked Changxia to rest while he went to get the salt. Broken salt was inconvenient to carry, so he picked up large pieces of salt crystals and put them in the basket. Wait until we get back to the beast's den, then crush it and grind it. The salt crystals in the salt lake are pure and do not need to be filtered or purified. After being crushed and ground, they can be eaten directly, which greatly facilitates the beastmen. The salt lake is located within the holy mountain of Kana and is often patrolled by people from the beast tribe. Occasionally, the bird tribe would come to the beast tribe to exchange, and the fish tribe had no shortage of salt. However, the bird tribe was arrogant, and the fish tribe was not bad either. So every time the two tribes dealt with each other, it was a melee. Over time, the two ethnic groups have less and less contact. On the contrary, the beastmen have relatively harmonious relations with both tribes. The backpacks and baskets were half a person's height, and 2 baskets filled with salt weighed more than 300 kilograms. There was little loss of salt, and several hundred kilograms of salt were enough for Chang Xia and his wife's daily needs. Ordinary people would not take too much salt. When the salt is brought back to the tribe, it is prone to moisture. On the contrary, there is no worry about moisture on the Salt Lake side. Chang Xia took the hundreds of kilograms of salt back to the beast's den, and he had to find a way to seal it. Once it got wet, the bottom would turn into salt water, which would be troublesome. Chang Xia, aren't 2 baskets of salt a bit too much? Shenrong paused and asked. Even though he didn't have much common sense, he knew that hundreds of kilograms of salt were a lot. He used to carry a leather bag with him when he went out, which could hold half a kilogram. An animal skin bag can be used for 10 days or half a month. Chang Xia stacked the salt crystals in the basket and replied, "Don't worry. Take more this time, so we don't have to come here to get salt in the future. Besides, I plan to pickle vegetables and meat, which all require salt. Salt will go bad if it gets damp," Shenrong reminded. "I'll think of a way to seal it in a clay jar or something." Chang Xia frowned, wondering how to preserve the salt. The Salt Lake is not far from the tribe, but not close either. She didn't want to have to come over every now and then like her fellow tribesmen to get salt, which was too much trouble. After getting the salt, the two prepared to return to the tribe. However, before returning to the tribe, Chang Xia also went to pick ginkgo nuts. There was a ginkgo forest on the holy mountain of Kana. However, the holy mountain of Kana was the territory of the witch. Unless the witch asked, no beast man would pick any grass or anything here. Salt is a special case. Let's go to Shangfeng Mountain. Chang Xia waited for Shan Rong to fix the basket, slowly climbed onto Shan Rong's beast body, and spoke. Shangfeng Mountain is not far from the holy mountain of Kana. Chang Xia, aren't you going to visit the witch at the holy mountain of Kana? Shan Rong asked. Chang Xia thought about it, shook his head, rejected Shan Rong's proposal, and said, "The witch will come to the tribe in a few days. We have just moved, so we should stock up some more things. When the witch comes to the tribe, I want to invite the witch to come to my home for a visit." Chang Xia regards Wu as a relative. When Chang Xia first left the tribe and lived alone, he wanted to show his best side to the witch. It is obviously not appropriate to go to the holy mountain of Kana now. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shenrong understood what Chang Xia meant. In fact, he didn't want to meet Wu too early. Soon, the two left the Salt Lake. In a short while, they arrived at the foot of Shangfeng Mountain. The name of Shangfeng Mountain is similar to that of an elephant peak, hence the name. Ginkgo trees grow at the foot of Shangfeng Mountain. Unlike tall, broad-leaved forests, ginkgo trees are generally short, similar to bushes. The tallest ginkgo tree is only a little over 2 meters tall. The shortest is about 1 meter tall. This way, even the cubs can pick ginkgo nuts. I knew that I could come to Shangfeng Mountain, and it would be a good choice. Looking at the ginkgo tree full of fruits, Chang Xia happily slid down from the Shenrong beast. He neatly put the backpack aside. The fist-sized ginkgo fruits were hanging on the branches, green and beautiful. Ginkgo, the reason why it is called ginkgo, it just turns white when it dries. At the same time, the fruit powder that is ground into powder is also white powder. So many? Shenrong was slightly surprised and asked in astonishment, "Didn't the tribe come to Shangfeng Mountain to pick them? Unless the ginkgo nuts are picked, they will not fall even in the cold winter." In addition to the beastmen who pick and collect them, only birds and some herbivorous animals will eat ginkgo nuts. Not many beast cubs have been born in the tribe in recent years, and there are enough ginkgo nuts near the tribe. You also know that among the adult beastmen, not many people like to eat fruit powder paste. Chang Xia shrugged and explained. The fruit powder paste has an average taste. The orcs don't have seasonings like sugar. Unless they are storing up for the winter, ordinary beastmen will not deliberately pick ginkgo nuts. Besides, the ginkgo nuts will not fall off unless they are picked, so there is no waste. "Fruit powder paste with honey tastes very good," said Shenrong. Chang Xia pouted and looked at Shenrong greedily. Honey is hard to collect. The tribe collects a little every year. Except for a little bit left, the rest will be sent to the holy mountain of Kana. Sugar, Unless someone knows how to make sugar. Sugar? Do you mean sucrose? Shinrong hesitated. Honey is available in the orcs and bears. However, few bear orcs are willing to trade it. Changsha had never eaten other kinds of sugar. She didn't know what the cane sugar that Shinrong was talking about was, but she knew about the cane sugar from Earth. Sucrose is divided into brown sugar and black sugar. The process of making black sugar is complicated, and its color is darker than that of brown sugar. At the same time, black sugar has a caramel flavor, which is also not found in brown sugar. What is sucrose? Changxia tilted her head, pretending not to understand, and asked Shinrong. A kind of sugar made from plants. Shinrong said awkwardly. Cane sugar originated from the Western continent. The beastmen of the Eastern continent seemed to have not yet mastered the technology of making sugar. He had eaten it before, but he didn't know how to make sugar, and he couldn't even recognize the plants that made sugar. Changxia looked at Shinrong in silence. It's obvious from the look on his face that he knows nothing. Sucrose, is it a sugar made from a plant called sugarcane? Changsha pretended to guess that this sucrose was probably crude sugar made from sugarcane. But I don't know whether this sucrose is brown sugar or black sugar. Sugar, except cane. Like beets, maple, thatch roots, etc. These can all be boiled down into sugar. Unfortunately, Changsha has not found these plants yet. Shinrong nodded, thought for a moment, and said, it seems to be called sugar cane, but I'm not sure. Where have you eaten sucrose? Changxia asked curiously. Shinrong pinched his nose and replied, Shilu. Upon hearing this, Changxia put his mind at ease. Western continent, she didn't even leave the dusk forest of Eastland. Too far. Maybe, one day I'll find sugar cane and beets in the dusk forest. Sugar can also be expected. Now, it is still important to pick ginkgo nuts. After all, it is related to the future appetite. The two of them talked as they worked, and soon filled the backpacks they brought. Changxia estimated the weight of the ginkgo nuts in the basket. After drying, they should weigh about 300 to 400 kilograms. Unlike fruits, ginkgo nuts are the size of a fist and do not weigh much. Considering the beastman's bottomless appetite, Changxia thought that a few hundred kilograms was too little. Besides, they haven't even picked 1% of the ginkgo trees in the forest at the foot of Xiangfeng Mountain. Is that enough? Shinrong asked. Changxia looked at the ginkgo forest and shook his head, saying, not enough. You can weave a few more baskets. These few baskets of ginkgo nuts will weigh several hundred kilograms when dried. If the ginkgo nuts are ground into flour or powder, the quantity will be reduced. It's a rare opportunity for us to come here, so let's pick some and bring them back to the den to dry. Actually, if you can. Changxia wanted to pick all the ginkgo nuts from the ginkgo trees on Xiangfeng Mountain and put them back into the beast's den. After the ginkgo nuts on the ginkgo tree are picked, it will continue to bloom and bear fruit. In this cycle, after a period of time, you can continue picking. Changxia did not calculate the growth time of ginkgo nuts. However, she felt that she could harvest 3 or 4 rounds. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harvest ginkgo nuts in the dusk forest all year round, even in the cold winter. At the same time, the ginkgo fruits are also very dense. It would be perfect if ginkgo could be eaten as a staple food. If Changxia didn't want to build a home of his own, he would rather spend his time studying ginkgo and delicacies. After all, there were so many animals and plants in the dusk forest that she had never seen before. Okay, I'll go cut some vines and bring them over. Don't wander around, Shinrong instructed, not daring to walk too far, and just cut a bunch of vines nearby. After a moment, just weave a few baskets. The backpack was not convenient to tie up, so Shinrong decided to weave it into a basket. Changxia took the basket and put the picked ginkgo nuts into it. It didn't take much time to fill up the baskets again. Changxia wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the sun above his head. It was approaching noon. Coincidentally, I was hungry too. Shinrong, come here and organize the backpacks and baskets. It's time to go home, Changxia shouted, calling back Shinrong, who was picking ginkgo nuts, intending to organize the harvest and go home. Is the basket full? Shinrong came over carrying the basket. Changxia nodded and said, it's all full. Go back and dry it in the sun for a few days, then grind it into powder. Then I'll make you something delicious. In a few days, maybe we can eat noodles or powder. Thinking about it, Changxia was very happy. Looking at Changxia's happy smile, Shenrong smiled along. It's getting late. They didn't delay and decided to go back to the tribe. Shenrong squatted down and transformed into a beast. He used the wolf's tail to help Changxia secure the basket and backpack. Finally, he circled Changxia and the two ran towards the tribe. Although, this time we did not pick wild vegetables or collect other food. Changxia was not worried at all. Living by the lake, she never worried about going hungry. The two people had gained a lot and were in a very good mood. And I was thinking about what to eat for lunch. Fish balls or stewed meat, or fried meat with wild vegetables. Nanfeng, where did Changxia and the other one go? Jin paced back and forth, asking anxiously. Changxia just got well, and he started to make trouble? Why didn't Shenrong persuade him? He had met Shenrong and thought he was a steady kid. Now it seems that he is not steady enough, and he needs to be taught a lesson. Nanfeng had nothing to do, so he helped Changxia fill the stone jar with water. Father, I told you. Changxia decided to go to the salt lake to get salt today and pick some ginkgo nuts. Calculating the time, it's almost time to come back. Nanfeng raised his right foot, showed the rattan shoes on his feet to Jin, and said, Father, go find a place to sit next to the beast's den, and I'll teach you how to weave rattan shoes. Later, you can weave a pair for Mom. That way, Mom won't have to worry about the gravel hurting her feet when she goes out to pick and collect. After listening to Nanfeng's explanation, Jin Xie's anxiety subsided. Let Nanfeng take off the rattan shoes on his feet and look at them carefully. At the same time, he tried the rattan shoes on his feet a few times. The rattan shoes were moderately soft and hard, and much more comfortable than animal fur straw shoes or foot wraps made of leaves. Did Changxia also teach us how to make these rattan shoes? Jin said happily. The animal skin and straw sandals that were popular in the tribe were from the Changxia religion. Yeah. Nanfeng nodded and sighed. Father, Changxia is really smart. But unfortunately, his health is not good. How can her health be that bad? If the witch hadn't taken care of her with precious medicine all these years, she wouldn't have lived to adulthood. I'm afraid it would have been difficult for her to transform into a human form. Jin sighed, thinking of the time when the witch sent Changxia to the tribe. They were all worried that the poor cub might not live long. However, Changxia did do well. Relying on the witch's precious medicine, she escaped death many times and survived by virtue of her toughness. Therefore, the tribesmen were extremely patient with the long summer. Whenever anyone in the tribe got something good, they would give her a copy. Just like this time when the kiln was built in Changxia, if someone else had the same roots, he would be killed. Don't worry, Father. The witch said so. As long as Changxia successfully survives the ordeal of adulthood, she will be able to live the rest of her life in peace. Nanfeng picked out a few vines from the ones Changxia spread out and slowly weaved them according to her pair of vine shoes. It doesn't take a moment. It was actually imitated and compiled by Nanfeng. Father, Jin took the rattan shoes and took off the animal skin sandals on his feet. He stood up and walked back and forth several times. These rattan shoes are really comfortable to wear, better than animal fur and straw shoes. Without saying anything, Jin squatted down and took out a thin rattan to weave a pair for his partner. While doing so, he instructed Nanfeng, when you have time, cut some thin rattan and bring it back to the tribe, and teach the weaving method of rattan shoes to the tribe members. Wait until Changxia comes back and ask her what she thinks about this matter, said Nanfeng. You're right. We should ask Changxia. I was too impatient just now. After all, rattan shoes have a great impact on the tribe. Jin agreed with Nanfeng's opinion. The people of the Hulua tribe are simple and honest, and the tribesmen are very united. The Beast tribe practices private ownership, and even if Jin is the tribe leader, he cannot take away the tribesmen's things without reason. Time passed as the two of them weaved rattan shoes. At noon, a dark shadow approached the beast's den. Jin and Nanfeng looked up quickly, sensing a familiar breath, and both showed delight on their faces. I'm finally back. Jin put down the thin vine in his hand and said happily, Changxia, there's someone at home. Shenrong carried Changxia on his back, with baskets and backpacks tied to the beast's body, and headed straight for the Hulua tribe. As soon as he arrived at the tribe, Shenrong sensed two auras coming from his own beast's den. Who is it? Chang Xia asked curiously. Who would come here at this time? It seems to be the tribe leader and Nanfeng. Shenrong replied. His eyes narrowed, guessing that the reason why Jin came here should be related to Chang Xia. After all, she said that she would teach the method of making fish balls to the tribe members. At the same time, add river shrimp and stewed meat. The clan leader is still as impatient as ever. Chang Xia sighed. Shen Rongshou paused. In terms of impatience, who is qualified to criticize others? Chang Xia, aren't the salt and ginkgo nuts you brought back a bit too much? Jin was about to wave and say hello, but his eyes fell on the things on Shan Rongshou's body. He was immediately shocked. A lot? I don't think so. Chang Xia took Nanfeng's hand and jumped off the Shenrong beast. Seeing Jin's unfriendly expression, she hurriedly explained, Chief, salt is used to pickle vegetables and meat. I will seal the salt to prevent it from getting wet. As for the ginkgo, I plan to use it for research and make it into a food that is easy to store. Fruit powder paste? Nanfeng joked. Chang Xia pinched the tender flesh on Nanfeng's waist and defended. I'm not going to make fruit powder paste, but flour or powder. You wait. I'll tell you when I'm done. Anyway, I won't waste these ginkgo nuts. Okay, whatever you want. Jin didn't ask any more questions. After confirming that Chang Xia would not waste food, he turned around and helped Shenrong take off the backpack and basket on his body. So many. Nanfeng held his forehead with his hand and looked at Chang Xia with helplessness in his eyes. Jin said nothing more. He believed that Chang Xia was a sensible child. Since you promised not to waste, you will definitely do it. Pour the ginkgo nuts directly on the ground to dry, and move the salt into the animal den first. Chang Xia instructed Shan Rong to move the salt first. The ginkgo nuts should be dried directly in the sun while the weather is good, so that they can be ground into powder. Looking at the baskets of ginkgo nuts, Chang Xia whispered, There are too many ginkgo nuts. We have to exchange some pottery jars with the tribe. Otherwise, there will be no place to store the dried and ground powder. I can make a wooden barrel, Shenrong said. They had nothing to exchange for pottery, such as wooden barrels and rattan baskets, so Shenrong could make them himself. You can do it? Chang Xia asked in surprise. Shenrong nodded and replied, I will do it. Then make more wooden barrels, both large and small. By the way, just like the woven rattan baskets, they don't have to be all the same size. Chang Xia ordered. On the side, Jin and his daughter listened quietly to the conversation between Chang Xia and the others. I feel so much emotion. Sure enough, the child grew a lot after getting married. Chang Xia, if you are short of pottery jars, I can help you exchange them with the tribe. You showed the tribe how to make fish balls, which was a great help. Jin said seriously. Early in the morning, he asked Nanfeng to go to Baihe River to catch some fish. Let Muqin do it and follow Nanfeng's instructions to successfully make delicious fish balls. Although Nanfeng said that the taste was not as good as Chang Xia's, Jin and Muqin were already very satisfied. Fish balls, delicious and chewy. In addition to its delicious taste, it is also suitable for consumption by tribal elders and animal cubs. At the same time, this meant that the tribe had a new source of food. Even in the cold winter, the tribe could have one more food to fill their stomachs. This greatly reduced the burden on General Chief. How to make fish balls? I want to exchange some resin and pottery jars with the tribe. Can we still exchange? Chang Xia rubbed her hands nervously. She and Shenrong could not participate in the hunt for the time being. Not being able to hunt means not being able to obtain animal skins, bones, etc. The tribes exchanged mostly animal skins, bones, and other items, and the rest was food. Sure. Jin nodded, and while helping Chang Xia pour the white nuts on the ground, he explained, Nanfeng said that in addition to fish balls, you also know how to eat river shrimps and a new way to stew meat. If you are willing, I hope you can teach all of this to the tribe. I do. Chang Xia nodded quickly, poured out all the ginkgo nuts in the basket, and moved the salt into the beast's den. She looked at Shenrong and said, Shenrong, go to the lake and catch some fish and shrimp. At noon, the tribe leader and Nanfeng will stay at home for dinner. Chang Xia, can you also teach the tribe how to make rattan shoes? Jin asked. The three of them walked into the beast's den, and Jin couldn't wait to ask about the rattan shoes. He was holding a pair of woven rattan shoes in his hand, which he had woven for the xylophone. In the long summer, I used animal skins dipped in water to wash my face. Yes, Changxia said. In addition to using thin rattan strips to weave rattan shoes, you can also use thatch or reeds/cattails to weave them. Compared with thin rattan strips, thatch and reed woven shoes should be softer. Okay, I'll try again later. Jin clapped his hands, very happy. Changxia, what did you eat this morning? It smells so good. Nanfeng started a fire and added water to the earthenware pot on the stove. Suddenly, he smelled an alluring aroma and immediately asked Changxia with his nose twitching. Hearing this, Jin turned and looked towards Nanfeng. In fact, he smelled this scent earlier than Nanfeng. It smells very good, completely different from the smell of roasted or stewed meat. It's like the smell of fat dripping onto the flame, very appetizing. Chunrong made barbecue in the morning, Changxia said. After waiting for a while, she seemed to remember something. After washing her face, she hung the hide to dry, pointed to the pottery jar in the corner of the den, and said, "You sent half a piece of meat yesterday, and I was worried that it would go bad if I couldn't finish it. Last night, when you left, I asked Shanrong to cut the meat into pieces and made it into fried meat directly. Go and take a look and smell it to see if it smells like that." Yesterday, Nanfeng left the tribe carrying half a piece of meat. The roots are informed. Nanfeng had hunted that prey alone. Jin guessed that Nanfeng would send the meat to Changxia. After all, his family was not short of meat. In fact, if Nanfeng hadn't delivered the meat yesterday, I guess some people from other tribesmen will come over as well. Changxia was raised by the tribe, and the tribe members couldn't bear to see her starve. Nanfeng took the initiative to bring the meat over, but other tribe members didn't come. Yes, that's the smell. Nanfeng opened the lid and smelled the aroma of fried meat. He asked excitedly, "Changxia, how did you make this fried meat?" "Cut the meat into pieces, pick out the fat and boil the oil first. Then put the meat in and fry it. Remember not to fry it too dry. It should be just right to be half-cooked. Finally, wait for the oil temperature to cool down. Pour the oil and the fried meat into a ceramic jar and seal it. When you want to eat it, you can just take it out and cut it to eat," Changxia said, carrying the bowl over and taking out a few pieces of fried meat. "At noon, I'll give you fried meat and stir-fried vegetables. Chief, fried meat can be preserved for a long time. This season is not suitable for making bacon. Fried meat is a very good choice. Bacon is suitable for making in the cold winter." At that time, the weather was cold, and the meat was marinated and then dried naturally. Of course, if it was smoked meat, it would be different. However, the smoked meat was not as fragrant as the naturally dried bacon, and the taste was not as good. Changxia, wait a minute as Jin listened. He quickly reached out to stop Changxia's long speech. Nanfeng also heard something different. Without saying anything, he quietly took the wooden bowl from Changxia and handed it to General Jin. Took the bowl and looked at the fried meat in it carefully. The serious face was gradually tinged with joy and complexity. He was not blind, so he naturally understood the meaning of fried meat. "Changxia, you did a great job." Jin patted Changxia's shoulders heavily. The emergence of fried meat gave the tribe a way to preserve meat in the warm season. It can be said that fried meat excited Jin more than fish balls. Beastmen eat meat, and it is true that fish and meat are also meat. However, fish cannot replace other meats. Fried meat gave Root a glimpse of hope. With fried meat and the bacon that Changxia mentioned, the tribe no longer has to worry about eating meat. In the warm season, there are abundant prey. If the tribe can store enough fried meat, bacon, etc. in the warm season, they don't have to live frugally in the cold season. Jin held Changxia down and asked her to sit aside and rest. "If you want to do something, just let Nanfeng do it." He asked Changxia to talk about fried meat and bacon and also talked about Jianyao. When Shinrong came back with the backpack, he saw Changxia sitting and eating wild fruits. In the den, Jin and Nanfeng were washing wild vegetables and cutting meat for frying. Muqin cleaned the wild vegetables and asked Jin and his daughter to carry them over. "Changxia," Shinrong shouted. Changxia stood up and walked over with a clean chopping board. The beast's den was not big and there were too many people to move around, so she planned to let Shinrong chop the fish outside. Jin put the washed wild vegetables in a rattan basket and drained them, then walked towards Shinrong. He stretched his head out and looked at the fish and shrimp in the basket. "Changxia, Can these be eaten? Jin asked curiously. He stretched out his hand to hold a river shrimp and glanced at the river crab next to it. There are many of these little guys in Baiha. The tribe will not even catch them as cubs, because they have a strong taste and will pinch your hands. In addition to loaches, there may also be eels in the cave. These seemingly inconspicuous little guys taste very good. It is time to speed up the collection of carrot, onion, and garlic. The more complete the ingredients are, the more Changxia can show his skills. At the same time, it can also allow the tribesmen to live a good life sooner. Changxia, tell the tribe about this. The tribe will help build your kiln. Jin was not the kind of person who would take advantage of his own children, so without waiting for Changxia to elaborate, he waved his hand and made a promise. There is a lucky baby called Changxia in the tribe. I have a feeling that even if the tribe doesn't go out hunting, thanks to the tribe's geographical location, the Baiha River is enough to feed all the tribesmen. Chief, is this okay? Changxia looked at Jin stupidly, and for a moment, he didn't come back to his senses. Nanfeng was thinking. After a moment, she agreed with Jin's suggestion. Changxia handed these things over to the tribe and asked the tribesmen to help build the kiln. This was indeed a good deal. Shenrong said nothing and chopped the fish quietly. The kiln described by Changxia was completely different from the beast's den, and Shenrong was not sure it could be built. Now that a tribe had joined in, he was indeed relieved. At the same time, there was a faint sense of anticipation in my heart. Actually, I have selfish motives. Jin looked at Changxia with a slightly embarrassed expression. Changxia pondered for a moment. Soon, she guessed Jin's selfish motive. Kiln. She had just talked to Jin about kiln, a kind of building different from beast den. It can provide shelter for beast tribes from wind and rain, and can also resist beast attacks to a certain extent. Just by listening to Changxia's description, I can hear so many benefits. Chief, are you referring to the kiln? Changxia smiled and looked at General Father. You want to build a kiln? Nanfeng was slightly stunned and surprised. Chunrong had a sharper sense of smell than Nanfeng. When Changxia told him about the kiln, he knew what Changxia was planning. She must have a deeper plan than just teaching the tribe to make fish balls. After all, the kiln has too many advantages, as shown by Changxia's love for the tribe. There's no way she could hide it. The kiln is just as Changxia said. It is obviously better than the beast's den. In the warm season, the tribe is very safe, but in the cold season, the beast's den is still dangerous. Jin said seriously that the Holua tribe was powerful and few wild beasts dared to attack the tribe. But always be prepared. Besides, there is a lot of rain in the rainy season, and the animal dens are prone to leaking. In the cold season, in addition to worrying about wild animals attacking, we are also worried that the animal dens will be covered with ice and snow and collapse. The tribesmen are used to living in beast dens, so building a kiln, they may not be willing. Nanfeng spoke cautiously. This is just like the birds are used to building nests, and the fish live in water. Everything has its own established rules of life. Jin smiled and said, When did I say I wanted my people to build a kiln? Forget it. It's not my turn to say anything about this. Nanfeng covered his mouth with his hands, shrugged and muttered, Wait until Changxia's kiln is built. I'll take a look. If it's really comfortable, I'll build a second kiln. Jin smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Shenrong chopped the fish meat and started to cut onions to prepare onion water and remove the fishy smell. On the side, Changxia handed the shallots to Jin and Nanfeng, and at the same time, he said carrot and garlic. Nanfeng tilted his head, thinking, I've seen the carrot and garlic you mentioned. Nanfeng, where have you seen carrot and garlic? The bushes south of the White River Beach. This address, Changxia and Chunrong looked at each other in bewilderment. Jin's expression moved slightly when he heard this. Changxia, the White River Beach is not far from the tribe. You didn't go there before because you were not in good health. Jin said, explaining, there is a beach along the White River upstream of the tribe. The beach is about the same size as the White Lake in front of your beast's den. There are large bushes growing in the south. Usually, the young tribe members go to the bushes to pick and gather. Chief, is the bush forest a ginkgo forest? Changxia asked in surprise. There are indeed many ginkgo trees growing in that bush forest. Jin nodded, denying that Changxia called the bush forest a ginkgo forest. In addition to ginkgo trees, There are other trees growing in the bush forest, like thorn fruit, sour fruit, pine trees, and astringent persimmon trees. The shrub forest is the most valued picking area by the tribe. It is also the territory closest to the tribe. Chief, can I go to the bush forest to pick them? Changxia changed her mind quickly, not bothering whether it was the ginkgo forest or the bush forest. Compared to Shangfeng Mountain, the bush forest was closer and more convenient. In addition, Nanfeng said he had seen carrot and garlic in the bush forest, which made Changxia even more excited. Why can't you go? Jin glared at Changxia. Is this kid stupid? What kind of question is this? The thorny fruit, sour fruit, and astringent persimmon only mature in warm and cold seasons. Now the bush forest only grows large areas of wild vegetables besides ginkgo. If you want to eat wild vegetables, you can go there anytime. However, if you just want to pick wild vegetables, there are enough wild vegetables near Baihu Lake for you and Shenrong to eat, so you don't have to go to the bush forest. Jin explained patiently. In the final analysis, Jin was worried that Changxia would run away from the tribe. He was worried that the child might get hurt or wronged in a corner where he and his tribesmen couldn't see. I want to pick some carrot and garlic and see if I can find anything else. Changxia was very excited. After he found the carrot, onion, and garlic, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, tangerine peel, and star anise were not far away. Although it is said to be picking, Changxia actually wants to transplant more. What could be more convenient than growing vegetables in your own garden? Wait for me. I'll go to the bush now. Nanfeng stood up and was about to run straight to the bush. Changxia reached out with his big hand and caught the man. Nanfeng, if you meet Muqin AM, remember to call her over for lunch. Also, if you find carrot, onion, or garlic, remember to dig them up with the roots and soil. I have reclaimed some land next to the beast's den and plan to use it to plant carrot, onion, or garlic. Okay. Nanfeng took note of Changxia's instructions, walked out of the beast's den, transformed into a beast and headed straight for the bushes on Baiha Beach. Today, Muqin was also picking wild vegetables there. In addition to picking carrot and garlic, I also happened to pick up Muqin and bring her to Changxia's house for lunch. Changxia prepares lunch. Jin and Shenrong were outside the beast's den, turning over the ginkgo nuts. The dazzling sunlight shines on the ginkgo, and the green ginkgo is gradually dyed with a silvery white color. It looks like it is covered with a layer of white frost. It smells so good. Jin stretched his neck and looked towards the beast's den. Right now, the tempting aroma of food wafted from the beast's den. Changxia is good at craftsmanship, Shenrong said. After turning over the ginkgo, Shenrong moved the remaining vines from yesterday to the front of the beast's den, preparing to weave some more baskets and backpacks while he had time. Of course, the focus was on the winnowing basket and rattan sieve that Changxia mentioned, which were convenient for storing extra things at home. Wooden barrels require wood. All the wood sent by the tribe is used to repair the beast's den. To make wooden barrels, you need to cut down wood. For the time being, there is no way to make wooden barrels. Shenrong, what are you making up? Jin asked curiously. The beast's den doesn't have anything to store things in, so Changxia asked me to weave a few rattan baskets and winnowing baskets. By the way, these names were given by her. They are a little shallower and smaller than baskets and backpacks, and are used to hold things. Shenrong pursed his lips. There were a few small rattan baskets placed against the wall of the beast's den. The wild vegetables that had just been cleaned were placed in a rattan basket to drain. He looked at it with amazement in his eyes. Changxia is so smart, Jin exclaimed. He is not stupid. These inconspicuous little things look simple and easy to learn, and they are very convenient to store in daily life. The orcs lived a rough life. In the beast's den, objects were piled up in a very messy manner. In the Jin family, Muqin likes to be clean and tidy. His family's den is considered the neatest in the tribe. However, compared with Changxia's den, it is indeed messy. Jin could imagine that when Muqin came over and saw these things, she would be very happy. She always felt that the beast's den was too messy and could never be cleaned up. To this end, Jin and Nanfeng were often scolded. Especially every time I came home from hunting, I got scolded the most. As he spoke, Jin squatted down and sat next to Shenrong. He imitated Shenrong's movements and began to weave with his flexible fingers. However, the fragrance coming from the beast's den was too strong. Both Jin and Shunrong seemed a little nonchalant. There were only 2 clay pots at home. Changsha did not make fish balls and wild vegetable soup first, but fried meat and wild vegetables first. In the other clay pot, she put the meat in cold water and stewed it slowly, skimming off the blood foam while stewing. The carrot and garlic picked by Nanfeng could only be used next time. Of course, she wanted to plant carrot and garlic in the vegetable garden. After frying the meat and vegetables, she started to squeeze the fish balls. This time, there were so many people that Changxia's fish balls doubled in size. They were no longer the size of lychees, but the size of a baby's fist, the same size as when she brought them to the Normandy Fair. Thinking about the carrot and garlic in Nanfeng's place, Changsha didn't slow down at all. Changsha wanted to make a few stir-fried dishes. I felt a little regretful and pondered in my heart. When I have time, I will ask Shanrong to polish a stone pot, or get a slate or something. Changsha felt bad for cooking in a clay pot. I'm poor and can't afford to get hurt. A quarter of an hour later, the south wind came back from the bushes with the xylophone. AMU, get off quickly. As soon as Nanfeng stood still, she urged Muqin to get off her beast. Smelling the aroma of food coming from the beast's den, Nanfeng felt so hungry that she felt like she could eat a whole horned bull. Muqin had a dark face and slid down from the body of the Nanfeng beast. Before she could open her mouth to say Nanfeng, an alluring fragrance came from a distance. Am, why are you standing there? Come on, hurry up. Nanfeng took the backpack and called Muqin to follow. She knew Changsha had prepared lunch by smelling it. Suddenly, she felt her mouth water and was extremely hungry. Muqin glared at Nanfeng and asked in reproach, "Why are you rushing me?" His pace unknowingly quickened as he headed straight towards the beast's den. At this time, Shenrong and Jin put down the vines in their hands and entered the beast's den. They stared at the boiling food in the pottery pot and swallowed their saliva desperately. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Muqin, who was walking over. "Jin, what are you doing?" Hearing the sound, Jin turned around and looked over. "Muqin, you're here." Jin smiled awkwardly and said, "I just smelled it. I didn't do anything. By the way, Nanfeng got some water for your mother to wash her face. Changsha has cooked the food. We can eat anytime." "Changsha, you've worked hard." Muqin smiled and stepped into the den. She looked up and looked around. Her eyes fell on the rattan baskets of different sizes in the corner, and immediately her eyes sparkled. Seeing this, "There is nothing I don't understand. These were woven by Chunro." Jin took a rattan basket and handed it to Muqin, his words full of praise for Changsha. Muqin took the wicker basket and looked at it again and again. "This rattan basket is good. It's convenient for picking and collecting," said Muqin. It was inconvenient for the tribe's young beasts to use backpacks, so they had never thought of making the backpack smaller. Today, she looked at the backpacks and baskets of all sizes in Changsha's beast den, and immediately she had no idea what was going on. At the same time, Muqin deeply agreed with Jin's praise for Changsha. Except for being a little weak in the long summer, everything else is excellent. Unfortunately, Nanfeng is female. Muqin really thought about letting Nanfeng live with Changsha and take care of Changsha for the rest of his life. "Changsha, AM knows that you can live a good life." Muqin patted Changsha's shoulder, put down the wicker basket, and walked around the animal den, full of satisfaction. Especially when her eyes fell on the food on the stove, her expression was filled with joy. The children they raised were finally able to live on their own. In addition to relief, there is more of a complex feeling of reluctance. "Muqin AM, please sit down. Come and taste the food I cooked. It's all prepared for you." Changsha was very happy and invited Jin and Muqin to sit down. There were no tables and chairs in the den, so she pulled out the rattan curtains and used them as cushions. She turned the baskets and rattan baskets over to make a table. Fishball and wild vegetable soup, fried meat and wild vegetables, stewed meat, boiled river shrimp, and steamed river crab. This meal is very rich. They watched and were amazed. The tribe's daily staple food is barbecue and stew. Barbecue, as the name suggests, is to roast raw meat and eat it. Stew is to cut meat into pieces and add various plant roots or wild vegetables. The main dish of stew is meat, but the beastmen don't know how to remove the fishy smell, so you can imagine how terrible the stew tastes. The fishball and wild vegetable soup is juicy and delicious. The fried meat and wild vegetables are crispy and crispy. In addition, the stewed meat is soft and easy to eat. The river shrimp is chewy, and the river crab is delicious. Start eating. The 3 members of the Jin family ate so well that they didn't even raise their heads. I'm so full. Changxia, if there's anything the family needs, tell Muqin am. In a quarter of an hour, the cups and plates were in a mess. Everyone sat on the rattan curtains with their bellies bulging. There was a look of nostalgia on his face, and he felt that the past few decades had been wasted. Changxia wants to build a kiln and needs to exchange resin with the tribe. For now, we will use Nanfeng's wood and stone, and other things need to be exchanged. Jin explained. In fact, even if he didn't say it, the tribe would more or less support Changxia if they knew he wanted to build a kiln. Muqin nodded and said, Changxia, just tell Nanfeng what you want to do and ask her to help you. The witch will come over in a few days. I will help you exchange some pottery when I return to the tribe. The beast Din cannot survive without pottery. Without waiting for Changxia to speak, Jin and Muqin made the decision immediately. In their eyes, Shunrong was not much better than the sickly Changxia. Changxia responded with a smile, full of happiness. Muqin am, I won't be polite to Nanfeng. Changxia nodded. With the help of the tribe, maybe the kiln can be repaired before the rainy season. Just thinking about it, Changxia was very happy. So, she took the branch and sketched it on the floor. To build a kiln, the first step is to dig the foundation. The second step is to build the cave dwelling. And finally, the gables are built and doors and windows are installed. Changxia carefully inspected the soil layer here. Thick and sturdy. Very suitable for building a kiln. Excavation is very simple for the orcs. The difficulty is doors and windows. Doors can be made of wood, but windows are troublesome. Changxia couldn't find a replacement glass for the time being, so he had no choice but to make tinsy lattice wooden windows. Then hang up the animal skins to cover it, just like the animal skins on the roof of an animal den. This time, the light inside the kiln will be much different. However, Nanfeng told Changxia that the bird tribe has a luminous stone. Changxia is going to find a witch to exchange this kind of luminous stone with the bird tribe, and use this kind of luminous stone to replace torches/lights for lighting. The beast tribe, bird tribe, and fish tribe do not trade directly with each other. The only way is to trade through witches of each tribe, or participate in the Normandy Grand Fair. At the same time, the same is true for the beastmen themselves. As far as Changxia could remember, there wasn't much contact between the various tribes of the Beastman clan. Each contact was made at the holy mountain of Kana, where the witch's opinion was sought. Only when the witch nodded would the tribes contact and communicate. Of course, there would be unexpected situations. For example, when encountering major natural disasters or man-made disasters, the tribes would also contact each other. This may seem closed and primitive, but in fact it has greatly protected the development and reproduction of various tribes. Listen, it's almost like a cave, Nanfeng muttered. Changxia shook his head and retorted, how can a cave be compared with a cave dwelling? The cave I plan to build is called a mountain-backed cave. Changxia is very ambitious. I didn't originally plan to build a very large kiln. As soon as Nanfeng said that the cave house looked like a cave, she immediately became unhappy. The hillside near the lake is very large, so Changxia decided to go big. He built cave dwellings on the hillside, with the same specifications as a courtyard house, combining the hillside with the cave dwellings to form a U-shaped cave, which also looks like a sunken cave dwelling. Thinking of this, Changxia compared the terrain of the hillside, found that this idea seems to be a good one. The main gate was opened on the side facing the lake, and 2 caves were dug on the left and right to make it look like a building. It is very suitable for living or storing things. Changxia likes to hoard things, and the beast's den is only dozens of square meters in size, which can't hold much stuff. The kiln was big enough for Changxia to store things in different categories. The more he thought about it, the more excited his expression became. Aside, the 4 of them listened to Changxia's description. Everyone was stunned. Even the place where the witch lived didn't seem as good as the cave described by Changxia. Can they really build such a cave house? At this moment, Even the knowledgeable Shan Rong quietly fell silent. Changxia, can we really build a cave house like this? Jinshin looked at Changxia carefully, with an excitement flashing in his eyes that could not be ignored. The Hulua tribe has lived on this land for thousands of years. The beast dens are not as good as the bird nests, but they can shelter the beasts from wind and rain. Unlike some beast tribes who live in caves, the Hulua tribe prefers to use beast lairs as their home. Even though you will get wet in the rainy season and get cold in the cold season, the beast's den is still the first choice for the orcs. Chief, how do you know the result if you don't try? Changxia asked back. During the last years of the world, social order collapsed. Humans have regressed from mechanical civilization, and creating things with bare hands is no longer just talk. Before, due to his weak body, Changxia was forced to get used to everything in the Hulua tribe. Now, with a choice, Changxia naturally does not want to wrong himself. Making use of everything around you is what a creature with intelligence should do. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and a beast? I can't help you, but I can give Nanfeng to you. If there are tribe members who are willing to help, I won't stop them. Jin said seriously. He represents the Hulua tribe and cannot express his opinion at will. But the South Wind is different. She doted on Changxia and stayed to help Changxia do some extraordinary things. Even if the tribesmen had some ideas, they would not go too far. Changxia grinned and chuckled. Thank you, Chief. Looking at the sun outside, Jin and Muqin stood up and prepared to leave. Whether it was rattan shoes or the methods of making fish balls and fried meat, they all needed to be taken care of. Of course, the more important thing was to exchange things for Changxia. Father and the others really dote on you, Nanfeng shouted. Changxia stuck out her tongue at her and said happily, Nanfeng, I picked a lot of ginkgo nuts this time, and there is no pottery jar at home to store the fruit powder. In the afternoon, you have to help make the wooden barrel. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Jin and Muqin returned to the tribe to promote the various things that Changxia brought out. At the same time, they also helped to exchange the resin and pottery that Changxia needed with the tribe. Shenrong, under the leadership of Nanfeng, cut down trees. Changxia was left alone at the beast's den. She first picked the ginkgo nuts again, and then took the baskets and backpacks woven by Chunrong to dry in the sun. Chunrong was careful in his work, and he polished the edges and corners of the baskets and backpacks very smoothly, so there was no need to worry about them getting pricked. Do all this. She did not choose to plant carrot and garlic, planning to wait until sunset. At that time, the temperature was just right. However, Changxia did not plan to plant all the carrot and garlic that Nanfeng picked. He estimated that he would plant only 1/5. After all, we don't know if it can survive. Changxia took out a half-worn animal skin from the animal den. Then she picked up a piece of charcoal from the stove, sat at the door of the animal den, and began to paint. The warm spring sunshine poured down, shining on Changxia's porcelain white face, saturating it with a layer of warm glow, setting off the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, which was very warm. The slender white hands held the charcoal and moved it to draw on the half-worn animal skin. Very quickly, a simple sketch appeared pleasingly on the animal skin. The minimalist lines perfectly outline a cave landscape. The cave built of loess contrasts beautifully with the sparkling white lake. In front of the door, there is one room on the left and right. It can be used as a warehouse or cellar in the future. 5 kiln holes are dug in the front and 3 kilns are dug in the side, which is symmetrical from left to right. The front is an open space with no walls and is connected to the vegetable field. There is no fence or a stone wall. The purpose of the wall is to guard against sneak attacks by wild beasts. The 2 kilns in front of the gate are used as the gatehouse. Considering that the average height of the orcs is more than 2 meters, the cave dwelling should be 5 meters high, at least 1 to 2 feet wide, and 3 to 5 feet deep. However, Changxia has not yet settled. She wants to build a warehouse/cellar and stock up on as many supplies as possible. As a result, it is necessary to expand deeper. The reason why the kiln was dug with 5 holes was that 3 kilns were dug on the side. The main purpose is to wait for Wu to get old and take someone over to live with him. Coupled with the problems of Bai Qing and the cubs in the future, it is naturally necessary to dig more kilns. Changxia always likes to plan ahead and take precautions. The cave entrance is built with walls and doors and windows, with one door and 3 cave dwellings. A skylight is also needed on the top of the cave to ensure the light in the cave dwellings to a greater extent. At the same time, a kong is built near the gable. The earthen kong is connected to the gable, so there is no need to worry about the cold winter. Draw and modify at the same time. It took nearly an hour to bring a courtyard-like kiln with a mountain backrest to life on the half-worn animal skin. Changxia, is this a cave? Nanfeng blinked, looking at the half-worn animal skin in Changxia's hand in amazement, and she didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. She and Shenrong came back with the wood, and saw Changxia sitting at the door of the animal den. She walked over out of curiosity. Just as he was about to call for help, his eyes fell on the half-worn animal skin in Changxia's hand. The two were stunned and didn't dare to call for help. Yes, this is a cave dwelling. Changxia nodded and said, "It looks good, right? It will look even better when it is completed." "I believe you," Nanfeng said seriously. This moment, she couldn't wait to start digging the kiln. Shenrong was very quiet while handling the wood, but deep down, he was as excited as Nanfeng. He looked at Changxia with inquiring eyes. He had a feeling that the beastmen would create a different trend in Eastland with the changes of the Halua tribe. He returned to Eastland, perhaps under the guidance of the beast god. They looked at each other, and a hint of excitement and complexity flashed across their faces. In the afternoon, Chunrong Nanfeng made 7 or 8 wooden barrels. Changxia took the new wooden barrels and soaked them in water, and then dried them repeatedly to ensure that the barrels would not leak. After all, the wood made in a hurry was wet, which was not as good as the wood dried in the shade. A busy day is coming to an end. The sun had not yet set when Changxia put the half-worn animal skins into the beast's den. Use baskets to collect the ginkgo nuts drying on the ground, and then dry them for 2 days until all the moisture in the nuts is dried. Then you can grind them into powder. At that time, the wooden barrels can be used almost as well. Changxia, I'll bring the wood and stones here tomorrow. Where are you going to put them? Nanfeng poured water into the last small wooden basin and soaked it, and went to find Changxia, who was picking ginkgo nuts. There was still some time before the rainy season, so there was no need to worry about the wood and stones getting wet. Changxia thought for a while and pointed to the white lake at the foot of the hill. Nanfeng, the wood and stones will be temporarily piled up by the white lake. Once the foundation of the cave is dug, they will be moved up. Nanfeng nodded and agreed. Then, he left. Company Commander Xia invited her to have dinner with him, but she refused. In Nanfeng's words, her family is poor, so it's okay for her to eat 1 or 2 meals. But if she eats more, Nanfeng is afraid of going hungry in the long summer. Although she was craving for Changxia's cooking, Nanfeng still remained rational. In the long summer, are the ginkgo nuts piled outside the beast's den? Shenrong asked. A new wooden barrel was built beside it. After 2 days, it would be ready for use after being dried in the sun. Changxia said helplessly, "The den is too small to hold the pile. Put it outside, and you find some vines and leaves to cover it. I will go plant carrot and garlic and hope they can survive." Shenrong stacked baskets of ginkgo nuts neatly against the animal den and then covered them with vines. At this time of year, the dew was not heavy, so there was no need to worry about the ginkgo nuts getting wet. After collecting the ginkgo nuts, Shenrong went into the house to light a fire and boil water. "Changxia, what are we having for dinner?" Shenrong asked as he took a basket of salt crystals and prepared to crush them into fine salt by hand for later use. Changxia wiped the sweat off his face and squatted beside the stone vat to wash his hands. There wasn't much carrot and garlic planted, so she finished them quickly. When she heard Shenrong ask what to eat in the evening, she tilted her head and thought for a while, then answered, "How about barbecue? And roast a few bird eggs and pair them with the stewed meat and egg soup. There are a lot of reeds growing by the Baihu Lake, and wild ducks and birds live among the reeds." When Shenrong went to collect the fish baskets in the evening, he picked up a lot of bird eggs. After eating 2 meals of fish balls, Changxia didn't want to eat for the time being. When Jinmuqin left, Shenrong gave him a fish basket and told him how to weave it. With the fish basket, he could catch fish and shrimp even without going into the water. In this way, the tribal cubs and the elderly who have lost their hunting ability can also participate in hunting activities in their daily lives. Changsha saw all this but didn't say anything. Shenrong is more capable and intelligent than she thought. Sometimes, Changxia even suspected that he was not a beast man. However, in addition to being smart, Shenrong was mostly quiet. That kind of quietness is more like the tiredness and tranquility after experiencing many vicissitudes of life. It's heartbreaking to watch. At this time of year, Changxia would remain quiet. Everyone has secrets, like her and Shenrong. Okay. Shenrong's mouth corners slightly raised. A faint smile flashed across his face. Every day, the happiest moment is when we discuss food. In the past, Shenrong didn't think much of food. Since I met Changxia, every meal has become different. You go cut the meat, and I'll get the bird eggs. Changxia instructed Shenrong to do it. She took the bird eggs and smeared the mud on them, then buried the prepared bird eggs in the stove. Roasting bird eggs, this is a new skill she learned at the end of the world. If you eat raw eggs, you may be worried about getting parasites. In the last days, more food needs to be eaten cooked, but eating cooked food is often accompanied by various dangers. After all, when food is cooked or grilled, it emits a rich flavor. As a result, people in the last days have come up with various techniques for handling cooked food. Roasted bird eggs are just one of them. Changxia, can you still eat bird eggs like this? Shenrong said in surprise. She saw a look of shock on Shenrong's handsome face. Changxia laughed out loud and waved his hands covered with wet mud. It's delicious. Just wait, and you'll know after you try it. I wasn't used to tribal barbecue and stew before, so roasted bird eggs are my favorite. The only comfort and daily pleasure. This body is too weak. He lies in the animal den all year round and is bedridden with illness. Occasionally when he wakes up, he will be carried out of the den by Nanfeng to bask in the sun. At that time, let alone eating barbecue and stew, she could only drink some fruit powder paste. Before adulthood, Changxia ate most of the soup and fruit powder paste. Even though she had thousands of ideas, she was limited by her weak body and could only be raised by the tribe like a waste. Roasted bird eggs are the only rebellion in the long summer. She had secretly hidden the bird eggs and buried them in the stove when the clan leaders were not paying attention. Does the clan leader know? Shenrong asked. Given how much they value Changxia, they would most likely not allow Changxia to come into contact with such unknown things. Otherwise, why would Changxia have the opportunity to leave the tribe only after he became an adult? The beast cubs are the treasures of the beast tribe, and any cub is the lifeblood of the beast tribe. Not to mention someone as weak as Changxia. They will also be watched by all the beastmen for fear of dying young. What do you think? Changxia rolled her eyes playfully at Shenrong. What would happen if Jin knew that she ate randomly? In some ways, Jin was more nagging than Muqin Nanfeng. Outside the beast's den, the sky was filled with sunset glow. The bright red sunset glow illuminated the entire Halua tribe in red. Changxia, are you in a hurry to build the kiln because you are worried about the coming rainy season? Shenrong asked in a deep voice. He had been away from the dusk forest for many years, but the impression the rainy season left on him was no less than that of the terrible winter season. During the rainy season, the water area of the forest rivers swells dramatically. Floods, mudslides, landslides, etc. Various natural disasters follow the rainy season. Along with natural disasters come various ferocious wild beasts. The rainy season, is it scary? Changxia hesitated. Before she came of age, she was confined in a corner of the Halua tribe. I have heard more about the rainy season from my tribesmen. Changxia has not experienced it personally. Terrible, Shenrong said with a serious expression. In the warm season, the earth revives and everything is full of vitality. When the rainy season comes, the forest will be flooded, and the beastmen will spend less time hunting. In fact, it is not easy for beastmen to reproduce. In addition to the reasons of the orcs themselves, there are more factors coming from the environment. The harsh living environment constantly squeezes the living space of the beast tribe. The beast cubs have little ability to survive, and once they get lost in the wild, they have little chance of surviving. Changxia was able to live to adulthood thanks to her strong fortune and the careful upbringing of the Wu and Halua tribes. These the witch and the clan leader never said them. Changxia murmured. No wonder she was so excited when she showed him how to make fish balls and didn't ask about the kiln. Although food was abundant in the rainy season, it was no less dangerous than the cold winter due to various natural disasters and animal disasters. They probably don't want you to worry, Shenrong consoled. Privately, apart from the tribe leader Jin, several other tribesmen had approached Shenrong, under the pretext of exchanging ideas and feelings. In fact, they were just telling Shenrong to take good care of Changxia. Even the south wind is no exception. Yesterday, the two fought at White Lake early in the morning. The bruises on Shenrong's abdomen were left by Nanfeng. However, no one, whether Shenrong or the tribe, mentioned these things. We have to repair the kiln as soon as possible, Changxia said seriously. Looking at Changxia's worried expression, Shenrong regretted mentioning the rainy season. Don't worry, you've lived in the tribe for many years, and you haven't heard anyone say anything happened during the rainy season. How could something suddenly happen? I'm just talking casually. Shenrong comforted him. The Hulua tribe is a famous and powerful tribe in the Dusk Forest. Will never be defeated by the rainy season. I understand. Changxia waved his hand and no longer worried about whether the rainy season was dangerous or not. Build kilns, identify plants, and collect supplies. These are the most important things. The rest is just as Shenrong said. The Hulua tribe has lived in the Dusk Forest for thousands of years, so they naturally have a way to deal with the rainy season. Come, try it. Shenrong smiled and handed the barbecue to Changxia. He could see that Changxia liked eating, especially delicious food. This time, Shenrong added carrot, onion, and garlic to the barbecue as Changxia mentioned, and the barbecue was better than before. He believed that Changxia would definitely like it. This tastes amazing. Changxia collected his thoughts, took the barbecue, and took a bite. Without saying a word, he gave Shenrong a thumbs up and praised him repeatedly. Shenrong was too smart, and she could draw inferences from everything. Fortunately, she didn't have too big ambitions, otherwise she would be frustrated. Do you like it? If you like it, eat more. You must be tired after working all day. I'll boil some hot water. After dinner, you can take a bath before going to bed. Shenrong served Changxia another bowl of soup, and there was a clean stone pot boiling hot water next to him. He remembered what they had said, that Changxia was not in good health. Even in the warm season, you have to wipe your body with hot water. It is normal for the beastmen not to take a bath for 10 days or half a month. However, the Hulua tribe has a long summer. Even in the cold season, people will take a bath every other day. Not to mention the warm season. Shenrong was not particular. The beast's den was close to the White Lake. He could go there to take a bath any time. But Changxia was not like that. There was a big wooden barrel in the innermost corner of the beast's den. That barrel was the bathtub that Changxia used to take a bath. It can be said that the bathtub is one of the few large pieces of furniture in the long summer. Who told you about this? Changxia was slightly embarrassed, with a faint blush on her face. This is really not because she is squeamish. Her love of taking a bath was one of the few hobbies she retained in the end times. It has become a habit over the years. Before he came of age, he was watched over everywhere by the clan leader and Nanfeng and others. Taking a bath has become the only thing that can be enjoyed in the long summer. I saw that tub. Shenrong pouted and pointed at the tub in the corner. He didn't expose their existence. After all, there was no need to talk about such things. Changxia blushed and explained. Frequent bathing is good for physical and mental health. You should also rinse your mouth, wash your hands and face frequently. After dinner, I will go to Baihu. Shenrong replied. Like Changxia, Shenrong is a bit of a germaphobe. Just not very obviously. For the time being, it has not been discovered by Changxia. We must keep this good habit in the future. Changxia smiled and said, we need to build a bathhouse and toilet in our kiln. Speaking of toilets, Changxia revealed an expression that was difficult to describe. She fought with the tribe for half a year to get the tribe members used to going to the toilet instead of digging holes everywhere. Because of this, she was often teased by the witch and her tribesmen. I'll listen to you. Shenrong repeated these 3 words subconsciously. The longer I know Changxia, the more I find that she is different from other beastmen. If it were someone else, they might be curious and ask questions. However, Shenrong would not do that. This happens to be Changxia's favorite place. After dinner, the two did not do anything else. Changxia took a bath in the animal den, and Shenrong turned around and went to Baihu Lake. When he came back, Changxia laid out the rattan curtains and animal skins and prepared to go to bed. These 2 days are the busiest in the history of the long summer. Although the body has gradually adapted, the spirit still cannot keep up. Took a hot bath and felt sleepy. When Shenrong stepped into the beast's den, Changxia mumbled a greeting to him and fell into a deep sleep. Good night. Shenrong imitated Changxia and said good night. Then he lay on the rattan curtain beside him, breathing gently, which made Shenrong, who had been suffering from insomnia for a long time, feel at ease. Someone once told Shenrong, home is where the heart is at peace. He finally has a home of his own. The next day, early morning, before Changxia opened his eyes, he heard a noisy sound in his ears, the sounds of conversation and the chirping of birds. At the same time, it got into Changxia's ears, forcing her to open her eyes and sit up. Is Changxia awake? A face poked out from the door of the animal den and waved to Changxia. Yadong, why are you here? Changxia rubbed his eyes, crossed his legs, and yawned. He is on duty today, and I asked him to help carry wood and stones. Nanfeng explained. Jen and Xylophone returned to the tribe and told the tribe how to make fish balls and fried meat. Last night, various fragrances wafted over the tribe. Nanfeng didn't sleep well all night, so he caught Yadong wandering around in the morning. Get up quickly, Shenrong's breakfast is ready. Changxia, get up quickly. Early in the morning, many people from the tribe came. In addition to resin, wood and stone were also sent. Of course, there are many kinds of meat and wild vegetables. A rough estimate would be enough for Changxia and 2 people to eat for a month, and there might be some left over. In such a hurry? Changxia muttered, stood up, walked out of the den and planned to wash up. Unexpectedly, when he saw the piles of things near the animal den, he immediately widened his beautiful eyes and said in surprise, Oh, what happened? Shenrong smiled and replied, The tribe sent them this morning, saying they were thanking you for the fish balls and fried meat. He had guessed early in the morning that his tribe might come over today. Early in the morning, I went to Baihu Lake to collect the fish baskets. He started building the kiln today, thinking that someone from the tribe might come over. So he built a stove outside the animal den and prepared breakfast. Sure enough, at dawn, the tribesmen sent many things one after another. This is too much. Changxia sighed. Not to mention resin for now. Meat and roots of various wild vegetables are piled directly into a hill. Shenrong stirred the stew with a wooden spoon and pointed to the white lake at the foot of the hill. He said, In addition to the wood and stones brought by Nanfeng, the tribesmen also sent a lot of them. In case you don't have enough, the tribesmen who have no plans to get married recently have each sent some. Nanfeng helped to explain. In fact, she had refused and was scolded by the tribesmen. Yadong and another male tribesman Shankuan squatted beside the stove, staring at the pottery pot in front of Shenrong. They swallowed their saliva from time to time. If Shenrong hadn't stopped them, they would have wanted to stick their faces into the pot. Compared to the stew made by the tribe last night, Shenrong's was undoubtedly more fragrant. The smell makes one's mouth water. Before, they learned that Changxia had found a partner with a sick body. Yadong Shankuan and his men secretly wanted to find an opportunity to discipline Shenrong. They raised Changxia as their own sister, and because of Changxia's race and physical condition, they even considered raising her for life. Unexpectedly, at a fair in Normandy, Jiao Mame found a partner for herself. If Shenrong was strong, they would have nothing to say. But Shenrong looked like he would not live long. That moment, they fully realized Jin's usual feeling of disappointment in them. So much, enough to build the courtyard wall. Changxia did not refuse, and generously accepted the love of the tribesmen. He glanced at Yadong and the other 2 squatting in front of the stove, and said speechlessly, Shenrong, don't tease them. Their saliva is about to flow into the pot. It's so dirty. Didn't she realize that Shenrong had a sinister side before? Or did something happen between them in private? Thinking about this, Changxia glanced at the few people subtly. Nanfeng shrugged and pretended he saw nothing. Changxia, can we eat now? Shankuan said excitedly. Yadong quickly prepared the bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the wooden table beside him. This long wooden table was made by Shenrong this morning. The style was custom-made according to Changxia's request, and the wooden chairs were made by Yadong and his team. As soon as it was completed, it received unanimous praise from everyone. Hey, who made the table and chairs? After washing his face, Chang Xia looked at the neatly arranged long table on the open space in shock, with 6 wooden chairs on the side. The original wood-colored tables and chairs are very beautiful against the warm glow of the morning. Chen Rong, he did it just as you described. Nan Feng talked and helped Chen Rong put the barbecue on the table. He was amazed and praised. Don't mention it, this table and chairs are really beautiful. The key is that they are very practical. Every time I eat squatting or kneeling, I feel awkward. Now with the table and chairs, it's much more comfortable. When Shen Rong was making tables and chairs, he did not avoid people. I believe that it will become popular in the tribe soon. At the same time, the tribesmen will send more things. I want to get one when I go home, Yadong agreed. Shan Kuan was the most direct. He looked at Chang Xia and asked, Chang Xia, what else do you need? Tell me directly and I'll send it to you. Tables and chairs. I want to make a set for my family too. Nguyen Chun is pregnant, and it's not comfortable for her to kneel and sit. Nguyen Chuan is Shan Kuan's partner, and they got married the year before last. Okay, what do you need? I won't be polite with you. If you want to make a set of tables and chairs for Nguyen Chuan, don't use wood. Try weaving rattan. Rattan chairs are more comfortable to sit on than wooden chairs. If you pad them with soft animal skin, they will be even more comfortable. Changxia took the wooden chair and looked at it from top to bottom. It was the same as the basket woven by Chenrong. The edges and corners were polished very smooth, and it felt great to touch. These tables and chairs are made of shade-dried wood and sell better than wooden barrels and basins. It feels very comfortable just looking at it. No wonder Nanfeng and the others looked so excited. With Changxia's promise, everyone became even happier. The food was served and everyone was seated. Chang Xia took the broth handed over by Shenrong, blew it gently a few times, and said, Nanfeng, I want some red sandalwood. Does the tribe have it? Red sandalwood? Do you mean blackwood? Nanfeng tilted his head, thought for a moment, and replied, Blackwood. I remember Yadong has a few in stock. What do you want the blackwood for? When orcs build their dens, they prefer solid materials. Compared to blackwood, they prefer ironwood. All the wood stored by Nanfeng is ironwood. Ironwood that is more than 100 years old is suitable for making knives. The only knives Changxia used were the bone knife given to him by Wu. It is a wooden sword made by grinding ironwood. Although it is called a wooden sword, its sharpness is no less than that of an ordinary bone knife. I want Shenrong to make a set of tables and chairs for Wu using rosewood. The one over there at the holy mountain of Kana is empty, so it would be best if they were fully equipped with tables, chairs, beds, wooden cabinets, and so on. Chang Xia stroked his chin, tilted his head, and thought about what furniture to prepare for Wu. In the past, her body didn't cooperate, so she didn't bother to do it. Now, with this rare opportunity, Changxia is trying hard to make up for the emptiness of previous years. When he heard that Changxia wanted to make tables and chairs for Wu, Yadong responded without hesitation. I will bring the blackwood over later. Shenrong, estimate how much wood you need. If it's not enough, I will find another way. What is prepared for witches must be the best. Changxia, Taimu is not okay? Nanfeng asked. She couldn't understand what was going on in Changxia's mind, just like Shenrong. After spending a long time with Changxia, both Nanfeng and the tribesmen would subconsciously ignore Changxia's inappropriate and incomprehensible words. Nanfeng, furniture made of rosewood looks better than ironwood. When my cave house is repaired, I will ask Chunrong to make a complete set of rosewood furniture. Changxia snorted. Ever since she knew that Yadong had hoarded some rosewood, she had been thinking about it. The tribesmen like ironwood, but Changxia doesn't. She prefers red sandalwood. In addition to red sandalwood, rosewood, and whinge are all rare and hard to find. It's rare that there are trees everywhere in the dusk forest, so how can Changxia miss it? When choosing, she naturally has to choose the one that she likes. Of course, for doors and windows, ironwood is the most suitable. Ironwood, also known as iron tree by the beastmen. In the area where ironwood grows in the dusk forest, even wild beasts will not inhabit it. The beastmen use ironwood to build dens, not only because of its sturdiness, but also because ironwood naturally emits a smell that wild beasts hate. The leaves of the iron tree are usually made into sachets by the beastmen and carried with them. The grain of black wood is indeed beautiful, Shunrong agreed, thinking about finding time to cut down the trees, dry them in the shade, and then make them into furniture. Changxia gave Shunrong a thumbs up and said happily, "You have good vision. If you spoil her, you will have a headache in the future." Nanfeng rolled his eyes and complained about Changxia unhappily. "What's wrong with Taimu?" On the side, Yadong Shankuan laughed. Nanfeng was the least qualified to say this. In the tribe, Nanfeng doted on Changxia the most, and even the witch had approached Nanfeng and asked her not to spoil Changxia. Now, Shunrong has to join the group that spoils Changxia. Fortunately, Changxia is sensible. If he were someone more unruly, the tribe would be in chaos all day long. Shunrong smiled and didn't respond to Nanfeng's words. In the long summer, "Do you want to dry the ginkgo nuts?" Shunrong asked. Changxia said, "Let's dry them. I want to eat noodles and rice noodles as soon as possible, so I'll hurry up and dry the ginkgo nuts and grind them into powder so I can start." Changxia, are noodles and rice vermicelli delicious? Shan Kuan was the most active and asked excitedly. Yadong lifted up the animal's skin, walked over, patted his chest, and said loudly, "Let me take care of the drying of the ginkgo nuts." Nanfeng didn't say anything, but looked around. There were a lot of things piled up in the beast's den, and it was difficult to dry the ginkgo nuts, so it was no wonder that Shunrong asked this question. "Don't worry, wait until the ginkgo nuts are dried and ground into fruit powder, and then I'll think about how to turn the fruit powder into noodles or rice noodles." Changxia said confidently. "She will definitely succeed. Otherwise, it would be a shame for the suffering she has endured for so many years drinking fruit powder porridge. With fish and fried meat as the base, Yadong Shankuan has no worries about failure in the long summer. If all else fails, just drink fruit powder paste." Every year during the rainy and cold seasons, the tribe would stockpile a batch of ginkgo nuts. The fruit powder would accompany the beastmen from childhood to adulthood and then to old age. After breakfast, Yadong Shankuan did not use Changxia to take action. The ginkgo nuts piled outside the den were dumped on the ground, spread out, and dried in the sun. At the same time, the stones and weeds near the den were also tidied up. Here, Shunrong took the animal picture drawn by Changxia and communicated with Nanfeng. Changxia squatted down and sorted out the things sent by the tribesmen. Meat needs to be sorted to prevent it from rotting. Wild vegetables, roots, and fruits need to be sorted and stored. If they are piled together, they will spoil easily. This moment, Changxia was extremely glad to have gone to the salt lake. She wanted to make bacon, but it was the beginning of the warm season and the temperature was not high enough. She couldn't make bacon at this time, so she had to give up the idea. If she wanted to eat salty and fragrant bacon, she had to wait until the hotter summer arrived. "Shunrong, come here and help cut the meat into pieces, apply salt and marinate it, and then make it into fried meat at noon." Changxia called softly. "There is too much flesh, considering her thin arms and legs. I probably wouldn't be able to finish cutting even if I spent the whole morning." Looking at the sun, she decisively called for Shunrong to help. After cutting the meat, start digging the kiln. According to Nanfeng, someone from the tribe will come. In the morning, the tribesmen came to express their gratitude to Changxia. They heard that Changxia was going to build a new beast den, so no one from the tribe went out to pick fruits today, so they waited to come and watch after breakfast. "Changxia, what do you use to hold the meat?" Nanfeng asked. The tribe had not yet sent over the pottery, so Changxia's family had only a few pieces of pottery. In addition to the pottery pot used for stewing, there was a pottery jar filled with fried meat, and another pottery jar filled with crushed salt crystals. To prevent moisture, the salt crystals were temporarily wrapped in leaves and placed in a basket. It's not without reason that we often lament about being poor during the long summer. The animal den is only several dozen square meters, which is not enough to store all kinds of sundries. Even if kilns are not built, new animal dens or cellars need to be built in the long summer. Tribes usually have one animal den connected to 2 or 3 dens. If there are cubs or the elderly living together, the dens are all connected together. From a distance, it looks like a yurt. Changxia held his forehead with his hand. Then he remembered that there were not enough pottery at home, and hesitantly said, "How about using the wooden barrel we made yesterday? I tried the new barrel and it doesn't leak, Shenrong said. Compared to his previous life, Shenrong seemed to like his current life more. It was trivial, busy, but very fulfilling. At the same time, he enjoyed the pleasure of hoarding a little bit just as much as Changxia did. Upon hearing this, Changxia made a decisive decision. Bring a new wooden barrel. We will use it to marinate the meat. Changxia said, looked at Nanfeng carefully, and whispered, Nanfeng, will the tribe agree to exchange pottery for the recipe of fish balls and fried meat? After the fried meat is done, the wooden barrel is obviously not suitable for holding it. Pottery is naturally the best choice. Don't worry, the pottery will be delivered later. Nanfeng nodded affirmatively. Just based on the aroma of food floating over the tribe last night, the tribe would definitely be happy to exchange pottery with Changxia. If the tribe does not exchange, the tribal elders in charge of pottery will not agree. Fish balls suit their appetites very well, and the fish baskets make the old people feel like they want to relive their hunting ambitions when they were young. Nanfeng heard last night that some old people were thinking about improving the fish baskets. They wanted to hunt the larger fish in the Baihe River. That's good. Changxia held the salt shaker, evenly spread the cut meat with salt crystals, and then put it in a clean wooden barrel. Marinate for an hour or two, then boil the oil to make fried meat. Looking at the pile of meat in front of him, Changxia quickly looked toward Shenrong. Shenrong, we need a stone pot. Stone pot? What do you want the stone pot for? Before Shenrong could speak, Nanfeng asked curiously. Clay pots are not durable. It's best to use a stone pot to fry so much meat. Changxia explained. There were 2 clay pots in the house, and she was quite good at using them. If they were really burned and cracked, she would be heartbroken. Shenrong hesitated and said, the stone pot needs a hard stone to be polished. Is there any suitable large stone near the tribe? He knew the general layout of the dusk forest. However, some specific circumstances are unclear. After all, this concerns the hunting territory of each tribe, and no beastman would reveal it to outsiders at will. Yadong, come here. Nanfeng thought for a moment, stood up, called Yadong who was drying ginkgo nuts outside, and said, Yadong, do you know where near the tribe there are stones suitable for making stone pots? Nanfeng knew where the stones were near the tribe. However, she didn't know what could be used to make a stone pot. The Hulua tribe has 2 large stone pots, which are used only when the tribe encounters major events. There is a rocky beach upstream of the Baihe Beach. The rocks there are hard and durable. The tribe's stone tools are all mined from the rocky beach. Yadong answered, and then asked, who wants to polish the stone pot? I remember that the tribe has clay pots, which are lighter than the heavy stone pots. I want to use a stone pot to fry meat. Look at all this meat. If it's all made into fried meat, no matter how many clay pots I have, they won't be enough. Changxia said helplessly. How could she not know that clay pots are light and easy to use? It's such a waste to use a clay pot to fry meat. Upon hearing this, Nanfeng and others changed their expressions. Last night, Jin and Muqin taught the tribesmen how to make fish balls and fried meat. Everyone in the tribe was busy that night. Changxia saw Nanfeng and the others' expressions changed and hurriedly explained, you are wrong. It's not that frying meat will burn the clay pot. For frying meat and cooking, it's best to use a fire-resistant stone pot or iron pot. Iron pot, a long way off. Changxia had never seen the tribe use iron tools. The stone pot is still worth looking forward to. After all, even iron trees can grow in the dusk forest, so the stone pot must be extraordinary. As for ironware, it is not something we should consider right now, so we can take our time. Changxia, how many stone pots do you want? Yadong nodded, understanding what Changxia meant. 3. Changxia thought for a moment, then said, 5. Yadong, help me go to the rocky beach to collect stones for the 5 stone pots. I'll make you a pot of fried meat and give you a basket of fish balls. Do you think that's okay? Changxia, I can also help you mine stones at the rocky beach. Shankuan interrupted. Yadong raised his foot and kicked Shankuan away. Shankuan, your Nwanchuan can also make fried meat and fish balls. Shenrong opened his mouth to speak, wanting to say that if he wanted to quarry stones, he could also go to the rocky beach. However, he met Nanfeng's deep eyes. He shut up quietly. He really wanted to explain that he was not a waste. But no one wanted to listen. Changxia was fine, but why did even the tribesmen unanimously equate him with Changxia? Before, he didn't want to heal his wounds and wanted to wait for death quietly. Now Shenrong has changed his mind. He should find a chance to detoxify. He can't just become a useless person who lives off others. Think about it. Shenrong suddenly felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. After a while, the meat is cut, salted, and packed in wooden barrels. Ginkgo nuts are spread out to dry, and a row of baskets, backpacks, and wooden barrels are neatly arranged. Yadong left and headed for the rocky beach. Before leaving, Nanfeng stopped him and said a few words, asking him to go back to the tribe and call people to go to the rocky beach to quarry stones. It would be best to move the stones back in one go. Here, Changxia led people to work on the western hillside. Before excavation, the foundation needs to be prepared. Drainage is not a trivial matter and must be taken seriously. Changxia doesn't need to do the foundation preparation and clear the weeds and trees around the cave. She draws the lines with charcoal. Changxia, have you taken action? Suddenly a familiar voice sounded and came into my ears. Changxia looked up and saw Jin and Muqin leading a group of tribesmen walking towards her. Her mouth twitched slightly and she covered her eyes. The beastmen are spiritually deficient and have little fun. It's rare that Changxia causes something big that instantly alarms the entire tribe. Chief, why are you here? Changxia asked. Jin shook the pottery jar in his hand and replied, I'm sending you pottery, and by the way, I'm watching how you build the kiln. Changxia, I heard you want to live in a cave? The cave is damp and stuffy. It's not as comfortable as living in a beast's den. You heard it wrong. Changxia wants to build a kiln. She wants to live in a cave, not a cave. Suddenly, a wave of discussions broke out. Changxia was helpless. Usually at this time, most tribesmen go out hunting or gathering. Today, they came in a group, and it is estimated that they will not disperse for a while. Don't make noise, just watch quietly, Muqin said, stopping the tribesmen from arguing. At the same time, he asked them to put down the pottery and other items. More than 10 pieces of pottery of various sizes were the tribe's return gifts to Changxia. Jin shrugged without explaining. Don't worry, wait until the cave is built, then come and see it. Right now, we haven't laid the foundation or dug the cave yet. Changxia patiently explained slowly. She knew that if she wanted to change the tribe's views on cave dwellings and caves, she had to wait until the cave was built. It's hard to explain it in just a few words. Besides, a kiln cannot be built in just 3 to 5 days. The tribesmen also had to hunt and gather, so they didn't have much time to watch the show. As expected, the crowd watched for half an hour. Gradually, it began to disperse. The orcs have no concept of hoarding food. Basically, they go out hunting and gathering every day. Few people stay in the tribe unless they are sick or injured. Although Changxia has already told the tribe members how to make fish balls, from Changxia's understanding of the tribesmen, they still follow their previous lifestyle, going out hunting and gathering every day. They don't hoard food like Changxia does, let alone plant and raise livestock. Where is Yadong? Jin asked. The other orcs climbed up the western hillside to clear the weeds and trees. I exchanged fried meat and fish balls with him and asked him to help me quarry stones on the rocky beach. I want to build a few stone pots. The tribesmen sent too much meat, and I plan to boil it all into fried meat and store it to eat slowly, Changxia said. In the distance, except for some old people and cubs, all the tribesmen returned to the tribe and were busy with their own things. Just as Changxia said, they would come to watch after the kiln was built. The cubs were restrained by the old people and did not dare to come forward. They watched from afar with curious eyes. After listening to this, Jin nodded with satisfaction. You did a great job. Muqin stared at the charcoal in Changxia's hand and asked, Changxia, why are you drawing lines on the ground? These are drainage ditches. In addition, we need to reserve flower beds for planting flowers and grass. Changxia replied. The vegetable field was moved outward, but this did not prevent Changxia from planting a few fruit trees or something in front of his house. After saying that, he unfolded the rolled-up half-worn animal skin and handed it over. Muqin took the half-worn animal skin and was quickly attracted by the painting on it. Seeing this, Jin came over to take a look and was immediately amazed. Changxia, what is this? The cave I want to build. Suddenly, a gurgling sound was heard. Jin and Muqin looked at each other and were obviously attracted by the painting on the half-worn animal skin. Wu knew how to paint, but Jin didn't. However, he could understand paintings. The painting on the semi-worn animal skin is so beautiful. Even the wizard's temple of the witch in the holy mountain of Kana was not as exquisite and elegant as the cave in Changxia's painting. The wizard's temple where the witch lived was built by the beast man for the witch. The whole temple was built of stone and was solemn and magnificent. However, compared with the cave painted by Changxia, the wizard hall looked very old and rough. The two were not at the same level of reference. Changxia, your cave is more spectacular than the wizard's palace, Jin said faintly. There was a tone of envy and jealousy in his words. Changxia blinked and said innocently, I have never lived in a wizard's palace. I don't know if it is good or not. Stop it. Muqin raised her hand and tapped Changxia's head gently. Changxia was in poor health, so Wu couldn't leave her at Kana Holy Mountain. However, she would come to Halua tribe from Kana Holy Mountain to visit Changxia every now and then. Therefore, all the beastmen in the Dusk Forest knew that the Wudai Halua tribe was special. I heard that you were going to build a whole set of furniture for Wu. Is this true? Really? No? Okay, but why use black wood? Ironwood is definitely the first choice of the orcs. But Changxia said that black wood should be used to make furniture. How could Jin resist asking? Changxia was so upset that she explained. I just think that furniture made of rosewood is beautiful. Ironwood is good, but the wood grain is too monotonous. Jin, I think black wood is very good too. Muqin nodded. She was not as stubborn as Jin and Nanfeng, and insisted that Taimu was the best. Muqin saw Shenrong making tables and chairs in the morning and was immediately moved. She thought about asking Jin and Nanfeng to find time to cut wood and make a set of furniture for her own home. However, this time the animal den seemed small and cramped. After thinking about it, Xylophone's eyes fell on the half-old animal skin. Changxia, this child is too transparent. Everything was planned for the tribe, so it was really hard for her. Xylophone has a good vision, Changxia said happily. Before noon, a group of orcs sorted out the foundation and appearance of the cave dwelling. At this time, Yadong and his tribe moved back a dozen stones from the rocky beach. As a result, the hillside in Changxia was piled high, and even the banks of Bai Lake were full of things. Changxia squatted in front of her animal den, lit a fire, and started preparing lunch. She looked at the piles of things and showed a silly smile. Changxia, why are you giggling? Nanfeng came over, raised his head, and knocked her on the head. Muqin glared at Nanfeng and cursed softly. Nanfeng, stop beating Changxia all the time. She's in good health now. If she gets sick again, you'll be in trouble. Nanfeng was speechless and could only accept Changxia's contempt and Muqin's scolding. She didn't dare to challenge Muqin's majesty, so she had to change the subject and asked, Changxia, where is Shenrong? This question, all of a sudden, all the orcs stopped fighting. Changxia was startled and said anxiously, he was sitting here just now. Changxia pointed to the location of the beast's den. Shenrong was in poor health, so Nanfeng and other beastmen did not dare to ask him for help. When you are busy, it is inevitable that you will be careless. I smell blood. Nanfeng, go to the tribe and ask Elder Shimu to come over. Jin said seriously with a gloomy face. When I entered the den, I saw Shenrong lying on the floor with his body hunched over, his body stained with scarlet blood. At this moment, Shenrong's body was twitching slightly, and he was moaning softly. Changxia opened his eyes wide, blindly horrified. She was more or less aware that there was something wrong with Shenrong's body and was about to do something. Unexpectedly, something happened to Shenrong. Shenrong ahem. Shenrong raised his head slightly and met Changxia's worried gaze. It's an old problem. Don't worry. I'll be fine after a while. Shenrong said gently. He stretched out his hand, trying to comfort Changxia's panicked expression, but when he saw the black blood on his hand, he immediately retracted it. The orcs remained silent and did not dare to ask more questions. The atmosphere in the beast's den was anxious and tense. It lasted until Elder Shimu came over and finished examining Shenrong. Elder Shimu, how is Shenrong's situation? Jin asked. Shimu shook his head and said, Shunrong's body is very strange. He seems to be infected with a disease, but also looks like a normal person. I'm not sure, and I need to ask a witch to help. However, the blood he coughs up is poisonous blood, so don't touch it. Yes, it will be more comfortable if he coughs up some blood. Eat more meat after he has finished coughing. At noon, the sun is like fire. Elder Shimu sprinkled medicinal powder to clean up the poisonous blood coughed up by Shinrong. Changxia, I'm really fine. Shinrong promised again and again, but unfortunately no orcs listened to him. Therefore, Shinrong could only continue to lie down and watch the orcs being busy. He knew that if this happened, I am afraid that the news about my son will spread throughout the entire Holua tribe, from the elders to the cubs and children. Oh my God! Shinrong could not face his future life in the Holua tribe. There were 6 stoves built outside the beast's den. The polished stone pot was cleaned and placed on the stove. The marinated meat was poured into the oiled stone pot. In a short while, the tempting aroma of burnt meat spread. Muqin waved the spatula, staring at the 2-handled stone pot in front of him with fiery eyes, and said to Jin, "Jin, you have to go to the rocky beach when you have time." Changxia said that stone pots are more convenient for frying meat and cooking. Our family is short of a stone pot. Go to the rocky beach and collect some stones and grind them into a stone pot. The reason why she asked Jin to collect more stones. The purpose was the same as Changxia asking Yadong for red sandalwood. He wanted to polish a stone pot for Wu Yi. Changxia gave furniture, and his family gave him a stone pot. I'll go to the rocky beach in the afternoon, Jennings said. He had lived with Muqin for decades. When Muqin asked him to mine stones, Jin guessed what she was thinking and nodded in agreement without saying a word. Changxia, where's the red sandalwood? Yadong shouted. While Changxia and the others were frying the meat, Yadong Shankuan returned to the tribe and brought the red sandalwood that Yadong had stored. Nuanchuan, who was pregnant, also came with him. She carried a backpack and followed Shankuan and the other man leisurely. Nanfeng saw Nuanchuan from afar and went forward to take her backpack. Find a cool place and keep it out of direct sunlight. Changxia replied. Okay. Yadong carried the rosewood and put it in the shade of the beast's den. Suddenly, the ground shook a few times. Changxia didn't know much about wood. However, looking at the beautiful grain of the cross-section of the rosewood, I feel very happy. Nuanchuan, come and sit down. After appreciating enough, Changxia waved to Nuanchuan and signaled her to sit anywhere. Nuanchuan pointed at the basket that Nanfeng had taken and said with a smile, I got you some yellow bark roots. I stewed them with meat and ate them. They tasted soft and sticky. I think you should like them. Really? Changxia walked over happily and took out the yellow bark root from the backpack. After a closer look, he found that it was actually Chinese yam. Immediately, Changxia excitedly said, Nuanchuan, this yellow bark root is Chinese yam. Where did you find it? Female members of the tribe go out to pick and collect every day. Vegetables like shepherd's purse, Chinese cabbage, and green vegetables are all called wild vegetables. Vegetables like kohlrabi are all called roots. When stewing the meat, add the wild vegetable roots together. The taste was so good that Changxia's scalp would go tingling after eating it once. Unfortunately, I was too weak to eat, so I had to eat anyway. Otherwise, I could only drink rice noodle porridge. Changxia made suggestions. It's a pity that she, a cub who has been bedridden all year round, has no right to speak at all. Adult roots say that by getting married, you can live independently. Changxia thought for a moment and nodded directly in agreement. Getting married was indeed scary, but compared with daily food, Changxia felt that maybe getting married was not that scary. So, she happily followed Jin and tribe to the Normandy market. Yam, this name is indeed better than yellow bark root. Nuanchun held his belly, leaned back, opened his mouth and said, I dug it on the edge of the wasteland where the bush is next to the pine trees. Changxia, yam is delicious? Nanfeng said briskly. Changxia nodded and said, yam stewed with meat, yam hot pot, stir-fried. No matter how you eat it, yam tastes good. For some elderly people in the tribe who are not in good health, eating some yam is good for their health. And for people like me and Shinrong, eating more yam is also good for us. This explanation, not to mention that Nanfeng and a few other foodies were excited, Even Jin and Muqin were eager to go to the wasteland in the bush immediately. In the warm spring, are there many yams growing in that wasteland of the shrub forest? Muqin asked anxiously. Nuanchuan thought for a moment and replied, quite a lot. I accidentally dug up yellow-skinned roots last winter, which are Chinese yam. At the beginning of this warm season, I want to dig some more. Okay. Xylophone was very excited. Jin nodded to Nuanchuan and said, tomorrow, I will talk to the tribesmen who are out picking yams and ask them to go to the bushes to dig yams. Chief, the best time to pick yams is probably the cold season. Changxia said. Yams are usually harvested from November to December, but considering that the dusk forest is different from Earth, she was a little unsure. It's the long summer, and you can pick yams at this time. The yams in my backpack were picked 2 days ago. They are soft and delicious. Nuanchuan said. Changxia picked up a yam and looked at it. Nuanchuan was right. The yam did not sprout, and the reed head did not grow bulbils. Changxia suddenly thought of the ginkgo nuts that grew all year round, and suddenly he lost all thoughts. Then let's try stewing some yam with meat for lunch. Changxia didn't hesitate anymore and decided to add another dish for lunch. Chun Rong had coughed up so much blood before and needed to replenish his body. The conditions in the tribe were limited, and she couldn't do anything else, but stewing yam with meat was still possible. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed and echoed it. I learned that there would be delicious food at noon. Muqin Nanfeng took over Changxia's job of cooking fried meat and asked Changxia to prepare lunch. Nuanchuan followed Changxia with her belly bulging. In her words, she wanted to learn from Changxia. Whether she went back to the tribe to teach the tribe members or went home to do it herself, it was a very appropriate choice. After listening, Changxia did not stop Nuanchuan from helping. Let Nanfeng go to the Baihu Lake to get fish and shrimp, and Changxia and Nuanchuan pick up and clean up the food sent by the tribesmen. Except for a part of the meat, the rest is fried meat. Wild vegetables, rhizomes. These are what Changxia wants to find the most. Sure enough, she soon found the treasure. Chili pepper. Changxia found a fist-sized bell pepper. Picking it up, a spicy smell hit her face, and Changxia smiled happily. For Changxia, who grew up in southern Hunan, eating vegetarian food all year round is simply inhumane. After finding the chili pepper, she soon found other spices such as Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon. Among the wild vegetables, Changxia found cabbage and radish, which did not surprise her. After all, she had eaten them before. However, the cabbage and radish in the dusk forest were twice as big as those she had seen before. What's so choking about this? Nuanchuan covered her mouth and nose, took 2 steps back, and said in surprise, this smell is more irritating than carrot and garlic. Changxia, are you sure it's edible? Vaguely, she seemed to have seen a witch using this thing as medicine. As for the taste of Nuanchuan, even the thought of it is horrible. Chili peppers are spicy. Next to them are Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon, which can be used in cooking. Changxia said excitedly. Praise the tribesman. It seems that some people in the tribe like to hoard as much as he does. But she was surprised that there were peppers in this season. Sichuan peppercorns and other items are dry, and they must have been picked and stockpiled by a member of the tribe in the past. The cabbage and radish were wilted, and it was obvious that they were collected and stored in the cold season last year. In comparison, the fresh wild vegetables tasted better at this time. However, Changxia didn't dislike it at all. The more food, the better. Once the kiln is built, she will definitely build a few more cellars. This time, she will be able to support Shunrong better. It would be such a pity if such a handsome male died. When Wu came, she would definitely ask Wu to help Shunrong check. Before her half-baked superpower could figure out the situation, Changxia would not dare to make a move casually. A handsome male is like a beautiful vase. Just put it there quietly, and watching it for a few seconds can make you feel relaxed. People in the distance listened to Changxia's explanation and smiled. Although they were curious about how Changxia knew all this, no one really asked. Changxia, do you still want to eat fish balls at noon? Asked Nanfeng. Changxia shook his head, waved the peppers and peppercorns in his hand, and said loudly, for lunch, we will have boiled fish. As he said this, Changxia couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Boiled fish like a stew? Upon hearing this, Changxia said he wanted to eat boiled fish. Suddenly, Jin and Nanfeng were anxious. They had cooked boiled fish before, but the taste was unacceptable even to the rough beast men. Jin cleared his throat twice and whispered, "Changxia, I think fish balls are delicious. How about continue to eat fish balls at noon? The fish balls are chewy, sweet, and very delicious." Muqin agreed. Soon, Nanfeng Wanchuan and others spoke up to dissuade Changxia from making boiled fish. Haha, Changxia threw his head back and laughed. Seeing everyone's expressions, how could she not guess what they were thinking? "The boiled fish I made is different from the ones made by the tribe." Changxia smiled mysteriously. Seeing Nanfeng coming back with a wooden barrel, she called Shanku and Yadong to slice the fish and marinate the fish with salt, carrot, onion, and sour juice. Wanchuan squatted beside her and peeled and cut the yam into pieces according to Changxia's request. She wanted to use the yam to stew the meat, and if the slices were too thin, it would easily become overcooked. Shanku and Yadong took the bone knife and made a few moves. "Changxia, is this level okay?" Nanfeng saw that it was hopeless to stop him, so he could only stop thinking. He turned his attention to Shankuan, who was processing the fish, and said decisively, "Shankuan, leave some fish meat for me. I want to make fish balls." Okay." Shankuan opened his mouth to speak to Changxia, but when he met Nanfeng's serious expression, he chose to remain silent. Thanks to Changxia's character, this boiled fish will definitely not taste bad. It tastes bad. Changxia doesn't know how to make it. However, Nanfeng's attitude was too firm, so Shankuan could only nod. They didn't agree, but reminded Shanku and Yadong to leave more fish meat for fish balls, as they all like to eat fish balls. They think that as long as they make enough fish balls, Changxia won't have the chance to make boiled fish. Shankuan and the other beastmen laughed and filleted 2 herrings weighing 7 or 8 pounds each. Nanfeng chopped up the remaining fish meat into paste and made fish balls. Changxia's mouth twitched as he watched the scene silently. Is she that unreliable? Changxia cleaned the carrot, onion, garlic, pepper, peppercorns, tangerine peel, and other ingredients one by one, and then drained them in a small rattan sieve for later use. Shankuan's cut fish fillets were marinated with egg whites. Similarly, all the meat for stewing and frying was cut. With a stone pot, Changxia no longer has to worry about cracking the pot. The hand wielding the spatula is full of strength. Boiled fish usually uses fresh grass carp. In Baihu, Changxia found that the most common fish was black carp, which was of course related to the fact that she only knew black carp. It is best to add dried chili peppers when boiling fish, which can make the taste more spicy and fragrant. Unfortunately, apart from the lantern peppers sent by the tribe members, Changxia has not had the opportunity to leave the tribe to pick peppers, and there is still a long way to go before he can get rid of poverty. Boil water in a stone pot and add salt. Cook the prepared cabbage and radish, then take them out and spread them on the bottom of the bowl. The radish had been cooked in the pottery pot with the stewed meat and yam for a while, so it has a spicy taste when it is not cooked. When eating radishes, I prefer to eat ripe ones in the long summer. The best ones are the ones that fall apart with a slight pinch, soft, and you can taste the sweetness of the radish with one bite. Heat the stone pot, add chopped bell pepper, minced garlic, carrot slices, etc., and stir fry until fragrant. Then add the fish head and fish fillet and stir fry evenly, and finally add the sliced fish. There is no soy sauce, wine, or sugar, so I use dried sour fruit pulp instead. Stir fry a little, and finally add boiling water to cover the fish. Gurgle. Changxia didn't even look up when he heard a gurgling sound. Nanfeng Wanchuan was standing aside, staring at the boiling fish in the stone pot. His expression was no different from that of Yadong Shankuan, who was waiting for Shan Rong to grill meat in the morning. This smells so good. Thousands of words can be simplified into 3 words. South wind. Looking at the boiled fish in the stone pot, Nanfeng regretted it. It smells so good. It must be better than fish balls. If she had known that boiled fish smelled so good, she shouldn't have stopped Shanku and Yadong's sliced fish. Is it too late to regret it now? Wanchuan blinked and said, Changxia, your boiled fish smells so good. The boiled fish I made must be delicious. Changxia raised his eyebrows towards Nanfeng, his expression full of complacency and pride. Muqin smiled and said, tribal people usually cook fish directly or add some wild vegetables and roots. How can they be as meticulous as you are? She also heard from Shanrong that when cutting up a fish, the contents of the fish belly should be thrown away, and the black parts of the fish belly should also be torn off. The fish scales can be scraped off or not, depending on whether you want to eat it or not. For example, Chang Xia, she would scrape off the fish scales. Way to remove the fishy smell. Fish cooked directly in this way is self-evident. The fish has a strong fishy smell, so it has to be handled carefully. It's a pity there is no soy sauce and cooking wine. Otherwise, it would have tasted even better. Changxia said as he poured the cooked fish into the bowl that had previously contained cabbage and radish. Finally, she added more oil and stir-fried the chopped chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. This time, she fried the chili peppers until they were dry and changed color, and poured the rich spicy aroma along with the boiling hot oil onto the fish. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. Listen to the sound and smell the spicy aroma. Everyone began to swallow their saliva. Spicy aroma. It was the first time they smelled this aroma. Their noses were itchy and they wanted to sneeze, but their mouths kept secreting saliva. This smells better than barbecue. I decided that boiled fish was my favorite food. In an instant, everyone lost interest in chatting. They crowded in front of the table and stared at the boiled fish on the table. The shallow-bottomed ceramic bowl was about the size of a wooden basin, and they looked at the colorful boiled fish in the ceramic bowl. Fish balls or something. In an instant, they forgot about it. Don't be in a hurry. Prepare the other dishes first before eating, Changxia said. She moved quickly, pouring the chopped fried meat into the stone pot and stir-frying it. After it was fragrant, she poured in the wild vegetables and added salt. The pot of stewing meat and yam next to her was steaming. The aroma was not as overbearing as the boiled fish, but it was also very tempting. On the other side, Shunrong was flipping the barbecue in his hand. The rich aroma of roasted meat, the spicy aroma of boiled fish, and the sweet aroma of stewed yam. For a moment, the whole beast den was filled with the aroma of food. They put down their work and came over to help. Muqin Nanfeng put the fish meat into the pot, and Wanchuan was in charge of lighting the fire. The fried meat was already cooked and was set aside to wait for the oil temperature to drop, and then poured into a clean pottery jar for storage. Of course, Changxia did not forget the fish balls and fried meat she promised Yadong. She specially put them in a pottery basin and waited for Yadong to return to the tribe, and then took them back. This way, when he wants to eat it, he can eat it directly or after slightly processing it. Just now, Jin said that the tribe will go out hunting in the future. You can prepare some fried meat and fish balls in advance so that you don't have to worry about going hungry while hunting. After a moment, after a busy meal, everyone sat around the long table. Come on, eat, Changxia called out, and everyone started eating. No one was willing to look up, and they saw the bowls and chopsticks on the table flying. Changxia turned around, scooped soup for Shenrong, and reminded him, Shenrong, eat more yam stewed meat, and try to eat less of other dishes. Changxia, after I cough up blood, I'll be fine. Really? Shenrong said seriously. On the side, the orcs could be heard gasping from time to time. Obviously, the first time I ate chili, I felt the spiciness. However, even if it was spicy, no one would not eat it. Foodies are not divided by country or race. Once you have tasted chili, you will be addicted to it. It's spicy. What's so spicy about it? Jin shrank his mouth, which was swollen from the spiciness. He held a piece of chili and looked at Changxia. Changxia replied, Chili pepper. Yes, where do the peppers come from? Jin asked. My tribe members gave it to me. I don't know where the peppers came from. Changxia shook his head, looked at Jin, and said, Chief, please ask for me when you get back to the tribe. Peppers have many uses, such as stir-fried meat with peppers, stir-fried bird eggs with peppers, boiled fish, boiled meat. Hearing the name of Changxia's dish, everyone knew that chili was definitely a good thing. Pick, and be sure to pick a lot. Muqin looked at Nanfeng, who said, I haven't seen chili peppers near the tribe. I haven't seen it either. Wanchun agreed. Yadong Shankuan also shook his head. They all knew the plants near the tribe. The appearance of bell pepper is very special. If you have seen it, you will definitely be impressed. Changxia, give me some more chili peppers. I'll help you go back to the tribe to ask about the situation. Let's confirm if this chili pepper is related to the Tiancher tribe of the psychedelic forest. Jin said cheerfully. The boiled fish was a little short and was eaten by everyone quickly. At this time, everyone scooped up a bowl of yam broth and sipped it to relieve the spicy taste in their mouths. At the same time, you can also taste the sweet and delicious yam stew soup. Xylophone was eating yams, looked at Nanfeng aside, and said, Nanfeng, take some time to dig some yams in the bushes, and when Wu comes, let Changxia make yam stew for Wu and Bai Qing to eat. This yam is soft, glutinous, and sweet. I think Wu will like it. Your mother is right. Nanfeng remembers to go to the bushes. Jin nodded repeatedly, calculating the time. Wu might come over in the next 2 days. Last time, Jin took Changxia to the Normandy Grand Fair. He asked his tribe to send a message to the witch of Kana Holy Mountain. Afterwards, Changxia and Shenrong got married, but the witch didn't know about it. Jin glanced at Shenrong, worried that the witch would look down on him. He used to think that this male was sickly, but who knew that he was infected with a disease? Shenrong understood the meaning in Jin's eyes and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, detoxification and healing must be put on the agenda. Every time someone looked at him like a fool, it was a painful feeling. Even though he repeatedly said that he was fine after coughing up blood, no one believed him now. I will go to the bush tomorrow morning, replied the south wind. Changxia thought about it and said, the cave house, Shenrong and I can build it slowly. The tribesmen were all busy with their own affairs, and she didn't want to disrupt their pace of life because of her own affairs. The cave is safe and beautiful. I will build a cave with you. One day, I can build a cave myself, Nanfeng said with a smile. Digging yam and hunting are just trivial matters. Besides, building a cave will take more than 1 or 2 days. Changxia, listen to the south wind, Muqin said gently. He raised his hand and gently placed his palm on Changxia's head, stroking it. Changxia was a child they watched grow up. He was soft-hearted and kind. In fact, if they were not afraid that Changxia would refuse, all the tribe members would be willing to come and help. However, the orcs have always been independent. If a cub wants to grow up successfully, it must go through all kinds of hardships. Muqin and the others were worried that if they intervened too much, Changxia would not be able to live independently, and they were also afraid that she would be too weak to live independently. This worry reached its peak after Changxia chose Shenrong as her partner. This sickly male has been infected with a disease and is coughing up blood all the time. What should we do? Nanfeng is right. We also want to build a kiln in the future. Now I will follow you and learn how to build a kiln first. Shan Kuan said calmly. Compared with Yadong, Shan Kuan, who is married to another family, is more stable. Nguyen smiled and said, it's enough to set aside half a day for picking and hunting every day. Okay, just don't delay your business. I have some food sent by my tribesmen, enough to last for 10 days or half a month. Changxia said happily with a smile. The cave she planned was very large, and the beastmen in the dusk forest were strong. No tools are needed, just use your hands to mine. If it were an ordinary person on Earth, digging a kiln would not be an easy task even with construction tools. In the past, farmers worked hard for half their lives, and their most simple wish was to build a kiln, get married and have children, so that they could be considered to have a family and a career. I can build a kiln, Shenrong said seriously. When Jin heard this, he shook his head slightly and said in a disapproving tone, Shenrong, you are weak, don't be so stubborn. By the way, when the witch comes, ask the witch to help you check your body. How can a young male's body be weak? Eat more meat on a regular basis. Only by eating meat can you strengthen your body. Shenrong, listen, take care of your body. Changxia's health was poor before, and he recovered after he reached adulthood. Please ask the witch to help check your health, determine the cause of the disease, and let the witch prescribe the right medicine. Muqin advised Shenrong gently, asking him not to think too much. Take care of your body while you are young, so that you can support Changxia and the cub in the future. Changxia grinned and smiled. Shenrong, I told you that if you marry me and come to the Halua tribe, I will support you. Suddenly, everyone looked at Changxia, who was grinning foolishly in silence. Is this child's brain also infected with the disease? With her physique, she wants to support Shenrong. Is she not awake yet? Shenrong got a glimpse of everyone's strange expressions and suddenly had a headache. He had no choice but to say, I am weak because of the poison. I will recover naturally after the poison is removed. It's not that Elder Shimu suspected that I was infected with a disease, so you don't have to worry about my physical condition. Poisoned? How could he be poisoned? When they heard that Shunrong was poisoned, everyone's strange expressions changed. The beastmen were strong and healthy, and generally they could recover from injuries within 3 to 5 days. If they were poisoned, they could ask the witch for some antidotes, and they could survive even the most severe snake venom. After being poisoned like Shenrong, he has been sick all the time. To be honest, this is the first time I have met them. Poisoned? Didn't you ask a witch to detoxify you? Changxia was the calmest and asked directly why there was no detoxification. A tribe member was bitten by a poisonous snake. He asked the witch to give him medicine and recovered after lying down for 3 days. As far as she knew, the snake was quite poisonous. At the Normandy Grand Fair, Shenrong told Changxia that he could agree to the marriage. However, he was ill and might not live long. If Changxia minded, she could refuse him. Shenrong's expression changed slightly, and he explained, "The poison in my body is not ordinary, and the witch can't cure it." "Impossible," Jen said without even thinking. "There is no poison in this world that a witch cannot cure." On the side, Muqin and others nodded. In their minds, witches are omnipotent and are the messengers of the beast god on earth. Shenrong said that his poison witchcraft could not be cured, so they naturally could not accept it. Shenrong smiled bitterly, thought for a moment, and said, "Many witches are helpless against my poison. This time I returned to the Dusk Forest to visit my deceased mother. I was born in the Dusk Forest, and before I die, I want to visit my hometown." In an instant, there was total silence. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that Shenrong was different from them. He has traveled to many places, and although he looks weak, Nanfeng Yadong, who has fought with him, can feel Shenrong's strength. If he hadn't been injured, Shenrong might have been stronger than them, much stronger. "Don't worry, let our Dusk Forest Beast tribe witch try to check again. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope," Changxia said calmly. She saw the desire deep in Shenrong's eyes. Changxia had seen too many eyes like this in the apocalypse. No one wants to die if they can live. Besides, Shenrong had been poisoned for so long and hadn't died yet, so who could say that he would definitely die? Changxia never believed in fate. If she believed in fate, she should have died long ago. At the same time, she was thinking about finding an opportunity to check on Shenrong's body tonight. Yes, listen to Changxia. Wait for the witch to come and let her check you out. We can help pick any medicine you need," Muqin said quickly. Beside them, Jin and others echoed him. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Shenrong blamed himself for revealing the poisoning. "Don't be nervous. This poison has been in my body for more than half a year, but I'm still alive and kicking. Except for not being able to activate my bloodline to fight, everything else is normal." Shenrong hurriedly explained that unless there was a fierce battle, otherwise, he is just like an ordinary person. After this explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If you can't activate the power of your bloodline to fight, then don't join the tribal hunting team to go out hunting. Usually, follow Changxia to pick meat near the tribe. If you want to eat meat, just exchange it with the tribe directly. Jin thought about it and felt it was a good idea. This time, Changxia's safety was guaranteed, and he no longer thought about going into the forest. The picking areas near the tribe are cleaned up by the tribesmen every once in a while, so they are basically safe. The wild animals we occasionally encounter are all herbivores. Not to mention males, even females can handle it. "That's right," Shankuren said hurriedly. "Ask Changxia to prepare some more delicious food, and we will exchange meat with you." "Yes, exchange with us," Yadong agreed. Feeling their protection, Shenrong's hard heart could not help but warm up. Changxia narrowed her eyes full of smiles. She could understand Shenrong's feelings. When she first woke up from this body, she was always on the verge of death. Even with the hardships of the end of the world, Changxia still has the determination to live and die. However, feeling the kindness of the witch and the tribesmen, Changxia's mentality changed little by little. "I don't want to die. I want to live well. I want to repay these lovely relatives." That's why Changxia broke free from the hands of death again and again, and was reborn, and at the same time, He also lost the vigilance and alertness he had developed during the end of the world. Shenrong and Changxia smiled at each other. It is a blessing in this life to meet such people. I'll try to make more delicious barbecue. Please enjoy it. Then I have to work hard to make more delicious food. Okay. We're waiting for your fruit powder. After saying that, everyone looked at the ginkgo nuts drying on the ground and laughed out loud. After the meal, everyone worked together to clean up the tables, chairs, and bowls. The sun was too hot, so Changxia and his group sat in the shade to chat and process the salt crystals they brought back, grinding them into fine salt and packing them in pottery jars. Changxia, you brought back so much salt, it should be enough to last for several years, said Nuanchuan. Changxia replied, I was too lazy to go back and forth to get salt, so I just stocked up more at one time. Salt is indispensable for pickling vegetables and meat at home. If anyone in the tribe is short of salt and doesn't want to go to the salt lake to get salt, they can come and exchange with me. You. Nanfeng poked Changxia from a distance but didn't dare to take action. After all, Muqin was sitting next to her, watching her eagerly. If she really poked Changxia, she would probably be scolded. Soon, hundreds of kilograms of salt crystals were ground into fine salt. Changxia found a suitable pottery jar and filled it with fine salt. Then he covered the pottery jar with a wooden lid wrapped in soft animal skin and piled it in the corner of the animal's den. One nest is too small. Muqin sighed. The den was dozens of square meters in size, and no matter how tidy Changxia had made it, it still seemed cramped. It was reasonable for Changxia to want to build a kiln. Not to mention her, Muqin Nuanchuan also felt that the den was not big enough. Nuanchuan nodded and agreed. There's no place to put the furniture, and when there are too many pottery jars, the baskets can't be stacked. As females, they are usually the ones who clean the dens. Although the beastmen did not have the habit of hoarding food, they still had plenty of things they needed for daily life. If they collected everything, it would be enough to fill a den. When the weather cleared up, the stove was moved outside the beast's den. However, once the rainy season comes, the stove can only be placed in the animal den. As a result, the space in the den was not enough. At this time, the location of furniture and other things had not yet been calculated. One thought, they immediately began to yearn for Changxia's cave. During the cold rainy season, the beast den is incredibly cold. Unless the beast uses its body to keep warm, it will still be very cold even if a bonfire is lit. Nanfeng sighed. Every time at that time, she would want to find a partner to keep warm. Don't worry, we can have a Kong in the cave. With a Kong, we don't have to worry about freezing even in the coldest rainy season, Changxia said calmly. Nanfeng said that the cold rainy season was hard to endure, and she knew it well. At that time, there were 3 or 5 layers of animal skins piled up, and 2 bonfires were burning in the animal den. But Changxia still didn't dare to put her hands outside the animal skins. During the rainy and cold seasons every year, Muqin would ask Nanfeng or other young females in the tribe to come and spend time with Changxia. The chinchillas have small bodies. Of course, this petiteness is relative to the leopard tribe of the Halua tribe. Even if Changxia turns into a beast, he still cannot keep warm by himself. There is no other choice but to keep warm with others to avoid catching a cold and getting sick. Pankong, what is a Kong? Suddenly, the Kong that Changxia mentioned attracted everyone's attention. A Kong is a bed made of bricks or adobes, covered with rattan curtains and animal skins, with a chimney and stove connected to the hole at the bottom, so you can burn fire to keep warm. Sleeping on a Kong is much more comfortable than lying directly on the ground. The ground is very humid, and sleeping on it for a long time will make you sick. Changxia explained, looked at Jin, and said, Chief, it's best for the elderly not to sleep on the ground. There's no rush for a Kong. You can make a few wooden beds first. As he spoke, he picked up a branch and started drawing on the ground. With tables and chairs as the foundation, they quickly understood the structure of the wooden bed. Okay, leave this matter to me, Jin said seriously. The elders of the tribe were once powerful beastmen. Despite their age, no one in the tribe would despise them. Although the tribe practiced private ownership, the tribe would still prepare food for the elders. After all, the tribe has a hunting team that hunts, and in addition to dividing the prey equally among the hunting team, a portion will be reserved for the elders and animal cubs of the tribe. Changsha was once among the animal cubs. I feel like the den is getting smaller and smaller. On the side, Nanfeng complained quietly. The bed, the table, the chairs, and the other sundries piled up in the beast's den made Nanfeng's scalp tingle just thinking about it. And that was assuming Chang Xia didn't come up with anything else. Males may not think these things are a big deal. However, the attraction to females is huge. Looking at the excited expressions of Muqin and Wanchuan, it is not difficult to understand their attitude towards furniture. Anyone who likes tidiness cannot resist the temptation of large furniture. Afternoon, Jin and Muqin leave and go back to the tribe. Nanfeng and the other three stayed behind. Changsha originally wanted Wanchuan to return to the tribe to rest. Rejected by Wanchuan, she said she wanted to stay and watch Changsha build the kiln. It seems that Wanchuan wants to compete with Nanfeng for the second kiln in the tribe. Her cubs will be born in the rainy season. Considering the harsh environment in the rainy season, Wanchuan's desire to build a kiln is completely understandable. Perhaps, the cave dwelling is only 1/10 of what Changsha described. Wanchuan would let Shankuan build the kiln without hesitation. The survival rate of cubs born in the rainy season is higher than that in the cold season, but there are still dangers. Wanchuan didn't express her inner worries, but Changsha could sense them. She patted Wanchuan's arm calmly without saying any unnecessary words of comfort. No matter how many words you say, they are not as convincing as personal experience. With the help of Nanfeng and others, Changsha felt that the cave house could be built quickly. The western hillside had been trimmed, and in the afternoon, Changsha directed Shenrong and his men to start laying the foundation and digging trenches, which he had outlined with charcoal in the afternoon. For places that were difficult to draw, Changsha marked them with branches, and Shenrong and his men only had to start where Changsha had circled. After the beast transformation, the solid and hard loess layer was quickly dug up. The excavated loess was piled on the vegetable field that Changsha mentioned in the distance. Changsha wanted to build a wall there, with half of the vegetable field inside the wall and half outside. The vegetable field outside the wall was connected to Baihu Lake, and a neat road would be built at the same time. Foundation, drainage ditch. The general shape has been dug out, and the next step is to smooth the surface. Changsha did not pursue beautiful patterns. The clean and tidy cliff surface does not need any extra patterns, and it looks very beautiful and generous. Once the cliff surface is repaired, the kiln can be built. To dig a cave, you need to dig out the shape of the cave and transport the soil away. This cannot be done in a hurry. The ice and snow have just melted after the cold season. The loess contains a lot of water. If you dig too fast or too hastily, it will easily collapse. Changsha stood in front of the neatly arranged cave, looking at the sun setting in the sky. Nanfeng, that's enough for today, Changsha said. Building a kiln is a delicate job, and even though the beastmen are strong and energetic, Changsha doesn't want them to overwork. After working for most of the day, Changsha felt a little exhausted even though he didn't put in much effort. Nanfeng looked up at the sun and nodded. Yeah, it's getting dark. Building a kiln is much more complicated than building a beast's den. Yadong sighed. To build a den, one only needs to dig a hole in the earth, polish it with wood and stone, and then build a roof. If one is more particular, a layer of wooden boards can be laid in the den. Although it takes years to prepare for building a nest, it can be completed in 3 to 5 days. However, 3 to 5 days is not enough to build a kiln. It takes 3 to 5 days to build a den, and that means the male builds a den alone. Like when Changsha built the kiln, he had the help of several people including Nanfeng. Wanchuan helped Shankuan wipe his sweat and said, "The cave house is much more spacious than the animal den." Wanchuan looked at Yu's face and was moved. She secretly decided that when Changsha's cave house was built, she would build her own cave house right after that. How about barbecue and fruit paste tonight? In the long summer, I untie my braids and shake the sand out of my hair. I have to wash my hair at night. It's a bit itchy, and I have to wrap my hair with a piece of animal skin tomorrow. Shenrong thought for a moment and said, "How about mixing the fruit powder paste with bird eggs and frying it in a stone pot?" Upon hearing this, Changsha was shocked by her beauty. Depend on Shenrong's ability to draw inferences from one instance is too strong. Jinbing Guazi, why didn't she think of it? Suddenly, Changxia wanted to shut herself up. Yes, but add some wild vegetables. Chop the wild vegetables and mix them with some fried minced meat. We will fry them instead of deep frying them. Okay, I'll do it. Then I'll go pick up the ginkgo nuts, and you can come over and carry them later. Having seen Shunrong's cooking skills, Changxia was happy for Shunrong to do it. She was once again thankful in her heart that she had chosen Shunrong at the Normandy Grand Bazaar. Shunrong was tall and thin, and his thinness was sickly. Take care of yourself, and you will recover soon. His features were distinct and handsome, and the beast men generally had high looks. Shunrong had a good-looking appearance, especially his deep and restrained eyes, as if he could feel the accumulation of years. When he looked directly at her, it was like embracing the warmth of the whole world. Her character is full of innate melancholy and gentleness, which makes people love her. Changxia felt that there was no other male more suitable for her than Shunrong. Someone said. Changxia didn't believe it before. However, after meeting Shunrong, Changxia felt that this was so true. There were so many males at the Normandy Grand Fair, and she chose Shunrong. What I was greedy for was Shunrong's face. Every edge and corner happens to be right on the tip of Changxia's heart. Tonight, she must check his body. At the same time, she was curious about what kind of poison even witches could not cure. Changxia had lived in the end times for many years. The reason for this, apart from his awakened supernatural powers, is his cautious nature. Her ability is very strong and also very weak. Wood type, more healing. There is a big difference from the normal wood system. She couldn't convert her wood-related abilities into attacks, but rather used them for communication, stimulating growth, and amplification. If she used this ability to farm, she would definitely be a great help. However, in the cannibalistic apocalypse, how can you farm without any ability? Changxia had no choice but to study and transform her ability into healing. Not to mention, she really managed to find a way out. Unfortunately, he didn't survive in the end. When she woke up in the dusk forest, she was happy, angry, and finally calm. Over the years, I have benefited from the care of my fellow tribesmen. During the long summer, my mentality becomes more peaceful and optimistic. After she grew up, she finally pulled her weak body back from the brink of death. Given time, it was only a matter of time before she became a true beast warrior. Otherwise, she would not dare to promise Shunrong to support him. Before sunset, in Changxia, pick all the ginkgo nuts and put them into rattan baskets. Have you finished picking up? Shunrong's gentle voice, slightly deep, came from behind. Changxia brushed off the sand on his hands and said with a smile, I've finished picking it up. How about you? Have you finished frying the fruit flour pancakes? It's ready, waiting for you to taste. Shunrong bent over and began to carry the rattan basket to the beast's den. The fruit powder used to make the fruit powder cake tonight was given by the tribe. At the same time, this was also instructed by the witch. She said that the body is weak in the long summer, and eating more fruit powder porridge is good for health. Of course, the main reason for this is that Changxia is unwilling to take medicine anymore. After she grew up, Changxia finally recovered her health and would never touch strange-tasting medicine again. Even though the medicine did save Changxia's life, she still didn't want to drink it again. It smells good. Changxia gave Shunrong a thumbs up while washing his hands, and then asked Shunrong, have you eaten a lot of delicious food when you traveled on the continent? Delicious food. Shunrong placed the rattan basket filled with ginkgo nuts against the beast's den, with red sandalwood next to it. In just a few days, the beast's den was filled with all kinds of sundries. Sure enough, this beast's den was indeed too small. Ponder for a moment. Shunrong shook his head slightly and replied, in fact, the food of the beast tribe in the Eastland is richer than that in the Westland and tastes better. He seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly became terrifying. No, that can't be. Changxia was slightly stunned and said in surprise. Shunrong said seriously, before I met you, I never knew that you could add seasonings such as carrot and onion to barbecue. Of course, this is not to say that other places don't add anything to cooking. More methods are similar to those of the Halua tribe, simply adding wild vegetables and roots. Some large tribes controlled expensive spices, and they would often sprinkle spices on the barbecue to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. However, no matter how expensive the spices are. None of them are as delicious as the dishes cooked by Changxia. This. No way. Changxia showed an expression of disbelief. Although she had never been out of the Halua tribe, let alone the Dusk Forest, when she chatted with Chenrong, she could more or less feel that this continent was not small. The civilization on the mainland is becoming weird, and the diet is still at the level of a desert. Some large tribes know how to use spices to enhance the flavor of food. However, not all spices taste delicious, said Chenrong. Some spices carry with you, and their smell is fragrant and charming. After being mixed into food, it makes the food taste extremely terrible. But there are some people who don't think it tastes bad. Changxia looked at Chenrong's instantly distorted expression, and several dishes flashed through his mind, such as natto, snail noodles, and looking up at the stars, and then canned herring. I love the people I like so much, but I feel like vomiting just by smelling the people I hate. I understand. Changxia patted Chenrong's shoulder to comfort him. The two of them sat at the table and chairs outside the beast's den, eating barbecue and fruit pancakes while admiring the dazzling sunset. The evening breeze is gentle and warm. After frying, the fruit powder pancake tastes several times better than fruit powder paste. I feel that even if noodles and rice noodles are not developed, the tribe will definitely increase the harvest of ginkgo nuts based on the fruit powder pancake. The thin and crispy fruit powder pancakes are fried until both sides are golden brown. It's crispy and refreshing with a light bite. When you eat it, the wild vegetables are fresh and delicious. The fried minced meat is crispy and fragrant, and the bird eggs are fragrant. This fruit powder pancake is amazing. The two of them ate so much without even raising their heads that they finished the entire bowl of fruit powder pancakes along with the barbecue. Changxia slumped in the wooden chair, too lazy to move. Chenrong, your craft is amazing. Chenrong smiled slightly and replied, You taught me well. At this moment, Chenrong had an obsession in his heart, wanting to live. He wanted to eat more delicious food, feel more warmth from the Halua tribe, and see more smiles on Changxia's face. Shallow and light. However, looking at Changxia's smile, I felt very warm. Initially, he was attracted by Changxia's lively eyes. After spending some time with her, he couldn't help but want to get closer to her, and then he developed a greed for her. Let's have fruit powder pancakes for breakfast tomorrow, Changxia said cheerfully. Chenrong indulged her, nodded, and responded, Okay, I want to try adding some fish or shrimp meat. What do you think? Okay, I'll wait. Changxia smiled excitedly. After dinner, we rested for a while. That night, Chenrong returned to the beast's den from the White Lake. Chenrong was slightly surprised when he saw Changxia's piercing eyes when he entered the room, and asked in surprise, Changxia, why haven't you slept yet? When asking, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Are you tired from being busy these past 2 days? Changxia waved his hand and said casually, Don't think too much, come, and sit down. She raised her hand and gently patted the rattan curtain beside her, motioning Chenrong to sit over so that she could examine his body. However, this action caused Chenrong to misunderstand. Suddenly, Chenrong's pale, handsome face was stained with red, and his neat steps suddenly stopped and became stiff. He pinched his nose nervously and whispered, Changxia, now is not the right time. How about waiting a little longer? Wait, what are you waiting for? Changxia looked at Chenrong in confusion. How could she not understand this? She just wanted to check Chenrong's body. What's the point of waiting? Besides, does checking the body have to be done at a certain time? Suddenly, her eyes fell on Chenrong. Changxia suddenly understood. Ahem, she cleared her throat twice, and her face flushed. Chenrong, what are you thinking about? I asked you to come here because I wanted to check your body, nothing else. Changxia explained. They are both weak. For the time being, those inappropriate thoughts are not suitable to be thought about. Chenrong froze. His handsome face was filled with embarrassment. Along with it, there is also a slight sense of loss. Check your body? Chenrong was surprised. He walked to the rattan curtain where Changxia was sitting cross-legged, then sat down like Changxia and asked hesitantly, Have you learned witchcraft from Wu? Long-term illness can heal itself. Changxia said calmly. In the last days, she was a famous nurse. In this life, she had been ill for more than 10 years. Among the plants in the dusk forest, Changsha knew the most about various medicinal herbs. Thinking about it, she felt sad. I have been weak since childhood and have been bedridden for years. I have taken more medicine than I have eaten barbecue. The more he talked, the more miserable Changsha felt. She actually felt that even her body smelled like medicine. Fortunately, her tribe members did not despise her for being a sickly woman. How pitiful. Shenrong smiled, raised his hand and rubbed Changxia's head a few times, and then asked, "How do you want to check?" Every witch has different ways of treating illnesses. Shenrong looked at Changxia and asked. Changxia was picked up by a witch and brought to the Halua tribe to grow up. In a way, she was the witch's child. Perhaps the witch taught her some witchcraft. Therefore, Shenrong did not reject the long summer physical examination. "Put your hand out," Changxia said. Shenrong stretched out his hand and handed it to Changxia. Changxia stretched out her hand and placed it on Shenrong's pulse, and a trace of wood-related supernatural power quietly penetrated into Shenrong's body. According to Changxia's understanding of the beast tribe, her wood-related supernatural power, in the words of the beast tribe, should be bloodline ability. Those orcs who have activated their bloodline abilities are called totem warriors. The bloodline ability of the Halua tribe is strength. Basically, the bloodline abilities of the beastmen are all strength. Birds usually focus on speed, while fish focus on water control. Of course, there are exceptions. Wu is the exception. Wu's abilities are similar to Changxia's. The orcs call the witch's power witchcraft. Wu didn't tell Changxia the details of the situation, but she just knew the general idea. As the most powerful orc tribe in the Twilight Forest, the Halua tribe has hundreds of totem warriors. These totem warriors have awakened their bloodline abilities. By increasing their own strength, they can fight the ferocious beasts in the Twilight Forest with their bare hands. Meanwhile, the totem warrior has a brown crystal inside his body. This crystal is called a beast crystal, which means a gift from the beast god. The beast crystal has turned gray. Changxia was shocked and looked at Shenrong in surprise. She was not surprised that Shenrong was a totem warrior. In the tribe, the Nanfeng Yadong she came into contact with were all totem warriors. Even the underage Bai Qing is a totem warrior. Bai Qing established his identity as Wu's heir at a young age, which was inseparable from his talent. "Do you know witchcraft?" Shenrong was shocked. "Is Changxia a witch? But why didn't the Halua tribe know?" Changxia shook her head and explained, "This is my bloodline ability, which is different from the witch's ability." She didn't want to be mistaken for a witch, and she didn't want to live in a corner of the witch hall. So in front of the tribe, Changxia never showed this specialness. "Your poison is so fierce. What kind of poison is it?" "Insect poison. A kind of poison I've never encountered before, very corrosive." As soon as Shenrong used his bloodline ability, the insect poison would continue to eat away at his body. However, thanks to this poisoning, he was able to escape from the Tianyuan tribe. His heroic father Yuanho came from the Tianyuan tribe. The Tianyuan tribe is the strongest tribe in the Western continent. At the same time, it is also one of the most warlike tribes. The Tianyuan tribe is ambitious and wants to unify the Western continent. When he was young, Yuanho traveled around the continent and came to the East continent and entered the Dusk Forest. He accidentally met Xingya, the female mother of Shenrong, and the two fell in love and gave birth to Shenrong. Shenrong was born as a direct return to his ancestors, inheriting the strongest bloodline of the Tianyuan tribe, the Fighting Wolf bloodline. Yuanho came from the Yuan family of the Tianyuan tribe and was a noble. The nobles valued blood the most, and Yuanho was ecstatic about the birth of Shenrong, and he immediately decided to take Xingya and her son back to the Tianyuan tribe. Unfortunately, Xing Yashing was exhausted after falling into Shenrong. By the time Yuanho came to his senses from Shenrong's rebirth, Xingya had died from excessive blood loss. With grief, Yuanho bid farewell to Xingya's beast tribe and left the Dusk Forest with Shenrong. That's why Shenrong said he was born in the Dusk Forest, which is his hometown. Compared with the warlike Westland, Shenrong prefers the peaceful Eastland. Very domineering, Changxia said seriously. After saying that, she looked at Shenrong curiously and asked, "How did you get poisoned?" Changxia vaguely felt that this insect poison was not simple. However, she was not a witch after all, and did not have a deep understanding of poison. Changxia could not explain the specific inconsistency in a short time. Maybe I can only wait for the witch to come. Ask the witch to help check again, determine the cause of the disease, and then prescribe the right medicine. I was plotted against by a villain. Shenrong smiled bitterly. His smile was full of complexity and loneliness. Aristocratic families are not short of conspiracies and calculations. Able to leave the Yuan family and leave the Tianyuan tribe. It's not a bad thing for Shenrong. It's just a pity that I can't see my old friends again. The West Land and the East Land are separated by a vast sea, which is difficult for ordinary people to cross in their lifetime. Seeing that Shenrong was unwilling to say more, Changxia did not continue to ask. After all, she has seen all kinds of people and encountered all kinds of things in the apocalypse. I can use my blood power to relieve your pain. If you want to be cured, please wait for the witch to check before taking action. Changxia said cautiously. Shenrong nodded quietly, and soon Beast Crystal felt a warm power. The body that had become cold due to the poisoning gradually warmed up. It felt like soaking in hot water, comfortable and cozy. This power is very special, Shenrong exclaimed. Changxia was very satisfied with Shenrong's praise and whispered, I can live to adulthood, all thanks to the power of my bloodline to nourish my body, and of course the witch's precious medicine. The witch of the beast tribe is very powerful. Changxia, you guys haven't woken up yet? The next day, Changxia was awakened from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw that the den was dark and gloomy. It was obvious that Shenrong was still asleep. Last night, Changxia warmed up Shenrong's body. Shenrong, who was suffering from pain, had a rare sleep. This was the most comfortable night's sleep he had ever had since being poisoned. Yesterday, Changxia suggested that Jin let the tribal elders sleep on the bed instead of sleeping on the ground. Jin returned to the tribe and chatted with the tribe's elders. The elders didn't ask much about the wooden bed and asked Jin to help find Changxia to make a bed. In addition to trusting his own cubs, it's more that they have eaten delicious fish balls and fried meat, and I believe the bed will be the same this time. Jin tried it overnight. As a result, he found that it could not be spliced together. So he ran over before dawn. Clan leader, is there anything wrong with you coming here so early? Changxia asked bluntly. Jin was slightly embarrassed and looked at Shenrong, who opened the animal curtain with a smile. Hearing Jin shouting, Shenrong quickly woke up and got up. I slept well and was in a good mood. He opened the animal curtain and faced Jin with a smile. I'll ask Shenrong something. You continue to sleep. Jin thought of Changxia's weak body and immediately pulled Shenrong out of the beast's den. At the same time, he felt a little guilty that it was too early. These 2 days, Changxia moved out of the tribe's original beast den, always busy with no rest. Although Wu said that Changxia's body would gradually recover after he became an adult, Jin couldn't help but still treat Changxia like a cub and regretted it too early. Changxia waved his hand and replied, It's okay. I'm awake. Jin went to talk to Shenrong, and Changxia got up to wash and prepare breakfast. It just so happened that Jin could try the fruit powder pancake, and he would definitely like it. So this is how it gets stuck. Jin squatted and watched Shenrong piece together the wood. Soon, a wooden chair was made by Shenrong. The beast-like claws were sharp and pointed. They quickly polished the barbs on the corners to make them smooth and shiny. A rivet-like structure spliced the wood together. Even if it was thrown, it would not loosen. This was figured out by Shenrong himself. You can also try drilling holes and pouring in resin. This should make it stronger. Shenrong pointed to the location of the card slot and said, In the West there are low stools, and the custom among the nobles is to sit on them on their knees. When Changxia mentioned the table and chairs, Shenrong thought of the low stools in Shilu. By analogy, he easily made the table and chairs that Changxia mentioned. At the same time, the finished product was far beyond Changxia's imagination. Will it be too hard if we lay the wooden planks here? Jin hesitated. The wooden bed was temporarily made for the elders of the tribe. Jin wondered if it was a bit hard to lie on. Shenrong pointed to the vines beside him and said, If it feels hard, weave a few rattan curtains to pad it. Otherwise, fill it with straw mats and leaves, and then cover it with animal skins. Lying down and getting hard is an easy problem to solve. You ask this question because you haven't figured it out yet. Sure enough, as soon as Shinrong finished speaking, Jin slapped his head with his hand, regretting that he had become stupid. Changxia had discussed this matter with Shankuin earlier. That's enough. Jin stood up and said, I'll go back to the tribe and try again, chief. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Changxia opened his mouth and called Zhu Jin hurriedly, stirring the fruit powder paste in a wooden basin in his hand. I'm making fruit powder pancakes. It won't be too late for you to leave after you eat the pancakes, chief. In the morning, they would go out picking or hunting. Changxia estimated that they would come to help with the kiln in the afternoon. There was food sent by the tribesmen in the beast's den. She and Shinrong were not in a hurry to collect it. They could try to build a kiln first. By the way, let's see if there is much moisture in the lust layer. If there is a lot, the speed must be slowed down to avoid collapse. Fruit powder pancake Jin paused, grabbed a handful of hair, and looked towards Changxia's wooden basin curiously. How did the fruit powder paste turn into fruit powder pancake? Could it be that Changxia has come up with some new food? This thought came to mind. The roots stood still and were no longer in a hurry to leave. Shinrong left the wood next to him to Jin and turned to go to Baihu to collect the fish basket. At the foot of the hill, in the puddle next to the White Lake, dozens of fish were already raised. The shrimps would be dried and ground into shrimp powder by Changxia and stored in pottery jars. At this time, the crab has no crab roe. Changxia has no desire to make trouble for the time being. The amount of shrimp powder is small, so Changxia has not taken it out for the time being. Wait until there are more shrimps and then distribute them to the tribesmen. Changxia doesn't dare to tell the tribesmen about this delicate work, for fear that they will use the shrimps to cook dishes. After all, the power of the hodgepodge is still vivid in our minds. Add bird eggs, minced meat, and chopped wild vegetables to the fruit powder paste. Then add oil to a stone pan and fry until both sides are golden brown. It tastes crispy and fragrant. When Shinrong comes back with the fish basket, I'll add some shrimp or fish meat. Jin's mouth began to water as he listened to Changxia's description. She pursed her lips quietly and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It is good to come to Changxia in the morning. This fruit powder pancake sounds delicious. They shouldn't have restrained Changxia before. Otherwise, why would I have been eating mixed stews and fruit powder porridge to fill my stomach over the years? Thinking about it, Jin felt a little regretful, especially when Changxia fried the first minced meat, bird's egg, wild vegetable, and fruit powder pancake. This regret reached its peak. Chief, come and try it. Changxia handed over the fried fruit powder pancake and motioned Jin to eat it with wooden chopsticks to avoid burning his hands. He ignored it and reached out to take the fruit powder cake and put it into his mouth. Snap! The crisp sound startled General with a light bite. The rich aroma immediately explodes from your mouth. The minced meat, bird eggs, wild vegetables, and fruit powder pancakes with onions, garlic, and sour fruit pulp are delicious. They are salty and crispy, with a light roasted meat flavor. It's amazing after one bite. The stone pot is not as fast as the iron plate in heating, but the fruit powder paste is not mung bean flour, so it tastes chewier. When you eat it in your mouth, it has a lingering chewiness, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it is. This moment, Changxia realized that fruit powder paste was more like ground and crushed rice flour. I guess I can't eat noodles anymore, but she can slurp noodles. After the collected ginkgo nuts are dried and ground into powder, she had to hurry up and make rice noodles. Compared with various rice noodles, Changxia feels that fruit powder cakes are not as fragrant. After Shinrong came back from collecting the fish basket, Jin took over the spatula from Changxia's hand and began to fry the fruit flour pancakes. He planned to fry a few more and bring them back for Mu Qin to try. Every household in the tribe stockpiles ginkgo nuts, which are the only fruit that the tribe members will actively stockpile. However, whether they eat them or not is another matter. After the ginkgo nuts are dried, they can be ground into powder without grinding. It won't go bad if stored for half a year to a year. However, if the fruit is ground into powder, it cannot be stored for too long as the powder is easily affected by moisture or infested with insects. Shinrong, get me some shrimp meat quickly, Jin urged. Shinrong glanced at the fried fruit flour pancakes on the table. How could he not understand anything? He picked up the backpack, squatted next to the stone vat, and processed the river shrimp in his hand with neat movements. After a moment, Jinmani returned to the tribe carrying a wicker basket filled with fruit powder cakes. Before leaving, he told Changxia that Nanfeng would come over in the afternoon. In the morning, Nanfeng went to the bush to dig yam. The yam was prepared for Wu, so that Changxia would not have to go to the bush again. Changxia responded with a smile, understanding that the clan leader didn't want her to run around. If they had known in advance that she and Shinrong were going to the salt lake to get salt, they would probably not have been able to go. Afterwards, they didn't say anything. After dinner, the morning light peeks out from the horizon and spreads over the dusky forest. The warm yellow sunlight shines on the white lake, reflecting colorful light. Chun Rong carried the ginkgo nuts to the ground, spread them out, and dried them. Chang Xia held a winnowing basket made of thin rattan, which contained small river shrimps. These river shrimps would be dried and ground into shrimp powder. Without MSG and chicken powder, shrimp powder was Chang Xia's treasure to enhance the flavor. Next to the beast's den, the two men did not chat, but worked quietly. A tacit warmth lingered around the two of them. Chen Rong, before we dig a kiln, we must first confirm the moisture content of the lust layer. The cold season has just passed, and the ice and snow have melted into the rivers and seas. A lot of moisture is accumulated on the ground, and we are afraid of collapse when we dig the kiln. Chang Xia found a piece of animal skin and wrapped it on his head. First of all, it can provide shade. Secondly, it can prevent sand from splashing into your hair, making washing your hair troublesome. Do you want to use resin? Shinrong asked after folding the rattan basket. Chang Xia shook his head slightly and said, building a kiln is like digging a den for an animal. First dig out the hole, then scrape the surface. Resin and other decorative materials are used in combination with wood and stone. Not much wood and stone are needed to build a kiln. Of course, various furniture will be made later. That's another situation. Just building a kiln does not require much wood and stone. This is much simpler than building a nest, Shinrong said. The tribal members built their nests, and the orcs were not in a hurry. They could collect wood, stone, and resin bit by bit over several years. The built beast den is basically enough for the beasts to live in for a lifetime. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the west together. Chun Rong, let's start digging the kiln from the side. Chang Xia decided to start from the side. Shinrong smiled as he watched Chang Xia's movements, his hands transforming into wolf claws. The solid lust was easily dug down and piled aside. The lust would be transported to the location Chang Xia mentioned later. Very dry. This way there's no need to worry about collapse. After a while, a hole large enough for a person was dug out. Chang Xia went in and took a careful look to confirm whether the lust layer was dry or wet. Chang Xia, leave the kiln construction to me. You go and transport the soil. Take your time. Shinrong said. Digging a kiln was very hard work, and Shinrong was reluctant to let Chang Xia get too tired. He opened his mouth and suggested that Chang Xia carry away the lust he dug out, slowly. The tool for carrying soil is a rattan basket. However, these rattan baskets are specially woven. The selected vines are hard and wear-resistant. They can be pulled and dragged on the ground. The body of the long summer beast is small and cannot be carried in a rattan basket to carry lust. I could only use the most clumsy method, dragging the wicker basket with both hands. This time, it is inevitable that your hands will feel strained. Chang Xia wants to exercise, so this level is acceptable. Besides, even if she transformed into a beast, she couldn't dig as fast as Shinrong. Race determines the strength of the beast, and the chinchilla tribe is inherently weaker than other beast tribes. Not to mention the top beast tribes such as the fighting wolf tribe. Even if Shinrong was poisoned and injured, his physique was not comparable to Chang Xia's. Totem warriors like Nanfeng almost suffered losses in their fight with Shinrong. If they really fight, Shinrong will not necessarily lose. Long summer from afar, the calls of warm spring can be heard. Chang Xia put down the rattan basket and looked over. She saw Nwanchuan carrying a rattan basket and walking towards her slowly. She said, I picked up some bird eggs a few days ago. I'll give you a basket. Jen returned from Chang Xia. I handed over the method of making fruit powder pancakes to the tribe members. Suddenly, the air above the tribe was filled with a rich fragrance again. Nwanchuan guessed that the tribesmen would send some ginkgo nuts and bird eggs to Chang Xia in the next few days. There were many wild vegetables at this time of year, so the tribesmen probably wouldn't deliberately send them. Nuanchuan, have you tried the fruit powder cake? Changxia brushed off the sand on her hands and smiled. Seeing Nuanchuan's savoring expression, she guessed it. Jen has always cared about the tribe and had no selfish motives. The fruit powder pancakes are delicious, and he will definitely teach his tribesmen how to make them. I've tried it. It's delicious. Nuanchuan smiled and nodded, saying, fruit powder pancakes, is that the new food you made from studying ginkgo nuts? Before, she was worried that there were too many ginkgo nuts picked in the long summer. After eating the fruit powder cake, Nuanchuan was worried that there would not be enough ginkgo nuts to pick near the tribe. No, the fruit powder pancake was made by Shenrong by accident. I studied the ginkgo nuts because I wanted to use the fruit powder to make other delicious things. However, the ginkgo nuts haven't been dried yet. I'll start after they're dried. Changxia smiled mysteriously. The fruit powder pancakes were indeed delicious, but, compared with rice noodles, the way of eating is a bit monotonous. Can't think about it, can't think about it. The more I think about it, the more I crave it. As they chatted, the two of them delivered the bird eggs to the beast's den. Then they wandered to the cave on the west side, and looking at the cave that had been dug on the left, Nuanchuan couldn't help showing joy on her face. Changxia, is it done digging now? Nuanchuan asked. Changxia shook his head, not knowing what to do, and said, we have just started the kiln construction. After the cave is built, we need to carve out the kiln. Carve out the arch from the top of the kiln, and scrape the kiln side smooth. After this whole process, the kiln construction is completed. After the cave is dried, we need to use lus, chopped weeds, and resin to make the kiln mud. If you want the cave to be beautiful and tidy, you need at least 2 or 3 layers of mud, so that the walls will be smooth and flat. Clay kiln. Changxia is still thinking about it. The mud kilns she knew were mainly made of dry soil, wheat straw, and mud. The mud wall is no less beautiful than the cement wall. There is no straw here, but there is resin. Changxia is not worried about not being able to clean the kiln wall, but is worried about whether the viscosity of the mud will be too strong after adding resin. The proportions will then need to be adjusted, or at worst, wooden panels will be used for inlay. Changxia's long explanation successfully confused Nuanchuan. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she felt it was impressive. What do you need me to do? Nuanchuan asked. Unable to understand, she simply chose to look at it with her eyes and memorize it directly. This way, you don't have to worry about problems and confusion when building your own kiln in the future. No need. Changxia shook his head and refused. The baby in the warm spring will be born in the rainy season. At this time, how could Changxia dare to ask Nuanchuan to help? The birth rate of beast cubs was very low, and each one was extremely precious. Nuanchuan saw Changxia's nervous expression and could guess what she was thinking. So Nuanchuan rolled his eyes at Changxia, stretched out his hand to grab the rattan basket next to Changxia, and dragged it away. Changxia was stunned by the relaxed and carefree look. Changxia was in good health, and Shenrong knitted this basket specially for her. It is smaller than an ordinary rattan basket, and the net weight of a basket of lus is about 100 kilograms. Considering the strong physique of the orcs, ordinary orc cubs can easily lift or drag it. This weight is very suitable for the current Changxia. Nuanchuan is not a totem warrior. However, the power is much stronger than Changxia. 100 kilograms of weight is easy for her. So, there was this scene in front of me. Nuanchuan, please slow down. Changxia said nervously. Nuanchuan easily dragged the rattan basket to transport the soil, 2 minutes faster than Changxia. Changxia, this weight is very light. Don't worry, I care more about the baby in my belly than you do. It's okay. Shenrong, who was working on the kiln in the distance, watched silently without making a sound. However, the action of hitting the kiln was 2 minutes faster. He was afraid that if he moved too slowly, he would be ridiculed by Nuanchuan. Changxia, come here, it's approaching noon. Suddenly the sound of the south wind came from the animal den. The south wind is coming. Nuanchuan put down the rattan basket and said, she should be here with the yams. She went to the bushes early in the morning. Many tribesmen went with her. They should have dug up all the yams in the wasteland in the next 2 days. Let's go. Changxia nodded and called Nuanchuan to go back to the den. It was almost noon. Just the right time to go home and rest and prepare lunch. Okay, Nguyen said. I'm not tired, but it's so comfortable basking in the warm sun that I want to sleep. Chenrong, take a break. Let's go back to the beast's den to prepare lunch. You should come back early later. Changxia turned around and shouted at Chenrong, reminding him to take a break. Okay. Chenrong turned around and responded. In front of the beast den, Nanfeng unloaded 4 baskets of yams. 3 of them were brought by the tribe members. The wasteland of the shrub forest was very large, and the tribe estimated that it would take 3 or 4 days to dig up all the yams. So many, Changxia said in surprise. Nanfeng explained. I dug 1 basket, and these 3 baskets were given by the tribe. They said they were for you and the witch, and asked you to make some for the witch to taste. It's a bit too much. Yams are easy to spoil and difficult to store. Changxia frowned and looked at the 4 large baskets of yams with a headache. He was thinking about how to deal with these 4 large baskets of yams. It is shameful to waste food. The yam is as thick as an adult's arm and 1 meter long. It can be seen that the 4 large baskets of yams delivered were definitely carefully selected. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so neat. What should we do then? The tribe dug up a lot of yams. Upon hearing this, the warm spring south breeze became anxious. Every beast man knows to cherish food. The edible yam undoubtedly enriches the tribe's diet, but it would be a shame to waste it. Put away the ones you brought back to the tribe. Don't go digging in the bushes for now. Wait until the tribe has eaten up the ones they have stored. Changxia thought for a moment and came up with a plan. While thinking about how to eat yam, stew chicken, stew meat, yam cake. Very quickly, a long string of homely ways of eating yam flashed through Changxia's mind. When the south wind comes, we will move the yams to the back of the beast den. After that, Changxia asked Nanfeng to move the yam to the back of the beast's den for storage. There was a small thatched shed at the back, which was built by the tribesmen when they helped to clean up the beast's den. It was usually used to store firewood and sundries. It can be used to store yam and avoid exposure to the sun. After moving the yams, the 3 of them fetched water to wash their faces and hands. Nguyen, didn't you go picking today? Asked Nanfeng. Nguyen replied, No, there are wild vegetables, yams, and bird eggs at home, and Shankuan went hunting, so there is no shortage of food for the time being. I want to watch Changxia build a kiln and learn first. Listen, this person is trying to compete with me for building a kiln. Have you made up your mind? Nanfeng felt very depressed. Yeah. Nguyen stroked her belly and said, The baby was born in the rainy season. I'm afraid something might happen. It should be safer if we live in a cave. Hearing this, Nanfeng quieted down. How could she have the nerve to argue with Nguyen when it came to her baby's safety? It seemed that she had to follow Changxia closely and learn how to build a kiln as soon as possible. This way, she would be able to build the kiln by herself without Changxia's help. Thinking of this, Nanfeng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. While chatting, we made a fire and prepared lunch. The tribe used to eat 2 meals a day, but one day Changxia said they would eat 3 meals a day. Slowly the tribe followed Changxia and did not miss any meal 3 times a day. Changxia, would you like to have some fruit flour cakes for lunch? Changxia started to prepare lunch, and Nanfeng changed his depressed mood and squeezed in front of Changxia to ask what to eat at noon. In the past, he only thought about eating when he was hungry, but now he thinks about eating before the time comes. Sure enough, the food determines the meal time. Nanfeng, do you want to eat some fruit flour cakes? Changxia paused and asked. There was not much fruit flour left at home, so there should be some for lunch. However, seeing the yam, Changxia wanted to try the yam fruit flour cake. Unfortunately, the tribe has no sugar. However, the salty taste is also very good. There is no restriction on food in the long summer, no matter whether it is salty or sweet. Is it okay? Nanfeng asked back. I gave all the fruit powder cakes I brought home to Muqin. By the time Nanfeng found out about the fruit powder pancakes, they were already eaten up. Changxia smiled and said, Sure. There are a lot of yams, so I want to try the yam fruit powder cake. At noon, I'll have another pot of yam stewed with meat. Okay, what do we need to do? In an instant, the warm spring breeze from the south brings refreshment. Please help wash the yams, peel them, and slice them. I'll clean the pottery, steam the yams, and then add the fruit powder paste and bird eggs. The half piece of meat that Nanfeng brought had already been eaten fresh. Fortunately, the tribesmen sent a lot of food yesterday. In addition to the fried meat, Changsha kept a small part. It was just right to stew yam. In fact, yam stewed chicken tastes very good and can also strengthen the spleen and stomach. But I have to be busy with building the kiln. I don't have time to go to the reeds at Baihu Lake to catch pheasants for the time being. The beast tribe rarely caught pheasants and wild ducks, as they had little meat and were difficult to process. Although the chickens and ducks in the dusk forest were much larger than those Changsha knew, they were still too small in the eyes of the tribe. Occasionally, naughty cubs in the tribe would use them to practice hunting skills. Apart from this, they rarely hunt actively. The three of them worked together, and soon the aroma of steamed yam came from the stone pot. It was fresh and sweet, and you could tell from the smell that it tasted almost like yam. It smells so good. It smells good. I can still smell the sweetness. The beastmen like sweet things, although not as much as the bears. Most orcs love sweets. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to obtain honey. It is not easy to eat sweet things, so the beastmen occasionally pick the stamens of some plants to drink. Don't worry, it's not cooked yet. Changsha was very upset. He pushed the two people away and said, Nanfeng, remove the blood foam in the stone pot, boil it for a few more times, and put the yam cubes into stew. She wanted to prepare the yam fruit powder cake and let Nanfeng stew the yam meat. Nuanchuan was pickling the meat, and Changsha was worried that it would not be enough, so she added a barbecue. In addition to taking care of Shenrong, Changsha was thinking that Yadong Shankuan might come over. Hunting is not difficult in the warm season. The tribesmen usually go out in the early morning and return to the tribe around noon. In the afternoon, they stay in the tribe to rest or go to the vicinity of the tribe to pick with the females. Generally speaking, the life of the orcs is relatively leisurely. Of course, the cold and rainy season was an exception. Take out the steamed yam and let it cool, mash it into a paste, add fruit powder, a little salt and shrimp powder to enhance the flavor, mix well and make it into a yam powder dough. After thinking for a while, Changsha found some sour fruits, some wild vegetables, and small pieces of meat. Chop the wild vegetables and cut the meat into cubes. Heat the stone pot, add oil, minced carrot, then add the diced meat and wild vegetables and stir fry until fragrant. Add salt and shrimp powder for seasoning. Then add a little fruit powder to thicken and make the filling. Sour fruit, meat, and wild vegetables are different fillings. Changsha mainly wanted to try which flavor was better. Of course, he also wanted to try to make ginkgo nuts more versatile. The most abundant thing in the dusk forest was ginkgo nuts. If ginkgo nuts could become the staple food of the beastmen, Changsha was confident that the beastmen could evolve from their primitive way of survival to the slash and burn era. Food is always the first priority. When the chopped sour fruit filling and the diced meat and wild vegetable filling are ready, Changsha brings the yam flour dough over, pinches it into the size of a baby's fist, adds the chopped sour fruit filling or the diced meat and wild vegetable filling, and then gently presses it into pancakes. Then, coat them with some fruit powder and deep fry them in warm oil. The sizzling sound, accompanied by the rich aroma of yam cake, quickly drifted into the wind. It smells really good. Changsha, what are you doing? Yadong's lively and cheerful voice came from far away. Then they saw him and Shankuan coming with meat in their hands. They had gone hunting with the tribal hunting team today and had a good harvest. Thinking of coming to Changsha's house for a free meal, they brought some meat and ran over. Come quickly, Shankuan. Changsha fried some yam fruit flour cakes. Nuanchuan waved her hand and called her partner to come quickly. She couldn't compete with Nanfeng alone, let alone Shunrong, who was favored by Changsha. The yam fruit powder cake is golden in color, crispy and fragrant on the surface, and sweet and sour in the mouth. Two different fillings, experience double pleasure, and taste great. Hearing Yadong Shankuan's pace suddenly quickened. The fruit powder pancakes they had in the morning made them reminisce all the way when they went out hunting. Don't look at it anymore. We have run out of fruit powder at home. If you want to eat it, you have to wait until the ginkgo nuts outside are dried and ground into fruit powder. After a lot of snatching, everyone couldn't finish eating. So, everyone shouted for Changsha to continue. Changsha shook his head and told everyone the bad news. The fruit powder given to Changxia by the tribe had been successfully eaten after several days of consumption. Not to mention the yam fruit powder cake. Even the fruit powder cake was not eaten. Let Shangkuin go home. I still have half a can of fruit powder at home, Nuan Chun said. She was hungry quickly while pregnant with Zai Zai, so fruit powder was the most convenient food. For example, Changxia pays attention to soaking it in hot water and eating it. The tribesmen usually mix it with cold water and feed it to the tribe's cubs. Changxia shook his head, grabbed Shan Kuan, who was getting up, pointed to the stewed yam stew and roasted barbecue, and said, "Don't bother, let's have lunch first." Her ginkgo has been exposed to the sun for 2 days, and the green ginkgo gradually turned white. Look, it seems to be stained with a layer of white frost. After another half day in the sun, it is almost ready for grinding into powder. All of a sudden, everyone around sighed, looking regretful, but no one insisted on eating. After all, lunch was already prepared. Take a seat and get your bowl and chopsticks. Chenrong, how was the kiln digging progress this morning? It went very smoothly. He is already digging the second kiln. In the afternoon, we were able to successfully dig out the 3-hole kiln on the west side. Changxia calculated that with the help of Nanfeng and his men, the kiln would be completed in 2 or 3 days. Next, he would tidy up the kiln walls. It is possible to build the kiln before the rainy season. The fastest time may be 10 days, and the longest may be half a month or 20 days. You can live in a newly built cave house during the long summer and no longer have to worry about wind and rain. With your help, the cave may be built in half a month. Changxia gave everyone a thumbs up and sighed. According to my initial calculations, Chenrong and I will slowly build it, and we plan to move into the cave before the cold season. Now with you, I think we can move in before the rainy season, and we can also fill it with furniture. According to the Earth calendar, it is April in the dusk forest, approaching May. There is still more than a month left before the rainy season, which is summer. It rains a lot in the dusk forest in summer, and it rains almost half of the time in March. Changxia, can I move in and be your neighbor? Nuanchuan said. As soon as she said this, Shan Kuan's eyes lit up. The tribe lived close together, so it was not very convenient to build a kiln. Moving to Changxia was indeed a good idea. Changxia smiled and nodded. Sure. The area around Baihu is very large, and the lust layer is very suitable for building kilns. In addition, it is convenient to get water near Baihu. In comparison, it is more convenient than the tribe. The Hulua tribe has been developing for thousands of years, and the space inside the tribe is already limited. Building a nest is fine, but building a kiln is a bit of a problem. After all, the beast tribe has the word beast in its name, so they have a certain sense of territory, so they will not live too close to each other. Me and me. Nanfeng pushed Shankuan aside and said quickly. Suddenly, everyone looked towards Nanfeng at the same time. Nuanchuan smiled and asked, Nanfeng, have you found a suitable partner? No. Nanfeng answered confidently, who said that you must have a partner before you can build a nest or a kiln. This is what is said. Yadong next to him was also moved. Changxia, I also want to build a kiln near your house. Living next to Changxia and Chenrong, wouldn't it mean I can eat free meals anytime and anywhere? Perhaps it was because they were both foodies that Yadong's thoughts were immediately connected to Nanfeng, Nuanchuan, and the others. They smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. No problem. You were all there when we laid the foundation yesterday. You can choose a suitable place nearby to build a kiln. However, you have to ask the tribe leader for his opinion. After all, this is the edge of the tribe and is not as safe as inside the tribe. At first, Changxia spent a long time looking for the route. Jinkai reluctantly agreed and asked Changxia to move out of the tribe. Even so, Jin deliberately asked the totem warriors of the tribe who patrolled every day to go to Baihu Lake more often, for fear that if they were not careful, the Changxia cubs they had raised with great difficulty would die. The long summer caused a lot of worry to the roots and the tribe, and in the future, I guess I will continue to worry about it. It's okay. We'll discuss it with the clan leader after we make our choice, Nuanchuan said excitedly. She believed that the patriarch would definitely nod his head on this matter. Jen has been looking forward to Nanfeng's marriage for a long time. If the clan leader does not agree, they can say that they will wait until Nanfeng builds the kiln so that it will be more convenient to find a male for marriage. Afterwards, Who cares whether Nanfeng gets married or not? The beastmen always act according to their own will and do not pay attention to details. Marriage and the like all depend on rapport. Changsha shrugged and said nothing more. She believed that with Nanfeng Wanchuan's difficulty, it was only a matter of time before he nodded. What's more, improving the living environment of the tribe members is also a good thing for the tribe. There was the drive to build a kiln. In the afternoon, Nanfeng and his men not only dug the 3-hole kiln on the right, but also dug 2 holes in the 5-hole kiln on the front. This speed made Changsha marvel. The remaining 3-hole kiln will be finished tomorrow morning. According to calculations, the cave house can be carved out in 2 days. Depend on I feel dizzy all summer. Doesn't this mean that we should consider making doors and windows now? Chunrong, are they crazy? Chang Xia stood in front of the cave in amazement, looking at the cave that already had a general appearance. Satisfied, happy, all kinds of emotions came flooding in. At this time, Nanfeng and the others had already returned to the tribe. Changxia and the other person stood in front of the cave, reminiscing about the past. Shenrong smiled and brushed off the sand on his hands. The cave is much better than the beast's den. The nobles of the western land lived in the royal court, which was made up of yurts made of countless animal skins. The interior was very gorgeous, but in Shenrong's opinion, it was not practical at all. In comparison, the cave dwellings are simple and heavy. It brings people a stronger sense of security and comfort. Of course, Chang Xia nodded proudly, pointed at the cliff face of the cave, and said, I want to build a roof with wood and stone here. Watch the snow, listen to the rain, and bask in the sun. Do you think it's beautiful? Shenrong tilted his head, thinking about the eaves that Chang Xia mentioned. Hesitating, could it be the curtain? You draw the picture and I'll do it. Shenrong said, this way the light in the cave will be weaker. The Westland uses oil lamps for lighting, but the Eastland does not have oil lamps. However, oil lamps are easy to make, and Shenrong knows how to make them. If the light is dim, you can light an oil lamp in the cave. Thinking of this, he felt that the eaves Changxia mentioned were quite good. Nanfeng said that the bird tribe has a kind of glowing stone. When the witch comes, I will ask her about the situation. Changxia said. For several days in a row, with the help of Nanfeng and others, the rough form of the cave house has taken shape. Jen sent a message saying that Wu's original plan to come over was shelved because something happened to the bird tribe, and Wu needed to go to the bird tribe to deal with it. It might be the rainy season when Wu came back. Changxia, come here suddenly. Shenrong shouted Changxia's name and asked her to come over. He carved the cave at the edge of the front cave. According to Changxia's requirements, each cave hole was very spacious. With 1 door and 3 windows, the cave was very bright. Shenrong, is there something wrong? Changxia leaned out and asked. She experimented with loess, weeds, and resin, trying to find the most suitable proportions for mud walls. There's something wrong with this wall, Shenrong said seriously. He waved at Changxia, pointed at the wall behind him, his face livid. After a few days of work, the progress reached the mud wall. According to Changxia, after a few more muds and installing doors and windows, it can be moved in. Of course, if you are more particular, you can make some furniture, such as tables, chairs, cabinets, and beds. There's something wrong with the wall. What do you mean? Changxia reached into the wooden barrel to wash his hands and walked toward Shenrong. Nanfeng and the others who were busy nearby followed curiously. Shenrong knocked on the wall. Empty. He was sure that there was nothing behind the wall. Judging from the sound, the empty part is not small. Hearing this, Changxia and others looked at each other. Pride-open Changxia thought for a moment and said directly. She originally wanted to continue digging deeper and build a large cellar/warehouse. But she was rejected by Shenrong, who suggested that it would be more suitable to dig in the shade on the left. After saying this, several people stepped back. Shenrong waved his hand and cut the wall easily like cutting tofu. Suddenly, a dark and deep cave entrance appeared in front of me, and a cool breeze hit me. The air was fresh, without any rotten or musty smell. Obviously, this cave was very deep and might be connected to somewhere. It's really empty. Changxia, what should we do now? Changxia. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Changxia built a kiln here, so he naturally inspected the surrounding area and suddenly a hole appeared, which was very strange. Get a torch and go in, Changxia said. I can't give up. Now, I have to go in and see what this cave is like. In an instant, Yadong fiddled with a few torches. Several people, each holding a torch, led by Yadong Shankuan, Changxia and his companions walked into the cave that suddenly appeared. It seems to be going down. It's windy and quite cold. Cold good. The last sentence was said by Changxia. It was cold, which reminded her of a refrigerator. Suddenly, Changxia's face was filled with a happy smile. This cave was an ideal natural cellar. However, it was necessary to confirm whether it was safe. Changxia, what's good? Nanfeng patted Changxia's shoulder and asked. I have been exercising in the long summer and my body is getting better and better day by day. It's amazing and I can't help but feel deeply moved. If Changxia hadn't been sick, he would definitely be able to activate the power of his blood. Become a powerful totem warrior. Sell. Changxia said. Before, I thought about digging another cellar to store things, like fruit powder, wild vegetables, meat, etc. The cellar should be deeper and wider, and most importantly, it should not face the sun. After listening, everyone looked around the cave. It seems. This cave that popped up out of nowhere is perfect. This cave may be the lair of some kind of wild animal. However, it was abandoned a long time ago. Perhaps the beast died or left. Shinrong looked around the cave, analyzing it. This cave is very spacious, about 400 or 500 square meters. The area is almost as large as the cave dwelling above. From the front, Yadong's voice came. Changxia, there is an exit here. It seems to be somewhere upstream of Baihu Lake. There is no danger. Hearing this, Changxia walked over to check. Confirming that the exit is indeed fine, there are polished claw marks on the inside of the cave. It should be like what Shinrong said. A long time ago, this was the nest of some wild beast. Judging from the situation inside the cave, it has been abandoned for a long time. I want to build a door at the exit to block it. This cave can be expanded and renovated to make it a cellar for storing things. Changxia looked at Shinrong and said. Shinrong nodded and said, Okay, there is no need to dig a cellar. This cave is perfect. It just needs to be repaired and tidied up, and it will be perfect for storing things. After checking the cave, everyone returned to the cave. The open space in front of the cave is filled with various woods, stones, and resins. The kiln has been carved, and the kiln surface has been plastered once. Wait until the dry mud is mixed in the long summer, and then plaster twice, and then you can install the doors and windows. The cave is so beautiful and bright, Nuanchuan said happily. Looking at the cave, he did not hide the envy and jealousy in his eyes. However, thinking that his family would soon build a kiln, all his emotions turned into anticipation. Similarly, Nanfeng Yadong had the same expression. Are you sure you want to wait until I finish building it before you start? Changxia asked. The cave had been dug, so she and Shinrong could take their time to clean it up. She knew that Nanfeng Nuanchuan couldn't wait to build a cave. After all, compared to an animal den, a cave was much more comfortable. Different from the cold and damp caves, the cave dwellings face the sun and do not seem cramped or small at all. Living in them is warm and comfortable. If it hadn't been ready yet, Changxia would have wanted to move in directly. I'm not in a hurry. Nanfeng shook his head and said against his will. Nuanchun echoed, Yes, we will wait for you to install the doors and windows before we start. After all, they didn't plan to build a kiln as big as Changxia's family. Normally, 3 holes are enough for living. Even if you want to store things, at most you have to dig a cellar or something. They knew that Changxia dug so many kilns with Wu and Bai Qing in mind. Otherwise, where would we normally need so many rooms? Thus, whether it's south wind or warm spring, they are not in a hurry to start building the kiln right away. Okay, when I finish the construction here, I will be free to help you. Changxia nodded. She has been busy building the kiln these past few days, and she didn't even have time to study the fruit powder. After adjusting the proportion of dry mud, the doors and windows were handed over to Shinrong. Changxia just happened to find time to study fruit powder, trying to tinker with rice noodles and improve the food problem. The wood sent by Nanfeng and his tribesmen was mostly ironwood. Coincidentally, Changxia thought that ironwood was the most suitable material for doors and windows. Ironwood is hard and can prevent insects, ants, poisonous snakes from entering the house, and can also resist the impact of wild animals. The wall, Changsha made it very thick. In addition to making the firewall, Changsha also took into account the problem of wild beast attacks. After all, the dusk forest is not safe. Even the tribes are always patrolled by totem warriors. It is necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Changsha was full of motivation, thinking about moving into a clean and tidy cave as soon as possible. After countless failures, Changsha finally found the best ratio of dry loess, weeds, and resin. When the mud wall was painted, it was neat, smooth, and had a certain smoothness, which perfectly combined beauty and aesthetics. Changsha told Nuanchuan the ratio and asked her to help mix it. She approached Shunrong and prepared to make doors and windows. Then she used earthen pendants to tie up the gables and install doors and windows. After these steps, the cave house was basically dug. The remaining details were then slowly carved out. The loess layer was thick and solid, so Changsha no longer considered using wooden poles to support the cave roof, as she felt that doing so would destroy the cave house's quaint beauty. This day, as the rainy season approaches, the weather becomes brighter and clearer. Changsha yawned and walked out of the beast's den. She opened her mouth and called out to Chunrong, who was walking towards Baihu Lake, saying, "Chunrong, you continue to think about the doors and windows. I'm going to Baihu Lake to collect the fish baskets, and I'll go to the reeds to see if I can catch any chickens, ducks, or hares." The ginkgo nuts have been dried and are piled in rattan baskets next to the animal den. During the day, Changsha and Chunrong were busy building the kiln. At night, after dinner, they spent half an hour grinding ginkgo nuts before going to bed. Changsha put all the fruit powder in a pottery jar. If he wanted to turn the fruit powder into rice noodles, he needed a flour-making machine, which delayed Changsha's time to eat rice noodles. Changsha thought about it and finally decided to build the kiln first. At the same time, he told Shinrong and Nanfeng about the problem. "If you want to eat noodles, you'll have to wait until the kiln is built. Can you do it alone?" Shinrong stopped and asked hesitantly. Changsha covered his mouth, yawned as he walked, waved his hand, and said casually, "Why not? The kiln is just missing the doors and windows. I'll prepare a good meal to entertain Nanfeng and the others. After all, the rice noodles promised before will probably take some time." Changsha still needs to figure out how to squeeze the dough into rice flour. Trying to make a flour-making machine is a big or small thing, and it will take time. However, she has some ideas. After the cave house is equipped with doors and windows, it should be possible to make it, probably like a mooncake mold. Carrying the backpack, he slowly walked towards Baihu Lake. Beside Bai Lake, Shunrong built a pool with stones. There are a lot of fish in the pond. You can come and catch them whenever you want to eat them. It's very convenient. After collecting the fish baskets, she did not rush back to the beast's den, but walked towards the reeds upstream of the White Lake. In the early morning, the dewdrops sparkle in the sunlight. Changsha was walking among the reeds, holding a wicker basket in his hands. "Pick up the bird eggs you see and put them into a rattan basket. This reed bed is like a natural breeding farm, which greatly enriches Changsha's daily menu. When Nanfeng Wanchuan moves in, Changsha will consider enclosing the reeds and using them to raise chickens and ducks. Facing the White Lake, they can even save on feeding them." Wowo just picked up a few eggs. The sound of pheasants crowing was heard. There must be a flock of chickens nearby. "Good luck, V." Changsha put down the wicker basket, bent down, and gently pulled aside the reeds in front of him. There were 3 pheasants foraging in the reeds about 7 or 8 steps away from her. These chickens and ducks, without any natural enemies, were all plump and strong. The largest old hen looked to weigh more than 10 pounds. TSK. Changsha sighed. The attack was fierce and swift, leaving the pheasants no chance to escape. With attacks from both sides, none of the 3 pheasants escaped. I weighed it in my hand, and it was heavy. It was a hearty meal when paired with yam. At the same time, she also found a nest of bird eggs near the 3 pheasants. Tie the pheasant up with reeds and hold it upside down. After picking up all the eggs from the chicken coop, he carried the pheasant back to the pond by the White Lake, took the backpack, and slowly walked towards the den. "Nanfeng, so early?" From a distance, Changxia saw Nanfeng squatting in front of the beast's den, fiddling with something. Yadong Shankuan stood not far from Shunrong. Maybe it was too early, Wanchuan didn't get up, and she always felt sleepy and drowsy recently. However, she missed the cave so much that she still insisted on coming here every day. We want to install the doors and windows of the cave as soon as possible, and then build the Kong walls and Kong beds, as well as the cabinets and beds you mentioned. Nanfeng said excitedly. As the cave dwelling was gradually improved, the expectations in everyone's hearts not only did not diminish, but became more intense. After half a day of research, Shunrong successfully made the doors and windows. However, there are still some problems with the installation. The windows are wooden windows with a grid pattern. Glass windows are useless without glass inlays. Wooden windows with a grid pattern, paired with straw curtains, can ensure light while blocking out the view. In the cold season, cover it with animal skin curtains. With Chunrong making the boards and Yadong Shankuan following to learn, 2 days were enough to install all the doors and windows of the cave. In fact, if it is a cave, some furniture can be sculpted with loess, scraped, and then mud, which is also practical and beautiful. But Changxia wanted to add more colors to the cave. Therefore, choose to decorate with wooden furniture. Changxia, the doors and windows have been researched. Today, we will hurry up and make them, and try to install them tomorrow. Shunrong said gently. Changxia, oh, you guys are busy. I will make a big meal to reward you. Changxia raised the pheasant in his hand, put down the backpack, took out the rattan basket, and walked towards the beast's den. Before he left, he called Nanfeng to help. When Yadong Shankuan heard that there was going to be a feast, he was immediately excited. After Gunji came here 2 days ago and told Changxia the news that Wu had gone to the bird tribe, he never came here again. However, he sent Nanfeng and the others here. These days, Nanfeng and his 2 companions did not go out hunting again. They are all totem warriors, different from the pregnant Wanchuan. I go out hunting, or picking almost every day. Recently, he has been away from the tribe's hunting team. Changxia guessed that it was related to the cave. When Jin saw the completed cave that day, his expression was exaggerated. Changxia thought Jin would come to her to ask, but Jin said nothing and went straight back to the tribe. After that, Nanfeng and his 2 companions never went out hunting again. Changxia, what feast are you going to make? Nanfeng asked curiously. He turned his gaze to the pheasant in Changxia's hand and said disdainfully, Why did you catch 3 sharp-beaked beasts? The meat of these beasts is small and unpalatable. Are you using sharp-beaked beasts to train your hunting skills? Recently, Changxia has been exercising. They all saw it and would occasionally give Changxia some advice. Unfortunately, Changxia was unwilling to transform into a beast and use his beast body for training. When he was a child, Nanfeng liked to hold Changxia's body the most. It was soft and fleshy, and it was the most comfortable to hold in his arms. When Changxia grows up, she will no longer be willing to transform into a beast. Not to mention, being held in Nanfeng's arms. Chicken stewed with yam, beggar's chicken, Changxia said. 3 chickens might not be enough. We have to add barbecue and fruit powder pancakes. The yam fruit powder pancakes are too time-consuming. I don't want to make them in the morning in Changxia because they are too greasy. Of course, the beastmen don't have the concept of greasy food. After all, the tribe members can eat barbecue 3 times a day. Changxia couldn't bear this. I grill meat? Nanfeng rubbed his hands and said hesitantly. Changxia handed the pheasant over and said, You kill the chicken first and prepare the pheasant. Grill the meat and I'll marinate it. Take the bowl and the beast knife. Obviously, she didn't intend to waste her energy. Before marinating the meat, Changxia squatted beside Nanfeng and taught her how to kill a chicken. Also, how to deal with the chicken's internal organs. After that, she began to marinate the meat. Marinate the meat and prepare the leaves and mud for the beggar's chicken. 2 chickens were used to stew yam, and the smallest one was used to make beggar's chicken, which happened to be the younger one. If it was too old, it would be hard to chew. After helping Changxia for a few days, Nanfeng was very efficient and executed everything Changxia said perfectly. After killing the chicken, the hot water in the pottery pot on the stove began to boil. Scald the chicken and pluck the feathers. Changxia took the one she wanted and began to smear the mud on the chicken. At the same time, She stuffed something into the chicken's stomach to remove the fishy smell and enhance the flavor. Then, put the processed mud ball into the stove and bury it. Nanfeng stretched his neck to look around from time to time, full of curiosity. Wow, it smells so good. What's for breakfast? After a while, Yuan came over from the tribe. Affected by the long summer, the overall style of the Halua tribe has become weird. Even their speech is out of tune with the dusk forest. Of course, they are becoming more and more greedy, and they are going further and further down the foodie road. As the delivery date was approaching, Yuan looked increasingly lazy. Even when walking, I was out of breath and seemed to be unable to do anything. I even developed drowsiness, a symptom only seen in early pregnancy. This made Changxia and the others very worried, and they hoped that we would come as soon as possible. Chicken stewed with yam, fruit powder pancakes, and barbecue. In addition, there is a beggar's chicken buried in the stove by Changxia. Nanfeng pointed at the ash in the stove, his curiosity almost overflowing from his eyes. She had been watching since she buried the pheasant in the stove in the long summer. Right now, it's almost time for breakfast. She still didn't see Changxia dig out the mud ball. Perhaps it was buried in the ashes and no smell could be smelled. This made Nanfeng even more curious. What is a chicken? Yuan blinked, held her belly with both hands, and leaned back in the chair, trying to make herself more comfortable. After a few days, Changxia's cave house was completed. She could plan the cave for herself and Shankuan, and just thinking about it made her feel motivated. However, Yuan couldn't help yawning as she thought about it. She had just woken up not long ago, so why was she sleepy again? Sharp-mouthed beasts, and two-eared beasts are hidden everywhere in the tribe, the bushes and the reeds of Baihu Lake. Nanfeng couldn't help complaining. In the past, the tribe would not pluck the hair of sharp-mouthed beasts when they caught them, but chose to skin them like dealing with wild animals. Today, under Changxia's guidance, Nanfeng learned that to deal with the sharp-beaked beast, one must use hot water to remove the hair and also cut it open to clean the internal organs. Fortunately, Changxia didn't mind the trouble and thought so deeply. Could it be that poor health can light up smart skills? In this regard, apart from Changxia, even Wu and Baiqing in the tribe may not know as much as Changxia. On the contrary, Shunrong seemed to be able to keep up with Changxia's thinking rhythm. Who is more delicious than the sharp-billed beast or the fish? Yuan asked. She didn't doubt whether the sharp-mouthed beast could be eaten. Changxia opened its mouth, and if it couldn't be eaten, it would become edible. Yuan was just curious. Compared with the creature named chicken by Changxia, who tastes better? Sure enough, foodies are invincible. Changxia. She used to worry about whether her tribe could accept the change in diet. Looking back now, I realized that I was overthinking it. Rather than what you eat, whether it tastes good or not is more important. Each one has his own merits. Changxia covered her twitching mouth and said 4 words. In Changxia's eyes, as long as it's meat, it's delicious. Yes, carnivorous creatures are so fraternal. As long as it's meat, we love it. Nanfeng, scoop half a bowl of yam stewed chicken for Yuan to taste, and notified Shinrong and the others to wash their hands and faces and prepare for dinner. Changxia started talking before he finished speaking. Nanfeng couldn't wait to respond and acted quickly. While scooping soup for Yuan, he didn't forget to prepare some for himself. While walking towards Shunrong, he drank the yam stewed chicken soup in big gulps. The aroma is long-lasting and mellow, and yam stewed chicken is more fragrant than yam stewed meat. The yam stewed with meat is fresh and sweet, while the yam stewed with chicken is fragrant and smooth. With a light bite, the fragrance flows straight into the throat along the mouth. Even though his tongue was so hot that he couldn't bear it, Nanfeng couldn't bear to spit out the chicken soup. Nanfeng woke up and called Shinrong and others to eat. Shinrong and the other 2 looked confused and didn't understand what Nanfeng was mumbling. However, the 3 of them moved in unison to the bowl of soup in her hand. Okay, at this moment, there is no need to say anything. In all likelihood, Changxia has prepared a delicious meal for them. The 3 of them looked at each other, quickly stopped transforming into beasts, and ran straight towards the stove in the beast's den. Changxia, what to eat? Life in the tribe is getting better and better. Thanks to the recipes provided by Changxia, the Halua tribe has been living a very good life recently. Unfortunately, Wu went to the bird tribe for something. Otherwise, they could go to the holy mountain of Kana 3 times a day to bring food to the witch. By the way, attack other orc tribes in Dusk Forest. The bird tribe also has a shaman. This time, they put aside their pride and called the shaman from the beast tribe over. Perhaps something really big had happened. Nuanchuan opened her mouth and explained the matter of the sharp-mouthed beast. Here, Changxia was squatting and digging beggar's chicken. Shenrong washed his face and hands and came over and said softly, Changxia, do you need help? Give me the slab of stone so I can release the beggar's chicken. Changxia ordered without looking up. The longer he spent with Shenrong, the more tacit understanding they had. Sometimes, you can know what the other person is thinking without words. Changxia enjoyed this feeling very much. Shenrong brought the stone slab over, and Changxia dug out the beggar's chicken wrapped in mud from the stove. The mud was burnt through and was grayish-white with a few cracks on it. Changxia picked up the mud ball with firewood and put it on the stone slab. Then she motioned for Shenrong to carry the mud ball to the long table, and she turned around to wash her hands. Mud ball, is this edible? Mud? No way. Beside the long table, Yadong Shankuan stared at the mud ball on the stone slab with a confused look on his face. On the side, Nanfeng was frowning. Eating mud balls, what are you two talking about? Nanfeng is right. Find something to knock the mud apart. Changxia shook off the water droplets on his hands and walked over. After listening, Yadong raised his hand and transformed into a beast, tapping the mud ball lightly. Snap accompanied by a clicking sound. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance quickly spread. The scent was completely different from anything they had smelled before. Thicker and more fragrant. Maybe it's because the flavor has been locked inside the mud ball. The smell makes one's mouth water, and one becomes extremely greedy. This time, Changxia didn't need to remind him. The others at the table peeled off the mud ball in a few seconds and threw it away along with the chicken feathers. The chicken is white, tender, and yellowish with a little fat. Gurgle. I don't know who started swallowing first. Then came the second and third sounds. Okay. Changxia walked forward and broke off a chicken leg, handed it to Nuanchuan, and stuffed the second chicken leg to Nanfeng. Then she tore the chicken wings for Chanrong, kept the remaining chicken wings for herself, and the rest. She nodded to Yadong Shankuan and let them do whatever they wanted. She cut up the chicken directly, delicate and smooth. It's more tender than fish. I like it. It's a big loss. Everyone wailed as they ate the delicious beggar's chicken. I regretted that I had let such a delicacy slip away. Pheasants can be found everywhere in the tribe, the bushes, and the White Lake. This guy is not afraid of people and sometimes runs into the animal dens of the tribe to look for food. He is very brave. After finishing the chicken in their hands, everyone looked up and exchanged glances. Yes, it's the look of a foodie. Changxia, let's continue to eat chicken at noon. Instantly, several identical words were spoken simultaneously. Changxia nodded and said, okay. She didn't expect the pheasant in the dusk forest to taste so good, tender, not dry at all, and it felt like it melted in her mouth. Of course, it might be the first time I ate it, so the taste was infinitely magnified. After eating the beggar's chicken, everyone's eyes quickly fell on the pot of yam stewed chicken. This time, the barbecue and fruit powder pancakes were both coldly received. Take a bowl and scoop directly. If you are a step slower, you will eat less. Eat more. Shenrong picked up another wing for Changxia and urged her to eat more. Changxia had been busy recently, so her appetite was average and she didn't eat much. Every time, Shenrong couldn't help but pick up some food for Changxia, always feeling that she ate too little. This scene made Nanfeng and the others roll their eyes again. At the same time, Shankuan's calves under the table also suffered. Seeing this, Shankuan silently withdrew his foot and accepted the deep love from Nuanchuan. Changxia, drink some more soup. Shenrong smiled and stood up to serve Changxia some soup. He smiled and said nothing at the teasing of Nanfeng and others. Changxia would help Shenrong to warm up his body every night. Shenrong's broken body was repaired bit by Changxia. Recently, Shenrong felt that his health was getting better day by day. Although the insect poison in his body had not been eliminated, the change in his mentality made Shenrong's spirit and energy rise. Changxia took the bowl and whispered, I really can't drink anymore. It's okay. Drink slowly. Shinrong rubbed the top of her head. Yam is good for health. This was what Changxia said. Recently, the tribe followed suit and ate yams. You know what? The effect is quite obvious. Every time the south wind comes from the tribe, it brings gratitude from the elders of the tribe. Chenrong, I want some soup. Yadong winked and lowered his voice to act coquettishly to Chenrong. At the same time, he leaned towards Chenrong. Changxia, / Omega, it's an eyesore. Ugh. Nanfeng retched, feeling extremely disgusted. Shankuan was busy picking food for Nwanchuan and didn't dare to look. His calf had been swollen ever since he came to Changxia's place. The family has a female leopard. RBQ. Yadong Shinrong smiled, stretched out his hand and slowly pushed away the naughty Yadong. Calling Yadong's name softly, his smile was gentle and elegant. Yadong met Shinrong's half-smiling expression and couldn't help but tremble. He swallowed hard and felt his legs were weak. Shinrong looked like this, so scary that he wanted to kneel down. So, he quickly showed a flattering smile and straightened his back immediately. Seeing this, Shankuan moved to the side. He felt a little unsafe being close to Shinrong. In terms of physique, Shinrong is slimmer than Dong Shankuan. However, he met Shinrong's eyes. For no reason, they felt weak. Shinrong had an indescribable aura about him. Sensing Shankuan's little action, Shinrong turned his head and looked at him. He showed a more gentle smile. As for the calm Shankuan, he left a good impression on Shinrong. Boom boom boom, Shankuan's heart beat faster, and he turned around and grabbed Nwanchuan's hand. Isn't Shinrong even more terrifying like this? Yadong, have peace. I can't save you, brother. At this moment, Shankuan and Chunrong didn't even have the courage to look at each other, expressing their true feelings to the fullest. Shinrong held his forehead and was stunned for a moment. My mind was full of questions. Was his smile scary? After dinner, measure the doors and windows. Hurry up and finish building the cave house. Then, build the Shankuan family cave house before the rainy season arrives. Shinrong gathered his thoughts, and his low and steady voice rang out. Ever since Chenrong came into being, Changxia began to let himself go. Shinrong lived up to everyone's expectations, and everything became very smooth in his hands. What about me? Nanfeng asked nervously. There was a sound of wind, and the tribesmen began to cut down trees. It looked like they were preparing wood. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were preparing to build a kiln. Nanfeng and his men were busy in Changxia and had no time to cut wood, let alone collect stones. Changxia patted Nanfeng on the shoulder and said calmly, "Don't worry, listen to Shinrong's arrangements. Shankuan's family will build a 3-hole kiln very quickly. I also want to live in a cave before the rainy season." Nanfeng was looking forward to it. "Don't worry, we can make it in time." Chenrong said, "We can't use up all the wood and stones you and your tribesmen sent. I plan to make all the wood into doors and windows. When you build the cave, build it according to the size of our cave. This way, we can save most of the time." After listening, Changxia directly gave Shinrong a thumbs up. Oh no, Shinrong even mastered the secrets of the assembly line. Beast tribe, I would like to call you the strongest. Nanfeng Wanchuan, who was standing by, was immediately excited when he heard this. He hurriedly thanked Shinrong, saving time in making doors and windows. Doesn't it mean that after the Changxia family cave house is built, they can directly build the cave, mud walls, and then install doors and windows, and then move in directly? Good guy. Nanfeng and others exclaimed, "Good guy." Immediately, he gobbled it up. They rushed to make doors and windows, as it was related to whether they could move into the cave as soon as possible, so they had no choice but to be anxious and excited. Here, Shinrong brought Yadong Shankuan to make doors and windows. Changxia led the south wind and warm spring to the cave dwelling to build a kong. Changxia planned to slowly expand and renovate the cave that appeared behind the wall after he came to live there. The cave is connected to the upper reaches of Bai Lake, which is like opening a convenient back door. Changxia still wants to explore the upper reaches of Bai Lake. There are several stoves in the open space in front of the cave dwelling, and stone pots are placed on the stoves. These stone pots are used to melt resin. In the long summer, stones are used to build the kong, and resin is an indispensable adhesive. The kong is connected to the kong wall and the stove, and Changxia doesn't dare to be careless. There are many kills, and Changxia didn't plan to build a Kong in every cave, as that would be too troublesome. After all, there are many issues to consider when building Kong walls and bricks, especially ventilation. The two connected kilns on the right side of the front are used to build Kangs. The three-hole kiln on the right side has one room reserved for storage and 2 rooms for building Kangs. One of the 2 rooms was prepared for Bai Qing, and the room Changxia prepared for Wu was the first one on the left near the lobby. The 2 rooms next to it are not planned for the time being. The one on the far left is connected to the cave/cellar, which is naturally used to store things. The one next to the witch is reserved for the witch's use. The left side is in the shade, and Changxia also has no intention of living there. This is a detailed calculation. There are quite a lot of cave dwellings in Changxia's family. Changxia, you built so many kilns, how many cubs do you plan to have? Nuanchuan held her belly, sat next to Changxia, and handed her a stone. Outside, the south wind was burning the resin. Wait until the resin melts, then add other ingredients to mix. Finally, it will become a suitable adhesive. The preparation of resin is a secret method unique to the beastmen, and the bird tribe has used it to exchange things with the beastmen. Changxia's face turned red and stiffened slightly. We plan to play around for a few years and not have cubs for the time being. The cub is soft and furry. It's fun, but too troublesome. At present, Changxia is not ready yet. After all, she and Chunrong are still in the stage of living together. Wait a little longer. A few years later is fine. You and Shinrong are not in good health, and giving birth to a beast cub will hurt your body. Nuanchuan thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed with Changxia's choice. Changxia turned around and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he succeeded in fooling others. Urge marriage and childbirth. These are simply the 2 most terrifying problems in history. Changxia, is the stove built inside the house or outside? Nanfeng leaned over and asked Changxia, holding the prepared resin. Changxia pointed to the circled location and said, build one inside and one outside the cave. But don't let me build it. The stove I want to build is different from the ones in the tribe. The stove should be connected to the Kong and also have the function of cooking. Naturally, it is different from ordinary stoves. So Nanfeng took over the work of building the Kong in Changxia. The Kong stove is different from ordinary stoves. Changxia experimented many times in the animal den and Shenrong to find the most suitable one, and then he dared to build the Kong in the cave. Changxia, you are so amazing. Nuanchun couldn't help but sigh, whether it was eating or cave dwellings. This is something they never thought of. However, these became very simple in Changxia's hands. When they were children, they were all jealous of Changxia. There are so many beast cubs in the tribe, and even the orc tribe, but Changxiadu is the only one who prefers him. How can his peers not be jealous? However, this jealousy would disappear every time he saw Changxia lying in the animal den with a bloodless face. Changxia shrugged and said, if you lie bored in the animal's den for more than 10 years, you will also have the same random thoughts. Changxia chuckled and changed the topic. Nightfall. Changxia helped Shenrong to nourish his body. Shenrong brought a basin filled with hot water for long summer foot baths. Is it hot? Shenrong asked softly. Changxia stood on tiptoe, tested the water temperature, and nodded. Okay, get another basin and soak together. Soak your feet before bed to relieve fatigue and invigorate blood circulation. Okay, I'll take a dip too. Shenrong replied with a smile. Each person held a wooden basin and sat quietly in front of the animal den. The bright moon illuminates the lush green forest in the evening mist, which looks like it is covered with a thin veil, making it look hazy, dreamy, and charming. We'll install the doors and windows tomorrow, and the Kong walls and stove can also be built. Next, I'll help Nuan Chun and Feng build the kiln, and filling the cave with furniture will come later. Changxia stepped in the water. Her feet were red from the heat, and she squinted her eyes, feeling very comfortable. Shenrong nodded and replied, sure. A 3-hole kiln can be built very quickly, in 2 days at most. It can be completed within 3 to 5 days. With experience, the follow-up will naturally be much faster. In addition, the doors and windows were made in advance. After that, the kiln, mud kiln, and door and window installation were all done quickly. The beastmen were full of energy, so physical work was easy for them. Nuanchuan wants to finish it before the rainy season. She's waiting to give birth to a cub. Changxia chuckled. After the tribe members came to see the cave, she guessed that the tribe would be particularly busy recently. When digging a cave, the moisture of the loess layer must be considered, and the rainy season is definitely not suitable for building a cave. If the kiln is not built before the rainy season, you have to wait until after the rainy season, and the first half of the cold season is the hunting season. The tribe needed to store food to survive the long and cold winter. If you calculated carefully, unless you were not afraid of the cold winter and wanted to build a kiln, you would have to wait another year. Of course, kilns can also be built during this period. However, they needed to build the kiln while hunting and picking. That would be extremely tiring. Originally, the long summer was calculated in this way. The doors and windows will be installed tomorrow, and the kong bed and other things have been built and are waiting to dry. What else needs to be cleaned up in the cave? Shinrong asked. When do you plan to start the expansion and renovation of the cave? Rainy season. Changxia shook his head. Everything that needed to be cleaned up in the cave had been tidied up. He just needed to ventilate the cave so that the smell could be removed. Then he could move in from the beast's den. She needs to plan the cellar carefully. So there is no rush to expand and renovate the cave. Rainy season, that's fine too. Shinrong thought about it and understood Changxia's plan. While helping Nuan Chun and Feng build the kiln, they also needed to set aside time for hunting and gathering. The rainy season is plentiful but very dangerous. The rain was continuous, making it inconvenient for either picking or hunting. If possible, it is necessary to stock up on as much food as possible. When they move over, the animal den here will be demolished and filled in. After it is tidied up, Changxia plans to use it to plant flowers and trees. The animal den is close to the cave, so Changxia plans to enclose this side into the cave courtyard. Of course, these things will take time to sort out bit by bit. Shinrong, can you help me make a flour mill? Changxia hung his feet on the edge of the wooden basin, not rushing to wipe his feet. Instead, he looked at Shinrong seriously. These 2 days, in Changxia, I was busy with the trivial matters in the cave while thinking about the processing of fruit powder. If she couldn't make a flour mill, she would consider trying handmade rice noodles. The ginkgo nuts were dried, and she and Shinrong would grind them every night, and they were almost half done. At home, the pottery jar sent by the tribe was almost full. Tonight, the two chose to soak their feet instead of grinding ginkgo nuts. Because there is no pottery jar to hold the fruit powder, ginkgo is more durable than fruit powder. After finishing the cave house, Changxia thought about thinking of some things to exchange with the tribe. She wasn't going to trade food for anything more. Just once, that's enough. When Nanfeng and the others returned to the tribe today, Changxia chatted with Nanfeng for a few minutes. Let Nanfeng tell Jin that the tribe doesn't need to send her food anymore. She is also a member of the tribe, so it's her duty to give some food to the tribe, not to mention that she has helped the tribe a lot this time. Changxia doesn't want to be a greedy person. She also wanted to change the Hulua tribe bit by bit, to save the tribe members from hunger and cold, and no longer have to go out hunting and gathering all day. At the same time, she knew this was not something that could be changed overnight. There is a long way to go, and Changxia is confident that he can do it. Powder making machine? Do you mean turning fruit powder into rice powder? Shinrong asked hesitantly. Yes. Changxia nodded happily and explained the principle of the flour making machine to Shinrong. If he couldn't make a flour making machine, a press would be a good idea. Thinking about it, Changxia talked about the press again. When she mentioned the press, she immediately thought of raw rice noodles. Compared with making dry rice noodles with a flour mill, raw rice noodles are much easier to make. Suddenly, Changxia wanted to abandon the complicated flour making machine. Shinrong, we don't make flour mills, we make presses. With presses, we can eat raw rice flour. Presses are easy to make, and the tribe can learn faster. Shinrong said nothing, secretly taking note of what Changxia had just said. After soaking their feet, they prepared to go to sleep. Before going to bed, Shinrong said, Changxia, how about I go to help Nuanchu and Nanfeng build a kiln, and you stay at home to think about the fruit powder? The rainy season is coming soon, and the tribe is picking ginkgo nuts recently. According to Nanfeng, the tribe has reserved a portion for you and me. He knew Changxia, and the tribe would feel embarrassed if they sent her away directly. However, if you exchange rice flour with the tribe, this way, it's good for you, for me, and for everyone. The tribesmen no longer have to go out hunting and picking during the rainy season, and he and Changxia can exchange enough ginkgo nuts. That won't work. Changxia shook his head. When she built the kiln, Shangkuan and Wanchuan came to help. Nanfeng was busy from beginning to end, and even contributed the wood and stones for building the nest. When it was their turn to build a nest, Changxia had no choice but to do it. How could she find excuses to refuse? To build the kiln, it will be enough for us to have Yadong, Shangkuan, and I. You guys stay in the beast's den to study the fruit powder. Wanchuan has become more and more sleepy recently. You help Shangkuan look after Wanchuan. I think Shangkuan will be very happy, Shenrong explained. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Changxia's hands placed on the animal skin bedding. I still remember the first time we met at the Normandy Grand Market. Changxia was white, tender, and petite. The hands that handed him the fish balls had distinct joints and no calluses. Looking at them, one couldn't help but want to hold them in the palm of his hand and knead them. But I've been very busy recently. Changxia's hands were covered with fine scars, and Shenrong felt very guilty. But I don't know what to say. Changxia is strong-willed and likes to do things by himself. She looks like a very delicate person, soft and tender, but in fact she is very stubborn and strong-willed. Shenrong tried several times, but to no avail, so he could only join forces with Yadong Shangkuan to persuade Changxia to let her rest more. Even if it's exercise, there is a gradual process, isn't it? Shenrong used Wanchuan's body as an excuse. Changxia indeed hesitated. Shenrong was right. Wanchuan's recent condition was worrying. Today, when she was building the Kong and handing over stones, she fell asleep several times. If she and Nanfeng hadn't noticed it quickly, she would have almost fallen to the ground several times. At that time, she and Nanfeng were almost scared silly. But if we help you move the soil, you can save more time, Changxia said. Shenrong said bluntly, after the tribe leader has seen our cave, I think more tribesmen will want to build caves. When the time comes, let other tribesmen help. Besides, Yadong, Shangkuan, and the others all have their own friends. It's easy to invite them to help out for a day or two. The summer is hot and the spring is bright. The weather is gradually becoming hot and dry before the rainy season begins. Today is the day to finish the cave house. We will install doors and windows, clean it, dry it, ventilate it, and remove the odor. You can move into the cave house at any time. With the current good weather, Changxia is planning to move in 5 or 7 days. The reason why she chose 5-7 days was that she was thinking about the warm spring in the south and wanted to move into the new home with them, hold a hot pot banquet, and invite the tribesmen to visit the cave. In addition to fulfilling the long summer's wish to give back to the tribe, she also wanted to relax and rest a little as the rainy season was approaching. Nanfeng, when will the clan leader come? Wanchuan poked her head out and looked into the distance of Baihu Lake. She had asked this question several times. Shenrong and the other two installed the last wooden door, and Changxia used animal skin to wipe the dust off the doors and windows. In the dusk forest, a newly built courtyard cave stands by the White Lake in the Halua tribe. Under the glittering sunlight, the purest color of luss and the cold gray iron and wood doors and windows complement each other, weaving into a dreamy color. It echoes the White Lake in front of it, like an illusory cave hanging above the sea of clouds, or like a pearl inlaid on the lush forest. It's like a dream, so beautiful that it seems unreal. Nanfeng ran excitedly around the rooms of the cave, calling out or screaming like a child. Nanfeng didn't look back, but waved his hand. Why are you in such a hurry? I think it will be here soon. Last night, she returned to the tribe to tell Jin Chong that the Xia family cave dwelling was completed today. Next, they plan to build a new kiln. This is a signal that the tribesmen can come and visit at any time. After all, the rainy season is getting closer and closer. Changxia said that the rainy season is not suitable for building kilns because they are prone to collapse. Changxia, you are so awesome. Changxia, tell me what you want to do in the future, and I will help you. Long summer, build a kiln, build a kiln, build a kiln. I want to build a kiln. After Nanfeng finished touring the cave, She grabbed Changxia's hand and kept flattering her. Her heroic face was filled with surprise and excitement, and she wanted to praise Changxia to death. If you lie down for more than 10 years, you can become as smart as Changxia. She can do it. Changxia. Carrot, yeah. Changxia smiled and let Nanfeng pull her hand and shake it. She was very happy to see the steady and mature Nanfeng reveal such a childish side. After all, no one is born to be sensible and mature. Wait for the tribe leader to come and take a look at the cave, and then help the Nwanchuan family build a cave this afternoon. Your cave can be started the day after tomorrow at the latest. After discussing with Nanfeng, I decided to build a kiln for Nwanchuan's family first. In the warm spring, birth may occur in half a month at the latest, or in 5 or 6 days at the earliest. Normally, she shouldn't be so sleepy when she's about to give birth, but it happened. This is why Changxia hesitated last night when Qinrong suggested that she take people to study fruit powder and stop helping to build the kiln. The warm spring situation is so strange and worrying. Good, very good. Nanfeng laughed, unable to contain his joy. When Wanchuan heard Changxia say that construction of their cave house could begin soon, she no longer bothered to ask whether Jin could come over, and instead pulled Changxia aside to ask various questions about building the cave. They have talked about these things countless times, but they still enjoy it. Helplessly, Changxia asked for help from Shunrong, who was far away. The palm-sized face, full of confusion and distress, looks extremely cute. Seeing this, Shunrong's deep and reserved eyes were filled with an intoxicating smile. The door was installed, and the cave was built. After several days of hard work, it was time to check the results. Looking at the quaint and elegant cave, all the hard work was worth it. Changxia, the clan leader, is here. Shunrong's gentle voice came from far away. He walked forward and gently took Changxia's hand, rescuing her from Nanfeng and the other man. Nanfeng, Wanchuan looks a little pale. Take her to find a place to sit and rest for a while. I'll take Changxia to see the clan leader and talk about the cave. All right. Looking at the reluctant expressions of Nanfeng and the other two, Changxia sighed softly and wiped away the non-existent cold sweat. She no longer wanted to say that Nanfeng was steady and old. Changxia, this cave is so beautiful. Jin was absent-minded, staring at the cave for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. At first, Changxia's half-worn animal skin painting was already shocking and amazing. However, a painting is just a painting after all. When you see the real thing with your own eyes, the shock of that moment is indescribable. Changxia, Nanfeng also wants to build a kiln, right? Muqin said in a gentle voice. She retracted her amazed look and looked at Changxia eagerly. At this time, without any excuses or reasons, Jin and Muqin were both tempted to build a kiln. Compared to the cave dwelling, the beast's den is too rough. Muqin reached out and gently pushed open the iron and wooden door, then walked into the main hall, clean and bright, even though there was nothing in the cave. However, just being in the cave gives you a natural sense of comfort. Yes, I helped Nwanchuan's family dig a kiln in the afternoon. After that, it will be Nanfeng and Yadong's turn. They both want to build a kiln in Baihu, which is close to my cave. Changxia said honestly. The desire on Xylophone's face solidified into substance. Changxia thought she would speak, but in the end, Xylophone said nothing. Jin shook his head slightly towards Changxia, raised his hand and rubbed her head, and said, I am the chief of the Halua tribe. Even if we build a kiln, it cannot be on the Baihu side. These words sound like an explanation, but also like some kind of promise. Sure enough, a smile suddenly broke out on Muqin's face. This scene, Changxia was stunned, and then he suddenly understood. It's obvious. Jin's words were not directed to her and Shenrong, but to explain to Muqin. Hearing this, Changxia couldn't help but envy the relationship between Jin and Muqin. The root understands the xylophone, and similarly the xylophone understands the root's position, supporting each other through thick and thin. That's all. Seeing Changxia's envious expression, Shenrong reached out his hand and gently grabbed Changxia's hand hanging by his leg. Gently, pull tight. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Changxia turned to meet Shenrong's tender eyes. For no reason, she slowly began to smile happily. Then she held Shenrong's big hand in return, her small hand holding the big hand. The faint body temperature in the palm connected the two people, and everything fermented and spread without words. Changxia, are you willing to let your tribesmen come and take a look? Jin asked. Changxia nodded seriously and replied, of course. Beast dens are not as safe as cave dwellings. If possible, I hope that all the tribesmen can live in cave dwellings. I have checked the lust layer around the tribe, and it is very suitable for building caves. The best time to build caves is the warm autumn season just after the cold season. However, the tribe needs to stockpile food at that time. Changxia analyzed the pros and cons slowly and calmly. Jin and Muqin understood what she meant. If you want to build a kiln, this is the best time. Once the rainy season comes, it is not suitable. Similarly, other times are either too tiring or impossible. Let me think, Jin said seriously. Jin fell into deep thought, and the xylophone moved back and forth in the cave, repeating Nanfeng's crazy actions just now. Chief, you don't have to notify the tribe members to come visit the cave house right away. When the cave house of Nuanchuan Nanfeng is built, we plan to prepare a hot pot banquet and invite the tribe members to participate. Changxia believed that a few days would be enough for her to figure out the next way for fruit fans to eat it. Rice noodles, Changxia will definitely make them. She swears. What is a hot pot banquet? Jin looked confused. Changxia had come up with something new again. Why didn't Nanfeng tell him? Changxia. Oh, carrot, oh, blame me. The hot pot banquet is like building a new den and inviting relatives to the new den for dinner. Getting to know the new den and introducing it to everyone. Explain it this way. Jin understood. Immediately, he agreed to Changxia's suggestion. Then he said he was going to look for Muqin. Actually, Jin wanted to visit the cave house just like Muqin. After finishing what he needed to talk about, he quickly left Changxia behind and slipped away. Changxia has fallen out of favor with him now. Noon, Jin and Muqin stayed at Changxia's house for lunch before leaving. Chenrong, do you really not need us to go over and help? Changxia raised his head and asked while standing in front of Chenrong. Chenrong shook his head slightly and nodded at Nuanchuan, who was lying in the sun in the distance. Do you think the situation in Nuanchuan is suitable for building a kiln there? He raised his hand to tidy up Changxia's loose hair and said frankly that her helping to take care of Nuanchuan was definitely the best reward for Shanku and Nuanchuan. Changxia, I want you to help me take care of Nuanchuan. Jinyao, we are here. Shankuan agreed. He knew what Changxia was thinking. The youngest sister in the tribe who had always been under their care had grown up. Think about giving back to them, don't want to take advantage of them. However, they have always been willing to take care of her. The witch brought her to the Halua tribe, where Shankuan and his friends were still young, thick-skinned and rough, and naughty and mischievous, causing chaos in the tribe every day. However, the witch brought a long summer, cold and fever. The beast cub is in a dying state. It's very small, just a little bigger than their palm. It's heartbreaking to watch. These are not the worst. The trouble is that Changxia was born weak and did not inherit the strong physique of the beast men at all. Not to mention being naughty, she even had difficulty walking and talking. Even with the careful care of the witch and the tribe, Changxia was only able to stand up and walk, speak, and transform into a human form when he was 5 years old. It was not until he was 10 that he walked out of the beast den and came into contact with the outside world for the first time on his own. Unfortunately, I can still only walk around the beast's den. At that time, the tribal beasts did not dare to approach Changxia for fear of hurting her. Contact was even more difficult. Meeting Shan Kuan's gentle gaze, Changxia's heart moved slightly. Shan Kuan, don't worry and leave Nuanchuan to me. You guys go dig the kiln, and I'll take Nanfeng to research the fruit powder. Maybe we can eat delicious rice noodles tonight. Changxia no longer insisted on going to help, and chose to stay in the beast's den to take care of Nuanchuan and study how to make fruit powder into rice noodles. Okay, please. Shan Kunhan smiled and said happily. Nuanchuan's condition was getting weirder and weirder. Fortunately, she had been helping Changxia recently and didn't have to go out hunting or picking. Otherwise, Shankuan would have been worried about Nuanchuan staying alone in the den. After discussing it here, Yadong said, Kongshan will come over later. Changxia, you don't have to worry about no one to hunt in the kiln. If the hunting ends early today, there may be other people from the tribe besides Kongshan coming over. Lately, White Lake has been as peaceful and tranquil as ever. However, this does not mean that the tribesmen do not care about the cave dwellings. Every day, when they returned to the tribe from here, they would be stopped by the tribe members to ask about the progress, even though no one had explicitly expressed the desire to build a kiln. But if they really didn't care, why would they ask Yadong Shankuin about the situation every day? Then I really won't go over? Nanfeng hesitated. She looked at Changxia with hesitation. Changxia didn't hesitate and said, "Yes, you don't have to go either. Stay in the beast's den and study fruit powder with me, and take care of Nuan Chun." While they were chatting, Nuan Chun fell asleep on the wooden chair. That's right, I fell asleep again without any warning. Every day, tribe members go to the holy mountain of Kana, and Wu has not returned from the bird tribe. No one knows what is going on in Wanchuan, so they can only keep an eye on it for the time being. Changxia, you work hard. Kongshan has long wanted to try the fruit flour cakes you made. I think he will be even happier if you can make rice flour cakes. Yadong said excitedly. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, I don't know whether Kongshan is happy or not, but you must be very happy. This guy eats so much that Nanfeng can never get him any food. She is all alone. Unlike Changxia and Wanchuan, who have a partner, Nanfeng always suffers when facing Yadong. Here, Nanfeng Yadong came up again. On the side, Shenrong pointed to the wooden barrel at the door of the beast's den and said softly, Changxia, the barrel of rice noodles at the door is freshly ground. I'll help you move it out so you don't have to move the pottery jar. If I come back late at night, you can eat first. Shenrong did all this secretly when Changxia wasn't paying attention. He couldn't bear to be too tired in the long summer. With Changxia nurturing his body, even though he couldn't use his blood power to fight, the hidden injuries in his body gradually healed, and he only needed to detoxify. Changxia's expression changed slightly, and a faint mist appeared in her eyes. Shenrong, when did you go hunting? Changxia asked in a tender voice. This is easy to explain to the fruit fans. He was grinding it while chatting just now. Changxia really didn't know anything about the pheasant. I've been busy finishing up the cave recently, so Changxia doesn't have much mood to think about food. Basically, you can eat whatever is available in the den. Except for the meal when Nanfeng and his friends came. When Changxia and Shenrong were alone, they just had some barbecue and soup for a meal. When collecting the fish baskets, Shenrong said with a smile. As he said this, he gently squeezed Changxia's little hand on him. He was thinking about finding an opportunity to go around the White Lake. Shenrong knew that there were several kinds of animal fats that could be made into skin-soothing ointments after being boiled in a special way. This ointment, called vanilla ointment, was a luxury item used by the nobility in the Western continent. It was expensive and out of stock. As a direct descendant of the Yuan family, Shenrong naturally enjoyed this ointment. In addition to moisturizing the skin, it also has multiple functions such as removing scars and wrinkles. Tonight, I'll make beggar's chicken. Chang Xiahui held Shenrong's big hand and whispered, 2 chicken legs, both are for you. Yeah, okay. Shenrong raised his charming smile. Suddenly, Changxia was completely fascinated by her. Speaking of which, this is something Shenrong just discovered recently. Changxia seems to like his face very much, especially when he smiles. He can't help but reveal an obsessed expression. Changxia thought he had hidden it well. Little did he know that this scene had already fallen into Shenrong's eyes. In the past, many people would show this kind of look to him, and Shenrong only felt bored and disgusted. After he got into trouble, the Yuan family wanted him to marry. When Shenrong learned about this, he was disgusted. However, he did not feel disgusted by Changxia's eyes. On the contrary, there is a faint sense of joy and happiness. Changxia's eyes are pure and clean. Even if they are infatuated, they are not tainted with greed. Hey, Changxia, what are you two talking about in secret? Nanfeng shouted. Shankuin carried Nuanchuan into the den and laid down, preparing to leave. Nanfeng saw Changxia Shenrong being sticky and couldn't help but interrupt. Depend on why haven't I seen Changxia being so clingy with people before? The kid I raised has started to change. Nanfeng realized the frustration he had felt some time ago. Shenrong sensed Changxia's embarrassment and turned to Nanfeng with a kind smile. Although he didn't say anything, Nanfeng shuddered for no reason. It was still a long way from the cold season, So why did she feel a little cold? Did she catch a cold after taking a bath in Baiha last night? But this was not right. It's a long summer, and the sun is very strong at noon. You should rest at home first. There's no rush to research the rice noodles. I'm leaving now. Shenrong withdrew his gaze from Nanfeng and gave gentle instructions. Only when Wanchuan and his friend's kiln is built as soon as possible can he spare some time to go hunting and help Changxia make ointment. Immediately, he gave Changxia a few instructions and left with Shanku and Yadong. Yadong, you and Shankuan should take good care of Chenrong. The insect poison in his body has not been eliminated, and his body has not recovered yet. He can't be too tired. Changxia stood on tiptoe, waved, and watched the three people walk towards the next hill. Nwanchuan's cave house is built on the hillside next door. The straight line distance is several hundred meters, and it takes about 10 minutes to walk. After the cave house is built and the road is opened, it is estimated to be 3 to 5 minutes away. Similarly, the location chosen by Nanfeng Yadong to build the kiln was not far away. All of them are centered around Changxia's house and are built facing Baihu Lake. Okay, Shan Kuan responded. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yadong. Shenrong's body has not recovered. Beat them up as easily as beating the tribal beast cubs. Once the poison is removed, they may not even be able to fight back. When did the wolf tribe become so fierce? Chunrong facing Shenrong's approachable smile. Yadong and the other man shuddered. Shenrong smiled and said, I don't eat people, so what am I afraid of? Do you know when Kongshan will come? Hurry up and try to finish your cave house within 2 days. We have to stock up some food before the rainy season. After the hunt is over, Kongshan will come directly here. Yadong said. Shankuan said, we haven't joined the hunting team these days. We really need to hurry up and build the kiln. Even if we can't hunt, we have to stock up on ginkgo nuts and wild vegetables. He was under great pressure, and as Nwanchuan was about to give birth, the situation was treacherous. If the tribe leader and Changxia hadn't repeatedly assured him that Nwanchuan was fine, Shankuan would have wanted to take Nwanchuan to the bird tribe to find a witch. Shankuan's tone was heavy, and Shunrong Yadong understood his concerns. Shankuan, Nwanchuan is just sleepy. It's okay. Shenrong said calmly. Yadong raised his hand and patted Shankuan on the shoulder, showing a confident and hearty smile, and said loudly, Shankuan, listen to Shenrong. He said that Nwanchuan is fine, and she must be fine. Have you forgotten where he is from? Shilu. That is the more prosperous and powerful Shilu than Donglu. Yes. Shankuan nodded heavily. After being comforted by Shenrong and Yadong, Shankuan felt a little better. The three of them went straight to their destination, transformed into beasts, began to tidy up the surroundings of the cave, and started to build the cave. The three people who stayed in the den, except Nwanchuan who was sleeping soundly on the bed, were carrying the fruit powder and began to sift the powder. Changxia planned to try handmade rice noodles. The fruit powder was a bit rough and needed to be sifted. After several siftings, the fine powder and the coarse powder were separated. The coarse powder was then ground and the fine powder was reserved. Changxia, is this okay? Nanfeng held the wooden basin and handed it to Changxia to let her look at the fruit powder in the basin. The powder sieve is made of woven reeds and is small, about the size of a wooden basin. Changxia turned around and looked, shook his head and said, sift again. The finer the flour, the more delicious the rice noodles will be. It's too rough, and Changxia worries about uneven heating when steaming. Not to mention the appearance, it may affect the taste. So, the two sifted the fruit powder over and over again. It took nearly half an hour of work to finish sifting through the bucket of fruit powder. The sifted fruit powder is fine and white. It is completely different from the previous fruit powder. It's so white. Nanfeng grabbed a handful of fruit powder and said in surprise. The fruit powder they grind is generally yellowish, and after a few days of storage, it will become a little grayish-black. It looked like it was moldy. After being sifted through the powder sieve, the fruit powder seems to have been completely transformed, which is really magical. As he spoke, Nanfeng suddenly opened his mouth and took a bite. Pooh. Changxia. Sigma. Is this really the Nanfeng she knows? Could it be that it was replaced by some mysterious force? Nanfeng, is it delicious? Changxia said softly. Nanfeng's body stiffened. He looked at Changxia with a wry smile, giggled twice, and whispered, "The screened fruit powder looks delicious. I'll try it." Changxia. The leopard family should not have the characteristics of a husky. "What's up with this idiot's Nanfeng?" "Nanfeng, what are you eating?" "I want some too." Nuanchuan opened her eyes, got up dazedly, and found herself lying in the beast's den. She patted her forehead and muttered, "Changxia, did I fall asleep again? Where is Shankuan?" "I didn't eat anything," Nanfeng said quickly. He refused to tell Nuanchuan about the stupid thing he had just done. At the same time, she gave Changxia a pleading look, asking her not to say anything. Changxia shook his head helplessly and said, "Is Nuanchuan hungry? Shankuan and the others have left to build a kiln. Nanfeng and I are selecting fruit powder and plan to make rice noodle skins later. I feel a little hungry." Nuanchuan touched her big round belly and licked her lips. It seemed that she had just had lunch not long ago, and she felt hungry again. In addition to feeling sleepy recently, Nuanchuan is also particularly prone to hunger. "I have to eat at least 7 or 8 meals a day, and I feel hungry again not long after each meal." "Nuanchuan, there's food in the pot on the stove. Get up, I'll bring it to the table, and you can sit down and eat slowly." Changxia wiped off the fruit powder on his hands, stood up, and brought Nuanchuan barbecue and bone soup. "Is there any bone soup?" Nuanchuan stood up with the help of Nanfeng. Thinking about the bone soup she had drunk at noon, she was thinking about it again. Changxia nodded and said, "Yes, you can drink as much as you want." As he spoke, he scooped the soup. "Changxia, scoop a bowl for me too," Nanfeng said. Smelling the food, she felt that she could drink another bowl if she squeezed her full stomach. Hearing this, Changxia was very upset. However, he did not refuse and served 2 bowls of soup to the table. Then he went into the animal den to get the tools for making rice noodles, a frying pan made of animal bones, and a rattan cage. The animal bone frying pan was brought by the witch from the holy mountain of Kana. This pot was previously used by the witch to boil medicine for Changxia. Changxia brought it with him when he moved. The rattan cage was made by Changxia at Qinrong's request using fine rattan. It was exquisitely made and even finer than the flour sieve. The flour sieve was also made of fine rattan at first, but it was too tight and difficult to sift. "Changxia, do you want to make medicine?" Nanfeng drank soup and chatted with Nuanchuan. He saw Changxia take out the animal bone pot that he had used to boil medicine. He was shocked and quickly stood up to check Changxia's body. Only after confirming that there was no problem did he breathe a sigh of relief. On the side, Nuanchuan said nothing. However, he put down the bowl and stared at Changxia. Maybe he was too tired from building the kiln recently. Changxia sensed Nanfeng Nuanchuan's nervousness and hurriedly explained, "I'm fine. I used the animal bone pot to make handmade rice noodles. Pottery pots and stone pots are not convenient for steaming rice noodles." "It's okay. It's okay," Nuanchuan murmured. Nanfeng blinked, let go of Changxia, and asked curiously, "How do you steam the rice noodle skin?" "Look, it's very simple." Nuanchuan drank the soup, touched his chin with one hand, and kept his eyes on Changxia's movements. "I saw Changxia put the animal bone pot into the stone pot, and then added firewood to the stove. Whether it is mixing the flour paste or pouring the flour paste into the animal bone pot, these seem simple, but are completely different from cooking in the long summer." Nanfeng shook his head slightly and explained, "Nuanchuan, this handmade rice noodles look simple. You will know how troublesome it is once you try it. Most people in the beast tribe have rough personalities, and this kind of delicate work is not easy at all for Nanfeng. The paste made from flour can easily become too watery or too sticky, so Nanfeng didn't dare to try it. Just like the fried yam fruit powder cakes before, Nanfeng fried them too hard and not thoroughly. He made it wrong several times before he found the right texture and didn't waste the fruit powder and yam. Speaking of yam fruit powder cakes, Nanfeng felt greedy again. Later, asked Changxia to fry a pot and take it home to enjoy slowly. "However, you have to hide it when you take it home. My father and mother are too stingy. He always cheated on her, making her defenseless. Why, how could she have such an unethical father and mother? She was helpless. Every time she complained to Changxia, Changxia said that she shouldn't eat alone. However, the number of times her father and mother ate alone was far greater than hers. Wait, I'll try." Nuanchuan was excited, showing an eager expression. She was different from Nanfeng. Nuanchuan's blood was not as good as Nanfeng's, so she failed to become a powerful totem warrior. However, she was more careful and resilient than Nanfeng in doing things. Changxia did not refuse and responded, "Sure, come and help me after you finish eating. I'll make some toppings and mix them with the noodles later." Changxia grew up in southern Hunan, and the rice noodles she usually eats are mostly kiln rice noodles, Shaoyang rice noodles, and Changda rice noodles. With the development of society and the rise of the service industry, food is no longer confined to one place. No matter which city on the earth you are in, you can eat food from all over the world as long as you want to eat. Unfortunately, all this beauty was destroyed at the end of the world. Changxia shook his head to clear away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. With the tenacity of human beings, no matter what disaster they encounter, they believe that they will eventually get through it safely. She now lives in the dusk forest, wishing that the earth can once again return to peace. "Is the topping delicious?" Nanfeng asked excitedly, swallowing his saliva. When it comes to eating, she is very interested. Especially since the topping can be mixed with noodles and eaten together. It makes me even more interested. The toppings and the whistle mean the same thing. Use meat, wild vegetables, bird eggs, etc. to fry, and then mix them together after the rice noodles are made. Changxia said as he took a clean wooden barrel, washed it, and filled it with water. After the rice noodles are steamed, they need to be put into cold water to cool down. Brush some more oil and take out the rice paper. Cut into strips and put in a bowl, stir fry or eat directly with toppings. No matter which choice, the taste is very delicious. Thinking about the taste of handmade rice noodles, Changxia felt that he should have started earlier. He shouldn't have been so obsessed with making dry rice noodles, which were too troublesome to make. However, I want to really store the ginkgo nuts. Dried rice noodles are necessary again. Forget it. Eat first and think later. I'll fry the topping. Nanfeng fetched water to wash his hands and said happily. The stone pot on the stove next to him was steaming, and the faint smell of fruit powder filled his nose. Nanfeng estimated that the rice noodle skin might be ready soon. So, she took action immediately. Nuanchuan ate a piece of barbecue and drank a bowl of bone soup. Satisfied, he burped and stood up. "Nanfeng, prepare meat, eggs, and clean wild vegetables. I'll fry them." In terms of cooking skills, Warm Spring is better than South Wind. What Nanfeng makes is edible at most, but cannot pursue a higher level of taste. The food cooked in Nuanchun can keep up with Changxia and is almost as hot as Shenrong. Occasionally, Changxia couldn't help but lament that the disciples of the church starved to death of the master. The disciples were too smart, which made her seem too bad as a master. However, she just wanted to say, "Well done." Unfortunately, the pepper was not found. When Jin took the peppers back to the tribe to inquire, he was told that the peppers were found by Kongshan. At the same time, Kongshan said that he picked the peppers by accident. The location was too far from the tribe, located at a place called Kingshanyan where the Hulua tribe and the Tiancher tribe meet. The Tiancher tribe is the territory of the Beast tribe and the Lion tribe. Kongshan was patrolling the tribal territory last time and could not pick the peppers for the time being. Changxia asked Jin to ask Kongshan for the location of Qingshan Rock and wait until the cave was built. Find an opportunity to go out with Shenrong. Chili peppers, she would never give up. No matter what she lacked, she couldn't lack chili peppers. No pepper, Changxia thought about looking for cornel. In ancient times, when there was no pepper, cornel was a spicy condiment. Usually it was picked in August, pounded and filtered to extract the juice, and then stirred with lime to make cornel oil, also known as spicy rice oil. Spicy rice oil has a spicy taste and can be used to add flavor to cooking. I don't know what happened to the peppers picked in the empty mountain. Changxia guessed that the climate in different parts of the dusk forest varied greatly. Otherwise, such diversity would be impossible in plants. Changxia has a dream, to travel all over the tribe's hunting territory and then get in touch with the witch to visit other beast tribes. Birds and fish are also her targets, but it will take time. After all, as far as she knew, the beastmen rarely set foot on the territories of other tribes. Unless invited, approaching them rashly would be considered a provocation and an invasion. Once discovered, it would definitely lead to a fight. Changxia likes peace and naturally has no intention of solving the problem through violence. She chose to make friends and communicate through PY. Just like exchanging with the tribe, as long as Changsha has accumulated enough good things, doesn't he believe that other beastmen will not be tempted? Clean the stone pot, add oil, pour in the chopped minced meat and stir fry until fragrant. Scoop out and fry the bird eggs and wild vegetables separately. Each bowl was filled with half a bowl of toppings, and the tempting aroma spread all at once. Here, Changsha brushes the steamed rice noodles with oil. Cross the water and enjoy the coolness. The animal bone pot is about 9 inches in size, and the vermicelli is cut into pieces and filled up a full bowl. White and clear. Looks delicious. Nanfeng swallowed his saliva and waited for Changsha to speak. After Changsha cut the rice noodles, he poured the rice noodles into the animal bone pot again to prepare for the second steaming. Considering the appetite of the beast tribe, no matter how much rice noodles there are, it will not be enough. Besides, Changsha plans to make a few more bowls. Later, let Nanfeng send it to Shunrong and the others to taste. Changsha Nanfeng called Changsha's name impatiently, urging her silently. Nuanchuan didn't say anything, but used the wooden chopsticks to put a lot of toppings into the bowl. He ate it bite by bite, his eyes staring at the bowl of rice noodles. Looking at it, it's like quenching thirst by looking at a plum. Bring a bowl. Changsha said, cold rice noodle soup tastes better with some bone soup. Mix, naturally thought of soy sauce. Soy sauce. Changsha sighed. The food country she imagined was still far away. If she wanted to make sauce, she had to find soybeans first. It was a long road, and she still needed to search up and down. Nanfeng and Wanchuan on the side quickly handed over their respective wooden bowls. Changsha didn't waste any time and divided the rice noodle in the bowl into 3 equal portions. Then he handed it back to Nanfeng and Wanchuan and asked them to add soup and toppings to mix it themselves. She added half a bowl of bone soup, mixed it with 3 kinds of toppings, and started eating it eagerly. Although I had lunch just over an hour ago, I was not hungry. However, the combination of the white and tender rice noodles with the minced meat, bird eggs, and wild vegetables of various colors was very appetizing. After taking a bite, Changsha was immediately amazed by the rough and thick texture of the handmade rice noodle skin. She had originally worried that it would not taste good. Delicious. The cold rice noodles are the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Nanfeng said. Changsha, let me try after eating the cold rice noodle. Wanchuan stood up and walked towards Changsha. He reached out and took the animal bone pot from her hand, brushed it with oil, followed Changsha's movements to peel off the rice noodle, let it cool, cut it into strips, and put it in a bowl. Wanchuan, do you want to try making porridge? Changsha asked. When she first started learning how to make it, Changsha didn't make too much paste, just enough for 2 rolls of rice noodles. Seeing Wanchuan's eager expression, she asked with a smile. Wanchuan put the cut vermicelli into a bowl. She was already full, so she was not in a hurry to eat more. Changsha, is it okay? Sure. Make more and have Nanfeng send it to Shenrong Shankuan and the others to try. As he said this, he handed all the tools to Wanchuan. When making rice noodle wrappers in the warm spring, she can try using raw rice noodles. Different from the production of rice noodles, raw rice noodles are made by using fermented rice paste to press it into powder strips through a press. The powder falls into a boiling pot, and after a few minutes, the white rice noodles can be taken out of the pot. Raw rice noodles are delicate, flexible, and chewy. The taste is completely different from dry rice noodles. The preparation of the batter is simple, but the difficulty lies in how to drain the batter and turn it into dough. At the same time, the dough of raw rice flour needs to be fermented, which is a big problem. The Halua tribe's daily clothing mainly consists of animal skins, as well as a kind of feather clothing. Feather clothes are woven by birds using a special silk thread. The bird tribe is flamboyant and narcissistic, and the feathers they wear are gorgeous and colorful. The feathers worn by the beast tribe are obtained through trade with the bird tribe, and the colors are mainly blue and gray. Therefore, the beast tribe also calls feathers blue cloth. Changsha had many sets of clothes made of blue cloth. Except for the cubs of the tribe and some given to the elderly, most of the blue cloth that the Halua tribe exchanged with the bird tribe was made into Changsha's clothes. Changsha had delicate skin since childhood, and when he transformed into a human form, he would easily develop rashes and allergies when wearing ordinary animal skins. Then his whole body would swell up, and it would sting unbearably when touched. The witch and the tribesmen tried every possible way, and finally went to the bird tribe to exchange blue cloth for clothes, so that they could finally have clothes to wear during the long summer. It is no exaggeration to say that Changxia is the darling of the Halua tribe. Before, Changxia asked Nanfeng to tell Jin that she didn't want the tribe to send food anymore, because she didn't want to take advantage of the tribe anymore. She had been favored by the tribe members since she was a child, but fortunately, the beastmen were simple and cheerful. The tribe members of the same age as Changxia didn't care about her. The silk thread used by the bird tribe to weave blue cloth was different from the cotton and linen that Changxia knew. Cotton and linen are slightly prickly, but the silk thread used to weave blue cloth is not. Changxia feels that this so-called silk thread is more like some kind of spider silk or silkworm silk, which is spun by animals, not silk drawn from plants. Changxia asked the witch, but the witch also said she didn't know. Just say that the silk thread used to weave the blue cloth is the secret method of the bird tribe, and don't ask about it casually. Changxia, what are you doing with the clothes? Nanfeng looked up and saw Changxia taking out a shirt from the beast's den. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Changxia said, the dough of raw rice flour needs to be fermented. I want to make a filter bag to drain the rice slurry and then wrap it up for fermentation. The needle was made of animal bones. The thread was from the bird tribe. It was also the leftover thread from the tribe making clothes for Changxia. Although the thread was not big, the fist-sized ball of thread needed to be exchanged for a piece of animal skin. This thing was very expensive. Last year, the tribe used up the blue cloth that was exchanged. The only one left was given to Nuanchuan. This year, the bird tribe had an accident, and the tribe might not be able to exchange blue cloth. Nanfeng said seriously. In his words, he reminded Changxia to save money. Changxia is different from them. Even if she wore animal skins, she would wear clothes made of blue cloth underneath. I have several sets of clothes in total. If I use them to make filter bags, will there be enough clothes? My body resistance has gradually increased after I became an adult, so maybe I won't be allergic to animal skins in the future. Besides, if there's no blue cloth, maybe I can find cotton and linen. Changxia said confidently. Cotton and linen. Nanfeng and Wanchuan looked at each other and wrote down the two words. Okay, Nanfeng responded. She was busy helping Wanchuan steam the rice noodles, and her eyes were fixed on Changxia as he took apart his clothes and used needle and thread to sew the blue cloth into a bag. Southwind and Wanchuan's eerie voice suddenly sounded. Nanfeng was startled, and Changxia also turned his head to look over. Wanchuan, what's wrong? Nanfeng said innocently. Nuanchuan picked up the wooden basin in her hand, took a few deep breaths, suppressed the violent emotions in her heart, and said angrily, You idiot! Look at what this basin of powder has become. Upon hearing this, Changxia put down her needle and thread and walked over. Most of the bowl of powder was so watery that it was obvious at first glance. Ugh! Nanfeng laughed awkwardly. She was so busy talking to Changxia that she accidentally added too much water. She swallowed her saliva and whispered, How about adding some more fruit powder? Isn't powder paste just made by mixing water and fruit powder? It's too thin, add some fruit powder. If it's too dry, add water. Glancing at Nanfeng's eager hands, Nuan Chun held her forehead and didn't want to see her face again. Changxia covered her twitching mouth. Nanfeng's image collapsed too quickly, like a tornado, making people a little uncontrollable. Nanfeng, don't. Changxia stopped Nanfeng from adding fruit powder to the bowl. She suddenly remembered that there seemed to be another way to eat steamed rice noodle rolls, which was very similar to cold rice noodle rolls. Rice noodle rolls are a very famous snack in Guangdong. There are various tastes and flavors, whether it is seafood or various meats, or even corn, mushrooms, and green vegetables. Basically, all the ingredients you can think of can be used as raw materials. Besides the ingredients, the most amazing thing about rice noodle rolls is the seasoning, such as sesame paste, sweet sauce, chili sauce, and ketchup. The time to eat sour fruits before the long summer. She was thinking about making some sour fruit jam. After all, there was still a large basket of sour fruits in the beast's den. However, she was busy building the kiln at that time and had no time. Now, Nanfeng accidentally made a rice paste suitable for rice noodle rolls, and Changsha thought that the making of sour fruit jam could be put on the agenda. Throw it away? Nuanchuan asked with concern. Changsha smiled and said, don't throw it away. You can try to make rice rolls. Rice rolls are also delicious, but it's a pity that we don't have any sauce at home. Rice rolls without sauce are soulless, but it's worth a try. Rice noodle rolls, how to make them? Nuanchuan let go of the hand holding the wooden basin and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and glared at Nanfeng fiercely. Nanfeng looked up at the sky, not daring to meet Nuanchuan's eyes. Sure enough, this kind of delicate work was not suitable for her. Should she learn from Changsha and find a male who can cook? Looking at the sky, Nanfeng's thoughts could not help but wander away. It's similar to rice noodle soup. Changsha said, pour the rice noodle paste into the animal bone pot, then add meat slices, bird eggs, shrimp meat, wild vegetables, etc. Steam them until cooked, and then pour the delicious sauce on them. Sour fruits can be used to make sauce. Aren't they sour? Nuanchuan bared her teeth and shuddered. It was obvious that she was savoring the taste of sour fruits. The sour taste was unforgettable, not to mention eating it. In the past, when females in the tribe were pregnant, they particularly liked to eat sour fruits. But Nuanchuan is totally not the case. After taking a bite, my teeth became so sore that I couldn't eat anything else. Nanfeng smacked his lips and said, the barbecue tastes great with the sour juice. Sour fruits can be used to make jam, but unfortunately the tribe doesn't have sugar. Add some rock sugar to the sour fruit jam, and the sour fruits will be sour and sweet, very delicious. Changsha licked the corner of his mouth, recalling the taste of strawberry jam and ketchup in his memory. After a pause, he continued, sour fruits are sour, and the juice has a unique flavor when poured on barbecue. The sour fruit pulp can be used to stew meat and soup, which can enhance the flavor of the soup and has a certain effect in removing fishy smell. Are sour fruits really that good? Nuanchuan doubted, showing an expression of disbelief. Nanfeng pointed at the barbecue on the table and said, didn't you notice when you ate the barbecue? The barbecue made by Shenrong is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The gravy splashes when you take a bite. The light sour taste matches the burnt aroma of the barbecue, which is very memorable. Using the same technique, she couldn't make barbecue as delicious as Shenrong's. The barbecue made by Chunrong is really delicious, Nuanchuan praised. However, she didn't notice that the barbecue was topped with sour juice. She was pregnant and would occasionally help Changsha with things. Shenrong would take over the barbecue, and Changsha and the others would only do it if he was busy. Come to think of it, Nuanchuan really didn't know that barbecue and sour fruits were connected together. Changsha, can you make sugar? Nanfeng rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice. Changsha said that sugar is like honey, very sweet. When you eat it in your mouth, it can make your heart sweeter. Nanfeng had never eaten sugar, but she had tasted honey. Not much, just a little bit. Changsha dipped the food with chopsticks and fed it to her. Changsha was in poor health and had to take medicine all the time, but the medicine was too bitter, so every year the witch would leave a small jar of honey that the orcs sent to the holy mountain of Kana for Changsha, so that she could take a sip or two when taking the medicine. The witch will keep the remaining honey to make medicine. Similarly, the honey obtained by the tribesmen from hunting was usually sent to the holy mountain of Kana. As a result, the beast tribe was very envious of the bear tribe. The bear tribe loves honey and has thick skin and rough meat. Among the beast tribes, the bear tribe can easily find honey. Unfortunately, the bear tribe is not willing to trade with honey and will not exchange it with others except sending it to the holy mountain of Kana. You can do it, but you have to find the raw materials for making sugar, such as sugarcane, beets, or maple trees. Changsha thought for a moment and continued, sugar can also be made from thatch roots, but the taste is not as sweet as sugarcane and beets. Changsha, can you draw the appearance of sugarcane and other things? How do we know what can be used to make sugar if you just say the names? Draw it and I will give it to the tribal hunting team. The tribal totem warriors go out hunting every day, and they may have seen sugarcane and beets somewhere. Nanfeng's brain worked quickly, and he thought of the cave that Changsha had drawn with animal skins. So, she directly suggested that Changsha draw all the sugarcane and beets. Everyone in the tribe knew that Changsha liked to name things. Some tribesmen had refuted it before, but slowly, The tribesmen were directly assimilated by Chang Xia. That's right. I was really stupid, Nanfeng. You were so smart. Chang Xia slapped his head hard and woke up. Her power alone is limited. However, it is possible to involve tribes. In this way, it would be more justified to refuse tribal exchange. At the same time, it can also train the enthusiasm and participation of the tribe members. Just wait. I'll use animal skins for painting later. After Chang Xia finished speaking, he shook his head and said, the animal skins painted with charcoal are easy to fade, and wooden boards are more suitable. When Shenrong and the others were making doors and windows, there were still some boards left. After a while, she processed the wooden board again and made it palm-sized, so that it was easier to carry. Nuanchuan put the prepared rice rolls and the animal bone pot into the stone pot to steam. Changxia, you don't have to wait. Go find the woodblock painting now. Leave the rice noodle skin and rice rolls to me and Nanfeng. I've already learned how to make them. I'll steam a few more pots, cut them into strips and mix them cold, then send them to Shenrong and the others to taste. The raw rice noodles you mentioned need to be fermented, so if you can't make them in a short time, then just take your time. Nuanchuan said competently. Suddenly, Nanfeng nodded quickly. Changxia, listen to Nuanchuan. Nanfeng said, the sooner you draw it and take it to the tribe, the sooner the hunting team can find sugarcane and beets, and the sooner we can eat sugar. On Nanfeng's side, maybe, in a few days, she can eat sweet candy. As she was thinking, Nanfeng pushed Changxia away. She didn't even care about the rice noodle rolls, and ran to get the wooden board for Changxia, so that she could start drawing after she washed her hands. Hearing this, Changxia thought about it, and it made sense. It takes at least one night for raw rice flour to ferment. Now, she has already prepared the rice flour bags for filtering. Later, she will steam some fruit flour and knead it with the dough to ferment. This matter is not urgent. It can be done before dinner. But if you want to eat raw rice noodles, you have to wait until tomorrow. Taking the wooden board that Nanfeng stuffed into his hand, Changxia transformed his right hand into a beast and began to polish the wooden board with his sharp claws. First, he cut the long wooden board into palm-sized pieces, and then polished the wooden thorns on the edge. In addition to sugarcane and beets, which are plants that can produce sugar, Changxia also plans to draw other edible plants. The palm-sized wooden board is somewhat challenging for painting skills. Of course, what's more important is that the charcoal pencil is too soft and easily smudges when drawing. While processing the wood board, Changxia was thinking about how to improve the charcoal pencil. His eyes flashed and fell on a piece of unburned firewood charcoal. Charcoal is harder than a burnt charcoal pencil, so when holding the pencil, you need to apply more balanced force so it won't spread. With this piece of charcoal, you don't have to worry about making charcoal in the long summer. At this time, it was almost the rainy season and the temperature was high. It would not be too late to think about charcoal in the cold season. Besides, she had already made a Kong bed. Small, thin wooden boards, neatly sanded. Changxia picked up the charcoal and tried it on some scraps of wood. The flora and fauna in the dusk forest are slightly different from those on Earth, but are generally similar. However, their sizes, shapes, and colors vary greatly, and you need to taste them to identify them. Considering the rich resources of the dusk forest, Changxia did not ask the tribesmen to bring back exactly the same plants. As long as they were similar, it was a success. Apple fans are the best example. The taste is similar to rice, and there is no need to plant it. The dusk forest is covered with ginkgo trees. All you have to do all year round is pick, dry, and grind them to get fruit powder. In general, ginkgo is more convenient to grow and has a higher yield than rice. In the distance, the warm spring south breeze is busy while watching the long summer. Looking at Changxia, who was concentrating on painting, the two of them had gentle and hopeful expressions, as well as deep pride and happiness. Nanfeng, please send these vermicelli and rice rolls to Shunrong and the others. I specially made a few more bowls. Kongshan should be here by now. Nuanchuan found the backpack and rattan basket. There were a lot of things. It was inconvenient for her to walk back and forth with a bloated belly. Changxia was busy and they didn't want to disturb him. Therefore, Nanfeng could only make a trip alone. Nanfeng nodded and said briskly, "It's a small matter. Leave it to me." A moment. Changxia rubbed her sore neck and raised her head. Warm spring. Where's the south wind? Nuan Chun opened her sleepy and drunken eyes and replied. She went to deliver rice noodles and rice rolls to Shenrong and the others. Have you finished painting? Nan Feng left, and Nuan Chun hugged her belly and found a shady place to squint. Dizzy and fell asleep. Changxia's voice woke her up, and she yawned, using the help of the table to stand up and walk towards Changxia. She didn't get close before, for fear of disturbing Changxia. In fact, Nuanchuan had long been curious about the small wooden board in Changxia's hand. Changxia looked at the stacked wooden boards in front of him and smiled. I drew more than a dozen pictures. I'll draw the others when I remember. Wow, what's this called? It looks weird. Is this a wild fruit? This one looks familiar. Nuanchuan sat down next to Changxia and began to flip through the small wooden board. There were continuous exclamations and curiosity. Changxia shrugged and stood up to drink water. When she first found carrot, onion, and garlic, she found them based on their smell, in addition to their appearance. This time, she drew the map so that the hunting team could pick similar plants and bring them back for identification when they go hunting. After all, Changxia couldn't run through the entire tribal territory in a short period of time. The Gunha tribe would not let Changxia leave the tribe at this time unless Shenrong was cured of the poison, or she became stronger. If the tribe members could help, things would be much simpler and easier. This would benefit both her and the tribe, and it would be mutually beneficial. Changxia, it turns out there are so many kinds of peppers, Nuanchuan said in surprise. The peppers Kongshan brought back to the tribe were round lantern peppers. In addition to the round ones, there were also slender and pointed ones, as well as small ones, all in a variety of colors on the small wooden board in Changxia. Nuanchuan shook her head. She seemed to have never seen chili peppers in the tribal territory. The bell pepper was found in Kingshanyan, where there must be more peppers growing. But I wonder if there are other peppers? Spicy. I ate it once. You will never forget it. Yes. Changxia nodded and said, different peppers have different flavors. The smallest peppers are the spiciest. Pepper, also known as chili pepper. It's small, but tastes very spicy. After being made into pickled peppers, they are spicy and crispy. As he spoke, Changxia couldn't help swallowing. Chili. She really wants to eat chili. Spicy. Chili? Nanfeng came from afar and heard Changxia say it was very spicy. Hey! Nuanchuan exclaimed. Nanfeng, why did you take so long? Haha. Nanfeng put down the backpack and wicker basket, put his hands on his hips and laughed. Nuanchuan and Changxia looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what Nanfeng was up to. I have good news for you, Nanfeng said. Kongshan will bring Hassan, Luanmu, and Fenghua to Baihu this afternoon. I will deliver rice noodle rolls and rice noodle rolls to them, and Chenrong will bring people to dig my cave. With so many men and women, Shenrong decisively divided his troops into two groups. In the afternoon, we can finish digging Nuanchuan and her house. Tomorrow, in the morning, we can finish digging Yadong, carving the kiln, mudding the walls, and installing the doors and windows. Maybe, in less than 2 days, they can build 3 cave dwellings. So fast, Changxia said happily. The appearance of Kongshan and his men meant that most of the tribe members might want to build a kiln. Thinking of this, Changxia looked at Nanfeng with a rather strange look. Could it be that Nanfeng and the others said something to the tribesmen when they returned to the tribe every day? She did not deny that the cave was comfortable and safe, but the beast's den inherited the wisdom of the beast tribe for hundreds and thousands of years. Changxia did not think that the tribe's attitude would change so quickly. There must be something unknown behind it. It's better to be quick. Nuanchuan was very happy. Suddenly, she remembered that Kongshan had brought He-san and the other two. Would the rice noodle rolls and rice rolls that Nanfeng had sent over be enough? The amount she had prepared was not much to begin with, and now there were 3 more mouths to feed, so a fight would probably break out over there. Nanfeng, are there enough rice noodle rolls and rice rolls? Not enough. Kongshan and the others had a fight. Nanfeng said it casually. It was normal for the beast men to fight with each other. Whoever had the stronger fist had the right to distribute. Did Chenrong participate? Changxia asked nervously. Hearing this, the corners of Nuanchuan and Nanfeng's mouths twitched. Nuanchuan knew that Shenrong was good at fighting because she heard it from Shankuan. Nanfeng knew that he had sparred with Shenrong and neither won nor lost. Who would have thought that Shenrong, a poisoned and injured male, would go head-to-head with the powerful totem warriors of the tribe and not be at a disadvantage at all? The tribe agreed to let Changxia live in Baihu. In addition to Changxia's firm attitude, Shenrong played a decisive role. Even if he looks sick, Shenrong is still very strong. He doesn't need to participate. Nanfeng cleared his throat twice and replied. Nuanchuan smiled and said, Bo Xianpi and Chang Fun are all made by you. Who among Shankuan dares to compete with Shenrong for them? This was half a joke, half an explanation. Changxia, Kongshan asked me to bring you a message. He said some people in the hunting team want you to help them make some fried meat, and they can exchange things with you. Nanfeng said. Hunting teams are mostly adult single males from the tribe. Unmarried males basically eat barbecue as the main meal. After eating fried meat, they felt that the taste of barbecue suddenly became ordinary. So, I couldn't help but want to ask someone for help. However, the females married in the tribe have their own things to be busy with every day. After thinking about it, Kongshan and the others naturally thought of Changxia. It happened that Shenrong was poisoned and was unable to hunt for the time being. Changxia is in poor health and cannot participate in hunting. At the same time, fried meat was the first to be made in Changxia. Okay. Changxia nodded and agreed without saying a word. Ask them to bring the meat for deep fried meat, and I will make it for them. By the way, you have to bring your own clay pots. I can provide the salt. Kongshan and the others took care of Changxia a lot in the past. Now that there is an opportunity to help Kongshan and the others, Changxia is willing to help. At the end of the evening, they will come to find you. Then, you can tell them. Nanfeng said. I knew Changxia would agree. It seems that I have to come early to help tomorrow. Nanfeng and Wanchuan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, but did not say anything. It just so happens that I can give them the wooden board. Changxia said happily. Is the board painted? Let me see it quickly. Nanfeng walked towards the long table, flipping through the board curiously. He became happier and happier the more he looked. If you can find these plants on the board, it means there will be more delicious food. That's great. Look, after you finish watching, we will continue to make rice noodle skins. In the evening, you can all bring some back to the tribe. Well, we also need to make some yam fruit flour cakes, and the raw rice flour dough needs to be tanned and fermented overnight. We will eat raw rice flour tomorrow. Changxia rolled up his sleeves and kept talking while making arrangements. The day is getting dark. Birds are returning to their nests, and the sky is dyed with orange sunset glow. Countless figures started up from the white lake and flew towards the forest in the distance. The orange sunset glow is reflected on the clear white lake, outlining a beautiful dusk lake view. The sky, lake, lusk cave, and forest. The four colors complement each other, weaving the sky of Hulua tribe into a paradise. Changxia, did you fry the yam fruit powder cake? It smells so good. From afar, Yadong's cheerful shouts were heard. Following closely was the familiar conversation and laughter of Kongshan and the others. Changxia, do you still have cold rice noodles and rice rolls? Rice rolls, I want to eat them. All the ones in the afternoon were snapped up by Yadong, and I didn't even get to taste them. I think the topping is delicious. Can Changxia let me have more? Questions came from far away. Soon, Shenrong led Yadong and the others to the beast's den. He fetched water to wash his face and hands, staring blankly at the bowls and basins on the long table. Suddenly, several sounds of swallowing saliva came one after another. What are you standing there for? Come eat. Changxia chuckled, pulled out wooden chairs and invited everyone to sit down. Have dinner at my house tonight before you leave. Nanfeng, Wanchuan, and I spent half an afternoon cooking this table of dishes. Upon learning that Kongshan and the others were coming, Changxia planned to prepare a whole table. In fact, she wanted to recruit some females from the tribe. This time, after a few days, when we hold a hot pot banquet in the cave, we can ask the females to help. The Hulua tribe is the strongest beast tribe in the Dusk Forest, with a population of over 1,000 people. Don't underestimate the scale of 1,000 people. The beast tribe is strong and can transform into beasts. They are at the top of the food chain, and the amount of food they consume every day is not a small amount. If a tribe wants to grow stronger, the number of its members is the key. Changsha wanted to change the life pattern of the beastmen by growing more food to meet their basic living needs. With enough food, the tribe can produce more cubs. At the same time, it can also feed more people. It smells so good. All words eventually turn into the simplest 3 words. Without further ado, Shenrong took his seat first. Seeing this, the others stopped refusing and took their seats. Don't rush to eat the barbecue, drink the soup first. This bone soup has been stewed for half an afternoon, and even the marrow has come out. Sprinkle some chopped green onions, and it will taste delicious. Changsha served soup to everyone and asked them to drink the soup first and then eat. The main course tonight is not barbecue, but cold rice noodle, fruit rice noodle cake, and rice noodle roll. The yam rice noodle roll is the last to be steamed. Compared with other foods, the rice noodle roll tastes the best when it is just out of the pot and drizzled with sauce. Bones can actually be used to make soup. This soup is really delicious, better than any stew I've ever had. Changsha, you're amazing. Kongshan and his men flattered Changsha in different ways, and some of the words made Changsha feel embarrassed. However, their faces were full of sincerity, without any trace of hypocrisy. Shenrong, how's the progress over there? Changsha asked softly. Shenrong took the soup handed over by Changsha and drank it in small sips, feeling the warm bone soup sliding from his mouth all the way into his throat. With the help of the 4 people from Kongshan, we will dig the caves of Nuanchuan and Nanfeng at the same time this afternoon. Tomorrow we will directly carve the caves, mud the walls, and install the doors and windows. He didn't mention Yadong, but Yadong's cave house could also be dug tomorrow. If it weren't for the fact that it takes time to build the mud walls, the 3 cave dwellings could be completed tomorrow, without waiting until the day after tomorrow. Strength lies in numbers, and this is not an empty saying. So fast, Changsha was shocked. Should she say that the beastmen are strong? Or should she say that the beastmen are strong? Changsha initially estimated that it would take several months to build the kiln, but it only took a few days. As expected, she had underestimated the beastmen's ability. Hee. Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh happily. Soon, she would be able to live in a spacious and bright cave like Changsha, no longer having to worry about getting wet in the rainy season or catching a cold in the cold season. The people in Kongshan ate and drank and looked at Changsha several times, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Kongshan, if you have something to say, just say it. Changsha said. She was not blind, so she could naturally see the conflicted and nervous expressions of Kongshan and the others. Kongshan chuckled and whispered, Changsha, can we build a kiln? This question. Suddenly, Kawamori and others nearby became more nervous. Yes, it can be built. As long as you are willing, you can build a kiln at any time. However, the rainy season is not suitable for building a kiln due to the heavy rain. If you want to build a kiln, you'd better hurry up. Changsha said seriously. Several people in Kongshan clapped excitedly. Then can we also come to Baihu to build a kiln? Luan Mu squeezed through Kongshan, approached Changsha, and looked at Changsha with excitement. Shenrong reached out and pushed Luan Mu away, saying coldly, sit down. Changsha, Baihu belongs to the tribe. You want to come here to build a kiln and find the tribe leader. What's the point of asking me? Changsha rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. However, she agreed with the tribe to build kilns near Baihu. Being near Baihu was very convenient for both water use and fishing. Baihu also had enough space for the tribe to build kilns, and it could also free up space for the tribe to renovate. The Holua tribe has developed here for thousands of years, and most of the internal space has been consumed. If you want to build a kiln, you have to demolish most of the animal dens. This will be difficult for the nostalgic orcs. However, if we expand towards Baihu Lake, many problems can be solved. I'll go find the chief when I get back to the tribe. I'm going too. I. In an instant, the 4 people in Kongshan were extremely excited. With the cave dwellings, they could find females to marry. At that time, they were not necessarily limited to the tribe, but could also go to other beast tribes to abduct females. After all, compared with the Holua tribe, other beast tribes don't know how to build kilns and can only live in beast dens. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of pride emerged in everyone's hearts. There are only a few beastmen who are unwilling to find a male to mate with, like Nanfeng. Most beastmen are looking forward to finding a male/female to mate with, giving birth to a litter of cubs, and leading a dull and busy life, day after day, year after year. The people in Kongshan were thinking about building a kiln. Even his appetite was reduced a little. After talking with Changxia about the fried meat, he said goodbye in a hurry and headed straight for the tribe. Similarly, Nanfeng Nuanchuan helped clean up the mess and returned to the tribe. The beast's den, which had been noisy all day, gradually returned to its tranquility. Changxia, do you want to take a bath? Shenrong asked. Changxia waved her hand and replied, I'll wait a little longer and ferment the dough first. Nanfeng is still looking forward to eating raw rice noodles tomorrow. Kongshan and the others will return to the tribe tonight, and some tribesmen may come tomorrow. I need to ferment more dough. Shenrong, help me steam some more fruit powder, and mix some more flour paste and drain it to make dough. Okay, what should I do? Clean the stone pot and the animal bone pot, scoop the fruit powder and steam it. I will use it and the powder paste to make a dough for fermentation. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Wait for Changxia to drain the 100 kilograms of dough one by one. Wrap it with leaves and ferment it. It is already late at night, and Changxia has been kneading the dough with both hands for a long time. Now it hurts so much that he can't lift his hands. I told me to do it, but you refused. Now, do you feel the pain? Shenrong scolded Changxia gently. While he was boiling water for Changxia to apply on her hands, he gently placed Changxia's hands between his palms and kneaded them gently to relieve her pain. Changxia squinted his eyes and enjoyed Shenrong's service. It doesn't hurt, it's just very sore. Changxia pouted and retorted in a low voice. Raw rice noodles are different from rice noodle rolls and rice noodle rolls. If you want to eat them, you must ferment the dough in advance. Of course, if Shenrong and his friends eat as much as they want, 100 kilograms of dough may not be enough. After all, many tribesmen will come tomorrow. She thought that if it didn't work, she could just knead the dough and press it. Maybe the taste will not be as good as fermented dough, but given the tribe's acceptance of food, they may not be able to tell the difference. Etc. Shenrong, be gentle, it hurts. Hiss, you're quite strong. Hearing Changxia's cry of pain, Shenrong smiled and raised his head, asking, well, do you feel the pain? Didn't you say it didn't hurt just now? Shenrong. Changxia widened his eyes and looked at him angrily. Changxia, angry. Don't be angry. If you don't rub it tonight, you won't be able to lift your hands tomorrow. As he said that, Shenrong scratched the tip of Changxia's nose, and then Changxia's wailing and screaming sounded again in his ears. To be honest, it sounded very rhythmic. Shenrong, you must be taking revenge on me. When Shenrong pulled his hand away, Changxia collapsed on the rattan curtain and animal skin bed. His whole body was sticky and he was sweating from the pain. Hearing this, Shenrong couldn't help but burst out laughing. This fool was silent for a while, and then he said this? Yes, I am taking revenge on you. Shenrong replied humbly and asked, then may I ask, do you want to take a bath now? If you don't take a bath now, the hot water will get cold. Washington Changxia nodded firmly, struggled for a few times, climbed up, pointed at the White Lake at the foot of the mountain, and muttered, don't worry about me, go to the White Lake to take a shower. When we move to the cave house, you won't have to go to the White Lake to take a shower in the future. We can convert a cave house on the left into a bathroom. Bathroom? A room for taking a shower? Shenrong took a fur skirt and planned to go to Baihu. This animal skin skirt was given to him by Yadong Shankuang. After all, he came to the dusk forest alone, with only his clothes. Yes, the room for bathing. Changxia nodded and continued. If we convert the cave on the left into a bathroom, we have to build 2 more rooms, one for the kitchen and one for the toilet. Come on, go take a bath. I'll think about it and wait until Nguyen Chunanfeng is done with her work before we can start. Okay, take a bath quickly, don't wait until the water gets cold. Shenrong responded and turned to walk out of the beast's den. He knew that if he didn't leave, Changxia would be shy and wouldn't take a bath. This female Normandy Grand Bazaar dared to ask him to marry her, but when they actually got along, she was very shy. If you get close to me, my face will blush. The red face is so cute. Changxia took off his clothes and got into the bathtub. The boiling hot water covered his whole body and he snored in comfort. Before Chenrong came back, Changxia slowly came out of the bathtub. It's too late, and I haven't washed my hair in Changxia. Of course, she was really too sleepy. She didn't even pour the water and fell asleep on the rattan curtain and animal skin bed. When Chenrong came back, he moved her to another place, covered her with animal skin bedding, and poured out the cold water in the bathtub. Then, he fell asleep on the rattan curtained animal skin bed next to Changxia. I tossed and turned several times before falling asleep. An idea crossed Shenrong's mind. If he moved to the cave house earlier, would he be able to sleep on the same Kong bed with Changxia? Thinking about it, Shenrong's handsome face was filled with an intoxicating smile. Unfortunately, the night is getting deeper. No one noticed this scene. The next day, dawn. Changxia opened his eyes, and there was no one next to him. She got up with sleepy eyes opened the rattan curtain and looked around, but still couldn't see Shenrong. It seems that the fish basket has a good harvest this morning. Long Summer Nanfeng waved his hand and walked over from Bai Hu carrying 2 wooden buckets. Nanfeng, did you go fishing so early in the morning? Changxia asked curiously. He held water in his mouth and rinsed his mouth. He looked at Nanfeng with a strange look on his face. Recently, everyone was obsessed with studying various fruit powder delicacies, and their desire for fish was greatly reduced. Today, Nanfeng took the initiative to go fishing. Could it be that he wanted to eat fish? Nanfeng shrugged and explained. This fish was brought by Chenrong. Chenrong didn't need to explain. Nanfeng could guess the reason. Most of the food sent by the tribesmen had been consumed recently. After all, they have been eating here in Changxia a lot these days. The food was enough for Chenrong Changxia to eat for 10 days or half a month, and with the addition of a few of them, it was naturally not enough. Besides, they hadn't gone hunting recently, so naturally they didn't bring any food. Fortunately, this place is close to Baihu Lake, where we can catch fish and chickens at any time, which greatly relieves the pressure on food. Jin had suggested that Nanfeng and the others bring some food, but Nanfeng declined, as she knew Changxia would be unhappy. Fish great. Changxia looked at the live fish in the barrel and said happily, we'll eat fish meal and raw rice noodles today. Fish meal. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and was suddenly very excited. As soon as you hear the name, you can tell that it is a combination of fish and fruit powder. In the past, the tribe members hated eating fish the most. With the fishball recipe provided by Changxia, the tribe has recently developed various ways to eat fish, with carrot, onion, and garlic as seasonings, let alone. No matter how roughly the tribe members cook fish, the taste is much more delicious than before. Fish meal, it seems. We are in for a treat today. Muqin's gentle voice came from far away. She walked towards Changxia's den step by step, supporting someone and followed by a little boy. Hearing the sound, Changxia looked over. Instantly, she smiled excitedly, waved her hands, and shouted, Grandma Su Yi, you're here. Su Yi, the witch of the Beastman tribe, the messenger who guides the development of the orcs. Everyone in the orc clan calls Su Yi Wu, and no one dares to call her by her name, except Changxia. Ever since she was little, she has liked to call Wu Grandma Su Yi, but in formal occasions she will call her witch, and in private situations she will only call her Grandma Su Yi. This child has grown up, but he is still like a cub that cannot grow up. Xylophone scolded with a smile, and let go of Wu's hand. Su Yi smiled and greeted the running Changxia kindly. Changxia hugged Su Yi, face to face, and happily rubbed Su Ye's left cheek. Grandma Su Yi, I miss you so much. Why did you come so late this time? I told you that I built a kiln and left a room for you. From now on, you don't want to live in the wizard's hall in the holy mountain of Kana. It's empty there. It's too deserted. You and Bai Qing will live with me and Shunrong, and I'll make fish balls, rice noodles, and fried meat for you. Hold Su Yi and lie in Su Ye's arms. Changxia chattered non-stop. You're already an adult, but you still like to act like a spoiled brat. I'm scared of you. Su Yi raised his hand and poked Changxia on the forehead, then glanced in the direction of the beast's den and said, There's no rush for food. Take me to the cave for a look. Jen had often boasted to her about the cave, which made Su Yi very curious. You must know that roots have always been steady and honest. What kind of magic does the cave have that makes Jin lose his composure like that? In addition to Jin, Sui noticed that the overall appearance of the Halua tribe had changed during this visit to the Halua tribe. It was more lively and energetic than before, which was definitely not found in other tribes. An accident happened to the bird tribe, and she was invited to take Bai Qing to the Qinghai Plateau. In just a few days, the Halua tribe had changed so much that Suyi was filled with emotion. Okay, Changxia nodded. After letting go of Suyi, he reached out and pinched Bai Qing behind him. He waved and said hello. Bai Qing, hello? Wait a minute, sister will make you fruit powder pancakes. Eat, it's delicious. What's wrong with those eyes? Bai Qing rolled his eyes skillfully and swatted away Changxia's rebellious hand. Changxia in front of Suyi Bai Qing looked particularly childish. She especially likes to tease Bai Qing. She always calls herself sister, and she especially likes to pinch Bai Qing's face. Changxia, don't tease him. Nanfeng takes Bai Qing to Changxia's animal den to sleep for a while. Suyi ordered. This time they came directly from the Qinghai Plateau to the Halua tribe. It was a long journey. Suyi could hold on, but Bai Qing was still young and his eyes were so sleepy that they almost turned into panda circles. Okay, Nanfeng responded. Changxia was slightly startled and said directly, Grandma Suyi, did you come directly from the bird clan? After saying that, his eyes glanced at the large packages in Bai Qing and Xylophone's hands. Something happened to the bird clan and they invited me over. Suyi replied. Following Changxia, he and Xylophone walked slowly towards the cave dwelling. A witch from the bird clan? Changxia asked in surprise. What kind of thing would invite a witch from the beast tribe to the Qinghai Plateau? In the red crane tribe on the Qinghai Plateau, a bird cub fell ill. Wu Nanha of the bird tribe couldn't find the problem, so he asked the red crane tribe to come to the Twilight Forest and ask me to help with the treatment. Suyi didn't hide it and told the reason of the matter. Explained again. The Halua tribe keeps a sick rice plant for a long summer. The bird tribe and fish tribe, which are close to the beast tribe, all know this. Moreover, some of the precious medicine that Changxia drank had ingredients that Suyi had exchanged with the bird and fish tribes. As a result, Suyi's reputation for being good at curing diseases spread throughout the two tribes. Is the little bird okay? Changxia asked nervously. Suyi smiled and replied, It's fine. I caught a cold and had a fever, plus I ate too many ice fruits. Compared with Changxia's illness, this situation was nothing. Suyi went over to check the baby bird's body, confirmed the cause of the illness, and started to boil medicine to treat the disease. In 2 or 3 days, the baby bird was rescued. The main reason why it took so long in total was that the Qinghai Plateau had entered the rainy season and we wasted some time there. That's good. Changxia breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the cave. No matter how many times I see it, I always feel amazed and shocked, Muqin said softly. Suyi also looked at Changxia in amazement. Has the beast cub, who was once only the size of her palm, grown up to be so outstanding? She did not pursue material things, and did not express shock like a xylophone. She followed Changxia to inspect the cave step by step. Listening to Changxia's division of ownership of each cave, Suyi's smile never stopped. From the moment he picked up Changxia, Suyi found that she was different, desolate, lonely, and filled with a strong smell of death. These emotions should never appear in a beastman cub, especially the desperate aura of death, which even made Suyi tremble with fear. For a moment, she thought she couldn't save this special cub. At the beginning, Suyi had been conflicted when she chose to send Changxia to the Halua tribe. She wanted to raise Changxia herself, but her duty as a witch forced her to send Changxia away. Now it seems that the original decision was correct. The Halua tribe did not let her down. The beast cub, once filled with despair, has now grown up successfully and has his own mate. Suyi did not explore the secret of Changxia. Instead, as an elder, she continued to tolerate Changxia and taught her to start her life again, to feel family and friendship again, and she even found love herself. Which, can the beastmen build kilns? Asked Muqin. Suyi nodded and shook his head, which surprised Muqin. She couldn't tell what Suyi was really thinking. Changxia, who was standing next to him, understood a little bit. Building a kiln required external forces. The soil quality determined whether the kiln could be built. If the soil quality was not suitable, building a kiln would be much more troublesome and difficult than building a nest. Changxia, tell me if the orcs can build a kiln. Suyi looked at Changxia with a smile. She had noticed the abnormality in Changxia's body a long time ago. She is as suitable to become an orc as Bai Qing, but taking into account Changxia's body and personality and many other aspects. In the end, Suyi chose to remain silent. This child may be more suitable for free-range care. The Halua tribe can build kilns. However, other orc tribes still need to understand. Changxia put his hand on the wall of the cave dwelling and said, "The soil used to build the kiln must be this kind of solid soil. Other soil types need to be excavated. It is easy to cause collapse or water seepage, which is why the rainy season is not suitable for building kilns." After listening, the xylophone fell silent. She was happy that the Halua tribe could build a cave, but she couldn't let all the orcs share such a good cave dwelling. Muchin Am. A house doesn't necessarily have to be a cave. Wooden houses and brick houses are just as beautiful as cave dwellings. In some ways, they are just like animal dens, except that they are more spacious. Changxia chose to build a kiln simply because Baihu is suitable for building a kiln. Other beast tribes cannot build kilns, so they build wooden houses or brick houses. The only trouble is that it is a bit more laborious. Considering the physique of the beast men, Changxia couldn't be considered to have worked hard. Compared with a wooden house, a brick house, or a cave dwelling, which one is better? Muchin asked curiously. Changxia smiled and said, "Each has its own advantages, depending on the terrain and surrounding environment." Then, Changxia explained in detail the advantages and disadvantages of wooden houses and brick houses. Muchin thought about it and wrote down what Changxia said one by one. "Changxia, can you prepare a few sets of these furniture for my wizard hall?" Suyi asked in surprise. She did not ask about the wooden house or the brick house, but looked at the red sandalwood furniture placed in the cave differently. These pieces of furniture were made by Shinrong during his rest time. The beast's den was too small, so he moved them to the cave. At first sight, Suyi fell in love with it. She didn't bother to be polite with Changxia and spoke directly. Changxia took Suyi's arm and said happily, "Grandma Suyi, these furniture are made for you. You see, I specially selected beautiful red sandalwood. Well, the blackwood pattern is indeed beautiful." Suyi acknowledged Changxia's vision and exclaimed. Muchin met Changxia's smug eyes, smiled, and shook her head. After visiting the cave, the group headed towards the beast's den. "Changxia, what is a wooden board?" Suyi asked. Returning to the animal den, Nanfeng took Bai Qing back to the animal den to rest and lit a fire and boiled water to make fruit powder cakes. Nanfeng's cooking is not very good at delicate tasks such as barbecue and yam fruit powder cake. However, the fruit powder pancakes she made tasted okay. "I drew the appearance of some plants on wooden boards with charcoal and then gave them to the tribesmen. The tribesmen went out hunting or picking and came across similar plants. They picked them and gave them to me for identification," Changxia explained, pointing to the animal den. The carrot, onions, and garlic planted in the distance told Suyi that she was ready to plant them. "Breeding is not urgent yet. Wait for Nanfeng Wanchuan and the others to live here, and then plan step by step." As he spoke, Changxia took the remaining wooden boards and charcoal and handed them to Suyi. Suyi rubbed the wooden board and looked at the charcoal. "There are things that can be written in the Wizard's Hall of Kana Holy Mountain. If you want, you can ask Jin to go to Kana Holy Mountain." Suyi thought and suggested. "White tree, a wonderful existence. It only grows near the wizard's temple. To some extent, it can be said that the white tree is the wizard's companion tree. The leaves of the white tree are like paper, white and thick, and the branches can be broken off and used as pins for writing. Legend has it that the white tree was given by the beast god to all races on the continent as a vehicle for passing on knowledge. It grows near the wizard's temple and coexists with the wizard. Every witch has a white tree of his or her own. White tree, sacred and holy. What is it that can be written?" Changxia suddenly became curious. The beastman's writing is more pictographic, and there are not many literate people in the tribe. Changxia studied with Wu and can read. However, she had always written on the ground and had never seen writing tools such as paper, ink, pen, and inkstone. At this moment, Suyi suddenly said that there were writing tools in the wizard hall. How could she not be curious? The leaves of the white tree are more practical than wooden boards, and the branches are more convenient for writing than charcoal. The white tree is a writing tool unique to the wizards. The chief of the beast tribe is qualified to use white leaves and branches. There should be some roots left. If you need them urgently, you can take his share, and I will give him more in the future. Suyi explained. Ordinary beastmen do not know how to write, so it is useless for them to hold the leaves and branches of the white tree. Furthermore, the white tree symbolizes the identity of a witch and cannot be used casually. If it is used to record things, as in Changxia, it is acceptable. Paper and pen? That's amazing. After listening to this, Changxia sighed with emotion. Suyi glanced at Changxia and did not express her opinion on her changing the names of white leaf and branch. After all, paper and pen sounded more concise than white leaf and white leaf branch. Changxia was overjoyed and thought that maybe he would encounter some magical item again one day. She should be able to take it more calmly. If you like it, I will give you more then, Suyi promised. Her white tree was so tall and ancient that it covered most of the wizard hall. Picking some leaves and branches would hardly hurt the tree. Okay, Changxia nodded, very happy. Suyi sat on the long table, stretched her limbs, and her love for Changxia's furniture increased by 3 points. Suddenly, she remembered the gift she brought back from the bird tribe for Changxia. Nanfeng, where did you put the animal skin package? Suyi asked lightly. Nanfeng pointed to the beast's den and replied, the beast's den. I put it inside the beast's den. Wu, do you want to take it out? Muqin stepped forward and asked. Take it out. I brought some specialties unique to the bird tribe for Changxia. Suyi smiled. The bird tribe came to the dusk forest specifically to find her. Suyi thought that the bird tribe had caused some big trouble, but it turned out that the cubs had caught a cold and fell sick. After curing the beast cub, the bird tribe gave it a generous reward. Suyi picked out a few items for Changxia. After choosing, Suyi felt a little regretful. However, when she came to the Hulua tribe and visited Changxia's cave, Suyi was very happy, and the gift that made her regret seemed to be very suitable for Changxia's cave. Granny Suyi, did you bring me a gift? Changxia was very excited. Hearing this, Nanfeng became jealous. Wu, you brought a gift for Changxia. Do I have one? Nanfeng yelled, asking Wu for a gift. If it were in the past, Nanfeng would probably not ask, but recently she has become a little more self-indulgent. Hearing this, Suyi didn't say anything yet. Muqin put down the animal skin package in his hand, raised his hand and slapped Nanfeng on the back of the head several times. The south wind howled in pain. Nanfeng? Suyi was slightly surprised and looked at Nanfeng in surprise. Was this child so lively before? Xylophone's mouth twitched. Wu, don't pay attention to Nanfeng, Muqin said. What gift do you want? I brought a few luminous stones for Changxia, intending to let her play with them. I think the cave is not suitable for lighting a bonfire, and these luminous stones are suitable for lighting. Suyi untied the animal skin package, took out a small animal bag, and poured out 7 or 8 luminous stones inside. Lightstone, a kind of mineral unique to the bird tribe. The bird tribe likes to polish the polished stones into ornaments and wear them as decorations. They are rarely willing to exchange with foreigners. This time, Suyi helped the bird tribe a lot, and the bird tribe agreed to exchange with Suyi. Changxia happily took the light stone. The light stone sparkled in the sunlight, flashing a bright luster. Grandma Suyi, you are awesome. You are like a worm in my stomach. I was thinking of asking you about the polished stones. Changxia took the polished stones and played with them excitedly. The polished stones were round, translucent, and shiny. It looks like a top-grade white jade gem. Suyi said, give me a south wind. Great. Nanfeng stepped forward quickly and stretched out his hand. Muqin held his forehead with his hands and stared at Nanfeng in silence. Here, Nanfeng. Changxia was not stingy. She picked one and handed it to Nanfeng and asked, Grandma Suyi, can we exchange light stones with the bird tribe? In the future, when the tribe builds a kiln, light stones will be more convenient for lighting. The birds are stingy. If you want to exchange light stones with them, you must have something that can impress them, Suyi said calmly. The relationship between the bird tribe and the beast tribe is pretty good. The beast tribe usually trades green cloth with the bird tribe, and the bird tribe also trades ginkgo fruits, animal skins, and many special products of the twilight forest with the beast tribe. Like ginkgo, Changxia has developed a new way to eat fruit powder. I believe that the exchange with the bird tribe will be much smoother this year. Then I have to think about it, Changxia said seriously. Suyi continued to take out things from the animal skin package, including 5 or 6 pieces of green cloth, plus some animal skins and food presented by the bird tribe. These pieces of green cloth were exchanged by Bai Qing for you. You keep them to make clothes. These animal skins and food are also left to you. There is no shortage of things in the holy mountain of Kana. Suyi turned over the pages and put them with Bai Qing. Clothes picked out. Changxia asked Changxia to take the rest and put them away in the animal den. Nanfeng, who was standing aside, had red eyes due to envy. Mu Qin looked at Nanfeng unhappily. Recently, Nanfeng's personality became more and more erratic and childish, which was a bit of a headache. Wu. Nanfeng called out softly with a long tone. Suyi smiled and said, Nanfeng? What's wrong with you? Suyi found this kind of Nanfeng very interesting. She thought the cubs of the beast tribe were too dull, and the Hulua tribe only had a few male cubs in Yadong, who were generous and cheerful. Today, the south wind is particularly vigorous. I am fine. Nanfeng shook his head in grievance. He felt so aggrieved in his heart that he could not utter a word when he looked at Su Ye's smiling face. Changxia, what new things are you thinking of? Mu Qin said happily. Changxia generously gave the light stone and blue cloth, which touched Mu Qin. The tribe did not love this girl in vain. The tribe loved her, and she also knew how to repay the tribe and respect the tribe. This was enough. Changxia shook his head and thought, I need to think of new things that the bird tribe will like, so that I can exchange them for light stones and blue cloth. Besides, the bird tribe has many other good things besides light stones and blue cloth. In fact, the beastmen also have good things, like the pottery of the Hulua tribe, the honey of the bear tribe, the green beans of the lion tribe, and so on. Changxia did not stick to the bird tribe alone, but focused on all ethnic groups. He used other races and tribes to support the Hulua tribe, and then promoted reforms in the Hulua tribe, influencing the development and growth of all ethnic groups. What kind of fruit is this? Nanfeng suddenly asked. She squatted beside him, put away the light stone that Changxia gave her, and picked up the ice fruit that Suyi had placed beside her. There were not many ice fruits, about 10 or so. Each one was the size of a baby's fist, and she could feel a piercing coolness when she held it in her palm, which was magical. Suyi turned around and replied, Ice fruit is a special wild fruit that grows on the Qinghai Plateau. It is the favorite wild fruit of the bird tribe. The flesh is soft and sticky, and eating it can cool you down during the hot rainy season. Ice fruit, light stone, and blue cloth are things unique to the bird tribe. Among them, ice fruits and light stone bird tribes are rarely exchanged with other countries. Changxia's thoughts were interrupted, but she was not angry. She reached out and took an ice fruit and held it in her palm, feeling the slight coolness in her palm. She was surprised and said, It's so cool. Granny Suyi, are ice fruits grown on trees? No, ice fruit is the fruit of a plant called ice crystal grass. Ice crystal grass is short and grows close to the ground. Some people in the bird tribe will plant ice crystal grass in bird nests and use it to refrigerate food to prevent it from rotting. Suyi said in a gentle voice. She wanted to exchange ice crystal grass with the bird tribe, but was rejected by the bird tribe. According to the bird tribe, ice crystal grass is rare and difficult to raise. Compared with ice fruit, ice crystal grass is more precious. Even if the bird tribe is willing to exchange ice fruit and light stone with other tribes, they will not use ice crystal grass for trading. A refrigerator. A pure natural refrigerator. Do the bird tribe of Grandma Sui have a lot of ice crystal grass? Do you think they are willing to exchange? I can exchange it with them using the method of building a cave. Changxia said excitedly. Ice crystal grass, that's a natural refrigerator. It sounds like ice magic from the magic world. So awesome. Don't think about it. Suyi shook his head directly, breaking Changxia's idea of exchanging. Who doesn't know how precious ice crystal grass is? But the bird clan is too stingy and will not exchange ice crystal grass with foreign tribes. This time she healed the bird chicks for the bird tribe. The bird tribe was reluctant to take out the light stone and ice fruit, but did not even mention the ice crystal grass. It's obvious. Ice crystal grass is extremely precious even among the bird tribe. Compared with the Qinghai Plateau, the Twilight Forest is rich in products, but there is nothing too dazzling. Thinking about it, Suyi couldn't help but sigh. Changxia, don't think too much. Ice crystal grass is the lifeblood of the bird clan, so there is no need to worry about it. You prepare some food for Wu and Baiqing. They have been hungry all the way back from the Qinghai Plateau. Xylophone stood on Changxia's shoulder. He patted it twice and said, at this time, Shenrong and the others were already busy. Looking at the deserted stove, I probably went to work on the kiln without having breakfast. As soon as Muqin said this, Changxia suddenly woke up. Look at me, I'm so happy to see Grandma Suyi coming. I'll go prepare breakfast now. Muqin AM hasn't had breakfast yet, right? I'll make some fish meal for you to try, Changxia said. She also remembered that Shenrong might not have eaten breakfast either. Immediately, she asked Nanfeng to help cut the fish, and she began to knead the fruit flour, intending to fry the fruit flour pancake. It takes time to process the raw rice flour, so Changxia decided to steam the rice flour skin, which is faster. The raw rice noodles were saved for lunch and for Wu. It was a good opportunity to taste the raw rice noodles with the tribesmen and promote the various ways of eating the rice noodles. After the various ways of eating the fruit spread, the ginkgo nuts near the tribe were almost picked up by the tribe members. Now, the tribe members began to pick ginkgo nuts in the territories near the tribe. The tribe sent hundreds of kilograms to Changxia's family. Listening to the wishes of the south wind and warm spring, the tribe will prepare the rest to be dried before being sent over. Apparently, the tribe has been stocking up on food in advance for the rainy season. Watching Changxia skillfully stir the fruit powder and turn it into a paste, Suyi sighed. The orcs have been eating flour paste for hundreds of years, but they have never thought of frying the flour paste, let alone adding these things to the flour paste. I used to say that Changxia was cranky, but I understand it today. We are too stubborn. Yes, Xylophone agreed. If Changxia's randomness had not been stopped before, they would have been able to eat delicious fruit powder food more than 10 years earlier. Thinking about it, the two couldn't help but shake their heads at the same time. At this moment, Baiqing woke up after taking a nap in the animal den. Opening his eyes, he looked at the strange den. After a while, he heard a familiar voice outside the den, and he remembered where he was. Get up and walk out of the den. I saw Changxia frying fruit powder pancakes. The alluring fragrance penetrates the nose desperately. Baiqing rubbed his stomach, swallowed, and walked towards Suyi. Baiqing is awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Changxia is frying fruit powder pancakes, which will be ready to eat later. Do you want to eat a piece of barbecue first? Xylophone said warmly. Nanfeng is carving up the fish, and the xylophone helps with the barbecue. The warm spring hasn't come yet, so I'm probably still sleeping. Wait, just in time for Wu to examine her and figure out what's causing her drowsiness. Xylophone just told Suyi about this. Suyi originally planned to go to Nwanchuan's house, but Xylophone told her that Nwanchuan was sleeping and hadn't woken up yet. So, they came over to Changxia. I'm asleep, Baiqing said. Baiqing is not yet an adult, has a reserved and steady personality, and usually talks little. Changxia is always bullying him, saying that he is young and immature, like a little old man. Keep a straight face and act cool. Are you hungry? Suyi glanced at him and said, if you are hungry, eat barbecue first. Later, you can try the fish meal and fruit powder pancakes made by your sister Changxia. Baiqing, let me tell you that the stewed fish and grilled fish made by Changxia are also very delicious, such as beggar's chicken, yam stewed chicken, yam fruit powder cake. Nanfeng chirped out a long list of dish names and told Baiqing, these are all made by Changxia, and they all taste great. As we chatted, the alluring fragrance soon filled the air. Not to mention Suyi and Baiqing couldn't bear it. Even the xylophone mother and daughter who often ate Changxia's cooking couldn't help but swallow their saliva frequently. On the long table, the minced meat, bird's eggs, wild vegetables, and fruit powder pancakes are steaming hot, and the alluring aroma is astonishing. It goes into your nose together with the fresh and sweet bone soup, and you can feel the delicious taste before eating it. Speaking of the previous praise of Nanfeng, there is still the slightest doubt. At this time, Suyi Baiqing completely believed what Nanfeng said. The dishes cooked by Changxia were both delicious and decadent. Baiqing, drink the soup first. Xylophone reminded. Changxia smiled, pointed to the stone pot stewing bone soup next to him, and said with a smile, "Ever since Nanfeng and the others drank the bone soup, this stone pot has never stopped burning. Last night, Nanfeng and the others were here. After dinner, I added a few more bones and simmered it all night, until even the bone marrow came out." When Nanfeng mentioned bone marrow, he couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. The bone marrow is very delicious. Nuanchun has been greedy recently, so Changxia left all the bone marrow to Nuanchun. Nanfeng sighed. "I regret that I was ignorant before and threw away the bones, internal organs and so on. Since the birth of Changxia, the tribesmen have discovered that there is nothing they cannot eat. The so-called inedibility is just that they don't understand." "Nanfeng, what did you say about me?" Nuanchun came slowly from the tribe, holding his round belly. Climbing up the hillside, "I saw Wu and Baiqing eating. They smiled and said, 'Wu and Baiqing, when did you come here? Why didn't anyone in the tribe tell you? Come, sit down.'" Suyi asked Baiqing to pull out the chair for Nuanchun, drank soup, ate fruit powder pancakes, and asked about Nuanchun's situation. Next to him, Xylophone helped Nuanchun get a breakfast and put it next to him. Nanfeng cleaned several big fish, sliced them into pieces, and stewed them in a pot. Changxia steamed the rice noodle skin and planned to cook the fish meal. After cooking the fish meal, Nanfeng went to the next hill to call Shenrong and the others to come over for breakfast. Judging from Shenrong and the others, they probably want to build the cave dwelling in one day. Make time to mud walls, build kangs, and install doors and windows. This time, after drying it for another day or two, you can move your things in. After all, it is near the rainy season and the weather is hot. The cave house is easy to dry and contains no harmful substances, so there is no need to worry about accidents when living in it. "Huh!" Suyi exclaimed and looked at Nuanchuan in surprise. Once again, reach out to check for Nuanchuan. This was repeated twice. Suyi fixed his eyes on Nuanchuan and placed his hands on her round belly, touching it from time to time and pressing it gently. Then, a sincere joy appeared on his face. Suye's action scared the people around him. Changxia unconsciously became more gentle as he stirred the fish soup. Suye's cautious movements made everyone nervous. Is Nuanchuan in bad condition? Shenrong and his group, who were walking in the distance, held their breath. Shan Kuan was even more unbearable, and his legs went limp with fear. Fortunately, Yadong Kongshan, who was beside him, was quick to help him up. "Calm down," Shenrong shouted, waking Shan Kuan up. "Don't worry, Nuanchuan is fine." Hearing the voice, Suyi looked up at Shan Kuan. "If I checked correctly, Nuanchuan should be pregnant with 2 cubs. She is not getting enough nutrition for the time being, which is why she is always drowsy. Just let her eat more." Twins. The last time twins appeared in Dusk Forest was 100 years ago. That time the twins were born in the Heavenly Wolf Tribe, the Wolf Clan. When mentioning the Wolf Clan, Suye's deep eyes fell on Shenrong. Nostalgia, memories, loneliness. Eventually, all the emotions turned into a complex. Suyi sighed softly and said to Shenrong, "Kid, welcome home." "Shenrong, meet the witch," Shenrong said respectfully. At the same time, he took out the wolf tooth pendant worn on his neck. Unlike the miracle necklace, this wolf tooth pendant was a gift from Wu to his mother for her coming of age. Before there was the miracle necklace, the wolf tooth was tied to Shenrong's wrist. The miracle necklace was given to Changxia by Shenrong as a token of love, and the wolf tooth was worn on Shenrong's neck. That's right, Shenrong Amu Xingya knew Su Yi. It seems that the relationship is still very good. Witches have long lifespans, living longer than ordinary beast men. "Grandma Su Yi, do you know Shenrong?" Changxia asked in surprise. At the same time, everyone showed surprised expressions. Obviously, they were all surprised that Wu knew Shenrong. "I know him. When I first saw him, he was only this big, a little bigger than you. His body was covered with dense fur. He was a very handsome wolf cub." Suyi smiled and stretched out his hand to gesture a few times in the air. Shenrong was slightly embarrassed, touched the tip of his nose and smiled. That was when Yuan Ho took him away from the Dusk Forest, and Suyi happened to come to the Tianlang tribe. Xingye died of dystocia and passed away too quickly. When Suyi arrived, Xingye was already dead. Suyi helped to give Chunrong the name, which means to stay away from war and chaos and live a smooth life. But Chunrong took a completely different path from Suye's blessing. If he hadn't been poisoned and injured and on the verge of death, the Yuan family would not have let him leave. Looking at Chunrong's embarrassed expression, Suyi said, "Have you returned to the Dusk Forest and visited your grandfather in the Heavenly Wolf tribe?" "No." Shenrong smiled bitterly and said, "I came to the Hulua tribe by accident. Granny Suyi, I picked up Shenrong from the Normandy Grand Fair. He was poisoned and dying." Changxia pouted and explained. When Changxia first met Shenrong, he felt the aura of death from him. Deathly air, the thing that Changxia was once most familiar with. She chose Shenrong as her partner, not only because she liked his face, but also because she wanted to save him. Grandma Sui and the Hulua tribe helped her back then, and Changxia wanted to pass on this kindness. During this period of time together, the two of them gradually got along well. Maybe it was destined. She would meet and get to know him, all due to the intersection of fate. Poison Suye's face changed slightly, and he asked Chunrong to sit over. The matter of Nuanchuan's twins was ignored, and everyone, including Nuanchuan, looked at Chunrong curiously. Poison, a method used by the Manhwa barbarians in the Western continent. Tianyuan tribe is the strongest tribe in the Western continent. How dare the remnants of the Manhwa barbarians put poison on you? Suyi looked at Shenrong with a livid face, confused. At the beginning, Yuan Ho brought Shenrong back to the Western continent with the approval of her and the Tianlang tribe, and Yuan Ho promised to take good care of Shenrong. After all, Shenrong awakened the blood of the fighting wolf, and the Yuan family would not let Shenrong wander around. No one present understood what the Tianyuan tribe was like, but Suyi knew very well. The strongest tribe in the Western land is not just a title. More than 1/3 of the tribes in the Western continent are commanded by the Tianyuan tribe. Shenrong was born in the Yuan family, a great noble family of the Tianyuan tribe, and his status was extraordinary. Putting a curse on Shenrong was a complete provocation to the Yuan family. Once this matter is exposed, it will definitely attract revenge from the Yuan family and the Tianyuan tribe. Are the remnants of the Manhwa barbarians so bold that they dare to provoke the Tianyuan tribe? Poison. No wonder so many witches are helpless. Shenrong chuckled and shook his head. This poison was given by the Yuan family. The remnants of the Manhwa barbarians should have taken refuge with some people in the Yuan family. The Manhwa barbarians are not well known in the Western land. Those who know about it understand the strange and bizarre methods used by the Manhwa barbarians to cast spells. Therefore, many witches do not know much about poison. Someone from the Yuan family has cast a spell on you. Where is Lord Yuan? Suye's face suddenly changed, and she glared at Shenrong, insisting that he explain clearly. Back then, Yuan Ho promised her and the Tianlang tribe that he would take good care of Shenrong. Only more than 20 years had passed, and Yuan Ho had broken his promise. Do you really think that she, Suyi, and the Tianlang tribe are easy to bully? Father, he disappeared half a year ago. Shenrong said softly. Through his investigation, he learned that the last place Yuan Ho went to before his disappearance was South Vietnam, and he seemed to be investigating a murder case. The murder case was very involved and affected countless nobles. Shenrong also knew some inside information through secret channels. The murder case was related to the succession of the leader of the Tianyuan tribe 30 years ago. At the same time, the person who issued the order to exterminate the barbarians in South Vietnam was the current leader of the Tianyuan tribe. As soon as Shenrong found out these secret information, something happened. I want to escape from the prison-like life, but I also want to escape from the whirlpool. So Shenrong used the excuse of being injured and poisoned to wait for an opportunity to leave the Yuan family. Forget it. I'm glad you're okay. Suyi thought with a gloomy face, realizing that something big might happen in Shilu. She looked at Shenrong and said, "Take the medicine to recuperate first. The poison is ever-changing. I'll confirm what kind of poison you've been poisoned with first, and then prescribe the right medicine. Sui has traveled across the continent, has a wide range of knowledge, and is known as the strongest wizard of the Beastman clan. If someone else were to encounter a poison, they would have no choice but to wait for death. However, the poison was not difficult to cure for Sui. Yes. Shenrong breathed a sigh of relief quietly. The corner of his eye unexpectedly swept over Changxia. Once the poison is removed, he will be able to better protect Changxia. Here, Changxia didn't have as many thoughts as Shenrong. She listened with great interest. The Western continent seemed different from the Eastern continent. It seemed to be in the feudal society of slavery. The class system was strict. In comparison, the Eastland tribal era was freer and more peaceful. When everyone suddenly learned the reason why Shenrong came to the Dusk Forest and heard about the terrible poison, the atmosphere became a little tense. Nuanchuan is pregnant with twins, which is a great joy. Why do you all have such gloomy faces? My affairs are all old things. Besides, I am very happy to be able to leave Shilu alive and return to Dusk Forest. Shenrong said with a smile. He left the Yuan family and returned to Donglu. After going to Nanyue to look for Yuan Ho, he still couldn't find any clues. However, Shenrong had a feeling that Yuan Ho was not dead, because if Yuan Ho really died in Nanyue, he would not have left the Yuan family so smoothly. Also, with Shenrong's ability, it is impossible for him to find out so much secret information. But these words are not suitable to be said. Shenrong didn't want to bring the chaos of the Western land to the Halua tribe. Shenrong is my partner. Do you still want him to go back to Shilu? Hurry up and prepare the bowls and chopsticks, and clean up the tables and chairs. We can eat fish meal now. Changxia clapped his hands and shouted. Conspiracy or something. It would be better to have a bowl of bone soup and 2 pieces of barbecue. Changxia's shout was a complaint. Suddenly, the atmosphere returned to normal. Nuanchuan held her heavy belly and said, Changxia, I want to eat 3 bowls of fish meal. After all, it's hard for me to feed 2 cubs with just 1 mouth. Nuanchuan, let me help you pack the fish meal. Shankuan ran forward and said happily. Wu confirmed that Nuanchuan was fine, and his worries disappeared. At the same time, Shankuan felt that his life had reached its peak when he learned that Nuanchuan was pregnant with twins. Nuanchuan, I'll help you too, Yadong said in a funny way, imitating Shankuan's loud shout. In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. Grandma Suyi, how do you like the fish meal? Chang Xiaoshang prepared the fish meal and asked Shenrong to carry it over. He smiled and said, I fermented the rice balls last night and had raw rice noodles for lunch. Grandma Suyi shouldn't be in a hurry. Go back to the wizard's hall? Chang Xia has weak bones and takes medicine all year round. Suyi was worried that she would not be able to feed him, so he came to the Halua tribe from the Kana Holy Mountain every now and then. In terms of closeness, among the many tribes of the Orc tribe, the Halua tribe definitely has the highest status in the Wizard Palace. Bai Qing and I have been away from Kana Holy Mountain for more than 10 days and need to go back to the Wizard's Hall. However, we can wait until we eat raw rice noodles before leaving. After Suyi finished speaking, his eyes fell on Nuanchuan and continued. I will go back to the Holy Mountain of Kana to rest for a day and then come back. We can't be careless about the Nuanchuan twins. I will come to the Halua tribe in person to wait for her to give birth. You'd better have someone follow her and don't leave her alone. Nuanchuan couldn't tell which day she would give birth. It's easy for something to happen if there's no one around to follow you. Grandma Suyi, don't worry. When Shenrong and the others build the kiln, Nanfeng and I will follow Nuanchuan. Chang Xia said seriously. After hearing Su Ye's explanation, she didn't ask anyone to stay. Thinking about what things should be prepared for Suyi to take back to Kana Holy Mountain when she leaves. As for whether he could win it, Chang Xia never thought about it. It should be. Suyi nodded and warned. Chang Xia, help Nuanchuan prepare some food and let her eat when she is hungry. Eat as much or as little as she wants. Eat when she is hungry. The beast cub grows up. The need for energy and sleepiness in warm spring are related to the fact that the cub is about to give birth. In the warm season, the tribe has no shortage of food. If it is the cold season, the warm spring will most likely suffer. On the side, everyone understood the meaning of Su Ye's words. The beastmen are strong and healthy, and even the cubs are very gluttonous. Changxia has been tinkering with various foods recently and accidentally saved Nuanchuan's life. Nuanchuan grinned and smiled at Changxia. Changxia is indeed the tribe's lucky star. Cub in the future, remember to repay Aunt Changxia. Okay, I'll steam some yams and make them into snacks. This way, Nuanchuan can eat them whenever she's hungry. Changxia responded. Eat it in warm spring, don't fry it. It tastes good when fried, but it can easily cause a sore throat. Pregnant women are prone to getting inflamed. If they eat too much fried food, they may not be able to bear the long summer and warm spring. Changxia, do you want to fry yam fruit powder cakes? Nanfeng asked excitedly. Yadong, who was squatting on the ground eating fish meal in the distance, jumped up and said happily, Changxia, remember to make more fried yam fruit powder cakes. I want to eat some too. Long summer suddenly, Kongshan and others spoke one after another. At the same time, they also brought a few baskets of meat, all of which they wanted Changxia to help make fried meat. They did not move the meat into the beast's den, but placed it in the shade next to the White Lake, intending to wait until Changxia was done before asking her to start. This time, the yam fruit powder cakes will not be fried but steamed. Fried ones can easily cause getting a sore throat. Eating too much in the warm spring may not be enough for your body. If you want to fry them, I'll make some more. Changxia gave in and promised. Even if the tribesmen didn't come, she could handle it with the help of Muqin Nanfeng. It's not tiring to make some yam fruit powder cakes. A breakfast. Spend it in the hustle and bustle. As soon as it ends, Jin brought a large group of tribesmen from the tribe, and they greeted Suyi first. Jin asked the tribesmen to put down the 10 baskets of dried ginkgo nuts, 5 cans of fried meat, and 3 baskets of yams they brought from the tribe. In addition, there were many wild vegetables and fruits. Changxia, don't refuse. Jin raised his hand to stop Changxia from refusing and explained. You handed over the method of building the kiln to the tribe. The tribe can't give you anything better in exchange, so we can only give you these foods. I hope you don't mind. Chief Changxia held her forehead with her hands, helpless. After Jin said this, she knew she couldn't refuse. Besides, as Jin said, this time the tribe took advantage of Changxia. Suyi smiled and looked at this harmonious scene. The most important thing for a tribe is unity and harmony, and internal strife is the most taboo. The Hulua tribe is undoubtedly one of the most united and friendly tribes among the many beast tribes. This is why Suyi prefers the Hulua tribe. Internal strife and fighting will only weaken the strength of the tribe. The Dusk Forest is full of dangers, and the tribe will fail if they are not united and friendly. What awaits us is only decline. Changxia, didn't you say you would treat me and my tribesmen to lunch? I'm afraid these baskets of ginkgo yam are not enough, so you can go back to the tribe and get some. At noon today, we will have raw rice noodles here at Changxia's place. Oh, and fish noodles and cold rice noodles. Suyi smiled and told Jin to bring some food back to the tribe. Of course, she did not forget to remind Jin to bring the white leaves and branches. After all, this was related to the future development of the tribe, so Suyi naturally helped Changxia remember it. Then we are in for a treat today. Jin laughed and immediately asked his men to go back to the tribe to move the ingredients, waiting to eat the new food Changxia had prepared. Suddenly, the tribesmen around started talking. Or they are curious about the raw rice noodles, fish noodles, and cold rice noodles mentioned by Suyi, or they are looking forward to the cave dwelling that Nanfeng and the others talked about. This day, they have been waiting for a long time. Nuanchuan, you take the tribesmen to visit the cave dwellings. I will stay here to prepare lunch. Changxia looked at the tribesmen who were full of expectations, turned to Nuanchuan and gave instructions. Nuanchuan cared about the cave dwellings more than anyone else. When it comes to understanding cave dwellings, apart from Changxia, it had to be Nuanchuan. Furthermore, warm spring is approaching the time of production. It would be good for her to move around more. After all, if they stayed in the beast's den, Changxia didn't dare to ask her for help. Muqin nodded, agreeing with Changxia's decision, and said, Haiyun, you and Nuanchuan go to Changxia's cave house to take a look, and come over to help after you're done. Help prepare lunch, and learn how to make fruit powder food from Changxia. Due to the long summer, the tribe had recently picked almost all the ginkgo nuts that could be picked nearby. They even started to pick them from further away. This time, during this year's rainy season, The tribe does not have to worry about going hungry even if they do not go out hunting. Delicious food made by fruit fans, plus fish and shrimp from Baiha River. These two things are enough to feed the tribe members. If they could find one or two new ingredients, the Holuwa tribe would be able to live a very leisurely and comfortable life during this rainy season. Muqin thought about it, and the smile on her face became even kinder. Changxia, you really made the tribe proud. Okay, Haiyun responded and said cheerfully, Nwanchuan, let's hurry up. After visiting the cave, we will come back to prepare lunch. I am thinking about learning Changxia's skills and then build a cave in the future. Then we won't be afraid of rainy seasons or cold seasons. On the side, other females echoed. This time I came to visit the cave, maybe to explain something. Neither the old man nor the cubs came along. Only males and females came. The male didn't say anything, just listened quietly. However, he talked about building a kiln. The male next to him showed some interest in his expression, which showed that Yadong Shankuan probably said something as well. Very quickly, the noisy beast's din accompanied the departure of Nwanchuan and his group. Peace returned again. Changxia, I'm leaving. Shenrong stood up and said. Changxia waved his hand and replied, Shenrong, if you finish early, remember to take people to the reeds in Baihu to catch some chickens and ducks. I need them for lunch. Okay, I'll remember that. Shenrong responded with a smile. The tribesmen went to visit the cave dwellings, and Shenrong and his party set out again, rushing to remud the walls of the cave dwellings of the three Nanfeng families, dry them, remud the walls, and install doors and windows. Changxia and the others who stayed in the den cleaned up the messy table and then got busy. There are at least 30 or 40 clansmen who came here today. Preparing food for 30 or 40 people is no small task. After all, the stomachs of the orcs are bottomless pits, and it is not an easy task to feed them. This time, even Grandma Su Yi and Bai Qing joined in. However, for the time being, they could only help with trivial matters such as lighting the fire or passing bowls and basins. Changxia, how do you use this press? Nanfeng knelt down and moved the press Changxia mentioned from the animal den. The press was polished by Shenrong from wood and animal bones based on Changxia's description. Look, it looks weird. It's not surprising that Nanfeng doesn't know how to use it. Changxia asked Nanfeng to move the press above the stone pot, put the fermented dough into an animal bone jar with dozens of small holes, and then press the dough in the jar hard to squeeze the holes into round rice noodles. The thin noodles fell into the stone pot with boiling water, boiled for a few minutes, and then fished out to become raw rice noodles. If the dough did not need to be fermented, it would not be difficult to make raw rice noodles. The difficult part is to make the dough into raw and cooked dough and then ferment it. Changxia, you're so smart. Muqin half squatted, watching in shock as the dough turned into fine powder and fell into the stone pot. Nanfeng was operating the press to squeeze the dough, and he was no less shocked than Nanfeng. Suyi listened to Muqin's praise, nodded seriously, and echoed. Changxia, your brain is all about eating. Changxia, is the raw rice noodles delicious? Bai Qing rarely showed a childish look, staring at the thin white vermicelli rolling in the stone pot. That greedy look was exactly like Nanfeng's. No, I should say. Foodies in this world all have the same expression. Changxia. Changxia chuckled. He didn't care about the flour paste on his hands, pinched Bai Qing's face twice, and explained, Didn't you eat just now? This is the fine powder that was just cooked. I want you also need to prepare soup stock and toppings. I'm full. If you're not hungry, just ask. Bai Qing took 2 steps back to avoid Changxia's hand that was ready to move again. He said he was full, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the stone pot where bone soup was simmering. Even though I'm full, I feel like I could drink another bowl of bone soup. Changxia said that he had left a cave dwelling for him so that he could live here. Actually, like raw rice noodles, they taste best when they are freshly cooked and taken out of the pot. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people today. It is too difficult to eat freshly pressed rice noodles. After all, there is only one press. Changxia can only pinch out the cooked rice noodles, pour cold water in the aisle, and put the rice noodles into the rattan sieve aside. Grandma Suyi, do you want to try the freshly made raw rice noodles? Changxia asked. There is existing bone soup in the stone pot, but it is a pity that there is no topping. However, In addition to keel bones and tube bones, bone soup also stews pork ribs. Add some chopped green onion, and the taste of raw rice noodles in bone soup will definitely not be bad. Suyi glanced at Bai Qing, then at the excited expressions of the xylophone mother and daughter. Don't blame me. Let's all taste the taste of raw rice noodles. Okay. Suddenly, Nanfeng released the squeezer and cheered. He had the same idea as Bai Qing. He was obviously full. However, looking at the thin white vermicelli, Nanfeng felt that he could still eat another bowl. I picked some green onions, and Nanfeng took out the cooked fine powder and divided it into bowls. If there is no broth, just use bone soup. Chang Xia walked briskly to the vegetable field next to him to pick green onions, not to mention Bai Qing Nanfeng's move. Ahem. Actually, Chang Xia is also a bit greedy. It has nothing to do with whether you are hungry or not. I just want to try the raw rice noodles made from fruit powder. How does it taste? Bai Qing, bring the bowl quickly. Nanfeng called. She didn't dare to use it. Bai Qing, before he takes over the responsibilities of the witch, calls him once. Today, he was probably fascinated by the delicious food. The usual Bai Qing had a serious face and was very dignified. Not to mention using orders, Nanfeng didn't feel confident enough to even talk to him. Sure enough, people who love food are like one family in the world. Chang Xia quickly picked the chives, washed them and chopped them into pieces, and sprinkled them on top of the raw rice noodles served in Nanfeng. With quick eyes and quick hands, Nanfeng walked to the long table with the bowls in hand. She handed the first bowl to Su Yi, the second bowl to Xylophone, and the third bowl she gave to Bai Qing with a sigh. Finally, she and Chang Xia came to the long table each with a bowl. Take a seat next to you. Su Yimyukin looked at Nanfeng causing trouble, smiled, and shook his head. Then lower your head and taste the raw rice noodles. For the first bite, several people chose to drink soup. Fresh, sweet, and slightly sour. Su Yi and the others didn't know where the sour smell came from, but Chang Xia knew it. This sour taste comes from the fermentation of rice noodles. It is this slightly sour taste that is eaten by raw rice noodles, which is different from the taste of other rice noodles. The taste of raw rice noodles and cold rice noodles is completely different, and it is also different from fish meal. Nanfeng ate the raw rice noodles and quickly tasted the difference. Chang Xia smiled mysteriously. Most people can't tell the difference when it comes to raw rice noodles. Nanfeng is quite good at talking. She remembered that the raw rice noodles in Nanning, China on Earth, like to be added with basil. Chang Xia couldn't get used to the taste of basil, but she could accept it when it was used to grill fish or cook seafood. But she couldn't accept eating noodles with basil. The taste was too strange and awkward for Chang Xia. Chang Xia, can the fine powder of raw rice noodles be preserved? Su Yi asked. She has eaten rice noodle soup, which is easy to make. However, it is obvious that vermicelli is difficult to preserve. If the fine powder made from raw rice noodles can be preserved, ginkgo nuts will probably become even more important. The dough of raw rice noodles needs to be fermented, so the fine powder produced in this way cannot be stored for too long and will easily go bad. However, fruit powder can indeed be made into dry powder for storage, but the process is complicated and I need time to study it. Chang Xia said in a deep voice. She understood why Su Yi asked this. The dusk forest is rich in resources, allowing the beastmen to thrive and multiply here for generations. However, the dusk forest was both its success and failure. Unlike the Qinghai Plateau and the East China Sea, the dusk forest had no other unique products except ginkgo nuts and could not provide more strength for the beast tribe. For example, there are light stones and ice crystal grass in the Qinghai Plateau, and various pearls, tourmalines, and corals in the East China Sea. These are all valuable treasures. Any of them can be exchanged with foreign tribes for valuable items. The only things that the dusk forest could offer were animal skins, animal bones, and various wild vegetables and fruits. These things could fill their stomachs and feed the huge beast tribe, but they could not be exchanged with other tribes to obtain more things. Nowadays, if Chang Xia can develop dry powder, things will never be the same again. Food is the top priority for any race. This is especially important when it comes to food that can be stored for a long time without rotting. Chang Xia, you said, fruit powder can be made into dry powder and stored like ginkgo nuts? Not far away, Jin was holding an ironwood box, which contained the things Suyi asked him to bring, the leaves and branches of the white tree, as well as the paper and pin that Changxia wanted. Several tribesmen followed behind him, all carrying things: ginkgo nuts, flesh, wild vegetables, and unknown roots. After Changxia confirmed that the yellow root Wanchuan mentioned was yam, and made many delicious foods with yam, the tribesmen became more and more enthusiastic about digging the root tubers. Because Changxia was busy building a kiln recently, the tribesmen did not come to disturb him. Today, Suyi spoke. Jin asked the tribesmen to pick out a small portion of each item they had collected during this period and bring it over, waiting for Changxia to identify it. Changxia turned to look at Jin, who was trembling with excitement, nodded gently, and said seriously, "Dry powder can indeed be stored for a long time, but the production process is complicated. Vermicelli and raw rice noodles are rice noodles made by simplifying some processes. Although both are rice noodles, the former is simple to make but not durable, while the latter is complicated to make but can be stored for several years without spoiling. Changxia, you can tell the tribe if you need anything," Jin said seriously. He and Suyi looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. If Changxia could develop dry powder, Dusk Forest would be able to get rid of the embarrassing situation. At the Normandy Grand Fair next year, the exchange between the beast tribe, the bird tribe, and the fish tribe would no longer be at the bottom. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at Changxia with eyes full of passion and anticipation. "I won't be polite to the tribe," Changxia replied with a smile. Although she didn't quite understand the excitement of Grandma Suyi and Jin, she had some guesses. But no matter what the reason was, it was useless to be curious before the powder was made. "It smells so good. Xylophone, what are you and Wu eating?" The tribesmen didn't understand what the three were talking about. They wanted to know what Wu and Changxia were eating. It smelled delicious. Raw rice noodles. Muqin picked up a thin noodle and slurped it into his mouth, making a slurping sound. Changxia said that this is how you should eat noodles. A few people tried the xylophone and it felt okay. However, when I first started eating it, I didn't know how to slurp it, and a lot of soup splashed out. After eating it a few times, I slowly learned how to slurp the noodles. You know what? It's quite interesting to talk about it. Anything else? Some tribesmen couldn't resist their greed and asked. Muqin pointed to the side and said, "The prepared fine noodles are all here. If you want to eat them, just make them yourself. Nanfeng, go teach Uncle Yundong and the others to make some more raw rice noodles. I think Haiyun and the others will be here soon." Yundong is Haiyun's partner and is about the same age as General. He was also a powerful totem warrior of the tribe. He was bewitched by the root and came to visit the cave, thinking that after today, the tribe would become extremely busy. "Uncle Yundong, wait a moment." Nanfeng devoured the raw rice noodles in front of him, drinking up not a drop of the soup. Then he stood up calmly and walked towards the stove. He directed Yundong to put the dough into the animal bone jar of the press, and pressed the dough in the jar hard to turn it into thin white noodles, which then fell into the stone pot with boiling water below. "This weird thing is amazing. Put the dough in, press it, and it will turn into fine powder." Changxia is smart. Yundong and his companions were discussing while they were preparing half of the fine powder. Changxia finished eating the raw rice noodles and didn't rush over to help. She was busy preparing some more toppings. The animal den was stocked with meat, bird eggs, and wild vegetables. Stir-fry minced meat. Then use the bird eggs to fry some fried eggs. Fried eggs means breaking the bird eggs and mixing the egg liquid evenly, then pouring it into the oil pan and frying it thoroughly. The fried eggs made in this way have a crispy and fragrant taste when eaten directly, and if they are soaked in the soup of raw rice noodles, the taste will be different. Wild vegetables are simpler. Just add minced meat or bird eggs and stir-fry them together. Changxia, what are you doing with the bird eggs? Nanfeng added firewood to the stove. Yundong and a few others were stuffing the dough, so it was not her turn to take action. Changxia was carrying a basket of bird eggs that she had picked up from the reeds at Baihu Lake. Jin came over today and brought Changxia 2 more baskets. If she didn't finish eating them at noon, she would probably pickle a batch. Bird eggs will also go bad in hot weather. I'll fry some bird eggs and use them as toppings. You light a fire on the stove next to you and stir-fry some minced meat and wild vegetables. Changxia replied. What a big eater. Fortunately, She worked hard last night and made more than 100 kilograms of dough even though her hands were sore. Otherwise, we really can't feed this group of people. Nanfeng was curious and asked, Changxia, how do you fry bird eggs? How else can you fry bird eggs? Break them up, mix the egg white and yolk evenly, and fry them in a pan. Of course, if you like to eat poached eggs, you can just break the bird eggs and fry them in a pan. Changxia said directly without looking up. Talking about fried eggs, Changxia buried a bird's egg in the stove out of greed. What she was craving for was not the mouth, but the memory. In the past, she was in poor health, and Grandma Jin and Grandma Sui took care of her. Changxia often ate fruit powder porridge and fruit powder porridge. Therefore, she could only fool Nanfeng Nuanchuan or the tribal beast cubs and ask them to secretly bring her bird eggs. At that time, there were few tools in the beast's den where Changxia lived. The only solution she could think of was to bury the bird eggs in the stove and eat the roasted eggs. At that time, roasted bird eggs were the only salvation in the long summer. Su Yi and the others in the distance frowned. It turned out that there were so many ways to eat bird eggs. They were indeed shallow-minded. After all, they usually ate bird eggs boiled. Sometimes they didn't pay attention to the hot water in the pot, and the bird eggs were directly boiled and cracked. Uncle Yundong, don't be in a hurry to eat. I'll make some toppings for you. Chief, do you have any onions, carrot, and garlic among the wild vegetables you brought? I've finished eating what I have here. Changxia asked. There was nothing left of the carrot and garlic except what was planted. As for the onions, the ones planted the earliest in the long summer have already survived. However, those onions were just picked in the long summer, so if you want to eat them, you have to wait for 2 days for them to grow again. I'll go and see. Xylophone glanced at the embarrassed root. In the male's eyes, all wild vegetables look the same. I can't even recognize the roots of carrot, onion, and garlic. After a while, Muqin found a pile of carrot, garlic, and green onions. They were just pressed at the bottom and wrinkled. Changxia, there are a lot of carrot, green onions, and garlic here. Do you want to use them now? Muqin am, please help me wash some carrot, onion, and garlic. I need them. Changxia talked while beating bird eggs. Put some chopped onion in fried eggs to make them more fragrant. Stir-fried minced meat also needs carrot and garlic for seasoning. She has consumed a lot of carrot, onion, and garlic recently. After this wave of excitement is over, I have to take some time to walk around White Lake. It's just the right time to catch the last wave of rain before the rainy season and pick some fresh wild vegetables or dig some roots. When the rainy season comes, it's no longer suitable. Sizzle after beating the bird eggs in the long summer. Mix them evenly. Heat the stone pot and pour in the oil. When the oil is hot, she scoops the egg liquid with a wooden bowl and pours it into the stone pot. She pours 5 bowls each time, waits for the 5 eggs to be fried, takes them out, and pours in new egg liquid, repeating this process. Next to him, Nanfeng started frying the minced meat. Smelling the aroma, they stretched their necks to look towards Changxia. The tempting aroma wafted, and Yundong and others who were stuffing the dough stopped out of curiosity. At this moment, they had already made a whole sieve of fine powder. 1 bowl per person, enough for 20 or 30 people. Of course, the portion size is not meant to fill them up, but to satisfy their taste. Changxia, this fried egg smells really good, much better than a poached egg. Nanfeng was frying the minced meat, staring at the bird eggs in the stone pot next to Changxia. While swallowing her saliva, she hinted to Changxia to let her taste the fried egg. Long summer, come here, let me give you a taste. Changxia broke off a small piece of fried egg and handed it to Nanfeng. The fried egg, fresh from the frying pan, tasted delicious, but it was very high in calories. Not only was it hot, it was also very easy to get angry. At least, Changxia didn't dare to try it. Rather than eating them directly, she prefers to soak the fried eggs in soup. The fried eggs taste softer, and the flavors of the soup and fried eggs are combined. The deliciousness of the bone soup, plus the fragrance of the eggs, is great. Hiss. Hot. So hot. Nanfeng was greedy and cried out in pain because of the heat. Even so, she was reluctant to spit out the food in her mouth and swallowed it directly. There was a crisp crackling sound, accompanied by the howling of the south wind. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire beast's den. Everyone looked at Nanfeng's actions in silence, blaming him for being greedy and curious about the taste of fried eggs. They had all eaten bird eggs before, but Nanfeng's expression of enjoyment was too curious. They are both bird eggs, so would they taste different if they were cooked in a different way? Changxia, the raw rice noodles are ready, Yundong reminded. Jin took a stack of bowls and put the flour directly into the bowls. Yundong and the others put a lot of fine flour in them. So Jin piled the flour in each bowl until it reached the top. Xylophone rolled his eyes and stepped forward to slap Jin's hand. How greedy! How are you going to scoop out the soup and put the toppings in with so much flour? Without saying anything, Muqin grabbed half of it and said, "There's too much flour. Do you want to add more soup and toppings? Do you still want to eat the delicious fried eggs that Changxia made?" Jin was silent. Obviously, he wanted to eat. However, he felt sorry for those fans who were captured by Xylophone. Similarly, Yundong and others on the side also felt very sorry. With their appetites, such a large bowl of noodles can be eaten in just a few mouthfuls. Phew! Changxia covered her mouth and snickered. It's rare to see such an embarrassed side of the clan leader. It's very interesting. Grandma Suyi, do you and Bai Qing want to eat more? Xylophone asked. Granny Suyi shook her head, looked at Bai Qing's eager eyes, and said, "You prepare a bowl for Bai Qing. I'm full. AMU, don't forget my share." Nanfeng swallowed and reminded Xylophone. She knew that if she didn't speak, Xylophone would not prepare her share. After all, I had eaten a lot of food this morning. I'm obviously full, but the smell makes me want another bowl. Click. Next, crisp clicking sounds were heard everywhere. Along with the crackling sound, there was also a rich fragrance. The fried eggs are so fragrant and delicious. It's much more delicious than boiled eggs. I've never eaten such delicious bird eggs. Changxia, don't you want to eat? Everyone sat around the table, eating heartily. Nanfeng glanced at the roasted bird eggs in Changxia's hand. She had tasted roasted bird eggs before, and they tasted pretty good. But compared to the fried eggs next to her mouth, they were a little worse. Nanfeng couldn't understand why Changxia liked to eat roasted bird eggs, and even showed an expression similar to piety and gratitude. Could it be that the roasted bird eggs they ate were different? But roasted bird eggs are not simply thrown into the stove and eaten after they are roasted. I'm full. You eat slowly. Changxia waved her hand and replied, "What are you eating? I can smell the delicious food from far away. It makes me hungry. It smells so good. Chief, why didn't you call us when you had something delicious?" Hearing the sound, it should be Nuanchuan and the others coming. The cave is not far from the beast's den, so it is normal for the fragrance to come over. Besides, no matter how beautiful the cave is, it won't take too much time to walk around it a few times. Hyunlai, everyone have a bowl to try how it tastes first. Muqin didn't say anything more. She stood up and added noodles, soup, fried eggs, minced meat, and other toppings. Her movements were quick and clear as if she had done it countless times. Hiyun and the other females were all straightforward people and didn't nag anymore. Walk forward and take the raw rice noodles. They found a place to sit or squat and started eating. Compared with Yun Dong and the others, the movements of the females like Hiyun were slightly more gentle. In an instant, Yun Dong and his companions ate up all the fine powder that was squeezed out. Everyone stared at Changxia with a look of aftertaste. Changxia took a short break after eating, and then started cutting meat with Nanfeng, preparing to make fried meat from the baskets of meat brought by Kong Shan and his friends. In the evening, Kong Shan would take it back to the tribe. Changxia, is this raw rice noodles really made from ginkgo nuts? Hiyun said in surprise. Changxia smiled, put down the beast knife, nodded and said, "Yes. The pressed dough is made by grinding the fruit powder of ginkgo into a paste and then fermenting it into dough. This is not difficult. Hyun, if you want to learn, I can teach you, just like building a kiln. However, there are bags for making dough and fermenting, a powder sieve for filtering, and a press for pressing the dough. You need to prepare these tools by yourself. I don't have any left. Listen." Everyone showed their joy. Changxia, what do you want us to exchange for? No need to exchange. I will teach you directly. The tribe helped a lot in building the kiln. Besides, she initially studied ginkgo, not only because she was greedy, but also because she wanted to benefit her people. Unfortunately, The production process of dry powder is complicated and needs further research. Chief listened to Changxia. Just 2 sentences and the matter is settled. After all, sometimes being too clear in distinction can make things seem distant. After eating the raw rice noodles, He-yun and other females surrounded Changxia, helping to make fried meat and asking Changxia for advice on various methods and techniques of making fruit noodles. Nanfeng Wanchuan has been bringing back a lot of new food from Changxia to the tribe recently. Over time, the tribesmen learned from what they saw and heard. However, they had time today. Naturally, they didn't want to miss it. In addition to the various ways to cook fruit powder, there were also many other things, such as how to preserve meat and bird eggs, and how to pick and eat wild vegetables. The tribesmen were happy to ask Changxia about it. Before noon, Kongshan and his men fried all the baskets of meat they brought, put them in clay pots, and waited until they were completely cooled before covering them with wooden lids. This way it can be stored for a long time and is very convenient to eat. Changxia was busy making fried meat, and Yundong and his team took over the physical work of pressing and stuffing the dough. When Changxia finished frying the meat, more than 100 kilograms of dough were all made into fine powder, which was still put into the powder sieve. Before noon, Shenrong returned with a full load. Each of them was carrying a few preys, and Yadong was carrying 2 large geese. They looked very similar to the large white geese that Changxia knew, but were 2 or 3 times larger. Each weighed about 40 to 50 kilograms and was definitely a large goose. Changxia, look what I hunted for you, Yadong said loudly. As he spoke, he kept shaking the big white goose in his hand. Feeling the pain, the big white goose screamed, "Go, go, go," and pecked at Yadong's thigh with its mouth. Yadong's face turned pale with pain. "Goose, where did you hunt it?" Changxia said happily. When she saw the goose, a dish of stewing the goose in an iron pot flashed in her mind. There was no iron pot in the den, but a stone pot would work. 2 geese were just enough for 1 pot. There is a shallow beach upstream of Baihu Lake, similar to Baiha Beach. These 2 geese were caught there. In addition to the geese, there are also many bird eggs, Shenrong said in a gentle voice. He put down the 5 or 6 pheasants in his hand. The legs of these pheasants were tied, so he didn't have to worry about them running away when he put them on the ground. Changxia, can these sharp-mouthed beasts be eaten? He-yun squeezed forward and looked at them. Changxia said, they are edible. The big ones are geese, white geese. The smaller ones are ducks, white ducks and gray ducks. It seems that there are many wild ducks living in Baihu Lake. The most colorful ones are chickens. These small birds can be raised by clipping the feathers on their wings. I plan to build a shed in the reeds beside Baihu Lake and raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. Nowadays, Nanfeng and his family's cave dwelling was built. It just so happened that many people came to the tribe today, and Changxia directly revealed his idea of raising the animals. Ever since he was a child, Changxia always said something shocking. In the past, the tribesmen classified these as animal cubs. However, as Changxia built a kiln and used fruit powder to make a variety of foods, the tribesmen gradually realized that Changxia's words were not aimless. "Changxia, do you need help?" Jin asked. This time he did not obstruct and asked Changxia directly if he needed help. I have no idea what breeding is. He just knew that Changxia would not harm the tribe. "Chief, that's not necessary," Changxia said happily. Nanfeng patted his chest and said straightforwardly, "Changxia, how many chickens, ducks, and geese do you want to raise? I will go and catch a few more for you. When you have raised them well, remember to treat me to a meal." "Ha." Suddenly, cheerful laughter rang out all around. It was obvious that the tribesmen were amused by Nanfeng's shamelessness. Changxia proposed the idea of raising them, and the tribesmen didn't say anything, but the females like Haiyun kept it in mind. After tasting the chickens, ducks, and geese, they will decide what to do. For now, there is no rush. Changxia rolled his eyes at Nanfeng and then set his gaze on Shenrong. "Shenrong, take Yadong and the others to Baihu to deal with the chickens and ducks, and also deal with these 2 geese. We will prepare a hot pot feast in advance, and the tribesmen are welcome to come and visit." She felt that no communication could be more convincing than having a meal. If 1 meal isn't enough, then 2. "Changxia, would you like to have beggar's chicken for lunch?" Nanfeng asked happily. She didn't feel anything at all about Changxia's rolling eyes. When she heard that she asked Shen Rong to go to Baihu to deal with the chickens and ducks, she was immediately excited. Beggar's chicken. Nanfeng went back to the tribe and made it. Is it like stewing chicken with yam in a stone pot? Almost. A few short words quickly aroused the foodie instincts of the crowd. They all asked Changxia what he needed them to do. Changxia pointed to the largest stone pot next to the beast's den and said, Haiyun, please help clean the stone pot. I want to use it to stew the goose later. These stone pots were specially polished by Changxia at Shenrong's request. The stones were collected by Yadong Shankuan from the rocky beach upstream of Baiha Beach. Shenrong polished 7 or 8 stone pots of various sizes. The small stone pot is big enough for Changxia and Shenrong to use. If there are more people, she can just pick a suitable stone pot. With the stone pot, Changxia no longer has to worry about cooking. Who polished this stone pot? Hiyun brought out the stone pot and liked it. Unlike the stone pots in the tribal square, the stone pot polished by Shenrong was very fine, with all the corners polished very smooth, and it felt like warm jade, with excellent texture. Changxia said proudly, Shenrong, I asked him to polish it. He is very careful. This stone pot is polished very carefully. Hiyun exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, she glanced at the other stone pots. She was amazed and liked them more and more. She couldn't help but think that when she returned to the tribe and determined the location for the kiln, she would have to ask Yundong to go to the rocky beach to pick some stones. This stone pot looks more beautiful than a clay pot. I want a stone pot like this. All of a sudden, the females nearby began to agree. Apparently, they were all conquered by the appearance of the stone pot. They had all experienced the fact that clay pots were prone to cracking and exploding. The tribe knew that stone pots were more durable than clay pots. However, they had never imagined that the stone pot could be polished to be so thin. It's easy to polish a stone pot. Let Shenrong talk to you about it, Changxia hesitated and asked. Hiyun waved his hand and said, No hurry. Let's talk slowly after lunch. Soon, Hiyun took the two of them to clean the big stone pot. Then they built a stove, put a stone pot on it, lit a fire, heated the pot, and boiled it. Seeing nothing to do, Jin called a few people to move the ginkgo nuts to the table and grind them. In the past 2 days, Changxia had consumed a lot of ginkgo nuts. The pottery jar that was originally filled with ginkgo nuts was now empty. Although Jin did not open the lid of the pottery jar, he could roughly guess the fine powder in the powder sieve. The tribesmen do things efficiently and decisively. For some trivial matters, Hiyun and the others just did them without Changxia asking for anything. They chatted while working, from cave-dwelling construction to the cooking of beggar's chicken. The sky above the beast's den was never quiet, and they kept asking when Changxia would move. I'll move in when Nanfeng Wanchuan's cave is finished. Changxia said, the cave is quite empty. I want to make some furniture to put in, like tables, chairs, and benches. The cave dwelling has a kong bed, and a wooden bed is optional. If you do, put it in the empty room. If you don't, you can just sleep on the kong bed. But you must have a wardrobe. After all, it's hard to store things without a wardrobe. Similarly, it's best to have a few things like shelves. This table and chairs are really well made. Ironwood is the best. It is strong and can withstand falls. They think the same as xylophone. All agree that furniture made of ironwood is the most beautiful. They think rosewood and the like are not practical. That's right. The orc's aesthetic is so simple and real. Everything is based on practicality. They went to visit Changxia's cave house and saw the doors and windows made of iron and wood, and they all gave high praise. They believed that the doors and windows made of iron and wood would definitely be able to withstand the attacks of wild beasts, and it was really safe. I think things like bowls, chopsticks, tables, and chairs should all be made of ironwood, and the same applies to furniture. Muqin agreed. At the end, she glanced at Changxia, blaming her for not knowing the value of the goods. Unfortunately, Sui agreed with Changxia's use of rosewood to make furniture. Otherwise, Xylophone probably wants to say something. What's so good about that weird pattern? No matter how good-looking it is, can it be better than being strong and durable? AMU, stop trying to persuade me. Changxia will not agree to use ironwood to make tables and chairs. She thinks ironwood is ugly and unsightly. Nanfeng laughed and retorted. Changxia shrugged and said nothing. If the Hulua tribe was not more suitable for building a cave, She would have liked to build a wooden house with red sandalwood. Thinking of this, Changsha looked up at the roof of the cave. Maybe it would be nice to build a small wooden house there? Of course, this is something to consider in my spare time later. I don't understand the perspective of you young people. Muchin and the others shook their heads, but did not argue. It was just that after the kiln was built, most of their furniture would be made of ironwood. The beastmen had thick skin and rough flesh, and furniture made of ironwood could withstand their tossing. While chatting, all the ingredients for lunch were prepared, just waiting for Changsha to speak, ready to take action at any time. Nanfeng, take some people to deal with the beggar chicken. Barbecue, let Shenrong help marinate and bake the meat. Muchin Am, you are in charge of cooking. Changsha arranged everyone to work in an orderly manner, then took the cleaned goose, chopped it into small pieces, and blanched it in cold water to remove the blood foam. Take it out and drain it. Put the prepared carrot, garlic, and other things aside. Add oil to heat the stone pot. Put in the chopped goose pieces and start stir-frying. When it changes color slightly, add seasoning and stir-fry until it smells fragrant. You can add water to the stone pot, add some sour fruit pulp and onions, turn on high heat, bring it to a boil, and then simmer it slowly over low heat. The long summer is busy. After the tribesmen finished their work, they stood by and learned secretly. Changsha's smooth movements made them silent. It turned out that cooking was also a science. Without Changsha's guidance, they would have found it difficult to learn. The key to stewing a big goose in a stone pot is the stewing. The longer you stew it, the more fragrant and delicious the goose meat will be. It's the same principle as stewing bone soup. Changsha said with a smile. Without soy sauce, cooking wine or other ingredients to remove the fishy smell, she could only add sour fruit pulp and onions. Fortunately, these two ingredients were very effective in removing the fishy smell, and finally added a pinch of shrimp powder. The taste was still delicious and soft. The goose meat hadn't been fully cooked yet, but the smell told me that the goose stewed in a stone pot would taste pretty good. Soon, the aroma of barbecue from Shenrong's side filled the air, and the different aroma of fat from the goose stewed in a stone pot was mouth-watering. For a while, everyone felt that their nose was not enough. Shenrong, there are not enough tables and chairs. Changsha whispered. There were 40 or 50 people gathered at the beast's den, and the tables and chairs were enough for 20 people at most. This means that most people have to eat while standing or squatting. Shenrong tilted his head towards Changsha, smelling the faint aroma of food on her body, and replied, "Don't worry, I'll ask Yadong Kongshan to go back to the tribe to get wood, and they will make 2 more long tables." Hearing this, Changsha looked delighted. He gave Shenrong a thumbs up and praised. "Shenrong, you are awesome." As expected of the male she liked, he was always careful and meticulous in his work. To be honest, if it wasn't for the mealtime, Changsha really didn't notice whether the long table was enough. The same goes for things like bowls and chopsticks. As expected, half a minute later, Yadong Kongshan came over from the tribe carrying a newly made table and chairs. The table and chairs were made of ironwood and polished smooth. You could smell the fragrance of plants and trees when you got close. A cool, bamboo leaf scent. This is the unique smell of ironwood, which can drive away approaching insects, ants, and poisonous snakes. Yadong, your craftsmanship is really good. I have some wood in my house. Can you help me make a matching table and chairs? I'll trade you meat. Okay? Immediately, some tribesmen could not wait and asked. Sure. Yadong agreed readily. He had been busy in Baihu recently and had not been out hunting with the hunting team. Although, there was no shortage of food. But who would dislike meat? The cave house was built, and Yadong planned to learn from Changsha and store some food at home. The rainy season was coming, so he had to be prepared. The tables and chairs are simple to make, so we asked Kongshan and others to help. I can easily make more than a dozen sets a day. Shankuan has to take care of Nwanshuan and tidy up the newly built cave, so Yadong naturally won't ask him for help. Yadong, my family also wants to make a set. Why are you in such a hurry? There's only a small space in the beast den. Have you decided where to put the table and chairs? I was so confused that I was speechless. How could he not know that the tables and chairs were good? Even if the beast's den was connected to several dens, it was still a den and had a limited area. Usually, the pots and pans would occupy half of the space in the den, If a stove is built in the den, where should the table and chairs be placed? Besides, where is the place to put a table and chairs to sleep? Finally, the topic changed and returned to Jin Kiln. Chief, my family wants to build a kiln. Yes, Jin Yao is the most suitable. After the kiln is built, 2 or 3 sets of tables and chairs can be placed. Suddenly, all kinds of topics about Jin Yao came up. Jin and Muqin looked at each other, with joy flashing in their eyes, but Jin didn't rush to agree. The space in the tribe is limited, so if they want to build caves, they have to expand outwards. Expansion means the tribe will become bigger. In this case, the number of people responsible for daily patrols will need to increase, which will affect the entire tribe. Even if he is the clan leader, he will not gamble with the lives of his clan members. This matter must be discussed by the tribesmen together, and then decide how to deal with the kiln construction next. Chief, please don't keep silent. Do you need a set of rules for this matter? Yun Dong was pushed by everyone to come in front of General. He wanted to find a witch. As long as Su Yi spoke, this matter would most likely be accomplished. But I am afraid of the witch's majesty. Even the roots of the Hulua tribe did not dare to chat with Su Yi casually. This matter involves the entire tribe. I need to wait for everyone to speak before making a decision. The space inside the tribe is limited. If we want to build a kiln, we must expand outward. Once expanded, the tribe patrol will need to increase the number of people. Jin calmly analyzed the pros and cons, and also pointed out the good and bad of things one by one. Slowly, the tribesman quieted down. He thought for a moment and said, Chief, I am willing to move to Baihu. Before she spoke, she exchanged glances with Xylophone. Young people like Nanfeng all know how to make choices, so it makes no sense that their elders can't tell the difference between good and bad. Jin wanted to wait for all the tribe members to speak, simply because he knew that the tribe's space had reached its limit, and building a kiln would only squeeze the existing space of the tribe. Given the importance that each beastman attaches to their territory, crossing the boundary will inevitably lead to conflict. Each beast den in the tribe is separated by a certain distance. Like the lion tribe, when the cubs grow up, they will be expelled from the den. The situation in the Hulua tribe is relatively good. After all, Nanfeng still lives with Jin and Muqin after he grows up. If I can build a kiln by moving to Baihu, I would be willing to do so. Come to think of it, Baihu Lake is actually quite nice, and it's also close to Changsha's cave. Suddenly, there were discussions again. Perhaps He Yun's words opened up a new world, and the tribesmen did not force Jin to give in. Everyone was chatting happily, and when Changsha called for dinner, Haiyun and several females had decided on the location of the cave. Not far from Changsha's cave, downstream of Baihu Lake, like Nanfeng Nuanchuan and his friends, Haiyun and other tribesmen decided to use Changsha's cave as the center and spread to other places. It looks like Changsha is protected in the middle. Even if he was attacked by a beast, Changsha would not be harmed. Goose stewed in stone pot, beggar's chicken, yam stewed with spare ribs, barbecued meat, fruit powder cakes, etc. On the long table filled with rich aroma, a bowl of raw rice noodles was placed in front of each person. Not far away, there was a large amount of fine powder and rice noodles on the powder sieve. As Suyi called for the start of the meal, the tribesmen stopped talking and started eating. The goose meat in the stone pot was golden and tender. The meat was tender and boneless, fragrant but not greasy, and the taste was pure and memorable. The beggar's chicken was also tender and boneless, but the taste was different, and the sweet and soft glutinous yam stewed pork ribs. The tribesmen were completely addicted to it. It was also barbecue, but the barbecue made by Shenrong was full of charred aroma. They took one bite after another and didn't feel greasy at all. They just wanted to keep eating. At the same time, with the fruit powder pancake, the tribesmen almost forgot to eat the raw rice noodles and cold rice noodles. This meal, everyone was full. There were dishes scattered all over the long tables. All the food was eaten up. Even the bones in the stone pot were eaten up, not to mention the soup. Not even the residue was left. Changsha looked at this scene and felt a great sense of responsibility. It is not easy to feed these foodies. However, it is challenging. Changsha, are you scared? Suyi smiled and said softly. Changsha did not hide her inner thoughts, and Suyi saw that she wanted to change the Hulua tribe. She might even want to change the entire beast tribe. Sui liked the vitality in Changxia's eyes. At the same time, she also wanted to protect Changxia. Therefore, Sui chose to conceal the fact that Changxia had already awakened her bloodline and let Changxia torment under her nose. Obviously, Changxia's growth was in line with Su Ye's expectations. Changxia met Su Ye's deep eyes and said calmly, "Grandma Su Ye, I want to try." Su Ye did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and gently stroked her head. He expressed his support without words and told Changxia that Kana Holy Mountain would be her backer and supporter in any matter. Feeling Su Ye's care and support, Changxia grinned and showed a happy smile. She had been testing things since she was young and had unscrupulously shown her incompatibility with the Dusk Forest. All that. In fact, Su Yi and the Halua tribe saw everything. However, both Su Yi and the leopard clan of the Halua tribe chose to be tolerant. They tacitly told Changxia that no matter who she was or where she came from, Changxia was now just a cub of the Halua tribe, their cub. Aside, Jimyukin and the others all smiled, did not participate in the conversation between the two. "Wu, I will protect Changxia," Shenrong said firmly. The palm of his hand held Changxia's little hand tightly, expressing his decision. Su Yi looked at him and said warmly, "I will remove the poison from your body as soon as possible. What are your plans for the Sirius tribe? Do you need my help to bring a message to the wolf tribe?" After meal, the tribesmen dispersed. Some people went to visit the cave dwellings in Nanfeng Wanchuan, while others set out to determine the location for building the cave. The lively animal den ushered in rare tranquility. As witches of the Orc tribe, except for the Halua tribe, other Orc tribes in the Twilight Forest will send totem warriors from their respective tribes to the Holy Mountain of Karna every 3 to 5 days, either to deliver food or to report on the situation of each tribe. In recent days, Su and Yi went to the bird tribe on the Qinghai Plateau. There should be a lot of things piled up on the Holy Mountain of Kana. This is why Su Yi wants to return to the Holy Mountain of Kana first, and then come to the Halua tribe to take care of Nwanchuan's birth. We value the Halua tribe, but we cannot leave other Orc tribes behind. Su Yi declined the things Changxia prepared for Su Yi and Bai Qing and didn't even take them away. He said that he would come to the Halua tribe again in a day or two. Su Yi asked Changxia to clean the room in the cave, and then she planned to bring Bai Qing to stay for a few days. Warm spring twins are at stake. Su Yi plans to come to the Halua tribe to live for a while to ensure that Nwanchun will give birth smoothly. "Changxia, what are you doing this afternoon?" Nanfeng asked. At this moment, only Changxia and a few people were left in the animal den. Nanfeng was a little at a loss when he was busy all the time. Changxia bowed his head, yawned, and replied, "The cave dwelling has been built. As the rainy season approaches, we will stock up on food to survive the rainy season." "Oh, where do you want to go?" Nanfeng said spiritually. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm going back to the beast's den to lie down and take a nap. Why don't you go back to the cave and ask Yadong to make 2 sets of furniture or something?" Changxia asked back, blinking. She really had no plans to go anywhere. "Even if I take action, I only plan to walk around White Lake. If we want to live in Baihu in the future, we need to at least get to know the area well and get rid of the wild animals. My mother asked my father to build the cave house for us a long time ago." Nanfeng shrugged, spread his hands and said helplessly. Nwanchuan smiled and said, "My Shankuan is also ready." After they decided to build the kiln, they would make whatever they had in Changxia Beast Nest after returning to the tribe. For example, if they had seen powder sieves and rattan sieves in Changxia Beast Nest, they would privately ask Shunrong for the production methods. "After moving in, I'll buy some new things for the cave house. More or less, everything should be ready." "Changxia, when have you decided to move?" Nanfeng asked again. After confirming that Changxia had no plans to move in the afternoon, Nanfeng decisively asked about the moving date. Previously, Shenrong estimated that it would take 3 to 5 days to build the kiln. Nowadays, with the help of Kongshan and others, the cave was built in more than 2 days. For a moment, Nanfeng didn't know what to do. "We'll move the day Grandma Suyi comes over from the Holy Mountain of Kana. By the way, I plan to go around Baihu Lake in the next 2 days to see if I can find some fresh ingredients so that I can be prepared for the hot pot banquet," Changxia said. With today's meal as a foundation, the tribesmen said they were all looking forward to the hot pot banquet. However, it seems that the tribesmen love the cave dwellings. When that day comes, there will be many new kills in the Baihu area. At that time, entertaining the entire tribe in Baihu would not be a big problem. If it were now, Changsha would be worried that the cave house could not accommodate more than 1,000 people. After all, there were only 4 caves, which could accommodate more than 100 people. If there were more, they would be more than they could handle. Changsha, are you really planning to invite the entire tribe to the hot pot banquet? Nanfeng asked nervously. 1,000 people would be enough to eat Changsha out of money. Besides, with so many people coming, Nanfeng was worried that she would not be able to compete with the tribe members. Changsha noticed Nanfeng's strange expression. Nanfeng's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He waved his hands repeatedly and retorted, Changsha, do you think I am that kind of person? It's quite similar. Wanchuan added, when there are many people, we can eat raw rice noodles and cold rice noodle soup like today. This way, we can prepare some barbecue, fish balls, and other food, which will be much easier. In fact, invite the entire tribe to a hot pot feast. It's pretty much the same situation as during the tribal harvest festival. However, this time Changsha invited the tribe to join in the event under the pretext of moving into the cave. Of course, in addition to Changsha, Nanfeng Wanchuan and his tribe would also move into the new cave. Wanchuan is right. I think so too. We just need to prepare the food in advance, and the tribesmen will naturally help prepare the hot pot banquet on the day. I didn't say that only a few of us will prepare the hot pot banquet. A few people prepare a hot pot banquet for more than 1,000 people. What does Nanfeng think? Even a totem warrior couldn't stand it. Oh, so that's how it is. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, Nanfeng and Wanchuan couldn't wait to go back to their own caves. They were thinking about what else they needed to buy for their caves. And since it was a new cave after all, everything was new. Shouldn't they buy new clothes? Suddenly, Nanfeng and Wanchuan and the others left with excitement. Are you tired? Shenrong asked gently. He tidied the beast's den inside and out, and seeing Changsha looking sleepy, he couldn't help but ask. The long summer is a good time to sleep, with yawns and a gentle breeze on your face. I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Changsha muttered. Shenrong, why don't you take a nap too? When you wake up, shall we go for a walk around Baihu Lake? Yes. Okay. Shenrong smiled and nodded. Sui promised to help him detoxify, and Shenrong felt that he would be able to go hunting in a few days. At that time, Changsha's pressure would be relieved a lot. He didn't understand why Changsha was anxious, but he wanted to help her relieve her anxiety. Even Shenrong wanted to take on this anxiety. As they spoke, the two of them walked into the beast's den to take a nap. Things gradually got quieter at Baihu Lake. However, the power of the cave dwellings and delicious food quickly began to ferment and spread as the tribesmen returned to the tribe. Without waiting for Jen to speak, more tribesmen came to the tribal square in groups of 3 or 5. Loudly, they talked about the cave dwellings and the various delicacies made in the long summer. Soon, the Holua tribe decided to build a kiln. First, we need to clearly decide the number of tribesmen who will build kilns in Baihu, and then rebuild the beast dens according to the locations of the beast dens of those tribesmen who have moved out of the tribe. One afternoon, the reconstruction of the Holua tribe went smoothly. Baihu has transformed from a peripheral area into the center of the tribe. The new Holua tribe was centered around Baihu Lake and expanded in all directions. Compared with the original tribe, it was directly expanded 3 times. Although it increased the burden of tribal patrols, everyone felt it was worth it. Jin took the newly planned geomancy map of the Holua tribe and thought about talking to Changsha about it. Changsha said that if the tribe really decided to expand, it would have to be replanned. Road construction needs to be put on the agenda. Secondly, sewers and toilets also need to be built. Jin was confused, but Changsha was very serious, so he didn't dare to be careless. Looking at the sky, Jin thought about it and decided to go to Baihu to find Changsha tomorrow and turn back to his own beast den. As the sun was getting dark, the sky above the Holua tribe was filled with a tempting aroma. In the early morning, there is white mist. The sun has not yet risen above the horizon, and the early birds are chirping to their friends. Chun Rong bent down to steam the rice noodle. Instead of eating barbecue this morning, Changxia decided to go simple and eat some cold rice noodle. Then he went a walk around Baihu Lake, first to pick some wild vegetables and dig some roots, and second to inspect the area around Baihu Lake. After all, I will live here in the future, so I must understand the environment. Chenrong, you got up early. Jin waved his hand and smiled. He brought the geomancy map that the tribe had replanned yesterday and planned to talk to Changxia to confirm the road construction, sewer construction, toilet construction, and other matters. Tribe, early morning. The tribesman ran to his beast den and squatted there. He said that he would start building the kiln after he found Changxia to confirm the situation. Recently, the weather has been getting hotter. The wind began to be filled with moisture, and it was obvious that the rainy season was not far away. It can be as long as 10 days or as short as 5 or 6 days. The tribesman wanted to build the cave house in the next few days. The other details of the side branches would be arranged slowly during the rainy season. There are many ways to eat fruit powder provided by Changxia, as well as chicken, duck, fish, etc. Even if the tribal hunting team does not go out hunting during this rainy season, the Hulua tribe does not have to worry about going hungry. There is less chicken, duck, fish, and meat, so it is more troublesome to handle. However, after Changxia's instruction, it turned out to be delicious. This greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the tribe members. They no longer preferred to hunt large prey, which greatly improved the safety of the hunting team and ensured that the tribe would not lack food. It was a win-win situation. Changxia's reputation in the tribe is almost surpassing that of the tribe leader general chief. What brings you here so early in the morning? Changxia asked curiously. The cave dwellings were built, and the tribesmen felt the convenience and safety of the cave dwellings. She thought Jin would be very busy, so why did he come to Baihu from the tribe at this time? Without saying a word, Jin put the wicker basket on the long table. Changxia, come and take a look. Jin said, these circled places are where the tribesmen choose to build kilns. Didn't you say before that you wanted to build roads, sewers, and toilets? I want to ask you, where do you decide to build roads, and how to build sewers and toilets? Shamans usually do not participate in the construction of the orc tribes. I never thought of asking Suyi for advice. Similarly, the Hulua tribe is different from other beast tribes. The tribe members have little desire for power. If there is something, they basically handle it by themselves, or discuss and decide with the tribe members. The elders of the tribe do not interfere in the affairs of the tribe. Big things like expanding the tribe were discussed yesterday. Everyone agreed that Jin could talk to Changxia about the decision, and if he needed help or anything, he could go back to the tribe to find someone. All the hands-off managers are very good at their jobs. He stroked his increasingly thinning hair, always worried that he would become bald one day. Before he came, he invited several powerful totem warriors from the tribe to come with him, who knew that before he could even say anything, they quickly found an excuse to slip away. After all, how could discussing things be as comfortable as going back to the beast's den to eat a delicious breakfast? Besides, they still had to prepare for the construction of the kiln. If the tribe wants to expand, then just expand it. Naturally, they would not refuse to patrol. As for the rest, forget it. Huh. Changxia exclaimed in surprise, Chief, why don't you ask the elders of the tribe for this matter? Is it appropriate to ask me? Right now, Changxia just felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Expanding the tribe is no small matter. Do the tribal elders really not care? Although Changxia knew that the Hulua tribe was united and friendly, but they didn't care about such a big thing. These powerful totem warriors were really lazy. Changxia, do you think the elders will take care of it? Jin said quietly. Hulua tribe, the strongest beastman tribe in the Dusk Forest. There are hundreds of totem warriors in public, but even the chief doesn't know them all in private. Like other beast tribes, the totem warriors of the Hulua tribe have reached a certain level of strength. They automatically become tribal elders and can intervene in the management of all aspects of the tribe. However, the elders of the Hulua tribe are extremely strange. They don't care in addition to being responsible for patrolling the tribe's hunting territories. Everyone kept to themselves and left all matters to the clan leader. 10 years ago, a severe flood broke out in the Dusk Forest, which almost affected the Hulua tribe. Muqin proposed to send the tribe's cubs to the holy mountain of Kana, and Changxia was among them. That time, Many elders came out of the tribe. It was also at that time that Changsha learned that there were so many totem warriors hidden in the tribe. On weekdays, they are all low-key. Some are sloppy. Some play with their cubs and act like hooligans, playing with their penises and doing nothing all day long. Little did they know that they were the backbone of the tribe. These people left the Halua tribe, and in just 10 days, they joined forces with other beast tribes to quell the flood. During that period, the Halua tribe was very lively, and from time to time, the beast tribe would come to express their gratitude and present gifts from various tribes. Unfortunately, Changsha's health had not recovered by then. Missed the opportunity to come into contact with other orc tribes. Changsha smiled but didn't dare to answer. The route looked very dangerous at this time. So Changsha wisely changed the subject and said, "Chief, let's talk about road construction." She wasn't afraid. She just followed her heart. In Changsha's memory, the fists of the elders were very scary. When Nanfeng Yadong was a child, she received many punches of love from the elders. A light punch left a bump on her head. The scene reminded her of an anime she had watched a long time ago, where the old man also kept calling her Grandpa Love and a bump on her head with every punch. "Chief, let's eat and talk at the same time." Shinrong brought the prepared cold rice noodle soup and placed it in front of Jin and Changsha. Changsha smiled and took the chopsticks handed to her by Shinrong. "Shinrong, come and take a look. Do you think my plan is okay?" After Shinrong's identity was revealed, the people of the Halua tribe looked at him with bright eyes. Yesterday, many males came to chat with Shinrong, asking about Shilu and Tianyuan tribe. Unlike the West Continent, the beasts, fish, and birds living in the East Continent live in peace. There are occasional frictions, but they are limited to private matters. Large-scale wars like those in the West Continent have not yet occurred in the East Continent. This caused the tribesmen to be very curious about this. However, after listening to Shinrong talk about the death toll that comes with war, the tribesmen were all depressed and looked horrified. Obviously, they were terrified by the madness of the Western Continent. They could not understand or accept the idea of wielding a knife against their own people. "Are you planning to change the tribe's layout into a grid like a wooden window?" Shinrong asked in surprise. "This layout may seem simple, but it is actually very reasonable. The sky is round and the earth is square. Changsha, how wide should the road be built? Changsha, how should the toilet be built? The sewer pipe is buried. What is this pipe?" He threw out a bunch of questions and asked Changsha all kinds of questions. At the same time, he took notes carefully and would talk to the elders when he returned to the tribe. The elders are not responsible, but we cannot but respect them. What's more, the tribe needs the support and help of the elders for its construction. 6 meters. The beastmen are large in size. This road was built for walking. If it is too narrow, it will be inconvenient. Public toilets are built in the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions of the tribe to facilitate the use of outsiders when they come to the tribe. Changsha considered and whispered to Shinrong to confirm the question asked by General just a sewer pipe. Changsha was very hesitant. She was not sure how to deal with it. Shinrong suggested, "Why not try to use resin to bond the ironwood board?" There were no green bamboos or similar plants in the Halua tribe. Most of the ordinary hollow plants were not suitable, and Changsha's sewers did not have buried pipes, so they simply dug a ditch and did not fill it. The rainy season is approaching and ditches must be dug. Otherwise, backflow can easily flood the cave and cause it to collapse. Even if it didn't collapse, the cave would definitely be made a mess by the rain. Changsha stroked his chin, hesitated, nodded and said, "Then let's try it. I'll arrange for someone to do this when I get back to the tribe," Jin said, taking over the task of making the pipes. While eating, he pestered Changsha about all the big and small things. Finally, Jin left satisfied. By the time Jin returned to the tribe, it was almost noon. "Changsha, are you still going to Baihu Lake?" Shinrong asked lightly. Changsha said, "Go. Nanfeng didn't come today, so he must have gone out hunting or picking. I just don't know what's going on with Nwanchuan." Wu said that Nwanchuan cannot be away from her. At the same time, Changsha promised to take care of Nwanchuan. But no one came today as the south wind was blowing warmly. "Then let's wait for Nwanchuan." Shinrong began to clean up the long table. Changsha used the remaining paper and pen to draw pictures. He drew whatever he thought of. The animals and plants in the time and space have similarities, but they are not exactly the same. Drawing pictures is nothing more than encouraging the tribesmen to consciously and actively collect them. Of course, it would be great if we really found something. Chunrong, what are you waiting for Nwanchuan for? As soon as I mentioned the south wind, it arrived. Nwanchuan also came with it, but Shankuan didn't come with him. He must have gone out hunting with the hunting team. The tribe planned to build a kiln. This time he left the tribe to hunt. It should be the last time before the rainy season, and then the tribe might gather together to build the kiln. We plan to go to White Lake for a stroll, and we're waiting for you to join us. Changsha put down his pen and waved to Nanfeng and the other man. Nanfeng said, "Don't worry, we can set off at any time." "Okay, let's go." Changxia put away the paper and pen, took the backpack prepared by Chenrong, and walked towards the White Lake at the foot of the hill. Considering the warm spring, the group walked and stopped from time to time. It looked like they were not going to pick fruits, but to have a spring picnic. Where are Shankuan and the others? The chief just returned to the tribe and talked to the elders. Then, except for the people who were left on patrol, all the hunting team left the tribe and went out hunting. Sister Changsha and Wanchuan walked slowly and chatted with Changsha. As soon as they arrived at the White Lake, they were about to walk along the reeds upstream of the lake when several childish shouts came from far away. Hearing the sound, Changsha was startled. "Wulyo!" Nanfeng opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the animal cub running towards them. Changsha's expression changed slightly, and he looked behind Shanke and the others. "Mountain, why did you run out of the tribe alone? What did I tell you before? You must never leave the tribe without an adult accompanying you." The three cubs paused, a look of guilt flashing across their faces. Changxia pointed at the oldest girl with a cold face. "Mountain, you speak. Baihu is also from the tribe. We didn't leave the tribe alone." Shanke crisply defended and accused. Sister Changxia clearly said that she would come back to the tribe to find me in 2 days. How long has it been? Humph. I knew that Sister Changxia had a partner and didn't care about us anymore. Changxia froze, looking embarrassed. I have been busy building kilns and researching fruit powder recently. She really forgot the promise she made to Shanke and the others. Ahem. Changxia cleared her throat twice and said softly, "Shanke, I'm sorry. I've been too busy lately and forgot about the agreement with you. However, Baihu has not been completely included in the tribe's patrol range. You must not leave the tribe alone without an adult. Accidents can happen even in a tribe." In the past, Changsha would stroll around the tribe when he had nothing to do, and a string of radish heads would follow him. The beastmen are careless and are both careful and careless in raising their cubs. Changsha couldn't stand it, so he would catch the tribe's cubs every now and then and instill various crisis awareness. As a result, he was given the title of child leader. Is the oldest cub in the tribe a female and is 8 years old this year. Wu Lu and Lu Yu are 1 year younger than her and are male. Usually, when a beast cub is 10 years old, it will be led by the elders of the tribe to learn various hunting skills. Only cubs under 10 years old do nothing all day and wander around the tribe. Of course, this idleness is relative. Basically, cubs will start exercising at the age of 5. However, the training usually lasted half a day and was not mandatory. It was mainly to learn how to switch between human form and beast form, as well as some simple hunting techniques. Sister Changxia, we will remember this. After Changsha's explanation, the 3 Shanke people admitted their mistakes obediently. Lu Yu was the youngest of the 3 and the most lively. He blinked his beautiful eyes, stared at Changxia, and asked, "Sister Changxia, my mother said that you can make delicious fruit powder paste. Is this true?" "It's true," Changxia said. "If you want to eat, I can make it for you. But I'm going to take a walk around Baihu Lake now. Do you want to come with me?" When Changxia was chatting with the 3 cubs, Nanfeng ran back to the tribe quickly. The 3 cubs had walked out of the tribe at once, and the tribe would be very anxious. Nanfeng had to report the news to the tribe so that the tribe members would not worry. "Want hunting? I can help." Upon hearing this, Changxia invited them to explore Bai Lake together. He was suddenly very excited, jumping up and down as he spoke, and was extremely happy. "Mountain, how did you sneak out of the tribe?" Nwanchuan asked curiously. The tribe has specially arranged people to look after the cubs to prevent the naughty and daring cubs from running out of the tribe and getting into danger. The tilted its head, looked around and said nothing. Wu Lu was startled, stepped forward to protect Lu Yu behind him, and said, "Sister Changxia, I brought them out. We found a small cave entrance to the west of the tribe." Seeing this, there was nothing Changxia and the others couldn't guess. This cave entrance should have been discovered by Wu Lu. However, it was definitely Shanke and Lu Yu who instigated him to sneak out of the tribe. Little Lu Yu. Changxia narrowed her eyes and stared at Lu Yu quietly. As soon as this little cub learned how to transform, he dared to trick the older cubs into sneaking out of the den with him. When he was older, he persuaded Shanke and the others to run out of the tribe and play in the water by the White River. Every time something is exposed, it is Shantiao and Wulio who get beaten. Lu Yu was the youngest, knew how to act like a spoiled child, was sweet-mouthed and well-behaved, and was able to escape danger every time. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work against Changxia. In the tribe, apart from the chief and some elders, the person Lu Yu feared the most was Changxia. Changxia's pretty face sank slightly, and Lu Yu's delicate and cute face became tangled, with his chubby hands covering his face, making a gesture of surrender. "Sister Changxia, don't slap me in the face," Lu Yu said in a low voice. Changxia smiled coldly, raised her hand and closed her index and middle fingers, and said, "Lu Yu, enjoy the loving beating from your sister." Changxia couldn't control the strength of the iron fist of love for the time being, fearing that she would hurt Lu Yu. But she was familiar with the beating of love. 2 thumps. Lu Yu's fair forehead turned red and a small bump appeared. Lu Yu cried out in pain. She covered her cheeks and glared at Changxia, her round face puffed up. "Sister Changxia, they say you shouldn't hit someone in the face. You're going too far." "Haha." Changxia laughed and said, "Next time if you encourage Shanke Wulio to sneak out of the tribe, I will not only slap you in the face, but also draw on your face." Lu Yu, this little fat boy, is clever, smart, beautiful, and arrogant. Except for the former, he doesn't look like a beast man at all, but looks exactly like the Birdman on the Qinghai Plateau next door. The tribe discussed privately that Lu Yu's father and mother were both beast men. Since his ancestors had no bird blood, where did Lu Yu learn his vain personality? In the end, the tribe classified it as a mutation. "Sister Changxia, are you a devil?" Lu Yu said in horror. "If you listen to me and don't cause trouble, I won't hit you and will make delicious food for you. However, if I hear you taking the lead and causing trouble again next time." Changxia smiled gently at Lu Yu before she finished speaking. This smile, Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver. "Sister Changxia, I will keep an eye on Lu Yu," Wu Lu said seriously. Shanke was giggling foolishly, obviously not understanding the confrontation between Changxia and Lu Yu. Glancing at Shank's smiling face, Changxia held her forehead. Before, she thought Wulio was a little fool, but compared with Shanke, Wulio at least had some brains. Shanke was probably a leopard girl, bold, without brains, and relying on her fists. Maybe, next time I see Root, he should be told that the elders who teach the tribal cubs should be replaced. It seems that Elder Pukong might not really be suited to teaching the tribal cubs. If he lets Elder Pukong continue to teach, Changxia is worried that the tribe will be filled with fools. Without realizing it, Changxia just thought of Elder Pukong. Suddenly, a familiar laugh came to my ears. Hee hee hee. The familiar laughter of Elder Pukong came from far away. Turning around, I saw Nanfeng walking towards me from the tribe with his neck shrunk. Behind him was a 3-meter-tall strong man with strong and well-developed muscles. He looked very strong and powerful. His arms were thicker than Changxia's waist, and his face was covered with beard. Using the witch's description of Elder Pukong, he was not like an elegant leopard, but more like a savage and wild lion. "Elder Pukong." Changxia's mouth twitched and he called softly. "Hee hee." Elder Pukong grinned. He placed his big hand, like a palm leaf fan, on Changxia's head and rubbed it gently. He said loudly, "Little Changxia, long time no see." Changxia grimaced and cried out in pain, and Elder Pukong was as rude as ever. Fortunately, he remembered that Changxia was weak and did not give her a loving iron fist. Nan Feng looked like he had probably endured the iron fist of love from Elder Pu Kong. Nuanchuan held her belly and carefully took 2 steps back. Seeing that Elder Pu Kong greeted Changxia and ignored her, Nuanchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Not many people in the tribe could enjoy Elder Pu Kong's love. "Hello, Elder Pu Kong." Shenrong couldn't bear to see Changxia being wronged, so he stepped forward, protected Changxia behind him, and stretched out his right hand towards Elder Pu Kong. "You stinky boy from the wolf tribe, you are the one who married little Changxia." Pu Kong narrowed his eyes and looked at Shenrong. He has a good physique. According to the discussion of the boys in the tribe, his strength has not declined even after being poisoned. Now let him weigh this boy's temperament and see if he can take good care of little Changxia in the future. One thick and one thin. The 2 palms are clasped together. Click. A crisp clicking sound was heard. Changxia's face suddenly changed. She pouted, stretched out her hand to grab Elder Pu Kang's other arm, and said coquettishly, "Elder Pu Kong, Shenrong's body has not recovered yet. Don't hurt him." Grandma Suyi said that she would help Shenrong get rid of the poison in a few days. Pu Kong laughed loudly and loosened his hand that was tightly clasped with Shenrong. Then, he hid his hand behind his back. However, he saw 4 obvious finger marks on the back of his hand. Depend on this brat from the wolf tribe was so cruel. This palm was almost crushed by him. Fortunately, he came alone this time. If other people in the tribe knew that he was beaten by a stupid boy, they would probably laugh at him for years. Shenrong met Changxia's worried look and smiled. "Changxia, Elder Pu Kong just said hello to me. It's okay." Similarly, Shenrong's right hand hanging by his leg was trembling slightly. It was obvious that neither of them had held back. Of course, neither of them had taken advantage. Feeling the murderous gaze from Elder Pu Kong, Shenrong certainly couldn't tell what had just happened. "Little Changxia, didn't you love Grandpa Pu Kong the most before? You have changed. It has only been a short time." Changxia's mouth twitched. A strong man nearly 3 meters tall and nearly 100 years old. At this moment, he was acting like a wronged animal and acting like a spoiled child to Changxia. Is he serious? The Hulua tribe will be destroyed if it has such a shameless elder. It will definitely be destroyed. Nanfeng Nuanchuan and the others twitched their mouths and were speechless. However, they did not dare to disturb Pu Kang's performance. On the side, Wu Lu opened his mouth to speak. Lu Yu, who was close by, was quick to cover Wu Lu's mouth. However, Lu Yu could stop Wu Lu, but he could not stop Bao Niu and Shantiao. "Grandpa Pu Kong, are you acting like a spoiled child with Sister Changxia?" Shanke raised his head and looked at Pu Kong and Changxia curiously. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at the in horror. "Oh boy, you are a leopard, not a tiger. Such a fierce man will kill people." Changxia saw Pu Kong's face change, and his eyes swept over everyone present with a sinister look. It seemed that he was thinking about how to kill people to silence them. "Grandpa Pu Kong, do you want to stay for lunch? I'll ask Chunrong to make you the most delicious barbecue." Changxia acted decisively and decided to use barbecue to stop Pu Kong from getting angry. "I heard from that kid that you have figured out many ways to eat fruit powder." Pu Kong smiled and gently clenched his hands like a palm fan, and the bones instantly made a cracking sound. Changxia and the others had tense expressions. If the beastmen had a hunger like a starving ghost, then Pu Kong was a bottomless abyss. Under normal circumstances, Changxia really didn't dare to promise to let him eat to his heart's content. It was too difficult. However, she had no time to think right now. At noon, I will make sure Grandpa Pu Kong has enough to eat. Changxia gritted his teeth. They will do the trip to Baihu Lake next time. At night, I guess I'll have to ask Shunrong to help me with the massage again. Grandpa Pu Kong, we still need to go hunting and picking near Baihu Lake. On the side, Nuanchuan interrupted Elder Pu Kong quietly. It was still early in the afternoon, and it was too early to go back to the beast den to eat barbecue. Besides, they originally planned to wander around the White Lake area. We can't give up on this plan before it even starts. Pu Kong paused and frowned. Besides the sharp-beaked beasts and fish, what else is there in the White Lake? You are hunting and picking near the White Lake. Isn't that funny? Everyone was speechless after hearing this. White Lake, near the tribe. Every now and then, The tribe would arrange totem warriors to patrol and eliminate wild animals that strayed into the White Lake. In this area, apart from small poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, there were probably only small animals such as hares left. Chang Xia tried hard to suppress the twitching of his mouth and explained, "Grandpa Pukong, chicken, duck, goose, and fish are just as delicious as barbecue. Do you want to try? The cave I live in is built on Baihu Lake, and I need to know the area around Baihu Lake, so I plan to take advantage of the time to wander around Baihu Lake and hunt and fish." Xiao Changxia has never left the tribe. "You wandered around Baihu Lake just to have fun, right?" Pukong showed an understanding expression, waved his big hand, and said, "You guys go wander around and leave the hunting to me. In addition to the barbecue for lunch, I also want the chicken, duck, goose, and fish you mentioned just now." After saying this, Pukong turned and left. It looks like he went hunting. Chang Xia and the others looked at each other in shock for a moment. "Elder Pukong, are you gone?" Nanfeng said in a low voice, releasing his hands that were covering his face. While speaking, he looked around to confirm whether Elder Pukong had really left. Having just been hit by Elder Pukong's iron fist of love, Nanfeng felt sore all over, and several places on his body were still swollen, especially on the left side of his face. "The big devil is gone," Lu Yu replied. Like Nanfeng, he carefully released his hand that was covering Wu Lu. There was fear in the depths of his eyes. Yes, Elder Pukong was also on the list of people Lu Yu feared. Shanke looked confused and asked foolishly, "Sister Changxia, what happened to them?" Hear the sound. Changxia's tense and stiff body slowly relaxed. She smiled and half-crouched. "Chickadee, you should eat more fish to nourish your brain in the future, and don't be so stupid all the time." Fortunately, she reacted in time and used barbecue to stop Elder Pukong from getting angry. Otherwise, with Elder Pukong's vengeful personality, even she and the 3 beast cubs of Shanke would have suffered from his vicious hands. I guess the only exception is Warm Spring. It is impossible for Nanfeng Chunrong to remain uninjured. Shenrong turned his head and quickly wiped the hot sweat from his forehead with trembling hands. Ahem, the Halua tribe is truly the most powerful beastman tribe in the Dusk Forest. Any old man who came out randomly would be too strong. When the two of them fought just now, the old man might have let them off a bit. "Sister Changxia, is fish brain delicious?" Shantiao said happily. Obviously, they didn't understand what Changxia said at all. On the other hand, Lu Yu, who was standing by, covered his face with his chubby hands, looking ashamed. "Sister Changxia, Shanke won't understand what you were saying. I think it's safest to let Shanke speak less in the future. He almost peed himself just now. As expected, I have to bear a burden that I shouldn't bear at this age." Shun Rong held his forehead, looked at the 2 innocent and tender faces, and then looked at the eccentric Lu Yu. "The Halua tribe or something. This pool of water is so deep that you can't see the bottom." "Little Lu Yu, shut up," Changxia said. Nanfeng Nuanchuan covered his mouth and laughed secretly. The smart little Lu Yu was just like Changxia in his childhood. It was really interesting to watch the two of them bickering. "Changxia, do you want a fish?" Shenrong took Changxia's hand, caught little Lu Yu, and put him in front of Nanfeng. This brat stole the show as soon as he came out, which was annoying. "Elder Pukong has a great appetite. We should try to hunt as many chickens, ducks, and geese as possible. We'll try our luck with the geese and catch as many chickens and ducks as possible. Elder Pukong will take care of the meat. We'll also pick some fresh wild vegetables at Baihu Lake. We've eaten all the wild vegetables in the beast's den, and the rest aren't very fresh." "Changxia, is it really necessary to go through so much trouble?" Shenrong was slightly startled and asked in surprise. Neat on the side, Changxia, Nanfeng, and the other 2 started talking at the same time. Everyone in Dusk Forest knew about Elder Pukong's appetite. Some beast tribes even publicly stated that they would not allow Elder Pukong to enter their tribal territory. If Changxia really had to describe what Elder Pukong was like, he thought of a legendary mythical beast called Taotai. In recent years, Elder Pukong has been cultivating his body and mind, and it is said that his appetite has decreased a little. According to the witch's explanation, the beast bloodline that Elder Pukong awakened seemed to be related to eating, not strength. Neither the witch nor the tribe elaborated on the specific reason. Chenrong, Let me tell you that Elder Pu Kong has a more terrifying stomach besides his terrifying iron fist of love. His stomach can eat the food of the entire tribe. Nan Feng whispered. Even though Elder Pu Kong had left, Nan Feng was still frightened. I dare not speak or move too loudly, for fear that someone would say the iron fist of love out of nowhere. As he spoke, Nan Feng couldn't help shivering. It can be seen how scary the shadow brought by Elder Pu Kong is. After hearing Nanfeng's description, Shunrong fell silent. The Halua tribe had more than 1,000 people, so the amount of food stored must be astronomical. However, Nanfeng said that Elder Pu Kong ate as much as he wanted and could eat the food of the entire tribe. Is this dot really a human? A monster, a monster. Mountain, don't wander around. Follow your sister and go to Baihu to hunt and pick. Changxia reminded. She originally thought that Nanfeng would go to the tribe and ask someone to bring Shanke and the other two back to the tribe. Unfortunately, Nanfeng met Elder Pu Kong, not to mention sending the 3 titmouse people back to the tribe. Next, they had to prepare for the reception of Elder Pu Kong. Changxia would not be careless in accepting the invitation to treat Elder Pu Kong to a meal. Very quickly, the group headed towards the reeds of White Lake. As for the fish, Changxia plans to leave it for last and catch it when he returns to the beast's den. Now let's go hunting and picking wild vegetables. There is no shortage of them in Yubai Lake. Besides, there are still many in the pool of Shinrongliai. Although the 3 are small, they are very mobile. Picking wild vegetables is more efficient than Changxia, and at the same time, he can catch pheasants and ducks with Shinrong Nanfeng. His movements are neat and clear, and his execution is excellent. Changxia had to take care of Nuanchuan, and the 2 of them slowly picked up bird eggs behind them. Changxia used his bloodline ability to cheat. Through plants, he could easily sense where the chicken and duck nests were hidden in the reeds. Using this ability to find bird eggs was completely cheating. When his bloodline ability was further improved, Changxia wanted to try to control plants. Can you be a little gentler? Changxia held his forehead with his hand, looking at the scene among the reeds, and felt a chill. No, understand that they are hunting pheasants. Those who don't know the truth think that the titmouse is eating the pheasant raw. What a bloody scene. Was this hunting method also taught by Elder Pu Kong? What on earth was the thinking when it opened its mouth to bite? Not long ago, Changxia and Nuanchuan walked slowly among the reeds to pick up bird eggs. Occasionally, 1 or 2 pheasants or wild ducks flew away from them, but they did not take action. After all, the hunters included Shinrong Nanfeng and the 3 little ones. No matter what, it will never be their turn to take action. Nuanchuan covered her mouth and turned away her eyes. They grinned happily and said loudly, Sister Changxia, do you think the pheasant I caught is fat? Changxia covered his eyes and waved his hands. Little Lu Yu, take Shanke to the lake to wash his face. This is the first time I know that you can hunt with your mouth. Shanke, you are in human form now. Humans hunt with their hands, feet, and weapons. You use your mouth. Who taught you that? Aside. Lu Yu pulled Wu Lu away. Obviously, the wild and fierce behavior of the just now scared them both. Sister Changxia, hunting with its mouth was invented by the parrot. It has absolutely nothing to do with me, I swear. Lu Yu said quickly. Wu Lu's face turned pale, and he stammered, Mountain, mountain. How can you eat a pheasant raw with your mouth? I remember you had breakfast this morning. Are you hungry? Wu Lu's little head could never have imagined that would choose such a weird way to hunt. I guess no one except could have thought of it. Shun Rong raised his eyebrows, strung the chickens and ducks he caught and threw them at his feet. Then he looked at Nan Feng, who froze and shook her head. I didn't teach her to hunt like this, probably. Elder Pu Kong? Elder Pu Kong has never been fussy about details. Maybe, possibly. Was it he who taught me to hunt with my mouth? Sister Changxia. Shanke tilted her head. She didn't understand why Changxia looked so strange. She had clearly hunted a fat pheasant, but no one around praised her. What was going on? Looking at the cute expression of the titmouse, Changxia felt like there was a breath of air stuck in his chest, which he couldn't let go or get out. He was about to explode with anger. Little Lu Yu, quickly take him to the lake to wash. Changxia urged. She said she couldn't afford to love such a ferocious leopard girl. Long summer, Onaji. Eda Ohandakden here. Lu Yu dragged Shanke to the lake to wash his face. Facing Changxia's suspicious expression, Nanfeng explained again, Changxia, I swear I never taught the titmouse to hunt with its mouth. I feel wronged, but Nanfeng can't say it. Just now, Shunrong had doubted him, and now it was Changxia's turn. When did she Nanfeng do things so crudely? Nanfeng, go back to the tribe today. Remember to tell the tribe leader to change an elder to teach the tribe's beast cubs. Let Elder Pukong continue to teach. I'm afraid that the beast cubs in the tribe will have too many personalities in the future. Changxia gritted his teeth, deliberately emphasizing the word personality. Elder Pukong is careless and vindictive. There are few people in the tribe who have not been educated by his beloved Iron Fist. He is obviously a rough man, but he likes to boast that he is a gentleman. If the cubs of the tribe continue to be taught by him, who knows what they will become when they grow up? Hearing this, Nanfeng suddenly became very nervous. She is not stupid. After Changxia finished speaking, Nanfeng felt the urge to return to the tribe immediately. In the past, they were a bit more reckless and fierce, but they still knew how to use their brains to think about things. Today, they hunt with their mouths. What's going on? Not to mention that Lu Yu actually dared to instigate Shanke and Wulio to sneak out of the tribe. Putting all these things together, none of them can be considered a small matter. Suddenly, Nanfeng was sweating profusely and was soaked all over. I'll remember that, Nanfeng said cautiously. After Lu Yu cleaned the blood off Shank's face, Changxia pulled Shanke and repeatedly reminded him not to do it again. In the end, he kept nagging for a quarter of an hour. Everyone was drowsy when they heard this, and finally Shenrong said that they had caught enough prey. It was almost noon, so they should go back to Baihu to fish. The long summer has finally come to an end, and the nagging has stopped. Nuanchuan, has Changxia ever been so nagging before? Nanfeng whispered while holding the prey. Nuanchuan glanced at Changxia, shook his head slightly, and said, No, I guess I was scared by Shanke and the others this time, so I said a little too much. After all, she is their most doted sister, even if she nags a little. Nuanchuan thinks it is still acceptable. If it were someone else, not only would Nanfeng not be able to bear it, but Nuanchuan would also want to beat him up. Xiao Changxia, I'm back. In the distance, a loud thunder sounded. The entire Baihu Lake was startled, and countless birds, chickens and ducks flew away in fright, with all kinds of chirping sounds coming one after another. Even the water on the surface of Baihu Lake was rippling. Changxia staggered and looked in the direction of his own beast's den in fear. The three little were the weakest and fell directly to the ground. Their faces made close contact with the ground, and Changxia felt pain on his face just by hearing the plops. Nuanchuan Nanfeng was quick-witted and dropped the prey in his hand to protect Nuanchuan beside him. This saved Nuanchuan from the disaster and allowed her to touch the ground. Nuanchuan held her belly with her hands, looking like she had survived a disaster. That is everything okay? Shenrong asked softly. No, it's okay. They was confused and got up. Lu Yu and Wu Lu were sitting on the ground, still not coming to their senses. Changxia held his forehead with his hand. Elder Pukong had always been casual, but he was unexpectedly even more ferocious now. If this happened in a place like the Great Snow Mountain, I'm afraid this sound could directly cause an avalanche. Hee. As soon as the shouting stopped, Changxia and the others didn't have time to recover. The familiar laughter once again entered my ears, and soon after that, Elder Pukong's ferocious face came into view. Xiao Changxia, what are you doing with all these sharp-mouthed beasts? Grandpa Pukong, these are chickens and ducks. For lunch, Changxia explained. She remembered that she had just said it in the morning. It had only been a short time, so why did Elder Pukong ask again? Oh, really? Pukong showed a clear expression, without any embarrassment or shame. Should I really say that he is worthy of being an elder? His face is so thick that it is invulnerable. What are you guys standing there for? It's already noon. Why don't you go back to the den and cook? After a while, Changxia and the others did not respond. Pukang's face darkened and he urged. Changxia and his companions had stiff faces and couldn't help cursing in their hearts, but they didn't dare to blame that shameless person. Mountain, get up quickly. Let's go back to the beast den to prepare something delicious. Let's go home, Changxia said in a gentle voice. He called up the frightened people and walked towards the beast's den. Hee. Elder Pukong's familiar laughter spread across the entire White Lake. Changxia and his companions quickened their pace towards the beast's den. Judging from the laughter, Elder Pukong seemed to be in a bad mood. Was he hungry? When I thought of the word hungry, suddenly, everyone's expression changed. A hungry Pukong elder is extremely dangerous and is definitely not something they want to see. Go quickly. Nuanchuan, please help steam the rice noodle skin later. Nanfeng and powder paste, make fruit powder pancakes. Shenrong, as soon as he comes back with the fish, we grill it directly. Before this, Changxia needs to marinate the meat before processing the other things. The goose was not caught, after all. The time was too short to search among the reeds. The last time Yadong and his team caught a goose, it was in the upper reaches of Baihu Lake. Today, they haven't gone there yet. Sister Changxia, what should we do? Shanke rubbed his hands together, showing an eager expression. This time, Lu Yu and Wu Lu didn't say anything. They also knew how terrifying Elder Pukong was. Generally, the Pukong elders were either eating or on their way to eat. Otherwise, they would lie down in a corner of the tribe and take a deep sleep, which reduced their energy consumption and also developed their blood power. Of course, no one dared to ask Elder Pukong to confirm the authenticity of the latter. This is why Elder Pukong, who is obviously very powerful and unrivaled, was sent to guard Shanke and the others. Firstly, they were afraid that he would harm the tribe's cubs, and secondly, he was really not suitable. Who would have thought that asking him to look after the wood caused trouble? I guess when people return to the tribe, Jin will talk to him. However, to chat, Jin should ask a few elders to accompany him. After all, there are really few people in the tribe who can resist the iron fist of love from Elder Pukong. Even if you don't have a root, if you go alone, you might get beaten badly. Are you hungry, Elder Pukong? There's bone soup in the stone pot. Would you like a bowl? Changxia put down the backpack, which was half filled with wild vegetables. She should have washed them in Baihu Lake, but considering Elder Pukong's unpleasant laughter, she decisively chose to rush back to the beast's den as soon as possible. Not far from the long table, there was a black-horned cow. Blackhorn Bull, one of the 3 tyrants of Dusk Forest. Fierce and aggressive, its killing power is no less than that of wild boars. The only consolation is that black-horned cattle will not attack people actively, so as long as you don't provoke them, it is safe to encounter them. An adult black-horned cattle weighs about 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms. The black-horned bull hunted by Elder Pukong was like a small mountain. Its 2 black horns looked like 2 sharp swords from a distance, which was terrifying. Drink. Pukong grinned and nodded. After exercising, he got hungry quickly. He looked at Changxia happily. Little Changxia really knew him best. Even if he stayed with her without saying anything, she knew what he needed. Shanke, help Grandpa Pukong serve the soup. Oh, and don't forget to serve yourself a bowl to taste, Changxia said. She took out a wooden bowl from the rattan basket in the den, rinsed it with clean water, and called Shanke and the others to come over to help. Okay, said the. He washed his face and hands with Lu Yu and Wu Lu, and ran to Changxia to scoop soup with a bowl. Lu Yu sniffed, tiptoed, and peered into the stone pot. Changxia lifted the wooden lid, and a rich aroma filled his nose. Gurgle, gurgle. This time, before Elder Pukong could say anything, the little ones couldn't help themselves first. Pukong laughed and said, Xiao Changxia, don't worry about the soup, give me 2 bones so I can chew them. Okay, I'll get it to you right away. Changxia smiled and hurriedly handed 3 or 5 bones in a wooden basin to Elder Pukong. He said he wanted to gnaw the bones, obviously wanting to save the soup for the little ones. However, there was half a pot of bone soup in the stone pot, and the 3 little ones couldn't drink much. Each Shanke had a bowl of soup and was arranged by Changxia to sit at a long table to drink the soup first. Then, Changxia put the remaining soup in the stone pot directly into a clean ceramic pot and placed it on the long table so that Elder Pukong could drink it. Changxia, what should we do with the black-horned cattle? Nanfeng took out the wooden basin and started to mix the flour paste. Looking at the hill like black-horned cattle, he felt a headache. Changxia waved his hand, slowly cleaned the stone pot, added water to the pot, and lit the fire. He planned to use the stone pot to stew the beef bones and make beef bone soup. No hurry. Wait for Shan Rong to come back from fishing and let him butcher the beef. Long summer suddenly, the sound of xylophone came from the white lake below the hillside. Changsha was startled and looked up at Nanfeng Wanchuan. Nanfeng nodded towards Elder Pukong and told Changsha that the news of Elder Pukong's coming must have spread. Her mother came here because she was worried that Changsha couldn't handle it. As expected, along with Mu Qin came 3 females from Haiyun. Elder Pukong, why didn't you tell me that you were leaving the tribe? And how did Shanke and the others escape from the tribe? Mu Qin greeted Changsha, then ran angrily to Elder Pukong and questioned him. Elder Pukong laughed and said loudly, "Xylophone, these are all trivial matters." It can be seen that although Elder Pukong's voice was loud, his face was full of guilt and a layer of hot sweat appeared on his forehead. Changsha and his friends turned around and snickered. Sure enough, the tribe was able to control Elder Pukong. Apart from Elder Yami, Mu Qin Amu is the best candidate. It's a small matter? Mu Qin suddenly raised her voice, stretched out her hand, grabbed Elder Pukong's ear, and said angrily, "Changsha is just getting well, and you come here to torment her. Aren't you afraid that Wu will come to trouble you? Besides, how old are Shanke and the others? What if they run out of the tribe and encounter danger?" Pukong laughed and let Mu Qin teach him a lesson. This shameless look is exactly like a rolling knife. The wooden harp was chanting, and Elder Pukong listened, gnawing on the bones with big mouthfuls, making a crunching sound. Elder Pukong quickly gnawed all the bones in the pot, leaving no bone residue. Ahem. Shinrong returned to the beast's den with a basket of fish and said softly, "Mu Qin Am, it's getting late. I've already dealt with the chickens, ducks, and fish. You help Changsha prepare lunch, and I'll go deal with the blackhorn cattle. If I continue reading, it will be dark." Besides, look at Elder Pukong's calm and composed look. It was obvious that he had been scolded by the xylophone many times and had enough experience to deal with it. In this case, it was the bystanders who felt uncomfortable. Mu Qin held her forehead and glared at Elder Pukong. She was really angry. She forgot how thick-skinned Elder Pukong was. He would not take her simple nagging to heart. Suddenly, Mu Qin stared at Elder Pukong sinisterly. "Elder Pukong, if you make trouble again next time, your food will be reduced by half." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Pukong stopped laughing. He stared at Mu Qin with his tiger eyes and said seriously, "Mu Qin, please continue to scold me. It is absolutely not allowed to skimp on food or anything like that." "Humph." Mu Qin snorted coldly and said, "Please go and help Chunrong deal with the blackhorn bull. As for Shanke and the others, remember to go back and apologize to Elder Yami. It is impossible to scold. All responsibilities will fall on the elders of Pukong." "Mu Qin, I didn't mess with Xiao Changsha." Pukong defended himself, took out an animal bag from his arms, waved it a few times, and explained, "I want to find her because I wanted to give her a gift. Really. Mu Qin, you have to believe me." Pukong played the xylophone as he explained. "Yami." He definitely didn't want to see Yami. That kind of female is more terrifying than a witch. If Mu Qin really told Yami what happened today, he would never think of being lazy again, let alone sleeping in the tribe. Xylophone's face was frozen. His arms were being held by Elder Pukong, and he was unable to struggle. The thunder-like wailing of Elder Pukong was in her ears, and Mu Qin's face showed pain. Elder Pukong, who was so reckless, was so terrible. Who could come and save her? Perhaps it was God's will that Changsha came over. Changsha walked over with a distorted face. This scene was really eye-catching. A tribal elder was being naughty and rude to a young kid. Fortunately, everyone present was from the same family, so he didn't lose face in public. "Grandpa Pukong, what gift did you bring me?" Changsha smiled and put her hand on the back of Elder Pukong's hand that was pulling the xylophone and flicked it lightly. With a clever force, she flicked Elder Pukong's hand that was pulling the xylophone away. "Huh!" Elder Pukong exclaimed in surprise and looked at Changsha in astonishment. Xylophone withdrew his hand and cried out in pain. She didn't notice what just happened. "Grandpa Pukong, where's the gift?" Changsha spread her hands and asked for the gift. She didn't want to expose her strength for the time being, at least until her physical strength caught up. Otherwise, if she was really trained by Elder Pukong, she would definitely be worse off than dead. Pukong looked suspicious. Was he wrong? He thought. He handed the animal bag in his hand to Changxia. Little Changxia, this is Grandpa Pukong's treasure. No one in the tribe has it except me. Pukong was careless and didn't bother to think about it. Instead, he stared at the animal bag in Changxia's hand and swallowed his saliva carefully. It can be seen that he values the things in the beast bag very much. Seeing this, Changxia's expression changed slightly. She didn't rush to open the animal bag, but just sniffed it. A light sweet smell came out from the beast's sack. Sweet. Sugar? Changxia, open it and take a look. In the distance, Nanfeng and Wanchuan stopped what they were doing and walked towards Changxia. Okay, Changxia replied. After saying that, she opened the animal bag and poured out a few yellow particles about the size of fingers. The sweet smell emanated from these yellow particles. Elder Pukong, what is this? Nanfeng asked curiously. Look, it doesn't look like gravel and stone. As for gemstones, they don't look like that either. The yellow particles are not smooth and have average glossiness. Little Changxia, try it. Pukong grinned, pinched a yellow pellet and fed it to Changxia's mouth, explaining, it's sweet, although not as sweet as honey. But it tastes delicious too. Changxia opened his mouth and took the yellow particles. Soon, a light sweetness filled the entire mouth. Sugar, Changxia said in surprise. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Sugar, honey? Nanfeng squeezed over and stretched out his hand to take it and eat it. Elder Pukong reached out and slapped it, waving his hand. This is for Xiao Changxia. Nanfeng, stop messing around. Nanfeng, this is not honey. Changxia looked at Elder Pukong seriously and asked, Grandpa Pukong, where did you pick these yellow grains? These yellow granules are sugar, somewhere between hard candy and soft candy. If you must say, the yellow particles look more like solidified syrup. If she guessed correctly, it should be a syrup formed by the natural evaporation and condensation of some kind of tree sap or juice, completely natural. Red leaf ridge, Pukong said. Changxia was unfamiliar with the 3 words Hongyiling. However, Muqin Haiyun standing nearby was not unfamiliar. Hongye Ridge is a mountain range located in the south of Hulua tribe. This mountain range has many tall deciduous trees, which are different from shrubs. The tribe would go into the mountains to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. Normally, few tribesmen would go there. This time, Elder Pukong revealed a big piece of news. Muqin and the others were suddenly very excited. There is no beast man who doesn't love sugar. From the tribal elders to the young cubs, everyone loves sugar and is addicted to sweets. Muqin, where is Hongye Ridge? Changxia asked excitedly. Muqin took a deep breath and explained, Red Leaf Ridge is south of the tribe. It takes half an hour to get there. Half an hour? That's not far. Changxia said, Muqin, I want to go to Hongye Ridge to take a look. The sap of birch, maple, and palm trees can all be condensed into syrup. In terms of taste, maple sap has a higher sugar content and tastes better. However, no matter what kind of tree it is, all of this means that the Hulua tribe will be able to eat sugar in the future, delicious and sweet sugar. Changxia licked the corner of his mouth, wishing he could fly to Hongye Ridge immediately. Little Changxia, it's my barbecue. Pukong looked at Changxia dimly, crossed his hands and reminded Changxia not to forget his barbecue. After all, the gift was given, and Changxia couldn't let him go hungry. The excitement of the crowd died down in an instant. Sugar or not, the most important thing at this moment is to prepare food for the Pukong elders. Changxia, let's go to Hongyiling tomorrow, Muqin said decisively. Changxia looked at Elder Pukong, put his thoughts aside, and nodded. Okay. Next, Changxia's mind was completely focused on Hongye Ridge. I don't have much interest in cooking. With the help of Elder Pukong, Shunrong quickly dissected the black horned cattle, marinated them, and then grilled them. Changxia cut a few pieces and made fried steaks. Then season it with sour fruit pulp, carrot, garlic, etc. Simmer over low heat to make a pot of beef, cold rice noodle, fruit powder pancake, barbecue, roast chicken, roast duck, etc. All kinds of food were served on the long table by Changxia and his friends. Elder Pukong laughed. and ate with big mouthfuls. At the table, three little looked at the scene in horror. Sister Changxia, why is Elder Pukong so hungry? Listening to the S question, everyone remained silent. Not to mention the curiosity of the mountain sparrow, who in the Hulua tribe doesn't want to know why Elder Pukong can eat so much. Elder Pukong laughed. To become a strong totem warrior, the first thing you must do is learn to eat. Eat more. Only by eating enough can you become stronger. Yes, this is Elder Pukong's explanation. Almost everyone in the Hulua tribe has heard him say this. Elder Pukong is very strong, but no one knows how strong he is. However, Changxia heard Jin say something unintentionally. Elder Pukong stands on the top of the dusk forest. Sister Changxia, I want to eat more. Wu Lu said loudly. Changxia's eyes slid down to his bulging belly, walked forward and patted him twice, and said speechlessly, Wu Lu, if you eat any more, your belly will burst. Get up and walk a few steps to digest it. With the help of Chun Rong Muqin and others, Changxia didn't get exhausted. When their arms were so sore that they could hardly lift them, they cooked all the ingredients they had prepared into food and placed it on the long table in front of Elder Pukong. Tired and hungry, Changxia felt drained. Not a drop left. Elder Pukong ate a whole black-horned ox, countless chickens, ducks and fish, plus 100 kilograms of cold rice noodle soup and countless servings of fruit powder cakes. This is not a lot. It's about the amount of food for 40 or 50 people. After all, the Pukong elders eat as much as they want, so they can probably finish 2 or 3 times the amount easily. But they were exhausted. Elder Pukong was full and didn't care about Changxia's tone. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 little in his hand. Cubs, let's go. Now that you've eaten, it's time to go back to the tribe and exercise. So, amidst the laughter, Elder Pukong let out a long howl and left the beast's den, heading back to the tribe with Shanke and the other 2. Changxia, are you hungry? Shenrong came forward with a bowl of cold rice noodles and said in a warm voice, Come, eat something first. I can't eat. Changxia replied listlessly, looking listless, without even the strength to move. In addition to being tired, she was more yearning for Hongye Ridge. All I could think about was Hongye Ridge, so I had no appetite for food. At the same time, her sore limbs made her feel a little depressed, and she had less and less desire to eat. No. Shenrong carefully picked up Changxia and sat her up. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. If you don't eat, we won't go to Hongye Ridge tomorrow. Eat something and I'll give you a massage later. You should feel better. Changxia, are you okay? Elder Pukong is just unreliable. Seeing that Changxia looked uncomfortable, Muqin and Haiyun began to blame Elder Pukong. Changxia shook his head and said, Muqin, don't blame Elder Pukong. It has nothing to do with him. I'm just a little tired. I just need to rest for a while. I don't want to eat because I'm thinking about Hongye Ridge. You. Hearing this, Muqin reached out and gently poked Changxia on the face. After confirming that she was really fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Changxia's health had always been a major concern for the Hulua tribe, and now that they had finally raised Changxia to adulthood, they didn't want to hear any more bad news. Come, eat something. Nuanchuan shouted. Bring the prepared cold rice noodles to the long table and let everyone take a seat. Changxia and the others took Nuanchuan's health into consideration and didn't let her work hard. At this moment, she was in the best condition. Muqin, what does Elder Pukong usually eat? Changxia asked curiously. Muqin said, the witch has been preparing pills for Elder Pukong, and the tribesmen also prepare barbecue for Elder Pukong. After all, Elder Pukong spends most of his time eating except for sleeping. However, the situation of Pukong seniors has begun to improve in the past 2 years. According to the witch, Elder Pukong has been able to control his bloodline abilities and no longer needs to store energy through eating. Changxia, do you still want to go to Baihu Lake? Nuanchuan said with a smile. Changxia waved her hand and said weakly, No, I'm not going. I plan to sleep for a while and visit Baihu Lake next time. By the way, I want to go to Hongye Ridge tomorrow. Nuanchuan, tell Shankuan not to go out hunting tomorrow. The warm spring delivery is approaching, so we can't cause any trouble. Don't worry, I know the severity of the problem. Nuanchuan said seriously. Recently, I followed Wu's advice to eat small and frequent meals and eat when I'm hungry. The hardship I felt recently has been alleviated a lot. Nguanchuan's spirits also recovered a lot. At least, I no longer fall asleep anywhere and at any time like before. After cleaning up the long table, Mu Qin and his group left. Changxia fell asleep during Shunrong's massage. Changxia Shunrong called out twice, but when he saw that Changxia didn't move, he fetched some water, washed Changxia's face, hands and feet, and then carried him into the den. He pulled over the animal skin blanket and covered Changxia with it. Now, it's still early. Shunrong picked up the backpack and walked down the hillside. He planned to walk around the White Lake to get familiar with the situation here. He also picked some herbs for making ointments, and then see what kind of ointment he could make based on the herbs he could dig up. Vanilla ointment was undoubtedly the best, but the herbs required for vanilla ointment were the most complicated. Shunrong knew that it would be difficult to collect all the medicinal materials in a short time. If the vanilla ointment doesn't work, make other ointments. The next rainy season happens to be free, and Shunrong has time to think about it slowly. Tomorrow, Changxia wants to go to Hongyiling. She probably wanted to understand the yellow granules that Elder Pukong gave her. There were only a few in total, and Changxia didn't hesitate to eat one for everyone. Sweet flavor, very delicious. Not to mention Changxia, Shunrong and his clansmen were also thinking about it. Follow the shore of White Lake all the way up. Shunrong was not picky. He would dig out any medicinal herbs he knew and put them in his backpack, and then sort them out when he returned to the beast's den. By the time we arrived at the upper reaches of Baihu Lake, the backpack was already filled with various medicinal herbs. Looking at the setting sun, Shunrong did not continue. Carrying a hare, he prepared to return to the den. In the beast's den, Changxia woke up and yawned. He looked around but couldn't find Shunrong. He guessed that he should have gone to Baihu Lake. Stand up and bow. Stretch your limbs. After a good sleep, I felt much more comfortable. Being young is different. Your limbs may ache from tiredness, but you'll feel recovered after waking up. Tall broad-leaved trees grow in Hongye Ridge, which is consistent with the characteristics of maple trees and maple trees. If it is really a maple tree, the Holua tribe will not lack sugar in the future. Maple syrup harvesting starts in March every year, and now it is the end of April, the last harvesting season of the year. This is really good luck. Changxia did not delay and thought about what food to prepare for the trip to Hongyiling. Get some dough to ferment and make it into fine powder tomorrow morning. Then fry some toppings and bring them with you. If you are hungry, build a stove, heat the toppings, mix them with the fine powder and eat them directly. This can save a lot of time. She remembered that she had left a piece of beef when she cooked it at noon. Thinking of this, Changxia walked out of the beast's den. When I opened the lid of the stone pot containing stewed beef, I found that there was indeed a piece of beef left inside, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. Changxia took out the cooked beef and added water to it. Prepare to use the remaining soup residue to stew another pot of meat. The taste is not as good as braised meat, but it is not far behind, and it is more flavorful than ordinary stewed meat. This kind of stewed meat is very suitable for taking out hunting. It does not need to be heated and tastes good when eaten directly. When Shunrong returned to the beast's den with the herbs on his back, Changxia had already prepared dinner. At the same time, even the food for tomorrow's outing is prepared. What are these? Changxia asked as he brought the food to the table. Shunrong said, medicinal herbs. Shunrong, do you know medicinal herbs? Changxia was surprised. He stepped forward, squatted down and picked 1 or 2 medicinal herbs, all of which were the most common Chinese medicinal herbs. I know you. The herbs are not complete yet. Once they are, I will prepare a few bottles of ointment for you. You can use them to apply on your face and hands. Shunrong explained. Hearing this, Changxia was really excited. Ointment? Do you mean the ointment that can be used on the face and hands? Changxia was very excited. In fact, Changxia also knew how to prepare ointment, but she was too busy. Moreover, she had not yet solved the basic living needs, so she could not take care of these things for a while. Today, Shunrong gave her a surprise. Yes, Shunrong said, the nobles of the Western continent live a luxurious life. Ointments such as vanilla ointment and white jade ointment are very popular in the Western continent. I was injured for a while and studied it when I had some free time. Shunrong, it's time to get up. At dawn, Changxia yawned and called Rong to get up. I was thinking about Hongyiling all night, and I couldn't sleep well. Before dawn, Changxia woke up. Rong opened his eyes and looked at the slightly bright sky. It's still early in the long summer, Rong said, sighing. Last night, Changxia was tossing and turning all night. No matter how he persuaded her, it was useless. Several times, Rong considered whether he should help Changxia fall asleep physically, but I want to go to Hongye Ridge earlier. Changxia's watery eyes sparkled. Although she hadn't slept well the whole night, she was in very good spirits. Okay, get up, Rong responded. It was rare for Changxia to act like a spoiled child, and Rong couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, looking into Changxia's big watery eyes, who would be willing to make her sad? Get up and get dressed. Brush your teeth and rinse your mouth. Changxia made a dozen fruit powder pancakes with the stewed meat prepared last night, and the two of them sat at the long table and started eating. Just after finishing eating, I saw someone coming from the tribe from afar. Long summer, judging from the sound, it should be the south wind. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon, Changxia replied. Jin finished talking with Changxia yesterday and decided on the specific direction of the tribe's expansion. He then returned to the tribe to discuss the decision with the elders. Yesterday, all the tribe's totem warriors went out hunting. I think the tribe will start building kilns next. After all, there are only 3 or 5 days left before the rainy season. Even in the sluggish long summer, one can vaguely smell a faint scent of water vapor in the wind. The first rain of the rainy season is probably not far away. Nanfeng, are you alone? Changxia asked in surprise. Judging from the enthusiasm of Muqin Am and the others yesterday, Changxia thought there would be a few more people. She didn't expect that Nanfeng would come alone, which really surprised Changxia. Nanfeng shrugged and said regretfully, Changxia, I can't go to Hongye Ridge with you. The tribe has decided to build a kiln and needs help. I came here to tell you, and then I have to go back to the tribe to help. So urgent, Changxia said in surprise. You said that the rainy season is not suitable for building kilns, so how can the tribe not be anxious? At this time, the rainy season may come at any time. The sooner the kiln is built, the sooner it can be completed. Nanfeng explained that the tribe planned to let all the tribesmen live in safe and clean caves before the rainy season. During this rainy season, we must ensure that our people are not affected by the rainy season. I thought that it didn't matter whether Nanfeng went to Hongyiling or not. Changxia nodded and said, the chief's decision is correct. Rong and I will go to Hongye Ridge to confirm whether the yellow granules given by Elder Pukong are syrup. If so, I may need the tribe's help in collecting sap. As for building the kiln, I'm afraid I can't help much. The tribe doesn't need your help in building the kiln. After all, you providing the method of building the kiln for free is already the greatest help, Nanfeng said seriously. The tribesmen were very grateful to Changxia. If Changxia had not said early on that he did not want the tribesmen to send him anything, at this moment, Changxia's family would probably have been filled with things sent by the tribesmen, not to mention the beast den. Even though no gifts were given, all the tribesmen remembered this kindness. After saying that, Nanfeng suddenly remembered that Changxia said he needed help collecting sap, and said, Changxia, what do you mean by needing the tribe's help collecting sap? There's no rush for this. Let's discuss it after I go to Hongye Ridge to confirm, Changxia said. If there are maple trees or palm trees growing in Red Leaf Ridge, the end of April is the last season for collecting sap from maple trees. Once this season is over, you need to wait another year before you can collect sap and concentrate it to make maple syrup. With the strength of her and Rong alone, they could not collect more sap. At that time, the tribe will definitely need help. It just so happened that the tribe was in a hurry to build the kiln at this critical moment, and all the things were piled up at once. However, with the strength of the Halua tribe, the two things should not delay the collection of sap and the construction of the kiln. To build a kiln, you just need to dig the kiln. Subsequent work can also be carried out during the rainy season. However, the same cannot be said for collecting sap. If you miss this last harvesting period, you really have to wait until next year. Okay, I won't keep you. Nanfeng nodded and said goodbye to Changxia. Having seen Rong's strength, Nanfeng was not worried about the safety of the two. Hongye Ridge was the hunting territory of the Halua tribe. As long as they were in the tribe's hunting territory, they were generally safe, because the tribe would send totem warriors to patrol the territory every once in a while. They would drive away or hunt powerful beasts. Hongye Ridge was not far from the tribe, and the soil there was relatively barren, so there were few ferocious beasts. Therefore, the tribe was also relieved about Changxia going to Hongyiling. Of course, it is also related to the fact that the tribe is busy building kilns. If it were any other time, Jin would never agree to let Changxia and the other two stay away from the tribe. I can only say that this timing is too delicate. In addition, sugar is too attractive to the beastmen. Even the roots are a little bit concerned about it. Wei Shenrong suddenly spoke, calling Nanfeng, who was leaving. Nanfeng paused and asked suspiciously, "Chunrong, is there something wrong?" Changxia blinked, obviously curious about why Shenrong called Nanfeng. "Changxia, do you know where Hongye Ridge is?" Shenrong asked helplessly. Changxia was usually careful and cautious, but occasionally he would show his careless side. Changxia has been weak since childhood and has been raised in the tribe for a long time. Last time, they took a detour when they went to the holy mountain of Kana. Holy Mountain Kana, the goal is clear. They almost got lost. Changxia only knew that the red leaf ridge they were going to was in the south of the tribe, and this south was very different from the south. Hee. Changxia smiled foolishly. Nanfeng slapped his forehead and blamed himself. "Look at me. I forgot that Changxia had never been to Hongye Ridge. Shenrong had just come to the tribe, and you didn't even know where Hongye Ridge was." As he spoke, Nanfeng picked up a branch from the roadside. "Draw a simple map." "Changxia, look." Nanfeng said, "This is where the tribe is. Go south along the Baihe River and go up to the river mouth where the Baihe River forks. There is a ginkgo forest there. Go through the ginkgo forest and continue walking in. At the end is the red leaf ridge. Hongye Ridge is covered with red leaf trees all year round. From the mouth of the White River, you can see the brilliant red leaves of the red leaf ridge. It's so beautiful." Nanfeng used to want to build the beast den in Hongye Ridge. That way you can always appreciate the beauty of the red leaf trees. However, before she could finish her words, she was beaten up by Jin and Xylophone Duet. Although Red Leaf Ridge was the tribe's hunting territory, it was far away from the tribe's gathering place. Is it seeking death for a female to live there alone? Red Leaf Tree. Changxia's eyes lit up. He had originally guessed that there might be maple trees or palm trees growing on Hongye Ridge. However, after listening to Nanfeng's description, I am 80% sure that this red leaf tree in Changxia is the red maple tree. Scent. Developed. Maple syrup is made from maple tree sap, which has an excellent taste. Changxia had eaten it in her previous life. It was perfect except that it was a little expensive. Maple syrup was cheaper and could be used to make various snacks. "Chunrong, let's go," Changxia said loudly. This time, they traveled light to Hongye Ridge. After all, their main purpose was to confirm whether Hongye Ridge really had tree sap that could be used to make sugar, rather than hunting or picking. Instantly, Changxia and the other person walked to the mouth of the Baihe River. Look up and around. However, the sky was dyed into a dazzling curtain by the red maple trees all over the mountains. The beauty was intoxicating at first glance. At this moment, Changxia suddenly understood Nanfeng's idea of living in Hongye Ridge. "It's so beautiful. Who can resist being moved?" "How beautiful!" Changxia exclaimed. Shenrong carried Changxia on his back and followed Changxia's line of sight towards Red Leaf Ridge. As soon as he saw the red maples, he was attracted by them. Go upstream along the river mouth and pass through the ginkgo forest at the river mouth. The ginkgo nuts in the ginkgo forest were sparse, and the tribe must have picked them not long ago. Ginkgo nuts were no longer dispensable, but may become the daily staple food of the beastmen. To this, Suyi has not disclosed it to other beastmen yet. But, if Changxia really makes dry powder, the status of white fruit in the beast tribe will rise again. At that time, Suyi will want to expose the importance of white fruit to the many beast tribes in the Dusk Forest. Of course, each beast tribe must give a certain amount of compensation to the Halua tribe, which is also necessary. The tribe has really picked all the ginkgo nuts nearby. Changxia sighed. When Granny Suyi comes to the tribe, the hot pot feast should be on the agenda. Jin sent the hunting team out to hunt, probably with some intention. After all, It was too unreal to really ask Changxia and his men to prepare food for more than 1,000 people. Most of the food has to be provided by the tribe. Shenrong broke. There is a small ginkgo forest growing upstream of Baihu Lake, and the ginkgo fruits there have not been picked yet. Shenrong discovered it by accident when he was digging for medicinal herbs yesterday. The ginkgo forest on the upper reaches of Baihu Lake happened to grow not far from the exit of the cave cellar. Shenrong roughly counted them and found that there were about 17 or 18 trees, with a lot of ginkgo. Really? Changxia was overjoyed. That ginkgo forest grows in the valley to the right of the cave cellar exit. There aren't many trees, only about a dozen, said Shenrong. In addition to ginkgo trees, there are also many shrubs growing in the valley. I walked fast yesterday, so Shenrong didn't look carefully. However, there was one thing that Shenrong was very glad about. That was the location that Changxia chose to build the kiln, which was indescribably subtle. The call is secluded and very suitable for planting or breeding in the long summer. Further up is the upper reaches of White Lake. There are large areas of reeds growing there, and various chickens and ducks live there. The expansion of the Halua tribe to Baihu is definitely an excellent choice. 12 trees are enough. Changxia smiled, gently grabbed Shenrong's smooth fur, put his face on Shenrong's back, and waved. Let's go to Red Leaf Ridge. Shenrong, I think the tribe will not lack sugar in the future. Red maple, the tall broad-leaved tree in Red Leaf Ridge, should be the red maple tree. The end of April is the last season of the year for harvesting red maple sap. Usually, red maple sap should be harvested starting in March, and early April is the best time to harvest. The maple syrup made from the concentrated red maple sap harvested at that time has the best taste. While listening to Changxia's chatter, Shenrong crossed the estuary ginkgo forest and headed straight for Red Leaf Ridge. At the same time, Shenrong couldn't help wondering, what does maple syrup taste like? Is it sweeter than cane sugar? Is it tastier than cane sugar? As for why Changxia knew that red maple sap could be used to make sugar, Shenrong was just like the Halua tribe, pretending to know nothing. Did Shenrong smell it? It tastes sweet and delicious. This sweet taste is light. Shouldn't Elder Pukong be the only one in the tribe who noticed it? Changxia frowned. Given the beast tribe's pursuit of sweetness, the tribe should have discovered the abnormality of Hongye Ridge long ago. Why was Elder Pukong the only one who noticed it? I heard from Muchin AM that Red Leaf Ridge is barren and few tribesmen come here to pick and collect them. Maybe we missed it. After all, Changxia also said that the best time of year for harvesting sap from red maple is from March to April. This time point happened to be when the tribe was busy hunting and picking. It is understandable that the tribe did not notice the abnormal situation in Hongye Ridge. Elder Pukong was most likely an accident and may have discovered it during patrol. But Elder Pukong has always been careless. I realized something was wrong, but I didn't think too deeply about it. Shenrong was moving very fast. From the time he smelled the sweetness to the time he arrived at Hongye Ridge, a quarter of an hour had passed. The closer he got to Hongye Ridge, the more obvious the sweetness became. The air in Hongyiling seems to be sweet, like a dream. After landing, Shenrong put Changxia down. He quickly regained his human form, looked up at the red leaf ridge that looked like a red sea, and was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Shenrong, we're rich. Changxia put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. There are many red maple trees in Hongye Ridge that are hundreds of years old, and some are even thousands of years old. The ancient trees are towering, and any red maple tree is 70 to 80 meters tall, and more than 100 centimeters in diameter. This large red maple forest is enough to make the Halua tribe a maple syrup kingdom. Maple trees have a lot of starch in their trunks, which turns into sugar in winter and turns into sweet sap when the weather warms up. Just drill a hole in the trunk and the leaves will flow out. The sap is then boiled down to make maple syrup. There are tens of thousands of maple trees in Hongyiling, some of which are thousands of years old. There are countless trees that are over 100 years old. With this number, Changxia said that the Halua tribe had become a maple syrup kingdom, and he was not kidding. By the time the long summer returned to calm, 2 incense sticks had passed. Shenrong, try to find a red maple tree and drill a hole. I'll see if there's any sap. Shenrong put down the backpack and picked up a bone knife. He randomly picked a red maple tree that was closest to them, found a suitable branch, and inserted the bone knife into it. Soon, a tree hole the size of two of them was made. After a while, brown sap flowed out from the tree holes. Changxia stepped forward, sipped a little with his hand, and licked it. A strong caramel-like smell hits your nose. Shenrong, you try it too. Shenrong moved closer and took Changxia's hand into his mouth. Changxia froze, her cheeks instantly reddened. She had intended to let Shenrong dip in the red maple sap to taste it, but Shenrong suddenly attacked her. She almost kicked the guy away. However, I don't think I can kick it away. Turning his head away, Changxia withdrew his hand and pretended that he noticed nothing. Shenrong pursed his lips and chuckled. Sweet, very sweet. Changxia cleared her cough. She didn't want to know whether Shenrong said the red maple sap was sweet or her hands were sweet. And was this considered an indirect kiss? Oh, she didn't seem to wash her hands. Suddenly, Changxia's thoughts flew farther and farther away. Only when I heard the sound of red maple sap dripping onto the ground did I come to my senses. Shenrong, can you get a wooden barrel? Changxia regained his composure and asked. When they came, they brought 2 backpacks with them. There was nothing to hold the red maple sap, and she felt distressed when she saw the sap dripping. Shenrong said, Wait. After a while, Shenrong used local materials. It's past noon. The sun is scorching, and there is an occasional breeze blowing through the mountains and forests, which still brings a sense of warmth. Changxia, it's time to set off back to the tribe. Shenrong reminded. Changxia gently jumped down from the red maple tree, chewed the stew in his mouth and swallowed it, patted off the sawdust on his hands, took the red maple sap handed to him by Shenrong, and took a sip. Great, Changxia said loudly. The rich caramel sweetness spreads from the mouth to the heart. Sweet and refreshing. Changxia and the other man hung the barrel on the tree and started to wander around Hongye Ridge. It took them several hours to circle Hongye Ridge. After a long summer of calculations, there are a total of 5,187 red maple trees in Hongyeling. Among them, there are 108,000-year-old trees. There are more than 3,000 red maple trees that are over 500 years old. The rest are all over 100 years old, and the red maple trees that are several decades old are the least numerous. At first, Changxia was puzzled, but after walking around Red Leaf Ridge, she suddenly understood. This space is occupied by red maple trees, and the old trees have not died. Newly grown red maple saplings will naturally wither and die without a suitable growth space. Perhaps it would be a good choice to find an opportunity to plant red maple trees outside. Of course, the prerequisite is that the environment is suitable for the growth of red maple trees. After leaving Hongye Ridge, Changxia successfully picked half a basket of wild vegetables. After that, Shenrong transformed into a beast and ran towards the tribe. Changxia gently stroked Shenrong's smooth fur. The hand feel is excellent and makes people linger. Compared with the Black Panther tribe's beast bodies, the Shenrong wolf tribe's beast bodies are more sturdy and beautiful, especially the fluffy feel, which makes people want to bury themselves in it. Unfortunately, Shenrong was restricted by the poison and could not maintain the beast form for a long time, let alone fight. Even so, Changxia was still envious. After all, chinchillas are animals that can do anything except be cute. Changxia has not yet found a suitable way to fight. Maybe. Wait a little longer. Shenrong ran, feeling Changxia's touch on his body, and was very happy in his heart. Shenrong was particularly happy that Changxia liked his beast body. Once upon a time, he resented the fact that he inherited the bloodline of the Fighting Wolf clan. The Dolong clan has rooted fighting in their souls. For them, fighting is as simple as eating and drinking. Shenrong is peaceful by nature and does not like killing. However, it carries the blood of the Fighting Wolf clan. With the identity of a noble of the Yuan family, Shenrong could not avoid fighting and slaughter. If the poison saved Shenrong from imprisonment, Changxia gave Shenrong a new life, allowing him to have the opportunity to live a simple and ordinary life like ordinary people. Long summer walk out of the ginkgo forest at the river mouth. Shenrong went down the Baihe River and came to the mouth of the Baihe River, looking far away in the direction of the Halua tribe. Various beast roars could be heard faintly in my ears. Changxia's eyebrows moved slightly, and he chuckled. It's okay. I guess this response is related to the tribe. The beastmen easily reveal their emotions, and Jin nodded to expand the tribe. Most of the tribesmen started to build kilns. When there are a lot of people, the noise will definitely be quite loud. Are you talking about Jin kiln? Shunrong reacted very quickly and guessed. Changxia nodded and said, the tribesmen are all impatient. I think. The tribe roughly determined the list of people who will be relocated yesterday. Those who started building the kiln today should be those who have moved out of the tribe. After all, the tribesmen who remain in the tribe have the beast dens to live in, so they are not in a hurry. Furthermore, the tribe has a thick geological layer. Kilns can be built even in the rainy season. Jin must have compared this with his tribesmen. With previous experience as a lesson, Changxia would never underestimate the wisdom of the beastmen. This noise might attract wild beasts, Shenrong said cautiously. The mouth of the Baiha River is dozens of miles away from the Halua tribe, and the noise can be heard from such a distance. It is not impossible that it attracts the covetousness of wild beasts. Changxia shrugged and said easily, it's just right that we don't have to go out hunting. That's right. Shenrong was silent for a moment, silently agreeing with Changxia's statement. With the ability of the Halua tribe, they really wouldn't be afraid of a few wild beasts. What's more, the wild beasts near the tribe were cleared out and wiped out by the tribesmen day after day. Even if there were survivors, most of them fled far away. During the conversation, Chunrong carried Changxia back to Baihu. Before we got close to White Lake, a newly built stone wall blocked our way. Wolf Cub, where did you come from? Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from inside the stone wall. The stone wall was more than 10 meters high, and the work had not yet been completed. The flattened road was cut off and extended along the road to the mountains and forests on both sides. It looked somewhat similar to the city wall on the other side of the tribe. However, the tribe has just decided to expand. Building a wall right here on the White Lake. Isn't that a bit too fast? Elder Dalai, this is Chunrong. He is my partner. Changxia slid down from Chinrong's beast and passed through the stone wall. He saw a wooden chair in the corner of the stone wall with a person sitting on it. This person had a broken leg, but even when sitting, he looked strong and muscular. Hearing the familiar shout, Dalai's ferocious face showed a kind smile. Xiao Changxia, you're back. Dalai smiled and asked, is Hongyiling fun? Pu Kong is an unreliable guy. Don't believe his nonsense. Elder Dalai, look what I brought you. Changxia laughed and motioned Chunrong to return to human form. She walked to Elder Dalai with a bucket of red maple sap, scooped a spoonful of red maple sap with the wooden spoon that Chunrong had sharpened, and handed it to Elder Dalai's mouth. Elder Dalai, taste this sap and see if it's sweet? Huh. Dalai took the wooden spoon and took a sip. He immediately cried out in surprise. He looked at Changxia in surprise and asked, Little Changxia, what kind of tree sap is this? When asking, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Could it be that Pu Kong is really reliable for once? Yesterday, Muqin returned to the tribe and told Elder Yami about Pu Kong going to Changxia's house to beg for money. Elder Yami beat Elder Pu Kong immediately, and today he also detained Elder Pu Kong in the tribe and asked him to help build the kiln. Elder Pu Kong was not given any chance to explain himself. The other elders were happy to see Pu Kong get humiliated, so naturally no one came to excuse him. Red maple trees. I renamed the red trees in Red Leaf Ridge as red maple trees. These sap is the sap of red maple trees. You can drink it directly or boil it into maple syrup. Sugar. Honey? Yes, sugar is sweet as honey. When Elder Dalai heard Changxia say that maple syrup tasted like honey, he was overjoyed. In the short summer, is it easy to harvest the sap of the red maple tree? Dalai asked. Changxia said, the sap of the red maple tree is easy to collect. All you need to do is drill a hole in the trunk of the red maple tree and use a wooden bucket to catch the flowing sap. But, just what? Dalai was very happy to hear the first sentence, but when Changxia turned the words into but, he instantly became anxious. However, the sap of the red maple tree must be harvested before the rainy season. Changxia said. Upon hearing this, Dalai instantly understood Changxia's concerns. The tribe rushed to build the kiln before the rainy season and was unable to spare manpower to harvest the sap from the red maple trees. Okay, Changxia responded. After bidding farewell to Elder Dalai, he and Chunrong carried the red maple sap to the beast den. Red Leaf Ridge was not far from the tribe, so at most, they could go there day and night to collect the red maple sap. Once you think positively, the sadness between Changxia's brows dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face again. Changxia, have you come to terms with it? Shenrong asked gently. Changxia glared at Shenrong and said coquettishly, Are you happy to see me embarrass you? Let me tell you, if you miss the harvest of red maple tree sap this year, you will have to wait another year if you want to eat maple sugar and maple syrup. What solution have you come up with? Shenrong followed Changxia slowly, every step falling on the place where Changxia had stepped. Behind him was the sun hanging high in the sky, and the two people's shadows were stretched out and gradually merged into one. Why don't you tell me that I gave up harvesting the sap of the red maple tree? Changxia pursed his lips in surprise. Compared to eating, a safe and comfortable house is more practical. Moreover, with the chicken, duck, fish and fruit powder provided by Changxia this year, the Halua tribe can spend a stable rainy season. Changxia thought that Shenrong would guess that she gave up harvesting red maple sap. After all, normal people would choose this. Are you willing to do that? Shenrong smiled, his lips slightly raised, forming a beautiful arc. Although he didn't spend a long time with Changxia, it was enough for Shenrong to understand her. How could a person who is obsessed with food easily give up the food in his mouth? Changxia smiled, nodded and said, I really can't bear to do it. So Shenrong must work hard. Let's make more wooden barrels and go to Hongye Ridge to collect red maple tree sap at night. Hurry up and collect as much as possible. In addition to storing maple syrup, we will try to make some maple sugar. The moisture in the wind is getting heavier, and the rainy season is about to come. Shenrong said in a deep voice. The tribe must hurry up to build the kiln. The sap of the red maple trees that you and I collect is indeed not enough. In addition, there is no way to collect all the sap of the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge at night. Shenrong analyzed the situation very objectively. The sap of the red leaf ridge red maple trees had never been harvested before. Each tree has an abundant supply of sucrose. It is impossible to harvest all the red maple trees in Hongyeling in just a few days. Changxia waved his hand and said calmly, I didn't say that we have to harvest all of them. We'll harvest as much as we can. If all else fails, we can wait until next year to harvest. The dusk forest is magical. It rains most of the time during the rainy season, so floods are likely to occur. However, in Changxia's memory, floods rarely occurred in the dusk forest. With such heavy rainfall, there must be a lot of water on the ground. Where did the water go? There is more precipitation in the rainy season, so the air should be humid. But the dusk forest doesn't. The Halua tribe is close to the Baiha River. There is heavy rainfall during the rainy season, but the water level of the Baiha River has remained stable. It is incredible. Talking as they walked, the two soon returned to the beast's den. Put down the wooden barrel filled with red maple sap, draw water to wash your face and hands. At Red Leaf Ridge, the two of them had eaten enough food, so they didn't feel hungry when they returned to the beast's den. If you want to harvest red maple tree sap in the long summer, you must first prepare enough wooden barrels. There was no extra wood in the den, so it was obviously impractical to go into the forest to cut wood at this moment. Changxia thought about going back to the tribe to talk to his roots and get some wood to make barrels. With barrels to hold red maple sap, it would be convenient to go to Red Leaf Ridge to collect sap for making maple syrup. Changxia, would you like a bowl of red maple tree sap? Shenrong asked gently. After a rest, the heat in my heart disappeared. Shenrong caught a glimpse of the remaining blush on Changxia's cheeks and couldn't help but ask. Changxia nodded quickly and replied, "One bowl, please." Each person had a bowl and sat quietly in front of the animal den. The sky is blue and the clouds are rolling. After taking a sip of red maple sap, the two of them simultaneously let out a comfortable snoring sound. Hearing the sound, the two smiled at each other. Shenrong, the red maple sap tastes better after being chilled. Changxia smacked her lips and pointed to the beast's den. She remembered that Grandma Suyi brought her back a few ice fruits, which she seemed to have not eaten yet. Shenrong put down the bowl and stood up. Wait, I'll go find Bingwa. Soon, Shenrong went into the beast's den and found the ice fruit. Unlike ordinary wild fruits, Ice fruit feels cool and comfortable to hold in the hand. Peel and cut into pieces. The white and translucent flesh feels cool when it touches your fingers. Gently press the flesh. It is chewy and very tough. Chenrong took Changxia's bowl, added a few spoonfuls of red maple sap into it, and then added half a spoonful of ice fruit pulp. The pulp of the ice fruit comes into contact with the sap of the red maple tree. It makes a sizzling sound directly. Chenrong. Look, Changxia called out to Chenrong and pointed at the wooden bowl for Chenrong to see. However, I saw water droplets coming out of the wooden bowl. The two looked at each other and said at the same time, "Ice crystal grass." That's right, ice crystal grass. Changxia's eyes sparkled with bright light, and she said excitedly, "Chenrong, we must find the bird tribe to exchange for ice crystal grass. With ice crystal grass, we will no longer be afraid of the hot rainy season. Ice crystal grass, a pure natural refrigerator. Freezer, popsicles, ice cream, smoothies." Just thinking about it, Changxia couldn't help drooling. Changxia must find the bird tribe to exchange for ice crystal grass no matter what, and he will remember this clearly. Soon, the two of them finished drinking the red maple sap mixed with ice fruit pulp, feeling quite unsatisfied. Unfortunately, there are not many ice fruits. Changxia wanted to keep it until Granny Su Yi and Bai Qing came over, and then enjoy it with the tribe. No matter how greedy I am, I can only press it. Changxia here. Changxia just planned to go back to the tribe to find Jin and ask about the wood. Down the hillside, the brisk call of the south wind came. South wind? Yeah, it's her. Chenrong touched the tip of his nose. Nanfeng was really from the leopard clan and not the wolf clan? As soon as they got something good, Nanfeng knew about it. Is this sense of smell a little too sensitive? Changxia stood on tiptoe and looked in the direction of Bai Hu, hesitatingly saying, "It seems there are several people far away, except in the south wind." It seemed like there were several more people walking towards their own den. Could it be the two looked at each other and thought of the elder Dalai, whom they had met under the newly built stone wall? Could it be that the tribe had received the news that they had returned from Hongye Ridge? After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. After all, the tribe was busy building the kiln, and they would not come to Changxia at this time if there was nothing important. "Changxia, let me have a taste." Nanfeng came running over, staring at Changxia with his big eyes, and said incoherently, "Elder Dalai said that the mangrove sap you mentioned is very delicious, sweeter than honey." Hee. Elder Pu Kang's signature laughter powerfully enters the camera. Soon, Jin, Muqin and others walked up the hill and followed closely. "Xiao Changxia, give Grandpa Pukong a bucket to try," Pukong said. The shorter female who followed beside raised her hand and hit Elder Pukong on the head, scolding, "Pukong, what are you talking about?" After teaching Elder Pukong a lesson, the female turned to show a kind smile and greeted Changxia with a smile. "Changxia, how are you doing recently? I heard that you went to Hongye Ridge and found something as delicious as honey." "Of sap?" Chenrong, peel an ice fruit. Changxia reminded. "There are a few ice fruits left, leaving 2 for Granny Su Yi and Bai Qing, and the rest. Simply let the clan leader and elders have a try. This time, in the future, she thought it would be smoother to exchange ice crystal grass with the bird tribe. I believe that as long as the clan leaders have tasted the red maple sap added with ice fruit pulp, they will definitely fall in love with the cool and slightly sweet taste." "Bingwa, Xiao Changxia, where did you get the bingwa?" Pukong asked in surprise. Elder Yami narrowed his eyes, looked at Changxia kindly, and explained. "Where else can the ice fruit come from except from witches? The bird tribe is a group of misers. They dare to ask for the price of a beast skin for a ball of thread. Ice fruit. Would the bird tribe be willing to use it for trading?" Elder Yami is right. The ice fruit is a gift that Wu brought back to me from the Qinghai Plateau. I was also thinking of waiting for an opportunity to exchange it with the bird tribe for ice crystal grass. Changxia said confidently. Listen, everyone gave Changxia a thumbs up. It takes courage to dare to exchange ice crystal grass with the bird tribe. Little Changxia, are you serious? Dalai was holding the bowl and had just taken a sip of red maple sap. When he heard Changxia say that he wanted to exchange ice crystal grass with the bird tribe, he choked and almost sprayed out the red maple sap in his mouth. The bird tribe is notoriously stingy arrogant, and narcissistic. In terms of stinginess, they are even more stingy than the fish species. Sitting on the Qinghai Plateau, they also possessed rare items such as qingbu and ice crystal grass. They were completely incomparable to the barren beast tribe, which only had animal skins and wild vegetables and fruits. Fortunately, the Beastman tribe has a witch in charge. In addition, there is the military deterrence of Pukong and others. This is why the dusk forest where the Beastmen lived was not invaded by the bird and fish tribes. Ice fruit can cool the sap of red maple trees, and ice crystal grass is even more effective than ice fruit. The dusk forest is hot and rainy during the rainy season. It would be great if ice crystal grass could be planted in the cave, Changxia said seriously at the same time. Ice crystal grass can slow down the decay of meat and keep food fresh. Whether the ice fruit tastes good or not is not important in Changxia. Changxia was very envious of the ice crystal grass's ability to keep fresh. Changxia must work hard to exchange for ice crystal grass with the bird tribe. Yami smiled. He turned around and looked at Elder Pukong and Elder Dalai, thinking in his heart, if it really doesn't work, let Pukong go to the Qinghai Plateau. The look in Changxia's eyes when she mentioned the ice crystal grass was so beautiful. Let the elders of Yami and others be amazed. Just like what Shenrong said, who would be willing to let such a Changxia be disappointed and sad? Yes, please rest assured, Elder Yami, I will try my best. Changxia nodded. The reason why the bird tribe is stingy is simply that they have never encountered anything that impresses them. Beautiful clothes, one-of-a-kind jewelry, or irresistible food. No matter what it is, Changxia will try his best. After all, there is still a year before next year's Normandy Fair, which is enough time for Changxia to slowly prepare things to impress the bird tribe. Wow! Nanfeng narrowed his eyes, his little face full of surprise. Cool, slightly sweet, with a hint of caramel. This is a taste that Nanfeng has never tasted before. One mouthful. It slides from the mouth into the throat, and then into the stomach. A moment. Nanfeng felt his whole body enveloped by the sweet scent, which made him feel extremely comfortable. Muqin said, "This tastes really like honey water. It's different from the sweetness of honey water. I like it very much," Yami said happily. Elder Pukong slapped the table, laughed, and shouted, "Little Changxia, another bucket?" This time Elder Dalai said nothing. He looked at Changxia with expectant eyes. He cleared his throat twice and asked, "Little Changxia, is there anything else?" "There are 3 more barrels," Shenrong said. They collected 5 buckets of red maple sap in red leaf ridge, and he and Changxia drank half a bucket. At this moment, Jin and the elders came over and shared 1.5 buckets. "Quick, give me a bucket," Pukong said excitedly. Elder Yami held his forehead and said coldly, "Pukong, shut up. These idiots only know how to eat, and once they eat, they easily get addicted." At this moment, they probably forgot the purpose of their coming here. "Chenrong, how much sap can be harvested from the red maple trees in Red Leaf Ridge?" Changxia counted the number of red maple trees in Hongye Ridge and found that there are about 5,000 of them. There are 108 red maple trees over 1,000 years old, and more than 3,000 trees over 500 years old. Changxia estimates that the older the red maple tree, the more sap can be harvested, and vice versa. The exact amount of sap that can be harvested can only be calculated by hand. After Chenrong finished explaining, Changxia continued, "Elder Yami, I estimate that the best time to harvest red maple sap is from early March to late April. The rainy season is approaching, and these few days may be the last season to harvest red maple sap. Can't we do it at other times?" Xylophone asked nervously. Nanfeng was immersed in the delicious red maple sap and ignored Changxia's conversation from beginning to end. "No." Changxia shook his head. "In fact, it is a bit late to harvest this season. However, consider that the sap of the Red Leaf Ridge red maple trees has never been harvested. Changxia believes that a batch of red maple tree sap can be harvested before the rainy season arrives." Jin raised his head, looked at Changxia, and asked, "Changxia, what are your plans?" "I want to go to Hongye Ridge with Chenrong at night and try to collect as much red maple sap as possible before the rainy season comes. However, collecting red maple sap requires wooden barrels. The wood here has been used up, and it takes time to go into the mountains to cut wood. So I want to exchange some wood from the tribe to make wooden barrels. Changxia pondered and put forward his idea. Hearing this, Jin raised his hand and tapped Changxia on the head twice. Changxia, what do you think of the tribe and us? Jin said angrily. On the side, Elder Yami and others did not stop Jin's actions. Apparently, Changxia's statement that he wanted to exchange wood from the tribe to make barrels angered them. Changxia, the tribe is not polite to you. Instead, you have become estranged from the tribe. You deserve to be beaten. Nanfeng stood up and stretched out his hand to rub Changxia's face hard. It hurts. Changxia's face was deformed by the south wind. She explained, I'm not worried that the tribe will be busy building kilns and there won't be enough wood. If it's not enough, then don't build the kiln. Yami said domineeringly. Elder Pukong was grinning, but Elder Dalai was not laughing, and his expression was weird. It was obvious that they were all very supportive of Yami. Elder Yami, please don't. We still have to build the cave. I need a wooden barrel to hold the sap of the red maple tree. To collect the sap of the red maple tree, you need to drill holes in the red maple tree and fix the wooden barrel on the trunk. Pottery jars are fragile and are not suitable. Changxia explained. She was really afraid that Elder Yami would say something that would delay the tribe's kiln construction. It seems that Changxia still underestimated the attraction of sugar to the beastmen. Shenrong narrowed his eyes. He had different ideas from Changxia. The Hulua tribe is eager to harvest the sap of the red maple trees, not just to satisfy their appetite. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Previously, it was mentioned that the bird tribe had green cloth, ice crystal grass, and balls of thread. The fish family has pearls, corals, and tourmalines. The beastmen only had wild vegetables and fruits, besides animal skins. These things were good, but not presentable. But, like rice flour and sugar. Father, I'm going to Red Leaf Ridge to collect sap from the red maple trees tonight. Nanfeng said quickly. At night, we went to Red Leaf Ridge to collect sap from red maple trees. Nanfeng would naturally not miss such a fun thing. Jin pondered for a moment, nodded, agreed to Nanfeng's request, and said, Go back to the tribe and gather people to make wooden barrels in preparation for going out to collect red maple tree sap at night. After saying that, Jin turned his gaze to the Elder Yami next to him. Elder Yami, which elder should we have follow the hunting team to Red Leaf Ridge tonight? Pukong, how about you go? Hee hee. Pukong grinned and replied, Sure, I can't wait to go to Hongye Ridge. He should have known earlier that the yellow particles were solidified sap from red maple trees. Elder Pukong might have cut down all the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge. The reason why the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge were left here is that no one in the tribe cut them down. This is because the leaves of the red maple trees are beautiful. Although the beast tribe does not love beauty as much as the bird tribe and the fish tribe, they also understand beauty and ugliness. Hongye Ridge is not far from the Hulua tribe, and you can see Hongye Ridge by standing at the mouth of the Baihe River. The maple leaves all over the mountains are pleasing to the eye just by looking at them. Besides, red maple trees are not as practical as iron trees. Dalai, you continue to stay at the White Lake Wall to guard one side. Yami retracted his gaze and focused on Elder Dalai, and continued, At the same time, the kiln closest to the White Lake Wall is for you to live in. The kiln was not far from Changxia's home, so he asked Elder Dalai to come to Baihu. The first is to stay in Baihu, and the second is to protect Xia Changxia and his people nearby. With the expansion of the Hulua tribe, Baihu will inevitably become a new safe zone. It is necessary to send elders to guard it. The story of the 3 Shantiao tribe members sneaking to Baihu Lake. The tribe already knows. There is no danger in meeting Changxia this time. However, there is no guarantee that another cub will run away from the tribe next time. In order to prevent accidents, the Hulua tribe decisively built a high wall on the White Lake side. It was a wall, but also a city wall. At least, in Changxia's eyes, the Hulua tribe already had the rudiments of a town. Sure, Dalai responded with a smile, waved to Changxia, and said, Little Changxia, please take care of me in the future. You are too polite, Elder Dalai. Changxia smiled. The move of Elder Dalai to the village is a signal from the Hulua tribe. From now on, Baihu Lake will also be included in the tribe's habitat, which is a great improvement for the Hulua tribe. The expansion of the tribe's habitat means that the tribe can accommodate more people. The matter was discussed and settled, and Jin and the others did not delay. They all returned to the tribe to prepare wood to make barrels, in preparation for going to Hongya Ridge at night. Jin handed the task of making barrels to Chunrong. He also needed to go to the various caves in the tribe to check or help build the caves. Elder Dalai once again returned to the Baihu Wall to take charge. Finally, only Elder Pu Kong stayed. Little Changxia, give me some more red maple sap to taste. Pu Kong blinked and looked at Changxia begging. The corner of Changxia's mouth twitched. You say that if a cute animal cub like Shanke Liu acts cute and pleases him, Changxia might soften his heart and do something more. But Elder Pu Kong is a rough man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. With a pair of tiger eyes, he acted like a spoiled child to you. Is this acting like a spoiled child or asking for your life? Elder Pu Kong, no. Changxia refused. Pu Kong smacked his lips, looking regretful, and said, Little Changxia, you have changed. You used to call me Grandpa, but now you have changed your mind and only call me Elder Pu Kong. Changxia held his forehead and said speechlessly, Even if I call you Grandpa Pu Kong, I can't let you drink the red maple tree sap anymore. The witch might come today, so I have to save some of this red maple tree sap for her, and Wanchuan and the others should also have a taste. Hey, okay. Pu Kong retracted his gaze and looked sinisterly at Shin Rong, who was going to the tribe to make wooden barrels. His fists clenched so hard that they made a squeaking sound. When there is time, I will weigh Xia Shinrong's capacity. You can't beat Changxia. If I beat them up, Yami and his gang won't let me off. Weighing Shinrong, this wolf cub, Yami and the others would definitely not stop him. Changxia was speechless, obviously understanding the dangerous thoughts in Elder Pu Kang's eyes. However, she did not want to stop him. Wait for Granny Suyi to detoxify Shinrong. With Shinrong's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to communicate and exchange ideas with Elder Pu Kong. The orcs are warlike and not afraid of battle. If Shinrong wants to gain a foothold in the Halua tribe, it is necessary to demonstrate his own strength. If it weren't for the limitations of his body, Changxia would also want to become a strong totem warrior. After the recent training, Changxia can clearly feel that he is getting stronger. From now on, it's just around the corner to go deep into the dusk forest for hunting and picking. Changxia, I heard that you are back from Hongya Ridge. Nuanchuan's voice came closer and closer, and then Shanke and a few others followed Nuanchuan and walked slowly from the tribe. Changxia stood up and went forward to support Nuanchuan. Why are you here? Changxia asked with a smile. In fact, she knew the reason even without asking her. Most likely Nanfeng returned to the tribe to show off to others. Nuanchun said, I heard from Nanfeng that she drank the sweet sap at your house and got greedy, so she brought and the others over. Changxia laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll keep it for you. After saying that, he greeted Nuanchun and the others to take their seats. He took the wooden bowl and scooped out a bowl for each of them. However, this time she did not put the ice fruit pulp. Changxia planned to keep the remaining 2 ice fruits for Granny Su Yi and Bai Qing. Furthermore, Nuanchuan is a pregnant woman, and the chickadees are cubs. Eating cold food is not good for your health. Wow. Sweet. Really sweet. Sweet and delicious. Soon, the noise of the and others was heard. Elder Pu Kong saw Nuanchuan and the others coming, and he got up and went back to the tribe, preparing to go over to help Chunrong Nanfeng make a wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was related to going to Hongya Ridge to collect red maple sap, so it couldn't be sloppy. He originally stayed to ask Changxia for some red maple sap to drink. Right now, I saw Nuanchuan and Shanke coming over. Rather than sit and watch them drink the sap of the red maple trees in the warm spring, it is better to leave. Why did Elder Pu Kong leave? Nuanchuan asked in surprise. Changxia chuckled and replied, He won't leave. Do you want to keep him to drink the red maple tree sap? He will go back to the tribe to help Chunrong make wooden barrels. We plan to go to Red Leaf Ridge tonight to harvest the red maple tree sap overnight. Are you in such a hurry? Nuanchuan asked in surprise. Yes, it's urgent, Changxia said. Once the rainy season comes, we can no longer harvest. Changxia sighed helplessly. It's all because of her poor health. I wish she could recover sooner. These little things are not all squeezed together. Oh, my body. Seems like I can't help in any way. Nuanchuan blamed herself. Changxia reached out and pinched Nuanchuan's cheek. Nuanchuan had been eating well and resting well recently, and she had gained weight, and her blood and chi were rosy, no longer looking pale and weak like before. You, just give birth to the cub obediently. It will be a great blessing. Changxia said. Nuanchuan, why don't you move to Baihu first? The cave house is more spacious, and you will be more comfortable when giving birth. I told Shankuan, and he moved the things from the tribe's beast den to the Baihu cave. Now it depends on when the witch will come, and when they are willing to come out. Nuanchuan drank the sap of the red maple tree and gently stroked her bulging belly. I have been eating a lot, and eating well recently. My spirits improved. Woo, I won't come today. At the latest, I will come tomorrow. Nuanchun is pregnant with twins and is about to give birth. With Granny Su Ye's character, if there was nothing to hold her back at Kana Holy Mountain, she would probably bring Bai Qing over today. If he didn't come over, he probably had something to deal with. There are hundreds of orc tribes, large and small, living in the Twilight Forest. All matters big and small will be handled through witches. Of course, some small tribes are too weak to go through the Twilight Forest to the Holy Mountain of Karna. They cannot approach the Holy Mountain of Karna. Only the powerful beast tribes can truly enter the Holy Mountain of Kana to meet the witch. However, the witch will inspect the Dusk Forest every few years to ensure the safety of all the beast tribes living in the Dusk Forest. Wu's daily life is not easy. I'm so glad that our tribe is close to the Holy Mountain of Kana, Nuanchuan said with emotion. Changxia shook her head slightly and said with a smile, Nuanchuan, you are wrong. What did I say wrong? Nuanchuan asked suspiciously, bewildered. The leopard tribe can live in the Holy Mountain of Kana and live next to the witch. This is not luck. It all stems from the leopard tribe's powerful strength, Changxia said confidently. In the beast tribe, the strong are respected. Witch, who manages the entire beast tribe. Strength, wisdom, ability. All aspects must be top-notch, otherwise how can we suppress the unruly beast tribes? The leopard clan is rooted in the Halua tribe. It is close to the Holy Mountain of Kana, and it is obviously responsible for guarding the Holy Mountain of Kana and worshipping witches. Of course, the roots and elders did not make this clear. However, Changxia could sense it to some extent. Putting these aside, just talking about the tribes bordering the Halua tribe, we can see the strengths and weaknesses. The closer to the Holy Mountain of Kana, the stronger the beast tribe is. Conversely, the farther away the beast tribe is, the weaker it is. The various beast tribes in Dusk Forest seem to be loose. In fact, they all spread out in all directions with the Holy Mountain of Kana as the center. The Halua tribe is located at this center point. Nuanchuan was slightly startled and asked in surprise, Changxia, please tell me in detail. There's nothing to say about this. Nuanchuan, you have to remember that as long as the Halua tribe continues to grow stronger, no one can shake the status of the leopard tribe. Changxia said casually without elaborating. Some things don't need to be explained too thoroughly. The general direction is controlled by the roots and tribal elders, so there is no mistake. The people just need to live a good life. Nuanchuan narrowed her eyes and thought about what Changxia had said. I seemed to understand, but didn't ask any more questions. On the side, the titmouse and the willow sipped the sap of the red maple tree, looking very happy. Only the youngest Luyu frowned and listened carefully to the conversation between Changxia and Nuanchuan. Sister Changxia, the leopard tribe will definitely be the strongest. When I come of age, I will become the most powerful totem warrior in the tribe. Lu Yu's soft voice was full of determination and confidence. The lion tribe, tiger tribe, wolf tribe, snake tribe, and bear tribe are all powerful tribes in the Dusk Forest. At the same time, the territories of these tribes all border the Halua tribe. Among the tribes of the beastmen, the leopard tribe and these 5 tribes are the leaders. The 6 tribes assist the witch in managing the Dusk Forest, allowing the tribes of the beastmen to thrive in the Dusk Forest and live an ordinary and peaceful life. Hearing this, Changxia showed a surprised expression. Lu Yu looked like he understood the implicit meaning of her words. How interesting. Changxia narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. He reached out his hand and patted Lu Yu's head gently. SK, the mountain sparrow TSKS, Lu Yu, you can't even beat me. You still want to become the most powerful totem warrior in the tribe? Dream on. You. Lu Yu pouted and glared at Shanke angrily, wanting to refute, but looking at Shank's waving fist, he decided to follow his heart. Shanke successfully suppressed Lu Yu. Suddenly, Gao Xing waved his little fists and let out a crisp laugh. After drinking the red maple tree sap, Changxia cleaned the wooden barrel and bowl and led the group to the cave. Jin Kiln has roots and elders, so Changxia doesn't need to intervene. Changxia had explained all the details of the kiln construction to the tribesmen. They were all physical work, and it just so happened that the beastmen were least afraid of physical work. Only half a day had passed. Changxia stood in front of his cave house and vaguely saw many more cave houses around him. Among them, the Nanfeng Nuanchuan ones were the most conspicuous. After all, these cave houses had been built, and the smooth cliff surface was particularly bright in the sun. She could even see ginkgo nuts drying in front of Nuanchuan's cave. The stove was built and a bonfire was burning. The curl of smoke drifted from the chimney into the sky. Changxia, what are you going to do with so much rosewood? Nuanchuan asked curiously. However, in the flat yard in front of the cave, there were piles of red sandalwood. There were about dozens of them, so many that they could make hundreds of sets of tables and chairs. Although Changxia's cave was large, there was no need to make so many tables and chairs, right? Changxia looked at the red sandalwood in the yard excitedly. She had specially asked Yadong to help her cut it down. Each piece was about the same size and very uniform. I plan to build a corridor along the cliff face of the cave house and build an eaves above the cave house. In this way, whether it rains or blows, I can sit or lie on the corridor to listen to the rain and watch the snow. In fact, it can also be made with luss. However, the long summer wants to add some ancient style and some literature and art. Changxia, it would be more suitable for you to use ironwood to build the corridor and eaves. Rosewood is a bit of a waste. Besides, ironwood can repel insects and ants, and can also resist attacks by animals. Nuanchuan gave advice. Although rosewood is good, it is exposed to the sun and rain, and she doesn't believe that Changxia won't feel sorry for it. As expected, Nuanchuan finished speaking. Changxia's bright little face was instantly covered with dark clouds. I really didn't think of this. Changxia stroked the red sandalwood, sighed, and said regretfully, "It seems that I have to give up the idea of extravagance. It is safer to build the corridor and eaves with ironwood. This batch of red sandalwood can be used to make furniture." As the tribe expanded, all members of the tribe built kilns. Furniture is in short supply, so Changxia is not really worried about wasting this batch of rosewood. After all, who can resist furniture made of rosewood? Great, Nuanchuan said happily. Changxia, if you have extra furniture, don't forget me. My house is very empty, whether it's tables, chairs, or wooden beds. We are all short of them. The Jinzhou tribe made a lot of wooden beds. Those wooden beds were given to the elders of the tribe for trial sleeping. The response was very good. If the tribe hadn't been busy with various things recently, wooden beds would soon become popular throughout the tribe. Don't worry, you will get your share. Changxia replied. She squinted her eyes and thought. The cave house had a Kong bed, so a wooden bed was not suitable. Etc. Changxia's eyes rolled, and he thought of a way. She could make a wooden bed based on the Kong bed, just like the step-out bed in ancient times. After figuring it out, Changxia directly praised herself for being so smart. Then, Changxia quickly wrote it down on the notepad. I made a note of the step-out bed, as well as the expansion of the cellar and the construction of the corridor eaves, and prepared to start when the rainy season comes. Now, the 2 adults and 3 children started grinding ginkgo nuts. The warm breeze blows on my face, feeling warm. Sitting in front of the cave in the west, grinding ginkgo nuts and chatting. Changxia, what's that pile next to the red sandalwood? Duck feathers. Duck feathers? What do you keep them for? Changxia smiled mysteriously, with an unfathomable look on her face. She had her own plans for keeping the duck feathers, and now was not the time to reveal them. Besides, there are too few duck feathers. You'll know later. Nuanchuan, if you see anyone in the tribe catch a wild duck or a big white goose, remember to tell the tribe members for me to keep the duck and goose feathers and not throw them away. They will be of great use to me. Nuanchuan nodded in confusion. Don't you want chicken feathers? Changxia shook his head and replied, no need for chicken feathers. Chicken feathers can be used to make feather dusters or shuttlecocks. When you are bored during the rainy season, you can use shuttlecocks to kill time. However, Changxia has already arranged a full schedule for the rainy season, so I probably don't have time to play shuttlecock. Maybe I'll make some shuttlecocks when I have time. Give it to the tribal cubs to consume their vigorous energy, so as to prevent them from causing chaos and restlessness in the tribe all day long. Jin and the elders agreed to expand the tribe, probably because they felt it was too small. Every day I am troubled by the beast cubs. As the tribe expands, even if the beast cubs make trouble, I can just ignore it. Soon, Changxia and his friend took the 3 kids with them and ground 2 large baskets of ginkgo nuts. Let's go back to the beast den. Changxia said, it's time to go back and prepare dinner. We are going to Hongye Ridge tonight, so we need to have dinner early. We also need to prepare torches, rattan baskets, and other things. Tonight, how many tribesmen will go to Hongye Ridge? Changxia is unaware of this and has to wait and see what Jin and the elders think. Based on Changxia's understanding of the beastmen, there would be quite a few people tonight. After all, the beastmen were full of energy. After working hard all day, they could still be lively and noisy at night. Besides, the sap of red maple trees is delicious. It's hard for the orcs to refuse. In order to eat maple syrup as soon as possible, the tribe had to mobilize the entire tribe. Think about it. Changxia's steps towards the beast's den became increasingly brisk. If everyone is united, why worry about the tribe not being able to prosper? Sister Changxia, can we go to Hongye Ridge? Shanke took small steps, hopping lightly, holding her head high, and asked Changxia if she could go to Hongye Ridge with him. Wu Lu Luyu beside him did not speak. The longing look in her eyes speaks for itself. Without waiting for Changxia to answer, Wanchuan raised her hand and flicked Shank's forehead, rolled her eyes, and said, I can't go, but you guys can go with me? Don't forget, you can't even come to Baihu normally. This time it's because of the tribe expansion, so you have the opportunity to come to Baihu to play and have fun. The long summer and warm spring all come from the cubs. How could Changxian Chun not guess the little thoughts of the hey? 3 childish sighs sounded simultaneously. This made Changxia and the other 2 burst into laughter. A little kid with a smart mind. You are still young. When you grow up, not only can you go to Hongye Ridge, but you can also go to the Qinghai Plateau and even the East China Sea. Changxia smiled and tempted. As expected, both the and Wu Lu Lu were attracted by Changxia's words. Living in the dusk forest, they had naturally heard of the Qinghai Plateau and the East China Sea. Who wouldn't long for the outside world? Young eagles spread their wings, hoping to fly high. Sister Changxia, can we really go to the Qinghai Plateau and the East China Sea? The bird tribe is arrogant. The fish tribe is aloof. Teske. Suddenly, Changxia heard Lu Yu complaining. She couldn't help but sigh at Lu Yu's precocity, arrogance, and aloofness, and how he really described the bird tribe and the fish tribe vividly. These 2 tribes, called the beast tribe barbarians, despised the beast tribe's vulgarity and never took the beast tribe seriously. Likewise, the beastmen despised the 2 tribes for their posturing. Changxia, Shenrong asked you to prepare dinner early. As Changxia returned to the beast's den, Nanfeng's familiar voice was heard outside the house. But then, Nanfeng came over carrying 2 wooden barrels. Unlike ordinary wooden barrels, the barrel on Nanfeng's shoulder looked like a wine barrel with a lid. Looking at the 2 newly made barrels, Changxia's face was full of smiles. This wooden barrel is really suitable for holding red maple sap. Don't worry, I'm preparing it. Changxia responded and asked, who made this wooden barrel? Chun Rong. He said this is a wine barrel from the western continent, usually used to store beer. Nanfeng opened the lid and showed the barrel to Changxia. The more he looked, the more satisfied Changxia became. Good, very good, Changxia exclaimed. Nanfeng put down the wooden barrel and said excitedly, Elder Yami, let all the elders of the tribe make wooden barrels. I feel that they are ready to clean out Hongye Ridge. Wooden barrels, same size and style. Each one can hold about 100 kilograms of red maple sap. Each maple tree can usually produce 35-50 liters of sap, and 40 liters of sap is concentrated and refined into about 1 liter of maple syrup. The red maple trees in Hongyiling are old and have never been harvested for sap. This ratio should be higher. Changsha estimates that each red maple tree that is over 1,000 years old can produce about 6,100 liters of sap. Each red maple tree that is 500 years old can produce 50-70 liters of sap, and the remaining red maple trees can produce about 45-60 liters of sap. If calculated this way, the entire red leaf ridge can produce at least 10,000 kilograms of maple syrup. There are more than 10,000 kilograms of food in the Halua tribe, and each person can get about 10 kilograms on average. Thinking of this, Changsha became very excited. About 10 pounds per person, which doesn't sound like much. However, this is definitely a considerable fortune for the Halua tribe. After all, this is just an estimate for Changsha. The production capacity of the red maple trees in Hongyiling can only be determined when they are actually harvested. Nanfeng, how many round wooden barrels has the tribe made? Changsha asked. Nanfeng said, there are probably several hundred now. Upon hearing this, Changsha was shocked. So many. Changsha asked, how many tribesmen did Elder Yami call? All the elders of the tribe have been called, and Shilin and the others are also here. Nanfeng replied. Shilin is also a tribal beast cub. However, he is older than Shanke and his friends, and is 13 years old this year. He is usually taught various hunting techniques by the elders of the tribe, and occasionally he will go out with the hunting team to participate in hunting activities. Elder Yami, you are amazing, Changsha said silently. Nanfeng said that the tribe wanted to wipe out Hongye Ridge, and this idea was not groundless. The tribe is most likely to take action. The Genha tribe really dispatched more than 100 people to go to Hongye Ridge. It is actually possible to harvest the sap of the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge before the rainy season. At night, Changsha had no mind to think about food. Bone broth was simmering and barbecue was being cooked. On the side, there are cleaned wild vegetables. When Shunrong comes back, put the wild vegetables into the bone soup and cook them. They can be eaten at any time. The sun is setting in the west. Nanfeng and Wanchuan led the 3 chickadees back to the tribe, while Changsha silently prepared the bone knife and rattan basket. The Torch tribe has stock, and they will be distributed uniformly when we go to Hongye Ridge, so Changsha doesn't have to worry about it. Granny Su Yi and Bai Qing didn't come over today. The remaining 2 barrels of red maple sap were not wasted during the long summer. Changsha, are you making maple syrup? Shinrong's low and deep voice came closer and closer. With his back to the setting sun, he walked step by step towards the animal den, smelling the sweet caramel flavor conveyed by the night wind. Shinrong couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. I'll try to boil it and see if it works. Changsha stirred the wooden spoon and watched the sap in the clay pot boil. As the water evaporates, the sap gradually thickens. This can't be called maple sugar yet. It should be maple syrup. Maple sugar needs to continue to be boiled. Changsha dare not burn too much fire. It is not easy to control the temperature of a clay pot. Fortunately, she didn't pursue the taste of maple syrup. She just wanted it to be eatable. This time, just be careful not to burn it. As he spoke, Changsha picked up a wooden chopstick from the side and put it into the clay pot, stirring it gently, circle after circle. Soon, the wooden chopsticks were covered with thick maple syrup. Changsha took out the wooden chopsticks and handed them to Shinrong, saying, Shinrong, do you want to try it? Okay. Shinrong smiled. He lowered his head, opened his mouth and bit Changsha's hand. Soft and long. As he chewed gently, a sticky caramel sweetness exploded in his mouth. It was completely different from the cane sugar he had eaten in the Westland, and also different from honey. This was the taste of maple syrup, soft and smooth. It's delicious. The tribesmen will love it. Shinrong rarely sighed out loud, revealing a satisfied expression. Hearing Shinrong's praise, Changsha was very happy. Nanfeng said that the tribe made a lot of round wooden barrels. Is that true? Changsha stuffed the wooden chopsticks to Shinrong and asked him to eat it himself. He grabbed another pair of wooden chopsticks and put them into the pottery jar to stir. There was no container at home to store maple syrup, so Changsha decided to just wrap the wooden chopsticks with maple syrup and make small balls similar to lollipops. Maple syrup at this moment is somewhat similar to maltose. Shinrong nodded and said, Really? The roots and elders want to collect as much sap as possible from the red maple trees in Red Leaf Ridge. After all, waiting another year is too hard. They tasted the sap of the red maple tree. How could he bear to let go? How many people does the tribe plan to send to Red Leaf Ridge tonight? Changxia asked again. No limit. What, you heard it right. The tribe does not limit the number of people who can go to Red Leaf Ridge. After listening to this, Changxia held his forehead with his hand. Depend on in terms of madness, she is not even 1/10 as crazy as the tribe members. Just when Changxia wanted to work day and night to collect the sap of the red maple trees in Hongya Ridge, the tribe dared to let the whole tribe start at night. No wonder it is said that before the rainy season, the tribesmen can live in caves. This kind of ruthlessness is intimidating. It seems the tribe is planning to go to Red Leaf Ridge tonight to collect red maple tree sap. We can do it at night, so we don't have to worry about delaying the kiln construction during the day. Changxia nodded slightly and then said, Chun Rong, when you go to the tribe, how is the reconstruction progress over there? Very crazy. Shun Rong's mouth twitched and he uttered 3 words. Long summer. Oh. The tribe has demolished many animal dens, and the entire tribe looks unrecognizable. Shun Rong said with emotion. He really admired the courage of the Ganha elders. They decided to build caves and abandoned animal dens without hesitation. Obviously, they were confident that they could let the tribe members live in caves before the rainy season. Changxia silently raised his thumb towards the direction of the tribe. The 2 barrels of red maple sap were not full. Each barrel was about 20 to 30 kilograms. They were made into dozens of maple syrup lollipops, and then Shunrong made a stick with straw and inserted the wooden chopsticks coated with maple syrup into it. Don't be fooled. It actually looks like a candied hawes. It looks even more delicious. Chunrong stood aside and watched Changxia insert the wooden chopsticks into the straw stick and licked the corner of his mouth. Looking at the maple syrup lollipops of different sizes, he wanted to eat them and felt that he could eat several more. Do you want more? Changxia asked. Shinrong shook his head and said, Leave it to the tribe kids. He ate one and that was enough. Besides, we can go to Red Leaf Ridge tonight to collect maple sap and boil it into maple syrup in the long summer. It won't be too late to eat it later. Okay. Changxia smiled and placed the thatched stick filled with maple syrup lollipops next to the beast's den, waiting to give them to the cubs when he went to the tribe tomorrow. The 2 of them sat at a long table and ate dinner, smelling the strong, sweet smell of caramel, chatting about going to Hongyiling in the evening. Thinking about harvesting the sap of the red maple tree, the 2 of them ate quickly. Just after eating, Nanfeng's shouting came from the bottom of the hill. However, a large group of tribesmen came out of the tribe. Each of them carried 2 large rattan baskets, each of which contained 4 round wooden barrels. Torches were piled on top of the round wooden barrels, and at a glance, there were quite a lot of them. It looks like they are trying to squeeze all the sap out of the red maple trees in Hongya Ridge. Before it got dark, a large group of people headed straight for Hongya Ridge. Changxia, what did you eat at night? You smell so sweet. What did you eat secretly? Nanfeng sniffed at Changxia with his nose twitching. On the side, Yadong wanted to lie on Shunrong's back. Just like Nanfeng, he kept asking questions. The corner of Shunrong's mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand and patted Yadong's head away. I used the remaining red maple sap to make some maple syrup. Since I didn't have a mold or container to hold the syrup, I used wooden chopsticks to roll the maple syrup into lollipops. Changxia said, There are probably dozens of them, which are in the beast den. I plan to bring them to the tribe cubs tomorrow to try. If you want to eat some, I'll make them for you after we harvest the red maple sap tonight. There were limited maple syrup lollipops, so Changxia didn't bring any. There are too many people and not enough to share. So she hadn't thought about bringing the maple syrup lollipops in the first place. Not far away, the tribesmen pricked up their ears and listened. After hearing Changxia make maple syrup lollipops with red maple sap, everyone swallowed their saliva desperately. However, no one asked Changxia to taste the maple syrup lollipops. After all, Changxia said that those dozens of maple syrup lollipops were reserved for the tribal beast cubs. They wanted to wait until tonight to harvest the sap of the red maple tree, and Changxia would naturally teach the tribesmen how to make maple syrup. Thinking of this, the tribesmen only wished they could rush to Hongya Ridge and do a big job right away. Changxia, don't forget. I'm here. Yes, and us. In an instant, Yadong Kongshan and others came over. Anything produced in Changxia must be of high quality. Recently, with the various delicious recipes provided by Changxia, the food in the tribe has improved several levels. Each one of them is not far from gaining weight. Before dark, a group of hundreds of people successfully arrived at Hongye Ridge. Jin divided the team into groups of 20, with one person in each group patrolling to ensure that they would not be attacked by wild animals. While collecting the sap of the red maple tree was important, personal safety was equally important. Each group assigned one person to learn how to harvest red maple sap from Changsha Chinrong, and then spread out and went to the assigned red maple trees to start harvesting red maple sap. Needless to say, this arrangement went very smoothly. Hundreds of people began to move in an orderly manner and soon scattered to every corner of Hongye Ridge. First, use a bone knife to drill a hole in the red maple tree, about 5 centimeters deep. Insert the wood chips and then hang the wooden barrel for collecting sap on it. Changxia couldn't find the catheter, so he asked Chun Rong to carve out a suitable piece of wood. The wood chip is used as a guide tube and inserted into the drilled hole. The sap drips into the barrel through the wood chip. Generally, only one hole can be drilled for a red maple tree with a diameter of 25 centimeters. Too many holes can easily damage the red maple tree. However, the sap from the red maple trees at Red Leaf Ridge has never been harvested. At the same time, the red maple trees here are old, and basically each red maple tree can be drilled 3-4 holes. Red maple trees over 500 years old can be drilled 6 holes. For 108 red maple trees over 1,000 years old, it is estimated that 10 holes can be drilled in Changxia without damaging the vitality of these 108 red maple trees, which can ensure that the red maple trees can rest and recuperate. Drill the holes, paying attention to the spacing between the trunks. The hanging barrel must be tied firmly to prevent it from falling down. Secure the torches and watch out for sparks. Changxia's voice of admonition could be heard from time to time in Hongye Ridge. The tribesmen and Chen Rong were reluctant to let her work hard, so they asked Changxia to hold a torch and walk through every corner of Hongye Ridge to remind the tribesmen of the wrong actions when collecting the sap of the red maple tree. The entire Hongyeling, except for the long summer. The elders who came over all climbed up the tree, drilled holes, inserted wood chips, and tied the barrels. After a whole set of actions, they watched with satisfaction as the sap of the red maple tree flowed along the wood chips and dripped into the barrels hung on the tree trunk. So sweet. I feel like I could drink a whole bucket of sap. Don't eat for free, just work hard. All kinds of discussions and conversations alarmed the entire Red Leaf Ridge. The wild beasts lurking at night sensed the movements of Red Leaf Ridge and quickly disappeared into the darkness. They didn't even dare to approach, let alone sneak attacks. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Jin directly asked the tribesmen to release their own auras. Fierce and bloodthirsty. If the night had color, he didn't care about his face or shame. Pu Kong has always been shameless, dare to say. Look at the iron fist he loves. Elder Yami did not come tonight. After all, the tribe needs people to take charge. If everyone comes to Hongye Ridge and something happens to the tribe, it will be a big problem. Jin's head was full of black lines, and he looked at the embarrassing scene of Elder Pu Kong in the firelight in silence. Raise your hands and cover your eyes. Invisible. As long as he couldn't see, he had no idea what was happening. Pu Kong, this group of people pretended to be deaf and dumb, and the other members of the tribe trembled in fear and dared not say a word. A roar filled with anger pierced the sky. Pu Kong paused, his whole body froze. He only remembered that Yami didn't come with him, but forgot about Shimu. Pu Kong, you rascal. Shimu roared, and from a distance, he stomped his feet and flashed to the trunk of the red maple tree where Elder Pu Kong was. He raised his hand and angrily hammered Elder Pu Kong 3 times. Pu Kong, if you don't collect 100 barrels of red maple sap tonight, you are not allowed to eat the maple syrup made in Changxia. The tribe can support you alone, which is enough to support a small tribe. Pu Kong, you are too presumptuous. Changxia said that 40 liters of red maple sap can make 1 liter of maple syrup. It's a waste for you to drink so much. You can eat it anyway, so go eat the bark. Immediately afterwards, Elder Shimu spoke clearly one sentence after another. Changxia didn't know whether Elder Pu Kong had fainted or not, but she felt a little dizzy after hearing it. So Changxia retreated quietly. Elder Shimu is a serious and taciturn person. However, once he is angered, he can evolve from being taciturn to being a chatterbox, and his chattering is methodical and can last from dawn to the next day. As far as Changxia knew, Elder Shimu's most impressive record was speaking continuously for 3 days. The target is Pukong elders. In the entire tribe, except Elder Pukong, no one could make the stern Elder Shimu change his expression. Therefore, in most cases, the tribesmen would separate the two. Because when these two met, it was like lightning and fire. Chief not far away, some tribesmen were staggering, sending a distress signal to the route nearby. Oh my God! Why would Elder Yami allow Elder Shimu to come to Hongya Ridge tonight? Didn't she know that Elder Pukong would come? Jin's face was pale, his legs were a little weak, and he grabbed the branches of the red maple tree, barely avoiding falling from the tree. Let's go, Jin said guiltily. When these two people got into a fight, no one could persuade them except Wu and Elder Yami. Terrible, too terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin ran away first. Seeing this, the tribesmen who were collecting sap from red maple trees nearby quickly ran away. What's wrong? Shenrong jumped down from the red maple tree, grabbed Changxia, who was still frightened, and said softly. I looked up and around, but didn't notice anything unusual nearby. Changxia reached out to cover Shenrong's mouth, raised his index finger, and whispered, Sure. Seeing this, the tribesmen nearby all looked over. Pukong, the ginkgo trees in the Xiangfeng mountain of Kana Holy Mountain have not been harvested yet. If you have time, go there and pick all the ginkgo nuts. After all, you are such a voracious eater, and the number of ginkgo nuts stored in the tribe is still too small. I heard that you let some of the titmouse cubs run away from the tribe yesterday. I thought I'd just give you 3 days' worth of food as a punishment, so that you won't forget your lesson. Quiet Red Leaf Ridge. In an instant, Elder Shimu's lukewarm mutterings reached the ears of all the tribesmen. Suddenly, Shenrong and his clansmen understood everything. This Shenrong was slightly stunned and looked at Changxia suspiciously. Changxia patted his chest and said with a headache, This is Elder Shimu. Elder Shimu is usually a very nice person, but once he gets angry, he becomes very scary. Yes, an angry Westwood elder is scarier than a witch. What did Elder Pukong do again? Don't expect to have a peaceful night. Elder Yami is gone. What should we do? Here Changxia told Shenrong in detail how Elder Shimu behaved after he got angry. She rubbed her brows with a headache, and she needed cotton urgently. Shenrong's mouth couldn't help but twitch again. Every time he thought he knew the Hulua tribe well enough. The Hulua tribe will once again present an astonishing scene, breaking Shenrong's cognition. What should we do now? Shenrong saw Changxia's distorted face, stretched out his hand and placed it on her cheek, stroking it gently, trying to calm her anxiety. No way. Changxia shrugged, with a paralyzed face, letting Shenrong rub his face. Ignore them. And when Elder Shimu doesn't want to talk anymore, he will stop naturally. However, with Elder Shimu keeping an eye on Elder Pukong, we will be able to harvest the sap of the red maple tree much faster. The night deepens. The only sound in Hongya Ridge is the dripping of red maple tree sap into wooden barrels. There was also the constant nagging of Elder Shimu, and Elder Pukong might have been annoyed by it, and occasionally said something in reply, but he was quickly suppressed by Elder Shimu. In order to avoid Elder Shimu's nagging, Elder Pukong could only work hard. Suddenly, even his signature grinning voice revealed grievance and powerlessness. The tribesmen hiding in the red maple trees laughed secretly. While enduring the evil voice of Elder Shimu, they mocked Elder Pukong for his evil deeds. After all, who in the tribe has not been hit by Elder Pukong's iron fist of love? Anyone who has tasted it knows the feeling. Changxia, go back to the tribe and rest, Shenrong said softly. Late at night, the tribe harvested a batch of red maple sap and prepared to send it back to the tribe. Shenrong wanted Changxia to follow the tribesmen who were escorting the red maple sap back to the beast's den to rest. Staying up late was harmful to the body. Changxia had just recovered and Shenrong didn't want her to be too tired. Changxia told the tribesmen everything that needed to be explained in Hongyiling. It made no difference whether she was there or not. Changxia was yawning and indeed felt a little overwhelmed. I'll go back. Can you guys? Changxia hesitated. Your body's poison hasn't been cured yet. Can you hold on? Changxia is not worried about his tribe members. The beastmen are physically strong, so staying up late has little effect on them. Besides, the tribe doesn't need to go out hunting recently, so the danger is greatly reduced. I'm fine, Chunrong said. Compared with the previous battles in the Western continent, this was nothing. With Changxia warming his body every night, the previous injuries to his body were almost healed. Now he just had to wait for the witch to expel the poison from him. Don't worry, no matter how weak I am still a totem warrior. Seeing Changxia looking worried, Shenrong made reassurances again and again. Jin went to Elder Shimu and interrupted him. Elder, how many are there? Shimu said with a sullen face, retracting his gaze from Elder Pukong. He looked at Jin seriously and earnestly. At this moment, it was almost midnight. 1/3 of the red maple trees in Hongyiling have been harvested. The remaining 2/3 will take 1-2 days. It takes time for the sap to drip into the barrel, and it is not possible to drill a hole, and the sap will flow out immediately. 28 barrels, Jin replied. Shimu nodded with a serious face and said, 28 barrels, not bad. When I come to Hongye Ridge again, I hope there will be another 28 barrels of red maple sap. Pukong opened his eyes wide and glared at Elder Shimu. Is this guy crazy? He worked all night to get these 28 barrels of red maple sap. Shimu asked him to get another 28 barrels within 2 hours. Isn't that crazy? Why? Do you think I'm crazy? Shimu sneered and cursed Pukong. I said you're a fool, and I really praised you. We used to collect 28 barrels of red maple sap, and most of the time was spent on drilling holes and hanging barrels. Now we only need to replace the full barrels, and only a few red maple trees need to drill holes and hang barrels. You eat so much food every day. Do you feed it to the dog? The beast tribe has a head, which is used for thinking. If you don't think, chop off your head and don't keep it. Thus, a new round of muttering began again. Jin wanted to say something but stopped himself. Facing the solemn and dignified expression of Elder Shimu, he really didn't know how to interrupt this devilish sound that sounded like chanting a sutra. Elder Shimu, it's time for us to set off back to the tribe. Changxia came from behind the red maple tree with a smile and reminded. Changxia was very sleepy after running back and forth all day. To be honest, I am still a little weak. Let these people come to replace the next batch of tribesmen tomorrow morning. It is expected that there will be people here until the harvest of red maple sap in Hongye Ridge is completed. The humidity in the night wind was getting heavier. Apparently, the rainy season is approaching. Okay. Shimu stopped nagging. His serious expression softened instantly, and he said, Changxia must be sleepy. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Take the red maple tree sap and set off back to the tribe. More than 50 people and 28 barrels of red maple sap. It was not Changxia's turn to intervene. She walked with Nanfeng, said goodbye to Chenrong, left Hongye Ridge and headed towards the tribe. From time to time in the middle of the night, you can hear the cries of 1 or 2 wild beasts. The cold season has just passed and the earth is warming up. The wild animals that had been hibernating for the entire winter season began to wake up and start moving. After leaving Hongye Ridge, Changxia discovered that from time to time, 1 or 2 dark shadows would appear from the forests on both sides of the road. However, before the dark shadows could get close, they were killed by the tribesmen traveling with them. When they arrived at the Baihu Wall, Company Commander Xia Nanfeng was holding 2 hares in his hands. Along the way, the red maple sap collected this time was sent to the tribal square. There was a stone pot set up over there, ready to make maple syrup at any time. The elders of the tribe made pottery all year round, and their ability to control the temperature was much better than Changxia's. Therefore, when Changxia talked to Jin about making maple syrup, he told Jin about it. Jin had the tribesmen set up a stone pot in the square early in the morning and notified the old man who was making pottery to remember to arrange someone to make sugar. Xiao Changxia, welcome home. Dalai smiled and welcomed everyone into Baihu. Shimu nodded to Elder Dalai and led his men straight back to the tribe. Changxia said goodbye to Nanfeng and returned to the beast's den to rest. She was so tired that she didn't even take a shower. She returned to the den, kicked off her rattan shoes, fell on the rattan bed on the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. Soon, a soft snoring sound began to sound. I was weak and couldn't make it through the night. Changxia couldn't bear the suddenness of staying up all night. This sleep lasted until dawn the next day. Before opening his eyes, Changxia heard low voices outside the den. Yawning and bowing her waist, she opened the animal curtain and walked out of the animal den. Grandma Su Yi, but they saw Su Yi sitting at the long table. Bai Qing and Nan Feng were squatting by the stove, cooking something. Wake up. Su Yi smiled and waved to Changxia to let her pass. When Changxia came closer, Su Yi stretched out his hand to check her body. It's nothing serious. I'm a little angry after staying up late. Just drink more water. I've been a little tired recently, so I need to rest more. Su Yi brought Bai Qing over from Kana Holy Mountain early in the morning. When he arrived at the Halua tribe, he learned that the Halua tribe had been collecting red maple tree sap at Red Leaf Ridge overnight. As soon as he entered the Halua tribe, Elder Yami told Su Yi everything about the red maple tree sap. Su Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. First comes the rice flour, then comes the maple syrup. Su Yi's eyes became softer as he looked at Changxia. This child is truly a lucky star for the Halua tribe and the Beastman clan. From now on, who dares to say that there are no treasures in the Dusk Forest? The Dusk Forest is full of treasures, but what is lacking is the eyes to discover them. Now that the Beast tribe has Changxia, why worry about not finding treasures? It will be the rainy season soon, and I will definitely rest at home by then. Changxia said. Su Yi smiled and said, in 2 days, the rainy season will come. The tribe is building kilns and collecting red maple sap. Can we make it in time? With the arrangements made by the clan leader and elders, I think we can make it in time. Changxia said. With that said, he started gargling his mouth and face. The south wind has softened the flour paste, and I think I am preparing to make fruit powder pancakes. Grandma Su Yi, I made maple syrup lollipops. Do you want to try them? Changxia moved the thatched stick filled with maple syrup lollipops and shouted to Nanfeng Baiqing. Nanfeng Baiqing Qing, do you two want to eat? Dozens of maple syrup lollipops, enough for each tribe cub to have one. Besides, I harvested dozens of barrels of red maple sap last night. If it's not enough, I'll boil it again. Haha. Yes, I've wanted to eat it for a long time. Nanfeng responded with a smile. Baiqing nodded reservedly, thinking the same as Nanfeng. Heat hot water. What do you want to do? Nanfeng asked suspiciously. Changxia lowered his head and sniffed his body, mumbling, boil some hot water, of course, for a bath. I was so tired when I got home last night that I went straight to sleep, and I just woke up feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Oh. Nanfeng nodded and asked, Elder Yami asked me to ask you, when do you start making maple syrup? We can make maple syrup anytime. It depends on the tribe's manpower arrangements. We need to build kilns and harvest the sap of red maple trees. Can the tribe handle it? Changxia answered while asking. Fortunately, the tribe was quite large, otherwise it would be too busy. The old men in the tribe who make pottery are in charge of making maple syrup. No one in the tribe knows how to control the fire better than them. They were all resting in the tribe last night and can make a fire to make maple syrup at any time. Nanfeng explained. The tribe has special people responsible for firing pottery. Most of these people are elderly people in the tribe. In addition, there are some injured and disabled tribesmen who do not need to participate in the tribe's hunting and gathering, but are responsible for firing pottery and are supported by the tribe. Hurry up and prepare breakfast. After breakfast, I will wash up and go to the tribe. Changxia said, Nanfeng, do you know how many pottery jars the tribe has stored? There should be quite a few pottery jars. Nanfeng replied hesitantly. Pottery is the most precious property of the tribe, and the tribe members are forbidden to approach the kiln factory casually. Even if Nanfeng is the daughter of the tribe leader, she is still not allowed to approach the kiln factory. The boiled maple syrup should be placed in a ceramic jar, Changxia reminded. In the long summer, 2/3 of the sap from the red maple trees will be boiled into maple sugar, and the remaining 1/3 will be boiled into maple syrup. The maple sugar can be taken to the Normandy Grand Market to exchange for things with the bird tribe and the fish tribe, and the maple syrup is for personal use. Changxia, can maple syrup be stored for a long time? Su Yi asked lightly. Changxia said, Maple syrup can be stored for a period of time. If it is stored for a long time, it is best to make maple syrup. I want to use part of the red maple tree sap to make maple syrup for the tribesmen to eat themselves, and the other part to make maple syrup. Store up and exchange things with all races at the Great Market of Normandy next year. It's delicious, Bai Ching suddenly said. He licked the maple syrup lollipop, filling his mouth with the caramel flavor of maple syrup. Originally, it was a pity that it was gone after eating. At this moment, after hearing what Chang Xia said, he was so excited that he couldn't help but say the word delicious. Nanfeng chewed the maple syrup lollipop in his mouth and nodded in agreement. You have discernment. This maple syrup lollipop is indeed delicious. It's delicious. Let your sister Chang Xia save more for you, Su Yi said with a smile. She was a little more determined than Nanfeng Baiqing and slowly tasted the maple syrup lollipop. When various orc tribes harvest honey, they usually send it to the holy mountain of Kana. However, this honey and perilla leaves are used to make medicine. Eat very rarely. This doesn't mean that Su Yi doesn't like eating sweets. Like all orcs, Su Yi also likes to eat sweets. There used to be no sugar to eat, but now Chang Xia discovered that red maple tree sap can boil sugar, so there is no shortage of sugar to eat in the future. Thinking about it, Su Ye's gentle expression became more kind and kind. The Halua tribe is flourishing. Soon, the entire orc tribe can be brought along. As a witch, how could Su Yi not be happy? Don't worry, Bai Qing. I will definitely leave you enough maple syrup and maple sugar, Chang Xia promised with a smile. It was rare for Bai Qing to show a childlike childishness. She was naturally willing to give up a little maple syrup and maple sugar. After the hot water was boiled, Chang Xia asked Su Yi and the others to eat first. She carried the water into the animal's den, planning to take a bath before eating. I'm in a hurry. It's a long summer and I won't be able to soak for long. After washing up, I got dressed and went to the long table to have breakfast. Grandma Su Yi, are you going to the tribe together? After the meal, Chang Xia asked Su Yi if he wanted to go to the tribe together. Su Yi thought for a while, shook his head and said, I'll go down and check on Wan Chun. She'll give birth in a day or two, so I'll have to keep an eye on her. After saying that, Chang Xia remembered that the warm spring did not come with the south wind today. South wind. Hasn't warm spring risen yet? Chang Xia asked. Nanfeng shook his head lightly and replied, I don't know. I just got up and planned to go to Hongye Ridge when I met Wu and Bai Qing coming over, so bring them over to your side. This early in the morning, Wan Chun may not have gotten up yet. Nanfeng, shouldn't Wan Chun live in the tribe or on this side of Baihu? Chang Xia suddenly remembered and asked Nanfeng quickly. If Wan Chun moves to Baihu, so he doesn't need to go to the tribe anymore and can just go directly from Chang Xia's house. Nanfeng said, she seems to have moved to live here in Baihu. The tribe started building a kiln yesterday, and it was very noisy, making Wan Chun uncomfortable. Shankuan moved his belongings to the cave here in Baihu. Last night, that you should live here at Baihu. It's okay. I'll go over and take a look. If no one is in the cave, I'll go to the tribe. Su Yi said. She is accompanied by Bai Qing, who is unfamiliar with the Halua tribe. There is no need for anyone to accompany him. The Halua tribe is busy everywhere at the moment, and Su Yi doesn't want to cause trouble to the tribe. Besides, she also wants to eat maple syrup and maple sugar as soon as possible. This is related to the future of the orcs and is very important. Okay, I have to go to the tribe. Chang Xia stood up without hesitation and went to the tribe with Nanfeng. It was most important to make maple syrup and maple sugar as soon as possible before it rained. It can also be brewed in the rainy season, but only indoors. It is better to cook red maple trees outdoors in large quantities. After a while, Chang Xia and the other person returned to the tribe. The Yami elder directed the tribesmen to set up the pots and prepare firewood. Seeing Chang Xia coming over and not seeing Wu, he asked, Chang Xia, where is Wu? Is he resting at your house, or has he returned to the holy mountain of Kana? Wu went to find Wan Chun, saying he was worried about her. Chang Xia said, the cub of Wan Chun's family is a blessed one. Yami said with a smile. In the past, warm spring was not as relaxing as it is now. With the various delicacies provided by Chang Xia, the tribe no longer had to worry about the lack of food. At the same time, there were more things to eat, which enriched the tribe's diet and gave the tribe members more choices. Everything was moving in a good direction. Changxia, what is this? I smell a special sweet smell. This is a maple syrup lollipop that I made using red maple tree sap. I brought it specially for the cubs to taste. Upon listening, this thing exudes a special sweet smell. It turned out to be made from the sap of red maple trees. Suddenly, the surrounding tribesmen gathered around. Changxia handed the thatched stick filled with maple syrup lollipops to the Yami elder, letting the tribesmen look at it as much as they wanted. This was a gift for the cubs, so the tribesmen would not be greedy. Besides, they can taste it later. The arrival of long summer means that you can start steaming red maple sap at any time. They can and are willing to wait for this period of time. After all, it was sugar, not to mention the dusk forest. Even the Qinghai Plateau and the East China Sea might not have it. Unless you have been to the West Continent, there is sugar in the West Continent, but life in the East Continent is relatively primitive, and there is no technology to boil or refine sugar yet. We discussed it for a long time. A blazing bonfire was lit in the tribal square. Set up the pot and pour the red maple tree sap into the stone pot. Changxia and Elder Yami stepped back and gave up their territory to the tribesmen who were making maple syrup. The tribesmen were not in a hurry to make the first pot. They started to make maple syrup according to Changxia's instructions in their own understanding. The temperature is high and maple syrup is not easy to solidify. You need a suitable mold or container to hold the boiled maple syrup, and then pour the maple syrup into the mold or container to cool. After cooling, the maple syrup will solidify into sugar. Of course, if you stir or rotate it at high speed, the maple syrup will become powdered maple sugar, similar to brown sugar. However, this stirring and rotating is too energy-consuming. Changxia didn't want to cause such trouble. She just wanted to make some maple syrup or maple sugar. It's not too late to try new tricks until next year. Cuckoo, the stone pot was heated, and the red maple sap in the pot began to boil, making bursts of noise. At the same time, the morning breeze was filled with an enticing aroma of caramel. Elder Yami smiled and said, "Once this smell spreads, the tribe's cubs will soon be unable to resist and come running over." Apart from the tribesmen who make maple syrup and maple sugar, the only animals under the age of 10 left in the tribe are cubs. Everyone else, even kids over 10 years old. They were all assigned tasks by Jin and helped build the kiln. The tribal square is some distance away from the beast den where the tribesmen live. Occasionally, you can hear the sound of digging kilns, but it is not clear and very vague. "Don't talk about them. I'm greedy too," Nanfeng muttered. He stretched his neck and looked towards the stone pot. He swallowed his saliva quickly. His expression was like that of a hungry beast. Elder Yami held his forehead and patted Nanfeng, telling her to stop doing anything weird. As expected, the conversation here just ended not long ago. The chirping came from far away. Along with them were other beast cubs from the tribe, all running towards them from deep inside the tribe. "Sister Changxia, so sweet. Tree sap, can we drink some tree sap? It tastes sweet. Is this the sap you mentioned?" Suddenly, all kinds of soft and sticky children's voices rang out one after another. Changxia covered his ears and took a few steps back. The devilish sound filled his ears, and he was terrified. Nanfeng twitched his mouth and let Changxia hide behind him. Elder Yami frowned and raised his hand to suppress the naughty cubs. He shouted, "Stop! If you want to drink the sap of the red maple tree, you are not allowed to talk. If you want to talk, come one by one. It's not proper to make a lot of noise." With the help of Elder Yami, the group of radish heads quickly quieted down. Changxia, hiding behind Nanfeng, let out a sigh of relief. "Sister Changxia, why are you hiding?" Lu Yu asked with a smile, walked forward, and gently pulled the corner of Changxia's clothes. Changxia rolled his eyes and complained, "What am I hiding from? Can't you guess it?" Lu Yu is a little boy with a big brain and a very clever manner. In terms of mind, Lu Yu is definitely the most cub among all the cubs. She had heard Granny Suyi say before that if Lu Yu didn't have the qualifications to be a witch, Granny Suyi would have wanted Lu Yu to inherit the position of witch. This is definitely the biggest compliment to Lu Yu. Bai Qing has the qualifications of a witch, but his personality is not as good as Lu Yu. However, Changxia believes that as a witch, as long as he has enough strength, his personality is not a problem. If a problem is difficult to solve, solve it physically. Hee hee. Lu Yu laughed and said, Sister Changxia, is that one for us? Maple syrup lollipops, let the distribute them. Changxia nodded and replied, One listen. This maple syrup candy bar is truly for them. Lu Yu raised his mouth and ran towards the... I don't know what he said in Titmouse's ear. The Titmouse quickly ran to the Elder Yami. Elder Yami nodded and gave the thatched stick to the chickadee. Then the Titmouse took the straw sticks and led the group of cubs away. It came quickly and left quickly. What's even more rare is that Shanke and his friends didn't bother Changxia this time. They probably knew that the tribe was busy recently and Changxia didn't have time to take them out to play. Having gotten the benefit, the cubs left obediently. They returned to the place designated by the tribe for them to play or exercise. Elder Yami, has Elder Shimu gone to Hongye Ridge? Changxia watched Shanke and the others leave. Before leaving, Lu Yu waved to her. Yami said, in the early morning, he went there with his people. Right now, I guess a group of tribesmen should be returning from Hongye Ridge. As expected, from a distance, I could hear the sound of noisy footsteps. Turning around, I saw a team walking into the tribe. This time it was Jin who led the team. When he comes back, he should keep an eye on the kiln construction in the tribe. At the same time, most of the tribesmen also returned. Holes have been drilled in the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge, and wood chips have been inserted. All they need to do is wait for the sap of the red maple trees to be harvested, and not too many tribesmen are needed there. Besides, the tribe also needs manpower to build a kiln. Although female beastmen are strong, they are not as strong as males. When it comes to building kilns, males are more efficient and direct. Look, they're back just as we were talking. Yami smiled and went to greet Gunha's tribesmen. Then he directed them to put the wooden barrels of red maple sap aside and wait until the first pot of maple syrup was ready before deciding how many more pots to make at the same time. The first pot requires practice. Elder Yami, Changxia, Jin greeted, walking over. Chief, how is the progress of Red Leaf Ridge? Changxia asked. When the temperature starts to rise, the sap of the red maple tree will precipitate and turn into sucrose, and then the sap can no longer be harvested. The tribe wants to harvest more red maple sap, but they can only do so within these 2 days. The progress is going smoothly. The tribe will be able to stockpile a batch of red maple sap before the rainy season arrives. Jin said happily. With this batch of red maple tree sap as the base, it is possible to produce dry powder even if the long summer does not produce it. Next year at the Normandy Grand Fair, the tribe will also be able to make a splash. Okay, that's good. Changxia said happily. Elder Yami also showed a happy expression and said, Now wait until the first pot is finished, and let the tribesmen taste the maple syrup. Chief, I asked the tribesmen to prepare barbecue. You call them over for breakfast. After breakfast, we have to busy ourselves with building the kiln. There was not much progress yesterday, but we successfully built dozens of cave dwellings. Today, some tribesmen continue to build tile kilns, while others have begun to do detailed work such as carving kilns, scraping cliff faces, and tidying up mud walls. It can be done before the rainy season and left to dry for a few days. You can live in it. Originally, when Grandma Suyi came over, Changxia was planning to prepare a hot pot banquet. But now the whole tribe is busy. I guess I'll have to wait until I'm done with this before I'll have time to prepare a hot pot feast. While chatting, Jin and the tribesmen from Hui tribe ate some barbecue. Elder Yami's first pot of maple syrup is almost done. The first time I tried the water, Changxia felt that it was better to be thinner. If it was too thick, it would be hard to share. After all, there were too many people in the square at the moment, and if the amount was small, there would not be enough to share. Chief, prepare the bowls. The first pot of maple syrup is ready. Everyone come and try it. The caramel-colored maple syrup contrasts with the cool-toned stone pot, creating an indescribable strange harmony between the warm and the cold. In the square, each tribesman held a small bowl of maple syrup. Dip it with wooden chopsticks and eat it in small bites. As the maple syrup entered their mouths, everyone showed similar expressions. Sweetness, sugar. This is a delicacy that the tribe has never tasted before. The taste buds are instantly filled with surprise. Changxia, this basket contains a can of maple syrup. You can bring it to Wu and Baiqing. Elder Yami handed a rattan basket to Changxia, which contained a can of maple syrup. This was specially given to Wu He and Bai Qing. Bai Qing kept it. The tribe has been too busy recently. Neither Jin nor the tribal elders have time to spend with Wu. Simple witches have a kind personality and don't like too many people following them. Okay, I'll take it back to the witch later. Changxia responded with a playful smile. The witch protects the orcs, and the orcs respect and love the witch. This was the dusk forest she knew. Changxia said that when the witch comes again, he will let the witch live in his cave dwelling. This warm spring was about to give birth, so the shaman came to the Halua tribe in advance. Depending on the situation, we may stay in the Halua tribe for a few days. Nanfeng, go to the cave where the tribe stores animal skins, and move the animal skins, pottery, and other materials needed by the shaman to Changxia's cave. Jin finished the maple syrup in the bowl and licked his wooden chopsticks with unfinished thoughts. Seeing Elder Yami handing the rattan basket to Changxia, immediately, he remembered that the witch would stay in the tribe for a few days, which was a rare honor. So, he ordered Nanfeng to prepare the things necessary for Wu's life. In addition to Wu, Bai Qing cannot be left behind. Each orc tribe will prepare a copy of these things. I just look forward to the day when the witch can stay in his tribe, preferably for a few more days. In the past, Wu often came to the Halua tribe to visit Changxia. However, it is rare to stay overnight in the Halua tribe. After all, in addition to the leopard clan, there are many other races in the beast clan, so it cannot be unfair that she prefers Changxia. When it comes to major matters, witches will never let anyone talk about them and cause chaos within the orc tribe. This time Nuanchuan was pregnant with twins. Whether it is for the Halua tribe or for the entire beast tribe, these are all great joys. The witch returned to the holy mountain of Kana and met with other beastman tribes. The news that Nuanchuan from the Halua tribe was pregnant with twins was told to other tribes. At the same time, other tribes were asked not to come to the holy mountain of Kana for the time being, because she will go to the Halua tribe and wait for the warm spring to give birth. She will return to the holy mountain of Kana only after confirming that the twins are born safely. Very quickly, through the witch's mouth, it was revealed that Nuanchuan of the Halua tribe was pregnant with twins. Overnight, it quickly spread throughout the dusk forest. Originally, Wu was planning to reveal something about Bai Guo. However, because she had not discussed it with Changxia in advance, Wu stopped for a while and informed other beast tribes about the white fruit. She decided to wait until she discussed it with Changxia and asked the Halua tribe about their opinions before deciding whether to tell other beast tribes in the dusk forest about how to eat the fruit powder. It is the warm season. There is no shortage of food in the dusk forest. Therefore, Wu was not very anxious. If it were the cold season, Wu probably wouldn't delay. After all, in the cold season, food represents human life and cannot be taken lightly for even a moment. Chief, the witch said that the rainy season may arrive in a day or two. Changxia took the wicker basket and spoke. Yeah, I understand. Jin nodded. This year's rainy season is still late. In previous years, the first rain of the rainy season should have fallen by this time. Changxia, go back to Baihu quickly. Suddenly, Elder Dalai called out. Came from the distant White Lake. Suddenly, everyone in the tribal square changed their faces. Clan leader, I'll go back to Baihu first. Changxia didn't hesitate, turned around with the rattan basket and ran towards Baihu. Behind him, Nanfeng wanted to follow. Being held by the elder Yami, he said, Nanfeng, don't rush to Baihu. Move Wu and Bai Qing's things to the cave dwelling of Changxia's family in Baihu first, and don't let Wu and Bai Qing live in it, only to find something vacant. Elder Yami, do you want me to go to Baihu? Jin asked. Elder Yami shook his head. You don't have to come over. You go and keep an eye on the kiln. I'll go to Baihu myself. If I guessed correctly, Nuanchuan is about to give birth. Elder Dalai asked Changxia to return to Baihu, most likely because of the witch's request. Warm spring production has not been able to help at all in the past. What Nanfeng exclaimed. His legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Jin on the side had quick eyes and quick hands, and grabbed the person. Nanfeng, don't just join in the fun. Nuanchuan is protected by a witch. You go to the cave to get things now. Elder Yami said calmly. After finishing speaking, She gave instructions about making maple syrup in the square. Then someone informed Xylophone and Haiyun that the three of them had prepared some things that Nwanchuan might need, and left the tribe for Baihu. This room. Changxia hurried to Baihu. Before she could walk back to her den, Bai Qing's voice came from the hill next door. Changxia, the witch asked you to come over and help. Warm spring is coming. You come over to help make fires and boil water, and by the way, notify the tribe. Elder Dalai shouted just now. Bai Qing stared at the Elder Dalai speechlessly. The elders of the Halua tribe were all rough and tumble. All of them are thick-skinned and fleshy, and they only talk and do things that sound nice and easy. Just now Wu Mingming said that he would notify the tribe to let people come over. Elder Dalai agreed. Then he shouted to the tribe and called Changxia. What a cry of loneliness! Elder Dalai, who was guarding the wall of Baihu in the distance, felt the anger from Bai Qing. The old face was full of smiles. If this little beast hadn't been the successor of Wu, he would have really wanted to learn Pukong's iron fist of love. Unfortunately, he is not as cheeky as Pukong. Bai Qing really thought he just called Changxia? With Yami's ability, how could he not guess what happened in Wanchuan? Why, sure enough, being too smart will make you lonely. After thinking about it, Elder Dalai took out a small jar, opened the wooden lid, and took a sip. The sweet taste of red maple sap slides from the mouth all the way into the stomach, making it soothing. Then he squinted his eyes and leaned back on the wooden chair, which felt very comfortable. Hey, got it. Changxia didn't go back to the animal den, but turned around and walked towards Nwanchuan's cave dwelling. Bai Qing was confused and looked at Changxia walking over. This don't you need to go back to the tribe and notify some people to come over? Changxia looked at Bai Qing's confused expression and explained, Don't worry, someone will come to help later. Elder Dalai called me back to Baihu. The tribe will definitely guess that Nwanchuan is about to give birth. Upon hearing this, Bai Qing's immature face quickly flashed with embarrassment. He misunderstood the Elder Dalai. If you have a chance, you have to apologize to someone. Grandma Suyi, how is the situation in Wanchuan? Changxia asked, handing the rattan basket to Bai Qing and telling him that it contained maple syrup. If you want to eat, just do it yourself. Suyi said, the labor pains have started, and it will take some time before the actual birth. You help make a fire and boil water, and by the way, make some food for Nwanchan. Okay. Changxia agreed and asked, Isn't Shan Kuren at home? The situation in Nwanchuan was special. The tribe did not allow Shan Kuren to go to Hongye Ridge or participate in building the kiln. At most, when someone is with you in Nwanchuan, let him go over and give you some advice. After all, he and Yadong were the first to build the kiln with Changxia. When I came over, he was called by the tribe to help. Suyi said, Warm Spring is about to give birth, and Shan Kuren is expected to come back soon. They are in Baihu, and it won't take much time to go back and forth. Bai Qing said, It seems that Jin Kiln ran into trouble, and they asked Shan Kuren to go over and solve it. He was there just now and heard the conversation between Shan Kuren and the others. Yes. Changxia nodded and stood up to light a fire and boil water. She was afraid that Nwanchun's labor pain would come to Shan Kuren, so she asked where Shan Kuren was. Knowing that the Shan Kuren people were in Baihu, Changxia didn't ask any more questions. Finding someone is just a matter of time. Nwanchuan's cave dwelling, a 3-hole kiln. There is another cave on the left, which is the kitchen. There is a stove inside, and there are 2 stone pots and a clay pot on the stove. In the corner of the kitchen, there are earthenware jars containing fruit powder and earthenware pots storing fried meat. Wild bird eggs and so on are placed in rattan baskets. Things are arranged neatly and tidied away. It can be seen that Nwanchuan Shankuan likes cave dwellings very much. I don't want to make the cave dwelling dirty, so it is particularly neat both inside and outside the house. At the same time, open space is reserved near the cave. Changxia guessed that it was a vegetable field. Nwanchuan said that after giving birth to a cub, she wanted to learn how to grow vegetables from Changxia. In the past, Nwanchuan liked to dig some flowers and plants back to the animal den, and then ask Shankuan to help plant them. Unfortunately, few of the planted flowers and plants survive. Before, Nwanchuan found it incredible when she saw Changxia grow carrot, onions, and garlic so easily. The tribesmen tried transplanting and planting, but the survival rate was too low. Over time, The tribesmen stopped paying attention to it. The dusk forest is rich in resources. Except for the cold season, the beastmen have no shortage of food in the warm season. Transplanting is not necessary. Nuanchuan, do you want to eat anything? Changxia asked. Perhaps the pain was relieved a little. Nuanchuan took Wu's arm, slowly walked out of the cave, and walked slowly back and forth in the open space in her own yard. The witch said that walking more before giving birth can help with delivery. Nuanchuan walked in small steps and stopped when she felt severe pain. She walked and stopped, and she didn't think it was troublesome, but she felt a little embarrassed for bothering Wu too much. She was looking forward to having tribesmen from the tribe come over. After all, being served by a witch was something Nuanchuan couldn't even think of. She felt that she was being too presumptuous. Raw rice noodles. Nuanchuan thought for a while, licked the corner of his mouth, and said 4 words. Changxia covered her face, spread her hands, and said, Nuanchuan, the fine powder for raw rice noodles needs to be fermented in advance. What can I use to make raw rice noodles for you now? Can rice noodles be made into soup noodles like raw rice noodles? Sure. Nuanchuan nodded quickly. She had never heard of noodle soup before, so it must be delicious. Thinking about it, Nuanchuan felt hungry again. When Mingming Wu came over, she had just finished breakfast. Just thinking about eating, even the stomach pain was relieved a lot instantly. Wu couldn't help laughing when he saw Nuanchuan's greedy look. Changxia had recovered since he became an adult, and the atmosphere in the Halua tribe had become better. Everything is moving towards a good direction. Wu thought it was great. Wu. Yami came over with Muqin Haiyun, greeted Wu first, then looked at Nuanchuan and asked softly, Nuanchuan, how are you? I can still hold on. Nuanchuan said, Changxia, what are you doing? Muqin was immediately confused when she saw Changxia and Finhuhu. She remembered correctly that Changxia had eaten breakfast. What were she and Finhuhu planning to do now? Changxia pouted at Nuanchuan and explained, Wu asked me to prepare some food for Nuanchuan, but I haven't started yet. Nuanchuan feels hungry again. I'm just greedy, not hungry. Nuanchuan retorted in a low voice, embarrassed. Wu, let me do it. Muqin stepped forward and took Wu's place to help Nuanchuan walk slowly in the yard. Haiyun helped Changxia make the flour paste. Nuanchuan's family didn't have an animal bone pot, so they could only use a clay pot to steam the rice noodles. Changxia was worried that it would stick, so she brushed a layer of oil before pouring in the fruit flour paste. Fortunately, I only need to make noodle soup for Nuanchuan. Otherwise, your hands will be tired and sore from steaming rice noodles all summer long. There is nothing you can do if the kitchen utensils are not convenient to use. During this time, Nuanchuan was in so much pain that she could no longer walk slowly. Muqin supported her and sent Nuanchuan back to the cave. Changxia brought the prepared noodle soup into the cave and fed Nuanchuan a big bowl of it. After having eaten his fill again, Nuanchuan just lay down to take a rest. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and cried out in pain, then looked up at Wu and Elder Yami. However, the two nodded at the same time. On the side, Muqin pushed Changxia out of the cave, and he and Haiyun helped Wu and Elder Yami to work. Changxia, why did Nuanchuan scream so miserably? Nan Feng came panting, and before he could take a breather, he suddenly heard Nuanchuan's sharp scream and was immediately startled. Changxia said, It's time to give birth. Are you alive? Nan Feng tilted his mouth and was shocked. I'm not giving birth. I'm about to give birth. Changxia repeated, explaining. Then do you want to call Shan Kuan back? I just met him down there. He seems to have gone towards Yadong's cave dwelling. Nan Feng said. She had just sent Wu and Bai Qing's animal skin bedding and daily utensils to Changxia's cave dwelling. When he left and walked to Nuanchuan's house, he happened to meet Shan Kuan. Look, Shan Kuan should be instructing his tribesmen to build a kiln. Yes, hurry up. Changxia nodded and urged. Nan Feng sighed in her heart. She was living a hard life and could not rest for even a moment. He turned around and ran straight towards Yadong's house. At the same time, he opened his mouth and shouted Shan Kuan's name loudly. This shout directly alarmed the entire Baihu Lake. Shan Kuan hearing the sound, Shan Kuan looked up towards his own cave dwelling. What did Nan Feng ask him to do? Shan Kuan, go home quickly. On the side, a tribesman reacted quickly and reminded Shan Kuan to go home. Shan Kuan paused, as if he suddenly remembered something. Without further ado, he dropped the wood chips he was about to use to carve the kiln and ran quickly towards his own cave. Woo, Elder Yami, it hurts so much. Inside the cave, Nwanshuan screamed miserably. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and the hot sweat from her body soaked the entire animal skin blanket, and even the dry straw on the Kong bed was slightly soaked. Nwanshuan, take a deep breath with me, Suyi said gently. One hand was placed on Nwanshuan's belly, rubbing it gently to help her give birth. At the same time, an invisible force followed Su Ye's hand and seeped into Nwanshuan's body little by little, helping her relieve the pain. Listening to Su Ye's gentle voice, Nwanshuan's cries gradually weakened. Elder Yami took a green cloth and carefully wiped the hot sweat off Nwanshuan's face. Muqin Haiyun disinfected the things Suyi brought with boiling water and placed them not far from Suyi so that she could use them conveniently. Changsha bit his fingers and paced back and forth in the yard. Nwanshuan's screams made her panic. Fortunately, Shanku and Nanfeng came back soon. Soon, the three of them kept walking back and forth in the yard. No one spoke, and their expressions were very serious. Time passes by little. Inside the cave, Nwanshuan's screams were faint and Shankuan felt his legs go weak and he fell to the ground several times. Finally, Changsha Nanfeng couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out, dragged Shankuan aside, and forced him to sit on a chair. Noontime. Suddenly, two childish roars broke the silence, covering up Nwanshuan's screams. In an instant, the entire Baihu Lake and its tribe came to a standstill. All the soft roar and the first cry of a young leopard announced the arrival of the cubs. Shankuan suddenly jumped up and opened his mouth to let out a loud animal roar. A high and low roar resounded through the sky above Changsha and the others. Then, the same roar was heard from the tribe. It's born. Changsha and the others looked at each other and whispered. Her legs were weak, so she sat down on the ground. She smiled foolishly and looked towards the cave where Nwanshuan gave birth. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to go into the house to see the baby. I need to take a break. My heart is beating so fast that I can't take it anymore. It's born. Shan Kuan staggered, got up, walked to the iron and wooden door in front of the cave, stood on tiptoe, and looked into the house. The witch packed up the delivery tools, and Elder Yami wiped the sweat off Nwanshuan's body. Muqin Haiyun helped wash the newborn cub, cleaned it up, wiped the water droplets off the cub's body with a soft green cloth, and then wrapped the cub and placed it next to Nwanshuan. The newborn cub is the size of an adult's palm and looks like an animal. He has a silly look and a pink and tender complexion. Look, so cute. Shankuan, come in. After a while, Wu and Elder Yami walked out of the cave, opened the door and let Shankuan in. There were not many rules for female beastmen after giving birth. They were well-fed and could lie down and rest for a few days before getting out of bed to walk and do things. Shankuan entered the house and Muqin Haiyun cleaned up the cave. Then, the cave was left to the family of 4. Changsha, don't you go and see Zai Zai? Muqin asked. Pour out the dirty water in the wooden basin and rinse it several times with hot water. Nwanshuan should not be moved for the time being. After Nwanshuan recovers her strength, let Shankuan change and clean the dirty animal skin bedding on the Kong bed. It is not Muqin's turn to do this. Changsha glanced in the direction of the cave and said nervously, I'll wait a little longer. The baby is limp, fragile, and weak. Changsha has some psychological trauma. The person who caused her psychological trauma was herself. Everyone thought that Changsha didn't remember the memory that Wu had picked up. In fact, Changsha did remember it, but she didn't dare to recall it and deliberately forgot it. Changsha really didn't want to recall the memory of that cowardice and incompetence. Pain, endless pain. She couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide. Changsha hated himself very much at that time. Nanfeng, who was standing by, ran into the cave and looked carefully at the twins born by Nwanshuan. After a while, she was driven out by Shankuan with a cold face. Shankuan, why are you pushing me? I'm not wrong. Your cub is really ugly, like a little mouse, small and ugly. I remember Changsha was super cute back then. Nanfeng grumbled, dissatisfied with Shankuan's action of pushing her out of the cave. Not far away. Everyone listened to Nanfeng's mumbling. Everyone was confused as to what Nanfeng was saying. No wonder he was driven out of the cave by Shan Kuan. Nanfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? The cub is so cute. What are you talking about, little mouse? Muqin stared at her adopted daughter speechlessly. Her words were becoming more and more thoughtless. He always says Yadong is stupid. In Muqin's opinion, the south wind is not much better than Yadong. Nanfeng was dissatisfied and went to Su Yi and asked, Wu, do you think Changxia was very cute when she was a child? She was white and soft, and it was super comfortable to hug her. Changxia, she is really beautiful in her animal form. Su Yi nodded. The chinchilla family, the body of the animal is usually gray, black, and white, 3 colors mixed with each other. Pure-colored chinchillas are extremely rare. Changxia is one of the very few pure-colored chinchilla tribe members. Of course, it's not quite right to say it's a solid color. Changxia's body is pure white, with a streak of gold at the tip of its ears, between its eyebrows, and at the tip of its tail. To some extent, Changxia should be a member of the heterochromatic chinchilla family. When Wu picked up Changxia that year, he was very shocked. There are many chinchillas in the dusk forest. They depend on the snakes and foxes for survival and live in the west of the dusk forest. The place where Wu found Changxia is at the edge of the dusk forest. There are few people there, and there is basically no sign of human activity. The witch went there to collect herbs and was a quarter of an hour slower. The long summer will die. After picking up Changxia, Wu sent people to the west to look for the chinchilla tribe. The investigation found that no members of the Totoro tribe were missing, which meant that Changxia was not from the west. But if she was not from the west, where did she come from? Changxia rolled his eyes speechlessly. She has not forgotten the time when she was unable to transform into a human form as a child. She is always hugged by others, and everyone who hugs her likes to pinch and kiss her. Although she hates being close to others, Changxia will be particularly happy every time she is hugged and kissed by others. That feeling is still unforgettable in Changxia. So much so that Changxia suspected that she had split personality. Although he said he disliked it, he really liked it in his heart. Sundara and all that. She is definitely not at Sundara. Long summer suddenly, Shunrong's shouting came from a distance. Changxia stood up suddenly and replied, Shunrong, I'm at Nuanchuan's house. She turned around, looked at Wu, said a few words quickly, and hurried towards her home. Shunrong has been busy all day and night, so she must be hungry. She has to go home and help him get some food. Elder Wu, Yami, Shunrong is coming back from Hongye Ridge. I will go back to the animal den first, and then come over to visit the cubs later. Wu waved his hand and said, Go back. Take Bai Qing back. He can't be of much help here. Bai Qing had been sitting quietly by the stove just now, helping to light the fire. It's boring to stay here. It's better to go back to Changxia. Bai Qing, go home with your sister. Changxia shouted and ran away before Bai Qing could wait. Bai Qing walked slowly with a paralyzed face. Here, Nanfeng is still arguing with Shan Kuan. However, seeing the tired look on Nuan Chun's face, the voices of the two people arguing unconsciously became lower. Muqin, please help take care of Nuanchuan. Haiyun and I will go back to the tribe. We still need more people to boil the red maple tree sap, so we will go back to help. Yami said. Suyi nodded and said seriously, It will rain tomorrow night. The day after tomorrow, the rainy season officially arrives. Whatever the tribe wants to do, hurry up. In fact, it rains a lot during the rainy season. However, this does not mean that it rains every day. However, the rain will increase during the rainy season. Sometimes it will be fast and heavy. In addition, when the rainy season comes, all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes will appear in the forest. So the orcs don't like the rainy season very much. After all, hunting and picking are inconvenient when it rains. We were wet, sticky, and hot all over. In addition, we had to be on guard against the attacks of poisonous insects and snakes, which made hunting and gathering very difficult. The hot pot banquet in Changxia might be troublesome, Muqin said with a smile. Sui thought for a moment and said, We can hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night. Of course, if the tribe can spare the time. The rainy season arrives, and the first rain will last for several days. Then it will turn into a sudden rain, which will fall for a while, stop for a while, fall again, and stop again, and so on. This situation will continue for more than a month, after which it will gradually subside. After the official rainy season begins, everything will return to normal. According to the Earth's seasonal division, the period between spring and summer is the rainy season. As summer approaches, things will return to normal. In fact, the main reason is that the beastmen do not clearly divide the seasons. They simply divide the seasons according to the weather. When it rains, it is the rainy season. When it is warm, it is the warm season. When it is cold, it is the cold season. The beastmen do not subdivide the specific seasons. After all, the beastmen live a casual and unpretentious life. Muqin tilted his head, thinking about Su Ye's suggestion. So fast? Su Ye was shocked and asked in surprise. Muqin smiled, with a face full of pride, and said, "The whole tribe is mobilized. Although Hongye Mountain is large, it is also limited in size. Building a kiln is hard work, but the rest of the trivial work such as carving the kiln, scraping the cliff surface and mud walls is not difficult. The orcs are strong and healthy. This kind of physical work is simple and easy for them. At least, compared to going out hunting. Harvesting red maple sap and building a kiln couldn't be easier. There are hundreds of caves. As the tribesmen gain more experience in building caves, they can now dig a 3-hole cave in 1 or 2 hours with 3 or 5 people working together. Hundreds of tribesmen worked together, and 2 or 3 days were enough to build the cave. After the cave house was built, there was no rush to fill it with other furniture. The cave house was simpler at first, but the space was much larger than the beast's den. The rainy season was enough time for the tribesmen to decorate their own cave houses. Not to mention 1 set of tables and chairs, even 3 or 5 sets of tables and chairs would be enough for the tribesmen to place. A hot pot banquet for more than 1,000 tribesmen. Are you sure Changxia can prepare so much food? Nanfeng stopped making trouble with Shangkuan and watched Zizi leave the cave on his own initiative. Muqin rolled her eyes at Nanfeng and scolded him, who said that Changxia was asked to prepare the hot pot banquet alone. We will hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night, and the whole tribe will participate. Baihu is doing infrastructure construction, the road is bumpy and the venue is narrow, so the hot pot banquet naturally cannot be held at Changxia's house. It must be held in the tribal square, and the tribe members must prepare their own tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. The maple syrup and maple sugar are ready, and the cave is built. With so many good things happening together, this hot pot banquet is more worth celebrating than the annual harvest festival. The road on the Baihu side has not been repaired yet. There is also no venue that can accommodate thousands of people. The tribe has a long summer this year and has no shortage of food. Not to mention 1 hot pot banquet, we can even host 7 or 8. That's good enough. Nanfeng nodded, very satisfied. At first, when Changxia said she wanted to prepare a hot pot banquet and invite all the tribe members to attend, Nanfeng Wanchuan was worried for her. The tribe was not short of big eaters. Changxia had just recovered from her illness, and Shunrong's poison had not yet been resolved. How could the 2 of them, who were half-baked, prepare food for more than 1,000 people? Nanfeng, you're thinking the wrong thing. Suyi said, the tribe has ginkgo, the Baiha River has fish, and the reeds have chickens, ducks, and geese. Even if the tribe doesn't help, Changxia can still entertain the entire tribe. The only difficulty lies in the process of preparing food for more than 1,000 people. In the past, only barbecued meat and fruit powder were eaten. A good harvest would eat up the tribe's harvest in January. Things are different now. When eaten together with other foods, the consumption of meat is greatly reduced, which is undoubtedly a great good thing for the tribe. Yes. Nanfeng thought carefully and quickly understood Su Ye's explanation. She knew that all the ginkgo fruits near the tribe were picked by the tribe, and each household received several thousand kilograms of ginkgo fruits. These ginkgo fruits are enough for the tribe to eat until the end of the rainy season, when the second crop of ginkgo fruits can be picked. This calculation. Nanfeng suddenly understood why Wuhe tribe valued Changxia so much. A long summer is comparable to an orc tribe. This amount is not too heavy. Several people here are discussing the hot pot feast. Changxia and Bai Qing hurried back to the animal den. The animal's den is close to the cave dwelling. Apart from Changxia moving the pots and jars to the cave dwelling, all other things are still in the animal's den for the time being. Shenrong from a distance, Changxia called Shenrong's name. I'm taking a shower in the straw shed. Shenrong replied. I'll cook whatever you want to eat. By the way, Nuanchun gave birth to 2 male cubs at noon. I didn't dare to go into the cave to see the cubs. I'll go see them when they grow up. Changxia went there skillfully. Add firewood to the stove and uncover it. There was still half a pot of bone soup stewed in the stone pot. Thinking of Nuanchuan's enthusiasm for eating noodle soup, Changxia decided to make noodle soup for him without waiting for Shenrong's answer, and also prepared their lunch. I can do whatever you want. Shenrong responded, quickly finished taking a shower, and walked out from behind the hay shed. When he saw Bai Qing, he knew that Wu was here today. I'll make soup noodles for you, and we'll have soup noodles at noon, Changxia said. Shenrong wiped his hair and asked, Nuanchun gave birth? It happened very quickly. I thought she would wait for the rainy season to come and regenerate. Shenrong was very happy to hear that Nuanchun had given birth to 2 male cubs. All races regard the arrival of a newborn as blessing and hope, because newborns represent new life and the continuation of the bloodline of the race. It's really fast, Changxia said. Grandma Su Yi and Bai Qing came over in the morning, and we had breakfast. I went to the tribe to guide the tribesmen in making maple syrup, and Grandma Su Yi went to Nuanchuan's cave dwelling. It didn't take long. Elder Dalai asked me to return to the tribe. At noon, Nuanchun successfully gave birth to 2 male cubs. Grandma Su Yi and Elder Yami both said that Nuanchun's delivery went smoothly. Shenrong smiled and listened to Changxia's story. He and Bai Qing sat by the stove and lit the fire. While watching Changxia talk, he prepared steamed vermicelli skin with noodles to make soup noodles. Wait for Changxia to finish talking about what happened in the tribe. Shenrong began to answer Changxia's questions. Hongye Ridge is progressing very quickly. We only need to leave 20 or 30 people in the afternoon. Shenrong said, when you first start harvesting red maple sap, the sap flows out very quickly. It doesn't take a moment to fill a bucket. Gradually, the sap flows out more and more slowly. Shenrong speculated that not much red maple sap would be harvested tomorrow. What a pity. Changxia sighed. As the weather warms, red maple sap begins to settle. If you want to harvest red maple sap, you have to wait until next year. However, this year, the discovery of Elder Pukong attracted Changxia's attention. These more than 10,000 kilograms of maple syrup were an unexpected surprise. Think about this. The sigh in Changxia's heart turned into joy again. A person must know how to be content with one's needs. Hongye Ridge's harvest this time is not huge. You can't lavish more. That would be too greedy. Before Shenrong opened his mouth to explain to Changxia, Changxia raised a smile and said, more than 10,000 kilograms of maple syrup is enough for the tribe to show up at the Normandy Fair next year. We can't be too greedy. Besides, at the Normandy Fair next year, we can go to Hongye Ridge to collect red maple tree sap to make maple syrup and maple sugar. Changxia, what other tree sap can be boiled into sugar? Bai Qing asked curiously. Changxia glared at Bai Qing angrily and said, what's your name, Changxia? You have to call me sister. Call me sister. Do you hear me clearly? The sap of birch and maple trees can also be boiled into sugar, Changxia said. Shenrong shook his head slightly and said, the dusk forest is very large. It is a pleasant surprise to encounter a red maple tree. Perhaps we can ask Wu to talk to other beastmen at least. There are no similar trees in the territory of the Halua tribe. In the long summer, it is confirmed that the sap of red maple trees can be used to make sugar. Jin and other elders have looked for Elder Pukong to confirm again and again, and even asked the tribe members if there are any trees similar to the red maple tree. The answers were all negative. Shenrong thought that instead of looking forward to finding birch and maple trees, it would be better to try to find sugarcane or the beets and thatch roots that Changxia mentioned. All three are plants, and the dusk forest is filled with flora and fauna. I guess sugarcane and sugar beets would be growing there. As for the roots of thatch, they are everywhere. The only trouble is that it is difficult to dig them up, and it takes more steps to make sugar. The tribe didn't know about the thatch roots. I tried to draw the appearance of birch and maple trees and asked Granny Su Yi to help. However, Shenrong, you are right. You can't be too greedy. Changxia nodded and said seriously, in addition to looking for trees, we can look for sugarcane and sugar beets. compared to birch maple. Sugarcane and beet are more suitable for sugar production. At the same time, the latter two can be planted in large areas. Boiling sugar is also more convenient. I can also help, Bai Qing interjected. As the successor of Wu, Bai Qing has the same rights as Su Yi. Okay, let Bai Qing help as well, Chang Xia said in a brisk tone. Soon, the vermicelli in the animal bone pot was steamed. Chang Xia peels off the powder skin, then pours in the powder paste and continues steaming. The toppings include minced meat in the bone soup, and then sprinkle some chopped green onion, and you can enjoy delicious and fragrant two-bone soup powder. In terms of taste, it is more fragrant than the noodle soup I just made for Nanchuan. The main reason is that the pork ribs are stewed for a long time, and all the flavors are brought out. Chang Xia sliced the vermicelli into slices and asked Shan Rong to ladle the soup and add minced meat into it. She washed and chopped the green onions she picked, then sprinkled them into the bowl. Shen Rong was not polite. He held the bowl and drank the soup first. A mouthful of hot soup warms your whole body. After a busy day and night, people are not tired, but their spirits are a little tired. At this time, a bowl of hot two-bone soup noodles entered my mouth. Not to mention how comfortable it is. Looking at this scene, Bai Qing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. See this? Chang Xia laughed out loud and comforted. Bai Qing, don't worry. When the vermicelli is steamed, I will cut it for you, and you can ladle the soup yourself. She had originally wanted to ask Grandma Su Yi to come over and eat noodle soup. After changing my mind, I stopped thinking about it. Right now, Granny Sui would most likely choose to stay with Nanchuan to look after her and the kids. Plus, with Muqin Nanfeng around, it was impossible for them to let Granny Sui starve. So Changxia decided to wait until lunch. She went straight over without saying anything else and calling anyone. Long summer here, Changxia just had some bone marrow soup noodles. I heard the cry of Nanfeng and looked up. What are you eating? Why didn't you call me? Nanfeng started yelling without waiting for Changxia to speak. Changxia holds his forehead. The calm and steady Nanfeng in her memory is no longer there. Being replaced by the person in front of me who is as lively and noisy as a husky, I feel helpless but also happy. After all, who would think about being mature and steady when one can act recklessly? Bone marrow soup noodles. Changxia said, didn't you eat at Nanchuan's? This time is not too early. As she left, she saw Muqin preparing lunch. Why did Nanfeng come here without having lunch? Cough, cough. Nanfeng coughed twice and said in a low voice, I've eaten it, but I think I can eat another bowl. Having said that, Changxia didn't need to get up. Nanfeng took the initiative to take the bowl to pick up the vermicelli on the vermicelli sieve, then scooped up the soup and sprinkled chopped green onions. His movements were quick and decisive, and he waited until she sat down at the long table. Changxia and the other two finally came to their senses. No way. Who made Nanfeng take it for granted when he did all this? Only after she sat down did Changxia and the others react. Nanfeng sat down and ate voraciously. She ate more than half a bowl of noodle soup and drank a few mouthfuls of soup before she raised her head and said, Changxia, the witch has decided to hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night. My mother said that the venue will be the tribal square, and the whole tribe will participate. When the time comes, I will let you decide what food to prepare, and the tribe members will help. Tomorrow night? Changxia asked in surprise. Nanfeng nodded. That's right, tomorrow night. Wu Ming said that tonight will usher in the first rain of this year's rainy season, and this rain will last for 6 or 7 days. Nanfeng said. After listening, Changxia and Qinrong looked at each other. If the first rain of the rainy season lasts for 6 or 7 days, then it would be perfect to hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night. Only I'm not worried about harvesting the sap of the red maple trees in Hongye Ridge, but will it delay the construction of the kiln in the tribe? Changxia said hesitantly. The sap harvesting work of the red maple trees in Hongyeling is almost in the countdown. Just send someone to check on Hongye Ridge every now and then. There is no need for people to watch over the trees anymore. When the rainy season turns into the hot season, the red maple trees will no longer secrete sap, so there is naturally no need to harvest the sap. I asked Shankuan, and he said that the kiln on the Baihu side has been built, and they have started to carve the kiln and scrape the cliff surface and mud walls. Because the tribe is undergoing reconstruction, The work is more complicated and the progress is slow. However, today and tomorrow will be enough time, Nanfeng explained. In fact, all you have to do is dig the kiln. Subsequent work can also be done during the rainy season. The beastmen are used to being rough, and not many of them are as particular as Changxia and Muqin. However, perhaps it is affected by the long summer. The females in the tribe all became fastidious and refined. In the past, the only things left in the den were rattan baskets and some pottery jars. After visiting Changxia's house, the females in the tribe fell in love with all kinds of small utensils. Powder sieve, rattan basket furniture of all sizes and shapes filled the animal den little by little. Changxia guessed that the main reason for the rapid expansion of the tribe this time was that the beast den could not accommodate so many furniture. Not to mention the kitchen utensils, the beast den would definitely not be able to accommodate the tables, chairs, benches, and wooden beds. However, Jin kiln is different. If you want more space, dig the cave bigger and build more caves. Although you can build a nest in an animal den, the nest is limited in size and building more cannot expand the space. You can only expand the area. If they are not connected, it will be inconvenient when it rains or blows. It seems that before the rainy season, the tribesmen can really live in cave dwellings. Changxia said happily. Nanfeng smiled happily and said, I will move into the cave tonight to make my father and mother jealous. Don't think she is stupid. If her father agrees to expand the tribe, it is most likely for her mother. Nanfeng also overheard his father comforting his mother. They said that if the cave was not repaired before the rainy season, they would move directly into Nanfeng's cave and let Nanfeng live in the tribe's beast den. Listen, is this something a father should say? She used to be the apple of her father's eye. When did she change? Changxia looked at Nanfeng with a frown on her face and a wretched expression on her face. It was really unbearable to watch. Shenrong glanced at Nanfeng, and Nanfeng shrank his neck unconsciously. So cold, why do I feel a chill again? Changxia, shall we move to the cave tonight? Shenrong asked gently. When Wu and Bai Qing came over, there was no room for the beast den. If Wu and Bai Qing were allowed to live in a cave dwelling, they would not go there. Wu and Bai Qing would probably feel unnatural. After all, the new kiln is Changxia's new home. Move. Changxia nodded and asked, Nanfeng, did the tribe prepare animal skin bedding and toiletries for Granny Su Yi and Bai Qing? She is too poor. Except for some food in the house. There is no such thing as animal skin. Don't worry, the tribe asked me to move all Wu and Bai Qing's things over. The animal skins, bedding, and everything else are placed in the cave on the right. Nanfeng replied. Changxia nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, after I get rid of the poison, I can go out hunting with the hunting team. Our family will have animal skins and bones in the future. Shenrong said confidently. Changxia, I have a lot of animal skins in the holy mountain of Karna. Bai Qing said seriously. Changxia's family was short of animal skins and other items, and Bai Qing didn't know. Likewise, Wu should not know either. As the most powerful orc tribe in the Twilight Forest, the Holua tribe is most indispensable for things like animal skins and bones. However, they forgot that the Holua tribe was not in short supply. This does not mean that there is no shortage of long summers. Being ill in Changxia, let alone joining the hunting team for hunting, he could not even participate in the most common daily picking and collecting. The supplies she needs for daily life come from free donations from the tribe. After getting married, she found Shenrong, who was poisoned, and met weekly. If you want to accumulate wealth, you still need the support of 2 people and work hard slowly. Changxia chuckled, rubbed Bai Qing's cheek vigorously, and said with a smile, Bai Qing, don't worry. The lack of animal skin is only temporary. When Shenrong and I recover, we will have all these things. There is no shortage of animal skins in the long summer. She is stupid. Nanfeng complained. How to make fish balls, how to make fruit powder, how to build cave dwellings. Any of these can be exchanged with the tribe for animal skins. However, Changxia refused, except for the ginkgo and yam sent by the tribe. She didn't want anything, and the only pottery she accepted was because she couldn't find a container to put things in the animal's den. I'm not stupid. Changxia slapped away Nanfeng's hand that was rubbing her head. The tribe raised her selflessly. How could she still eat free food from the tribe? But animal skins are not strictly needed. Yes or no? Besides, just like Shenrong said, once they recover, hunting will not be difficult. After eating, Changxia asked Shenrong to rest in the beast's den first. After they visited Wanchuan, they would go back to the beast's den and move to the cave. Suyi decided to hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night. Muqin will definitely inform the tribe about this matter. I think the tribe has received the news by now. However, Changxia wanted to ask Suyi if he had any taboos. The rainy season is coming, and this year's rainy season has been delayed for several days. Is there any problem? Shenrong, you stay in the beast's den and rest later. Changxia reminded. She didn't let Shenrong go to Baihu to help build the kiln, but let him go back to the beast's den to lie down and rest. After working all day and night, she didn't want Shenrong to tire himself out. Shenrong hesitated and asked, "Can Jianyao handle this? We don't need your help in building the kiln. You can go back to the beast's den and rest." Changxia insisted. If the tribe was too busy, Muqin would not agree with Suyi to hold a hot pot banquet tomorrow night. Okay, I'll take a nap first. Shenrong didn't force it and obeyed Changxia's wishes and went back to the den to sleep. Wulai Halua tribe, except for warm spring production, she should be preparing to detoxify Shenrong. Before that, Shenrong had to take good care of his body in order to cope with the subsequent detoxification. Shenrong didn't value life before. Now, he has a long summer. Suddenly, I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live for a long time. You went to visit Wanchun just to make room for Shenrong to rest. Nan Feng pursed his lips and looked at Changxia unhappily. The cabbages raised at home were eaten by pigs. Now, I can still take care of the pig, no matter how he thought about it. Nan Feng felt angry and wanted to hit someone. Bai Qing was extremely calm. Walking slowly behind the two of them, it doesn't matter where they are. Compared with the silent Kana Holy Mountain, the Halua tribe was bustling with activity, which Bai Qing thought was pretty good. Yeah, Changxia didn't deny it and nodded directly. Nanfeng snorted coldly and said, "You have a male, but not a female. Nanfeng, if you feel tired, I can also send you back to the cave to rest. You don't have to force yourself," Changxia said with a smile. "Hey." Nanfeng stretched out his hand and rubbed Changxia's face hard. "I'm not Shenrong, so this little bit of tiredness is nothing like tiredness." Changxia pursed her lips and chuckled. She did not expose Nanfeng's true nature and tolerated Nanfeng's final stubbornness. The three of them laughed and walked towards Wanchuan's house. "Hey, why are you here again?" Suyi said in surprise. Changxia said, "I'll let Shenrong sleep in the animal den for a while and come over to chat with Granny Suyi. There needs to be a plan for how to prepare for the hot pot banquet tomorrow night." Regarding the hot pot banquet, Muqin said that the tribe hopes to hold it in the square. "You can discuss with the tribe what needs to be prepared," Suyi said. She is a witch of the Beastman tribe and will not interfere too much in the affairs of the Beastman tribe. Unless the Beast tribe asked proactively, Suyi would generally not interrupt or intervene. "Changxia, can you make a dish like that?" "Menu?" "Yes, it's the menu. Take a menu and I'll notify the tribe to prepare the ingredients. There's construction going on in Baihu, so there's no place to accommodate a banquet for over 1,000 people. Do you think it's feasible to hold it in the tribal square?" Muqin discussed with Changxia in an inquiring tone. The hot pot banquet was proposed by Changxia, so Muqin naturally wanted to focus on Changxia's meaning. This hot pot banquet, like the annual harvest festival, was of great significance. The tribe had the same idea as Changxia and wanted the tribe members to celebrate. Starting this year, no one in the tribe will suffer from hunger or cold. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing couldn't help but quicken. The hot pot banquet must be held. It must be held. "Okay, I'll prepare the menu," Changxia replied. It is imperative to make the best use of the tribe's ingredients. Given the tribe's appetite, barbecue is an indispensable dish. In addition, several delicacies made by fruit fans are also indispensable. Chicken, duck, and fish are a must, and goose is a matter of luck. "Changxia, can I have the raw rice noodles, the cold rice noodles, and today's soup noodles that we ate last time?" Suyi said. This is what is said. The xylophone and the south wind are all moving. "Sure." Changxia nodded and said, "The raw rice flour needs to be fermented in advance. To prepare the amount for the whole family, at least a few hundred kilograms of fruit powder will be needed. I can't do it alone. I need help. Last time, I prepared several dozen servings of raw rice noodles. Changxia's hands were so sore and swollen. There were more than 1,000 people, and Changxia was so exhausted that he couldn't do so much. Muqin said, "Come to the tribal square tonight. I'll ask Kaiyun and the others to help." Changxia, "I can help too," Nanfeng said. "Okay. After dinner in the evening, let's go to the tribal square together." Changxia said, "The hot pot banquet will be held tomorrow night, so it is necessary to prepare the dough to ferment tonight. Similarly, things like tables, chairs, benches, etc. Move to the tribal square early, so you can have an easier time tomorrow night. Today the tribe is making maple syrup and maple sugar, so the tribal square is bound to be very lively. I will go there early tonight to prepare the dough, and then notify the tribe members to catch some chickens, ducks, and fish. When it comes to the hot pot feast tomorrow night, all I have to do is cook the dishes." Changxia, "I also want to go." Suddenly, the sound of Nuanchuan came from the cave. "Hear the sound." Wu, Changxia, and the others were speechless, with frowns on their faces. No matter how strong the beastman's physique is, it's too much for Nuanchuan to want to do anything right after giving birth to a cub. Muqin said, "Nuanchuan, just lie down on the Kong bed and don't think about anything else. What you should think about is taking good care of the cub." "No," Nuanchuan wailed. Thinking of this, Nuanchuan felt extremely sad and angry. Having missed the long-awaited hot pot banquet, Nuanchuan wanted to get up from the bed immediately and tell everyone that she was in great health. However, Shan Kuan was watching closely from the side. Plus, the soft baby beside him would occasionally cry out once or twice. No matter how many ideas Nuanchuan has, he can only give up. Heihan and Feng laughed and whispered, "Nuanchuan must have guessed that she can't attend the hot pot banquet tomorrow night. She has to lie on the Kong bed for 2 or 3 days." Suyi said, "Twins are physically weak, and most female beastmen can move around freely after lying down for a day after giving birth. However, Nuanchuan gave birth to twins, and her body didn't seem to be damaged. But after all, she had some damage, so lying down for a day or 2 would be good for her." Changxia nodded, agreeing with Suyi. After losing so much blood, it is always good to take care of your body. Shankuan, remember to catch more fish from Baihu Lake and cook crucian carp soup for Nuanchuan. Drink more crucian carp soup to increase milk secretion. Changxia said, "Crucian carp is thinner than black carp. Crucian carp has a small head, is light yellow in color, and has shiny scales. If you can't recognize it, go to the pool of Shinrongliai by Baihu Lake and look for it. The smallest fish is crucian carp. There are so many kinds of fish that it is impossible to recognize them all in the long summer. However, Changxia still recognizes the most common species such as crucian carp, and grass carp." "Okay, I'll go to Baihu now," Shan Kuan said. He picked up the wicker basket and ran excitedly towards Baihu Lake. Fishing was easy for Shan Kuan. He remembered Changxia's description of crucian carp and first caught a crucian carp in the pond of Shenrongliai and examined it carefully. Then go down to the lake and fish. The fish in Bai Lake are fat, and an ordinary crucian carp weighs over 10 pounds. For the bigger ones, it is common to weigh 20 or 30 kilograms. Changxia sighed. If you want to eat more than 10 kilograms of wild crucian carp on Earth, you have to rely on luck. Mountains, rivers, and lakes have all been destroyed by humans and wild. Things are too rare. The south wind lingers in Changxia and keeps adding new dishes. We don't have chili peppers, spicy chicken, or anything like that. Forget it. Changxia crossed out a few dishes that Nanfeng mentioned. In fact, she wanted to eat it too. However, there is no trace of pepper in the tribal territory. Maybe, during the rainy season, we can find a chance to go to Qingshan Rock. After all, Kong Shan found the chili pepper last time at Qingshan Rock. Changxia, "I have chili peppers," Bai Qing suddenly said. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other and stopped what they were doing. Suyi said in surprise, "Bai Qing, where did you get the chili pepper?" "Sent from the Lion Clan." Bai Qing said, "Kashibian, the leader of the Tiancher tribe, came to Kana Holy Mountain this time and brought a lot of things to the witch. Among them were the peppers that Changxia mentioned. The Tiancher tribe didn't know the peppers, so they thought chili pepper is a kind of medicinal material, and it is used by witches to identify it. In the past, the Orc tribe sent many things to the holy mountain of Karna. Sui gives priority to those he knows, and those he doesn't know will be discarded. Furthermore, witches have great responsibilities and have too many things to do every day. Bai Qing was responsible for sorting out many trivial matters. This time Su Yi and Bai Qing left the Dusk Forest and headed to the Qinghai Plateau, which took nearly a month. There are many things piled up in the Wizard's Temple on the sacred mountain of Kana. When Su Yi returned to the Sorcerer's Hall in the holy mountain of Kana, he was busy preparing medicines and processing the things that various tribes brought to the Sorcerer's Hall. Therefore, I missed sorting out the things sent by the Tianchi tribe. Bai Qing, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Su Yi was slightly startled and asked in surprise. Bai Qing was slightly embarrassed and whispered, I want to give the pepper to Chang Xia as a gift. One listen. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Don't look at Bai Qing's unwillingness to call Chang Xia sister. In fact, he had long thought that Chang Xia was his sister. He doesn't bark because he is too thin-skinned to bark. Let someone else mess around with Bai Qing. He would have probably taken action already. Although Bai Qing is underage, as the heir of Wu, Bai Qing is not as harmless as he seems. Not much else to say. Bai Qing is a professional when it comes to playing poison. Su Yi once said that Bai Qing's talent in making drugs far exceeds that of pharmaceuticals. Su Yi was good at medicine witchcraft, but when he accepted an heir, he preferred poison witchcraft, which made Su Yi dumbfounded. However, Su Yi believes that there is no distinction between good and bad medicine. The bad ones are just people who use drugs. Brother Bai Qing, you are so cute. Chang Xia smiled, rushed to Bai Qing, pouted, and kissed her. Suddenly, Bai Qing's whole face turned red. He was helpless and covered the cheek kissed by Chang Xia. He pointed at Chang Xia with trembling fingers and didn't say a word for a long time. Bai Qing, did you bring the pepper? She was more concerned about where the pepper was than the shy Bai Qing. After all, this is about whether we can eat spicy chicken, spicy barbecue, fried pork with chili, etc. at the hot pot dinner tomorrow night. Bai Qing nodded and said, I brought it here and put it in the hayloft behind the Changsha family's animal den. Oh yeah. Nanfeng jumped up and down happily. Then, he muttered something about what he wanted to eat. Grandma Su Yi, can the tribe exchange chili peppers with the Tianchi tribe? Chang Xia said excitedly. It seems that, except King Shanyan, there are many peppers growing in the Tianchi tribe. Chang Xia analyzed that the Hulua tribe could plant peppers at this time, but peppers are not tolerant to drought or flooding. Sowing can be done during the spring equinox. The peppers that were delivered from the empty mountain last time were dug out, and seeds were dug out and tried to be sown over the long summer. Unfortunately, it may be due to lack of experience. The peppers did not sprout, let alone emerge from the ground. Today, Bai Qing confirms that the Tianchi tribe grows a large number of chili peppers. How could Chang Xia not be moved? At this time, the Tianchi tribe still has peppers. It can be seen that the climate in the territory of the Tianchi tribe is different from that of the Hulua tribe. Su Yi nodded and asked, Chang Xia, what do you want to exchange with the Tianchi tribe? The Tianchi tribe is also a powerful orc tribe in the Dusk Forest. The tribal territory is no smaller than that of the Hulua tribe. The territory is rich in products. Ordinary things may not impress the Tianchi tribe. Baigua, is it okay? Chang Xia spoke, his eyes falling on Mu Qin. As a witch, Su Yi believes that the stronger the beast tribe is, the better. However, there are also frictions among the orcs. Chang Xia chose to focus her attention on Mu Qin when she mentioned the white fruit. Chang Xia needed to confirm the tribe's attitude towards her trading white fruit with the Tianchi tribe. Mu Qin met Chang Xia's gaze and said with a smile, Chang Xia, you discovered the use of the ginkgo nuts. You can use them to trade peppers with the Tianchi tribe, and the tribe won't have any objections. The ginkgo nuts are a gift bestowed by the beast god to the beast tribe, and the Hulua tribe will not monopolize the ginkgo nuts. At this point, when Chang Xia chose to hand over the method of eating fruit powder to the tribe, the roots have been discussed with the tribal elders. The Dusk Forest is full of crises. Chang Xia gave the fruit fans different ways of eating, which undoubtedly found a way out for the beast men. The Hulua tribe was not stingy in telling other beast tribes about the uses of ginkgo nuts. However, The tribe will not take the initiative to mention this matter. Everything depends on Changxia's choice. Granny Suyi, I will use the ginkgo nuts to exchange for chili peppers from the Tianchi tribe, Changxia said. With the support of the tribe, Changxia was very determined. Chili peppers have a wide range of uses, so she won't lose out by exchanging them for ginkgo nuts. At the beginning, Changxia never thought of hiding the use of ginkgo nuts. Ginkgo trees grew everywhere in the dusk forest. The beast men once said that ginkgo nuts were gifts bestowed upon them by the beast gods, and Changxia never thought of monopolizing the ginkgo nuts. Don't worry, I will help you handle this matter, Suyi promised. Changxia and Hulua tribes took the initiative to exchange the uses of ginkgo nuts with the Tianchi tribe, which means that the uses of ginkgo nuts will be announced in the dusk forest. All orcs will then be able to share this news. How could Suyi let Changxia suffer any injustice? He would naturally help to fight for his interests. Of course, she would not say this explicitly and would discuss it after talking to the Tianchi tribe. Grandma Suyi, don't forget that there are other beast tribes, Changxia said excitedly. There are tens of thousands of beast tribes in the dusk forest. With the help of all the major beast tribes, why worry about not having a good life? Suyi smiled and pointed at Changxia with his finger in the air. He nodded to her quietly, agreeing to Changxia's proposal. In fact, even if Changxia didn't speak, Suyi also had the same plan. Changxia was very happy to get Suyi's consent. Soon, the menu for tomorrow night's hot pot feast was decided. Muqin took the menu, told Nanfeng to stay at Wanchuan's house to help temporarily, and hurried back to the tribe, handed the menu to Elder Yami, and asked her to prepare the ingredients needed for the menu. At the same time, a rich caramel sweet smell filled the air above White Lake. All the busy tribesmen raised their heads, breathing in the air with the sweetness of caramel, and all showed similar smiles. Going westward day by day, Changxia took Suyi Baiqing back to his den. I decided to move tonight, say goodbye to the warm spring breeze in the south, go home and pack my things while it is still early, and try to move to the cave dwelling before sunset. In the meantime, we will have dinner at the cave house tonight. Nanfeng regretted that she couldn't go over to help because she had to help Shan Kuan take care of Nuanchan. When he walked back to the animal den, he saw that Shenrong had woken up and neatly moved the things in the animal den outside. He waited for Changxia to come back before moving to the cave dwelling. Shenrong, are you awake? Changxia smiled and waved, and said cheerfully, let's seize the time to move and have dinner early. After dinner, we have to go to the tribe square to help make dough balls to prepare for the hot pot feast tomorrow night. You rest, I've packed everything, and you can move at any time, Shenrong said neatly. The big objects were moved to the cave one after another, and the rest were small daily objects, scattered and numerous. However, after Shenrong sorted it out, these small items are placed in rattan baskets or backpacks, making them much easier to transport. Don't delay, move now. Suyi nodded and urged. Suyi opened his mouth. Changxia and Shenrong did not hesitate, stepped forward, carried a basket on his back, picked up the rattan basket, and headed towards the cave dwelling. There were not many scattered things, so Shenrong asked Changxia to stay in the cave to sort them out, while he took Baiqing back to the animal den to continue moving. Changxia, who stayed in the cave, did not take any action to sort out the debris. Instead, he led Suyi towards the cave dwelling where she would live in the future. Grandma Suyi, I'll leave this cave dwelling for you to live in. Now it's a little simpler. When the rainy season takes time, I'll ask Shenrong to transform the Kong bed into a bamboo bed. What kind of bed is a bata bed? The bamboo bed is also a wooden bed, which is more complicated than the wooden bed. The cold season is very cold in the Hulua tribe, and the Kong bed can keep out the cold. However, unable to take into account the beauty at the same time, Changxia thought of combining the Kong bed and the bamboo bed. This way, you can keep out the cold while maintaining your appearance. More importantly, Changxia also got the rosewood bed she wanted. Suyi listened to Changxia's explanation with pictures, and there were little stars in his eyes. She was looking forward to the step-out bed that Changxia mentioned. As they talked, the two of them arranged the animal skins, bedding, and other items that Nanfeng had sent one by one. Then he went to the cave where Baiqing lived and laid out the animal skin bedding. When I walked out of the cave, I organized the things I had brought. As the rainy season approaches, the climate is hot and hot. There is no need to light a fire on the Kong bed. In his spare time, Shenrong Changxia converted the cave on the far left into a kitchen and the two adjacent caves into utility rooms. After all, the cave near the main house was connected to the cellar, and although the cellar had not been rebuilt, these caves were not suitable for living, so they were suitable for utility rooms. As for the bathroom, Changxia has not yet figured out how to build it. I guess it's built next to the kitchen, just like the toilet. The drainage ditch here has been dug, so it is also very convenient to rebuild. When Shenrong came over for the third time, Changxia Sui had put all the sundries in order. Sui stood in the yard in front of the cave, with his back to the setting sun, looking at the spacious and bright cave, and said with relief, "Changxia, you are fine." She is always worried about the baby who will never grow up. From now on, you don't have to worry anymore. Suddenly, Su Ye's mood was hard to tell whether he was excited or depressed. In short, it was very complicated. It all depends on the protection of Granny, Su Yi, and the tribe. Changxia said. Holding Su Ye's arm, he rested his head on Su Ye's body. Smelling the faint medicinal smell on Su Ye's body, she felt very comfortable and at ease. "Changxia, where's my room?" Bai Qing put down the rattan basket and asked. At this time, all the debris from the animal den was moved to the cave dwelling. All the tables, chairs, and benches were moved over. Shenrong moved the tables, chairs, and benches into the utility room next to the kitchen and put them there. He will eat in that room from now on. There will be heavy rains in the rainy season, so it is naturally not suitable to place it in the yard. The eaves of the corridor have not been built yet, and the entire courtyard is empty. It is obvious that when the rainy season arrives, the whole world will be surrounded by rain. The first room on the right has animal skins, bedding, etc. all laid out for you. Changxia pointed to the cave dwelling on the right and said, "The remaining two rooms are empty. You can use them to pile up sundries if you need them. There are few people at home and many rooms." Changxia was very generous and allowed Bai Qing to use the room as he pleased. The cellar is large enough to store all kinds of sundries throughout the summer. Worse still, there are still two empty cave dwellings on the left. "I'll go take a look," Bai Qing said excitedly. Revealing the tenderness that matches his age, he happily ran towards his cave dwelling. Suyi looked at this scene with a smile and said nothing. "Wu, what do you want to eat tonight?" Shenrong asked. "We were going to the tribe square in the evening." Even though it wasn't dark yet, Shenrong was preparing for dinner. Suyi said casually, "I won't pick, you and Changxia will watch and prepare." "I want to eat the barbecue you made," Changxia said. "You make the barbecue, and I'll kill a chicken. And fry a spicy chicken." She suddenly remembered the chili peppers Bai Qing had mentioned and originally planned to make chicken soup. "So, I quickly changed my mind to spicy chicken." With that said, he ran to look for the chili peppers that Bai Qing brought. Looking at the turbulent Changxia, Su Yi, and Shenrong, who stayed where they were, looked at each other. "Shenrong, you have taken good care of your body recently. After the hot pot feast, I will detoxify you," Su Yi said solemnly. "The poison has been in your body for a long time. After detoxification, you may be weak for a period of time. The rainy season is just right," Shenrong said. Hearing this, Su Yi nodded and agreed with Shenrong's choice. Dusk, the time of evil. Changxia brought the fried spicy chicken to the table. On the side are Shenrong's barbecued meats, as well as fruit powder pancakes and cold vermicelli. Ahem. The moment the spicy chicken was served on the table, Suyi Baiqing sneezed and coughed one after another. Shenrong was very calm, staring at the spicy chicken on the table with a look of eagerness. "It's so choking," Suyi said. Baiqing covered his mouth and nose, looking at the bowl of spicy chicken in horror. Changxia was slightly embarrassed and explained, "I fried it a bit dry and choked a bit." She wanted to eat chili peppers so much that she accidentally added a little more when cooking. In addition, if it is stir-fried deliberately, the taste will naturally become choking. Smelling the pungent spicy smell, Changxia couldn't wait to take a seat. He handed over a bowl of cold vermicelli and asked Su Yi and Chunrong to eat together. He picked up the wooden chopsticks and picked up the chili to eat. His spicy mouth trembled, but he couldn't bear to stop. Spicy, so spicy. It's delicious. The dish with chili pepper is indeed more delicious. Chang Xia said while eating. It was so spicy that her mouth swelled. His eyes were red and filled with tears, making the three people at the table, Shenrong, look at each other in confusion. Is this delicious or unpleasant? Chang Xia Bai Qing held up his chopsticks but didn't dare to move them. Su Yi chuckled and said, if you want to eat it, try it. If you're afraid of spicy food, just drink water. With that said, Su Yi took the initiative to reach out to the spicy chicken with his wooden chopsticks. The smell is fragrant, spicy, and pungent. However, the taste in the mouth is completely different. It was obviously spicy, but I couldn't bear to eat it. So, Su Yi and the others followed in Chang Xia's footsteps, eating hard and drinking water while shrinking their mouths. The four of us finished the meal as if they had fought a battle. It feels good. I haven't felt this good after eating it for a long time. Chang Xia trembled and said, next time, we will eat boiled fish. It tastes stronger than the spices in Shilu. Shunrong said, for identical faces with swollen lips. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, there was half a bowl of maple syrup in front of him. This maple syrup was brought back to Su Yi Baiqing from the tribe by Chang Xia. At this moment, it has become the best way to relieve spicy food. Chili peppers can ward off the cold. Once we exchange chili peppers with the Tianchi tribe, I will ask the tribe to help grow chili peppers. Chang Xia said happily. Chili peppers are not tolerant to drought or flooding, but they do not care about the region. It can be planted basically anywhere. It's just a matter of morning and evening weather. Yeah, this pepper should be planted. Sui heard Chang Xia say that pepper can ward off the cold, and immediately nodded and agreed to her suggestion. Not only the Hulua tribe should grow chili peppers, but other orc tribes in the Twilight Forest should also grow a kind of chili pepper. In addition to carrot, onion, garlic, and yam, pepper has become a must-plant crop for the Hulua tribe. Chang Xia smiled. One step closer to the tribe entering the farming era. Chang Xia in the distance. The evening breeze carried the call of the south wind. Apparently, Nanfeng had already had dinner at Nguanchuan's house at this time, and called Chang Xia to go to the tribal square to prepare the dough for fermentation. Let's go. Let's go there together. Sui stood up and prepared to go to the tribe square with Chang Xia Shenrong. By the way, tell Jin and Yami about the pepper. Of course, the promotion of ginkgo also needs to be discussed in detail. Wu, are you and Bai Qing going too? Let me talk to you about something. While talking, the group of people Shiran approached the tribe. It is clearly approaching dusk, and the birds are returning to their nests. However, today's Hulua tribe is particularly lively and noisy. The stone pots erected high in the tribal square and the blazing bonfires in the stoves made the sky red. The tribesmen gathered around the tribal square. Smelling the caramel sweetness of maple syrup and maple sugar, everyone's face was filled with smiles. The Yami elders asked the tribesmen to make molds, poured the boiled maple syrup into the molds to form a fixed shape, and then moved them into the cave where the tribe stored supplies. After they were completely cooled, they were removed from the molds to form maple syrups. Maple syrup is stronger than maple syrup eaten directly. According to Changxia's instructions, the Yami elders made 2/3 of the more than 10,000 kilograms of maple syrup into maple sugar, and the remaining 1/3 into maple syrup. The maple sugar was stored by the tribe, and the maple syrup was distributed to the tribe members for consumption. When Changxia and the others came over, the stone pot was boiling the last pot of maple syrup. After that, the tribe will no longer use the red maple sap to make sugar, but will choose to distribute it to the tribesmen for direct drinking. After all, the sap of red maple trees tastes just as good when drunk directly. The sweet and smooth sap of the red maple tree is like nectar to the Hulua tribe, who are short of beverages. So fast, Changxia exclaimed. Elder Yami smiled and said, not bad. Although he said it was okay, Elder Yami's face was filled with pride. She also didn't expect that she could boil all that maple sap into maple syrup and maple sugar so quickly. According to the plan, it should take until tomorrow noon to boil it all. She and Changxia underestimated the resilience of their people. More than 10 stone pots worked continuously, shortening the time by half. Of course, this was also related to the improvement of the tribesmen's proficiency. Chief, how is the construction of the cave going? Changxia asked again. The Baihu cave dwellings have been completely dug. leaving only the final mud walls and the installation of doors and windows. This can be solved tomorrow morning. Now, all that's left is the expansion of the tribe. Jin's face was full of smiles and confidence. The mud wall needs to be completely dry before the next step can be carried out. Otherwise, it could be completed today. However, he knew that building mud walls was a delicate job and could not be sloppy. In the past few days, all the people in the tribe have been busy and have achieved remarkable results. The results are worthy of their efforts. Great. Changxia Chao Jin gave a thumbs up. All this is thanks to your selfless dedication. This rainy season, we no longer have to worry about the animal den leaking or being damp and uninhabitable. Jin sighed. Before the rainy season, the tribe would inspect the animal dens. However, no matter how it is repaired, it will still leak. Not to mention the many problems such as the occasional collapse of animal dens during the cold season. The cave built by Changxia completely ended the beast tribe's predicament for many years. While they were chatting, Muqin Haiyun arranged for the tribesmen to carry buckets of fruit powder from the cave. Then mix the flour and knead the dough. Unfortunately, the fruit powder bags need to be made of green cloth. In addition to the fruit powder bag that Changxia brought, the tribe was stingy and sewed 5 more, for a total of 6 fruit powder bags. This slows down the filtration a bit. That night, the tribesmen talked about the menu Changxia prepared for the hot pot banquet and thought about what ingredients to prepare for tomorrow. As they learned how to knead the dough, laughter spread throughout the Halua tribe. There is strength in numbers. Thousands of kilograms of dough were made with the concerted efforts of the tribesmen. Then it was placed on a rattan sieve, covered with animal skins, and moved into a cave to ferment. While the females were making the rice noodle balls, Jin led the males without rest. They made similar presses based on the presses of Changxia's family. There were many of them. In their words, it would be best if every household had one, so that it would be convenient to eat raw rice noodles in the future. The night deepens. The hot pot banquet has been discussed. The tribesmen helped clean up the mess in the square and set up the tables and chairs for the hot pot banquet the next day. Jin found Qinrong and asked him to help prepare fish, shrimp, and other aquatic products for tomorrow's hot pot banquet. When it comes to fishing, Qinrong is undoubtedly the best in the tribe. Qinrong didn't refuse, but nodded and agreed to Jin's request. On the side, Yadong Kongshan spoke up one after another, saying that after they finished the trivial matters of Jianyao, they also wanted to go to Baihu Lake to fish with Qinrong. You guys don't want to help with the fishing, you just want to go down to the lake, right? Since they knew that fish and shrimps tasted good, the tribesmen wanted to go to the lake and river whenever they could. However, it was not the warm season yet, so the temperature was generally not high. The tribe was afraid that the children would follow their example, so they restricted their members from going into the lake or river. It seems like we'll have to find someone to look after the cub tomorrow, Jin whispered. Titbirds are very brave. Last time, he actually sneaked out of the tribe. This time they really knew about my fishing in the lake. Most likely, these fools won't stay in the tribe peacefully. After bidding farewell to the tribesmen, Changxia and his group headed for Baihu Lake. Along with them were Nanfeng Yadong and others, who also moved to the Baihu Cave. Nanfeng, good night. When they reached the fork in the road, everyone separated. Here, the 4 of them and Changxia returned to the cave dwelling without entering the house to rest. Grandma Suyi, let me fetch water for you. You go take a bath first, Changxia said. The water in the kitchen pot is still warm, suitable for bathing. Changxia asked Suyi to wash first, and she waited until Suyi finished washing before washing. Qinrong was much more rude. He called Bai Qing and led the people all the way down to Baihu. At night, the temperature is low. For male orcs, the temperature is just right. There is not much difference between hot and cold water. Suyi did not refuse Changxia's kindness and went into the house, picked up clothes, and entered the utility room. The bathroom has not been finished yet, so the utility room is temporarily used as a bathroom. Where did Bai Qing go? Suyi asked. Changxia pursed her lips towards Baihu and replied. Qinrong took him to Baihu to take a bath. Granny Suyi, is there anything I can use to take a bath and wash my hair? I have been washing my hair with wood ash for a long time. Changxia is worried about being bald. She had looked for soapberry near the tribe, but didn't find any. At the same time, Changxia also asked the tribesmen, and they all said that they had never seen soapberry. Soapberry, Suyi said, it is a large tree that grows in the Tianlang tribe. Its fruit can be used to wash hair and clean animal skins. Changsha didn't mention it, and Suyi really didn't think of soap beans. It seems that the Halua tribe does not have soapberries. Thinking about it, Suyi was a little embarrassed and said, I forgot that the Halua tribe doesn't have soap nuts. This time I brought a bag of soap nuts. Wait, I'll get it for you. Listen. Suyi said that there were soapberry trees growing in the Tianlang tribe. Changsha couldn't help shedding tears of joy. Making your own shampoo and body wash takes time and is a hassle. Pure natural cleaning agents like soapberries are undoubtedly the most convenient. After a while, Suyi brought out an animal bag containing more than a dozen soap beans, all of which were half-dried. Obviously, these soap beans should have been sent to the holy mountain of Kana by the Tianlang tribe. Crush it, add water and boil it until it becomes a black sticky liquid, then take it out and cool it down. If you are particular, filter the residue. If you are not particular, just wet your hair, apply some soap nut liquid on your hair, and wash it directly. Suyi said. Okay. Changsha took the animal bag with brisk steps and poured out the soap beans. He chopped the soap beans with the ironwood knife and crushed them bit by bit with the handle of the knife. Then, take out the smallest clay pot, add water and boil. These dozen soap beans can be used to boil several hundred milliliters of soap bean liquid, which is enough for 1 or 2 months. Suyi went to the utility room to take a shower. Carefully boil soapberry liquid in the long summer. While boiling the soap nut liquid, I found a small clay pot from the utility room next to the kitchen and used it to store the soap nut liquid later. Soon, Suyi came out of the shower. Shinrong and the other man hadn't come back yet, so it would probably take a while. Next time, I will help you exchange some soap beans with the Tianlang tribe. Suyi said. Changsha nodded, then shook her head and said, Grandma Suyi, let the tribe exchange some soap nuts with the Tianlang tribe. It's not appropriate to use wood ash to wash your hair and take a bath. I think we should use ginkgo nuts to exchange soap nuts with the Tianlang tribe. Knowing that soapberries are useful, I naturally won't eat them alone in Changsha. Okay, Suyi replied. She had never forgotten to think about this before. After all, the Beastman tribes all exist independently. If Changsha had not torn off this veil, Suyi, like other Beastmen, would not have thought of uniting the Beastmen tribes to exchange supplies. There was no such precedent before. However, after Changsha came up with various ways to eat fruit powder, Suyi's thoughts began to change. Grandma Sui, do you know which orc tribe in the Dusk Forest has sugarcane and beets growing in its territory? Changsha stirred the soap liquid until the color became darker. She took the pottery pot away and placed it on the ground to cool down, and then put it into a pottery jar for later use. Sugarcane and beet. Sui hesitated and asked, what do they look like? Changsha likes to name animals and plants. Everyone in the Sui and Halua tribes knows about it. Sui couldn't guess what sugarcane and beet were just from the names. Sugarcane has a cylindrical stem that stands upright, segmented, solid, and comes in purple, red, and yellow-green. Beets are a bit like radishes, but sweeter than radishes. Changsha said as he drew, sketching out the appearance of sugar cane and beet. Suyi was in deep thought. The sugar cane looked familiar to her, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Beets seemed to grow in the bear tribe's territory. Sugarcane, I can't remember where I've seen it. Beet, there's a kind of wild vegetable called seaweed growing in the bear tribe's territory, which is somewhat similar to the beet you mentioned. Suyi thought for a while and said, the bear tribe has a diverse diet, with meat, vegetables, and wild fruits all on their menu. In this respect, the bear tribe is easier to feed than other beast tribes. However, the bear tribe is also famous for its appetite among the beast tribes. The two offset each other, and the bear tribe can only get by with enough food and clothing. Bear tribe, is that true? Changsha was excited. It turns out that it is the right thing to do when you encounter problems. If she were to search blindly in the Dusk Forest, she might not find what she wanted even after 10 years. The beast tribe has the word beast in its name, which makes them extremely wild. Normally, the beast tribe would not cross the border into the territory of other beast tribes to hunt or gather, because once the border is crossed, it represents a provocation. Provocation will lead to fighting. I'm not sure, Suyi said seriously. Changsha pouted and sighed. It's a pity that we can't go to the bear tribe to confirm it. If you want, I can help you, Suyi said with a smile. How to get there? Changxia asked in surprise. Unless it was during the Normandy Grand Fair, the tribes of the Beastmen could pass through directly. At other times, the Beastmen do not interfere with each other and live peacefully in their respective territories. Ginkgo, Suyi said. She hadn't planned to say this now. However, unable to bear seeing Changxia's expression of regret, Suyi revealed half a sentence in advance. Changxia tilted his head and asked hesitantly, Ginkgo?